Chapter 1. The Sea Circle, Year 1510, Autumn Night. EC, Rodtown, Rose Street. Virus, don't act so high and mighty. If it comes to blows, you won't fare well. The fearsome and grotesquely large female pirate, known as the most notorious of her kind, Katerina Tippin, glared menacingly at the man before her. The man, with his crisp black hair and a smoldering cigar clenched between his lips, possessed a strikingly handsome and chiseled visage. Draped in a blood-stained white cloak of justice, he wielded a nameless silver cutlass, its blade marred with droplets of blood from Katerina Tippin's crew. His eyes emanated an extraordinary chill, an aura of dread emanating merely from his stillness, as if he were a demon risen from the depths of hell. He was none other than the temporary admiral of the East Sea, the White Reaper, Caesar Verus, a man whose fate had been tragically altered 3 years prior. From birth, soothsayers foretold of his ascendance to greatness. Yet, fate had other plans. At 3, he lost his father at 7, his mother, and by 12, he was left without a household registration. After enduring to 18, he finally enrolled in university, juggling classes by day and delivering takeout by night. After 4 grueling years of relentless toil, he was on the brink of graduation. Yet, in a moment of heroism, he rescued a lifeless girl, delivering her to the police station. The next day, he was ambushed and beaten by the offspring of the elite, and in a flash of despair, he found himself transported to another world. He awoke in this savage era of rampant piracy, far removed from any harmonious existence. Everywhere he looked, there were nefarious mafia, murderous pirates, thuggish bullies, and avaricious nobles and bureaucrats. Even a righteous navy would not come to the aid of the so-called impoverished. In this realm, the weak were deemed unworthy of dreams without the protagonist's halo or a benevolent father. One could only grovel beneath the feet of the strong. One could either tread upon the corpses of others to ascend or be crushed beneath the boot of a conqueror. Faced with these 2 paths, Virus chose the former. He had read the adventures of Prince Luffy, though he had abandoned the pitiful scenario in Wano. Thus, capitalizing on his memories, he sought an opportunity to join the Navy. For a commoner like him, the Navy's training system was undoubtedly the swiftest route to safety and growth. Upon entering the Navy, he devoted himself to relentless training. During his first encounter with a pirate, he awakened a system that granted him strength through monetary expenditure. Consequently, he began to voraciously seize power and wealth, striving to enhance his abilities and dominion by any means possible. After 3 years of bloodshed, he became the fearsome emperor of the East Sea. Not only was he an unparalleled swordsman with remarkable achievements, but he also mastered the Navy's 6 styles and became a legendary power user. However, his fruit ability was not highly regarded. His power stemmed from the silence fruit, which nullified sound within its range. The previous owner, Don Quixote Rosinante, brother to the Flamingo da Flamingo and adopted son of Admiral Sengoku, had met a dismal end. This was hardly surprising, as historically, all users of the silence fruit had been deemed useless. Yet, when Virus acquired this fruit, he did not hesitate to consume it. At that moment, he was on the brink of death and believed it to be a twist of fate. There are no inherently weak fruits, only weak users. Having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, he understood that sound is produced by vibrations. Thus, the ability of the silence fruit was to eliminate vibrations. If he could nullify vibrations, he could even eradicate kinetic energy. Then this would be a divine fruit. And he had placed a right bet. Now, he had developed the fruit's power to its 2nd stage, capable of nullifying the kinetic energy of objects within a certain radius. For instance, sword strikes or bullets directed at him would weaken or even disintegrate upon entering his domain. Moreover, he was on the cusp of the 3rd stage. Upon hearing Katerina Tippin's words, Virus took a drag from his cigar. Narrowing his icy gaze, he exhaled a plume of smoke that curled like a dragon. Do you believe your crimes can be washed away with mere words? Crimes? In the entirety of the East Sea, you, a disgrace to the Navy, are the only one unqualified to utter such a term. Katerina Tippin's eyelids twitched, and a smirk curled at her lips, her eyes gleaming with mockery, as if she had heard the most revolting joke. Who doesn't know of your greed, lechery, and murderous depravity? In the past 3 years, the number of lives lost at your hands surely exceeds 8,000. You are not mistaken. Varus' cold gaze narrowed, releasing a smoke ring with satisfaction. Yet, he swiftly shifted his tone, revealing a sinister and twisted smile. However, those I have slain are merely the lowly pirates. Such maggots are better off dead. But your victims extend beyond mere pirates, do they not? Katerina Tippin retorted coldly, her aura intensifying. Let us not forget the innocents who fell by your hand. The entire East Sea knows. The former admiral was murdered by you, and the Navy is here to investigate. That is correct. Virus, upon hearing this, slowly drew his renowned blade, his gaze fixating on the white mist rising behind Katerina Tippin. Yet, none of that matters now, for I have decided to end your life here, to atone for the sins you committed 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Upon hearing this time frame, Katerina Tippin's pupils constricted sharply. I did nothing 2 days ago, Virus. Stop your theatrics. Let me go, and I shall pay you 50 million berries. Otherwise, 50 million? Huh. Seeing Katerina Tippin attempt to bribe him, a flicker of derision crossed Varus' eyes. He would have accepted 50 million gladly. Alas, his wretched system only acknowledged funds acquired through legitimate means as a mere Navy officer. He was forbidden from engaging in side ventures, or else he would have already become invincible. Moreover, this woman was notoriously untrustworthy, utterly devoid of credence. He had received reliable intel that her visit to the East Sea was in pursuit of the legendary devil fruit, the Inu no Mi, mythical beast type, nine-tailed fox form. In Eastern mythology, this creature is one of the highest-ranking divine beasts. In Japanese and Korean mythology, it stands as one of the strongest, nearly unparalleled. Should she escape and consume the mythical beast-type nine-tailed fox devil fruit, he will be the one left at a disadvantage. Puff. After a brief reverie, Virus inhaled deeply from a cigar and stepped forward, his white cloak billowing behind him. The glimmering blade scraped against the ground, leaving a long, deep scar while emitting a grating and irritating sound. Crack, crack, crack. Virus. Observing the overpowering presence of Virus, Katerina Tippin took a slight step back. Boy, do you truly believe my bounty was earned without merit? Underestimating me could cost you your life. Is that so? Seeing her retreat, Varus resolved to eliminate Katerina Tippin solidified. A remnant of the chaos of the bygone era, a pirate with a bounty of 120 million berries. This achievement would secure his promotion. Once he became the base commander, he could amass even greater wealth. Moreover, with this bounty, he would finally accumulate the 10 billion berries he had long sought. 3 years. He had waited too long for that monstrous giant kin physique. Huh. As he gazed upon the thickening white mist behind Katerina Tippin, Virus exhaled another cloud of white smoke. Katerina Tippin, you dragged that flower seller into this alley 2 days ago, did you not? The flower seller? Katerina Tippin, seeing Virus approach, raised her massive black fist before her chest, clearly adopting a defensive stance. That prostitute? I paid her a full 10,000 berries. It was her own folly. Katerina Tippin, you are condemned. Upon hearing the term prostitute uttered from the lips of this twisted woman, a chilling, murderous intent flickered in Varus' eyes, and he swung his long blade, invoking the Navy's 6 styles. Soru. His feet moved in rapid succession, unleashing a shockwave that shattered dozens of bricks beneath him. Bang! In an instant, Virus vanished from beneath him, reappearing right before Katerina Tippin. Swish! With a single stroke, a flash of cold light erupted, accompanied by a terrifying and piercing sound of wind. Hey! Yet upon witnessing the strike, Katerina Tippin merely chuckled coldly. 4. Neither the speed nor the strength of this attack could breach her defenses. But just as she thought to herself that the White Reaper was not so formidable after all, clang! The blade of Velrus has collided with her arm. Hey, is that all you've got? Thanks to the protection of the hockey, the strike did not inflict any harm upon her. However, just as she was about to retaliate, her expression suddenly shifted. In an instant, she felt as though she had been frozen in place. Could this be his ability? Katerina Taipin immediately grasped the situation, a glimmer of shock flickering in her eyes. Yet fortunately, it was merely a fleeting 0.01 seconds. In the blink of an eye, her body regained its senses. However, just as she attempted to create some distance, a sudden haze enveloped her, thick and impenetrable, without her even realizing it. A careless breath transformed her countenance. The smoke is poisonous. That damned, despicable naval scum. Cough, cough, cough. Katerina Taipin, upon inhaling the toxic fumes, erupted in a torrent of blood, a silver dagger now embedded in her neck. At that moment, she comprehended. The White Reaper was not merely a singular entity, but rather a coalition. Yet, she realized this far too late. The owner of the dagger had severed his arteries. Velra's famed white blade, Snow, had pierced her heart. In an instant, 2 streams of blood gushed forth from different wounds, converging at her heaving chest and being swallowed by the dust-laden earth. And thus, this notorious pirate, having sustained grave injuries to both her artery and heart, collapsed to the ground. Nevertheless, her head remained unbowed, and she mustered the strength to inquire through her agony. What? What about that woman? She is named Dora, and she is not a harlot. Velra spoke each word deliberately, slowly withdrawing his blade. He sought to relish the sensation of life ebbing away, to witness Katerina Taipin's agonizing suffocation. He intended to honor the memory of the woman who had once shown him kindness in his youth with her fading existence. This was his principle. A kindness must be repaid, a grudge avenged. 10 seconds later, as Velrus fully withdrew his long knife, blood erupted from Katerina Taipin's chest. PSHH. Dozens of droplets of blood splattered upon Velrus' white uniform, resembling blossoming death roses. Huh! Velrus exhaled a plume of smoke akin to a dragon's breath, shaking off the droplets of blood as he slowly sheathed his blade. At that moment, a small girl, weeping profusely, dashed out from the end of the street. She possessed delicate features with short hair, and upon reaching Velrus, she knelt before him. Lord Velrus, Dasky is willing to offer her life in gratitude for your kindness. There is no need for that. I have already received my recompense. Velrus gently patted her small head, his right hand retrieving 100 berries coin from his pocket. This coin bore the mark W, which he had carved himself. It was the very first salary he had earned as a naval officer. In this lifetime, he too was an orphan, bereft of parents. Born in a small village of the Goa Kingdom in the East Blue, he had grown up eating from the hands of others and had joined the Navy thanks to the villagers' support. Thus, he bestowed a coin upon each person who had aided him. This served as a testament to their kindness towards him. Over the past 3 years, some had sought wealth from him, others positions, and some women. Now, fewer than 10 coins remained in circulation, and this little girl only wished to avenge her mother. This will suffice. A mere 100. Upon seeing this laughable coin, Katerina Taipin, who had once dominated the Grand Line, could not finish her sentence before her body lurched forward. Crack! Velrus drew his blade. Once more a flash of silver light severed Katerina Taipin's head from her body. Domino, take her head. Let's give the inspectors a surprise. Also, send Monka to search for this woman's pirate ship. Yes, base commander. The woman named Domino emerged from the white mist, gradually materializing into a distinct figure. Her delicate, fair face adorned with black-framed sunglasses, cascading waves of golden hair gracefully fell over her shoulders, clad in a snug white naval uniform. Coupled with her flowing, oversized justice cloak, she exuded an air of formidable elegance. In the original narrative, she was meant to be a warden and impelled down. 3 years prior, Velrus had rescued her from the clutches of pirates. Since then, she had remained by his side. Having just consumed the Moku Nomi last year, she now served as the logistics officer of the East Blue Naval Base and was Velrus' staunch confidant. Road Town Naval Base. Major, Lord Velrus. As Velrus stepped through the gates, emblazoned with the white seagull insignia, the station marines immediately saluted respectfully. Indeed, the spirit is commendable. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Velrus nodded to his subordinates, offering a word of praise before gracefully departing. Domino. With her left hand clasping Daski's delicate fingers, trailed closely behind, her right hand bearing a bloody trophy. Daski timidly nestled behind Domino. Yet her gaze was filled with yearning as she fixated on Virus's retreating figure. In her other hand, she clutched tightly the coin bestowed upon her by Virus. I, Daski, shall undoubtedly become a woman akin to Sister Domino, a tool of value to Lord Virus, to repay his kindness. The most junior sailors, too, gazed at Virus's silhouette with eyes brimming with hope and admiration. Since Virus took command, the Eastern Sea Navy had not experienced any deductions in their pay. They received subsidies for injuries and doubled compensation for fatalities. They were equipped with gear rivaling that of the headquarters and indulged in the finest wines of the nobility. No longer mere contemptible soldiers, they had transformed into naval elites capable of courting women and frequenting establishments of repute. Virus has bestowed upon them in abundance. Yet their singular demand remains, to offer up their hearts to him. As he leads the charge, they must follow closely behind him. In the central square of the Eastern Sea Base, the temporary governor, Virus, revered by the masses, unexpectedly encountered two inspectors from headquarters, whose expressions were decidedly unfriendly. Indeed, one could assert that their disdain for him was palpable. The root of their animosity lay in their familiarity with Virus's record. Over the past 3 years, Virus has undeniably achieved remarkable feats in the Eastern Sea, earning the respect and affection of both the Navy and the civilian populace. However, the reputation of the naval headquarters and the Eastern nobility is far from commendable, primarily due to their ruthless and bloody methods. Virus has shown no mercy towards pirates and has demonstrated even greater severity towards his enemies, frequently annihilating entire families and committing acts of massacre against villages and cities, employing every means at his disposal. Yet, his transgressions extend beyond mere violence. He has amassed wealth through unscrupulous means, eliminated rivals, formed factions for personal gain, colluded with gangs in the underworld, and engaged in numerous liaisons with women from the Eastern royal families. Presently, it is said that at least half of the underground enterprises in the Eastern Sea are under his control, and a significant portion of the officers in the Eastern military are related to him by blood or association. Rumors abound. Virus has summoned the wild dogs of their village to serve as military canines for the Navy. This indicates an intention to treat the entire Eastern Sea Navy as his personal army. Furthermore, the headquarters has raised suspicions regarding the death of the former base commander of the Eastern Sea, believing it to be the work of Virus. It is worth noting that the late commander was a former naval admiral and a classmate of the current supreme commander, Steelbone Kong. Consequently, this incident has stirred quite a commotion. However, Virus has always been meticulous in his dealings. Over the past 3 years, he has consistently achieved remarkable feats, collaborating with Vice Admirals Karp and Kazan to sweep through the Eastern Sea, transforming the birthplace of the Pirate King into the weakest sea. Such accomplishments make it challenging for anyone to find grounds to challenge him. Moreover, Virus is not only intelligent but also generous, with a significant portion of the embezzled funds allegedly sent to the world government, complicating matters further. Yet, this time is different. Virus is poised for promotion to the Eastern Sea Admiral. According to the Navy's internal regulations, a review is conducted prior to such promotion. Typically, this review is merely a formality. However, this time presents a prime opportunity for the higher-ups to eradicate a malignancy. Thus, the newly appointed Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral Crane, dispatches most trusted individuals, the first beauty of Marineford, the voluptuous and statuesque Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, and the foremost sycophant, the most unattractive, lewd, and diminutive Rear Admiral Chalwa Kaki. With their capabilities, they need not fear Virus's underhanded tactics, nor could he bribe them. Upon Virus's arrival, Kaki, a diminutive figure wearing a round-top hat and a garish yellow checkered suit, gazed up at him with disdain. Damn it, he is even slightly more handsome than me. The most dashing in Marineford. He fumed. Just looking at that scoundrel's face, I can tell he is a despicable and treacherous pretty boy. This time, the illustrious Lord Kaki, the future naval admiral, shall see you brought to justice. With such a mindset, Kaki prepared to unleash a tirade as Virus approached. Virus, you scoundrel. How dare you keep us waiting for so long? You're not planning to secure your position, are you? Virus, entirely unfazed, spoke with a tone that was neither subservient nor arrogant, leisurely taking a drag from his cigar before casually remarking, a notorious pirate has just invaded the town. And as the temporary governor of the East Sea, it is my duty to ensure the safety of the residents. Is that not so? A notorious pirate? What significant pirate could possibly emerge from the East Sea? The disdain in Jaji's voice was palpable as he dismissed Virus's claims as mere provocations. At that moment, Domino, standing not far behind Virus, tossed a round object into their midst. It rolled ominously, thud. What the hell? Upon seeing the bloodied head, Jaji instinctively leaped back, cold sweat beating on his forehead as his dusty hat tumbled to the ground. The Crescent Moon Hunter, the infamous woman, Katarina Dupont. The well-informed Jaji recognized Katarina Dupont, and it was indeed a moment of profound realization. As Virus shrugged his shoulders, the blood-stained white cloak fell from him. Domino, holding hands with Daski, used her bloodied right hand to catch the cloak, having just emerged from a fierce battle. I hope the esteemed inspectors do not mind if I take a brief respite. We shall continue our discourse tomorrow. Understanding that Virus had achieved a significant feat, Gigi refrained from rash actions. She immediately discerned that Virus was not to be trifled with, as he was as cunning and treacherous as the legend suggested. Indeed, the era of brutal pirates had dawned. With the rampant activities of pirates, the Navy had been compelled to expand its recruitment efforts, resulting in the inclusion of numerous ruffians, which drastically diminished the quality of the naval forces. Aside from the Navy headquarters, which still maintained some integrity, the conditions were largely similar across the various branches. In such a vast realm where the Emperor's rule felt distant, the situation could only worsen. Remarkably, upon reflection, the East Sea, home of the Pirate King, was deemed to have the most stable order. Thus, a subtle divergence of views arose between Marshal Sengoku and Chief Advisor Admiral Tsuru. Before his departure, the newly appointed Sengoku had sought a conversation with her, conveying the essence of his thoughts. Indeed, Virus is a scoundrel. Yet he is also an exceptional talent. Should the illustrious Virus falter in addressing the pressing issues at hand and be unjustly labeled as a traitor, it would not only dishearten many but also provoke the other 3 admirals of the seas. This is particularly true for the West Sea, plagued by rampant organized crime. In the North Sea, with its intricate circumstances, which could potentially incite backlash and lead to severe political ramifications, those high-ranking officials of the world government who have been bribed by Virus would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to create trouble. Consequently, this mission necessitates the acquisition of irrefutable evidence. Thus, during the journey, Gion found herself in a state of vexation. The East Sea, being Virus's domain, is currently a well-managed stronghold, making the pursuit of evidence a formidable challenge. Moreover, Virus's ability to vanquish Katerina Devon without the aid of Admiral Candidate Kazan or Vice Admiral Garp necessitates a reassessment of his true potential. I am grateful for the offer, Rear Admiral Gion, but tomorrow would be too late. Allow me to host you both for dinner this evening, so that we may discuss the matter at hand. Very well. Gion acquiesced, her gaze drifting towards the severed head upon the ground. I shall petition headquarters for the bounty of 120 million berries. My gratitude. As Valus uttered these words, he deliberately cast a glance at the statuesque figure of Shigeyama. Valus, witnessing his idol being leered at, the future candidate for commander, Chigaki, was incensed. Valus, what on earth are you staring at? Huh? Yet. Chigaki's fury was met with Valus' derisive smile, his gaze unabashed and unyielding. I am merely admiring Ms. Shigeyama's impressive silhouette and praising this cradle of life with my eyes. Does Major Chigaki take issue with that? Valus, you were utterly audacious. As Valus brazenly defended himself and even committed an act of violence before Chigaki, the latter's wrath reached its zenith. With a clang, he drew his renowned blade and charged at Valus. Take this, a soaring slash. Huh. Observing Chigaki rushing towards him, Valus stood his ground, smirking. Then, to the astonishment of all present, a slender, radiant leg flew toward them. A size 38 white military boot struck Chigaki's face, which was size 46. Crack. A crisp sound echoed as Chigaki was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into the eastern sea bay in an instant. Splash. Following the strong sound of his plunge, an eerie silence enveloped the world, with not even a bubble to break the surface. It was evident that Chigaki was a devil fruit user, rendered motionless and helpless after entering the water. What was even more intriguing was that Shigeyama showed no inclination to rescue him. Instead, she stood resolutely before Valus. Valus, I know you intend to provoke this fool into action, sowing discord with the inspection team. This way, you can exploit the situation to replace them with individuals more favorable to you. However, I must inform you, Valus, as long as I am here, your scheme shall not prevail. Indeed, Major Shigeyama is exceptionally astute. In the face of Shigeyama, the strikingly beautiful figure, Valus' lips curled into an appreciative smile. However, this time, Major Shigeyama may have miscalculated. Miscalculated? Shigeyama's lovely eyes narrowed as she fixed her gaze intently on Valus' eyes, attempting to discern any hint of a flaw. Alas, she failed. Indeed, Virus nodded slightly, and then snapped his fingers. A naval captain, adorned with golden hair beneath a military cap and clad in a sleeveless navy vest, rushed over, offering him a cigarette and lighting it. After inhaling deeply, Virus exhaled a plume of swirling smoke, accentuating the devilish charm of his visage. Indeed, I am avaricious, hedonistic, and bloodthirsty, ever enamored with power. Yet, it cannot be denied that I am a commendable sailor. Hearing the phrase commendable sailor escape Virus's lips, Shirguan could not suppress a twitch of her features, especially when those sinister prefixes were appended. Nevertheless, Virus remained unfazed, taking another hearty draw from the cigar, which consequently diminished in length. The thickening smoke enveloped the air, rendering his obsidian eyes even more profound. Gazing upon his handsome countenance, Shirguan found herself momentarily entranced. After all, among the cadre at the naval headquarters, it was rare to encounter a figure of striking allure, let alone one of merely decent appearance, particularly compared to the individuals she routinely interacted with. Most resembled lecherous older men, clad in garish yellow suits and tinted glasses, perpetually muttering in a most irksome manner. How terrifying they appeared, akin to perverted tricksters luring young girls with promises of goldfish. Others bore square faces that seemed to carry the weight of familial loss. Adorned with back tattoos of cherry blossoms, reminiscent of gangsters ready to unleash violence at the slightest provocation. There were also those of considerable age sporting outrageous hairstyles, leaving one to ponder the intentions of Sister Crane. They were often seen cavorting with the elderly Carp, embroiled in a tumultuous love-hate relationship, while the old, bespectacled man engaged in goat antics. The mere thought of figures like Burning Mountain, Bone Picker, Addition, and Flying Squirrel was enough to induce nausea. The Varus, indeed, is a rare and exquisite commodity at the Navy headquarters. After a brief silence, Varus fixed his gaze upon Brigadier General Cheyne's chest and inquired, "Before arriving in the East Sea, you must have perused my dossier, correct?" "Certainly." Despite her aversion to Varus's scrutiny, Cheyne maintained her poise, standing tall and unyielding. "You should be aware that the individuals I have slain were all pirates. That is indisputable, is it not? Eliminating pirates is undoubtedly justified. Yet, their kin are innocent." "Innocent?" "During an avalanche, no single snowflake is without guilt." "What do you mean?" "Miss Cheyne, I wish to ask you, those who fell victim to the pirates, did they not have families?" "Yes, but that does not excuse your massacre of civilians." Cheyenne's tone wavered slightly, though her gaze quickly regained its resolve. "Very well." Varus, unfazed by her expression, continued to fixate on his preferred subject. "Let us not dwell on that. Instead, I would like to inquire, what is the prescribed punishment for harboring pirates, according to naval regulations?" 510 years of confinement. "Those who resist may be executed on the spot." "Good. And what of utilizing the ill-gotten gains of pirates while failing to report it?" "The unlawful proceeds are to be confiscated, with a penalty of 35 years of detention and a fine ranging from 100,000 to 1 million berries. And if one cannot afford this sum, or chooses to refuse payment, while also exhibiting contempt towards the law, the detention period is doubled. And those who resist may be executed on the spot." At this juncture, Cheyenne's tone had grown somewhat feeble. As expected of Brigadier General Cheyenne of the Navy headquarters. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Virus took another puff of his cigar, exhaling a plume of smoke as he uttered a number. As of yesterday, there were 532 outstanding warrants, all pertaining to the principal officers or captains of pirate crews. What do you think this signifies? This cannot serve as justification for your slaughter of innocents. But hold on, my words are not yet finished. Miss Gion, do you know what that number was 3 years ago? How many? A staggering 253,743. What a horrifying figure. Even if each individual commanded an average of 10 crew members, that amounts to 5 million people. Do you comprehend how many ships they plundered annually, how many kingdoms they raided, how many lives were extinguished? Are you aware of the reduction in the civilian death rate in the East China Sea during my 2 years of leadership? Do you realize how many lives I have indirectly saved? Upon hearing this, Gion's complexion turned ashen. She recognized the veracity of Virus's words. Noticing her discomposure, Virus took another drag from his cigar and spoke slowly. "Miss Gion, do you know the total number of cells across all our naval branches in the East China Sea? Are you aware of the losses incurred by the kingdoms and taxes due to these pirate families, who facilitate the concealment and transfer of pirate assets? Do you understand how many soldiers' salaries and death compensations were owed by the East China Sea branch 3 years ago?" Enough. Listening to Virus speak of these matters, Gion certainly grasped the plight of the East China Sea and recalled the words of Admiral Sengoku. In the face of the escalating tide of piracy, employing such stringent measures is not without justification. Let us cease our discussion on the extermination of pirates. Now it is my turn to question you. How do you explain your collusion with underground forces, the turmoil inflicted upon the noble women of the kingdom, and your nepotistic and factional practices? These matters, indeed. Valus had long anticipated her inquiries, a contemplative glimmer evident in his gaze as it gradually descended. His eyes traversed from her bosom to her slender waist, then to her alabaster thighs. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the vividly rendered black spider tattoo on the outer side of her thigh. Where should one begin? Perhaps with the collusion with underground forces, followed by the turmoil among the noble women of the kingdom, then the nepotism, and finally, the formation of factions for personal gain. Noticing Valus's fixation on her tattoo, Gion rarely exhibited a hint of embarrassment. Clearly, the tattoo adorning her exquisite leg was far from ordinary. With this flicker of discomfort from Gion, Valus redirected his gaze to meet her eyes directly. The rhythm of their ensuing dialogue now rested firmly in his hands. Thus, let us commence with the matter of colluding with underground forces. Pray tell, Miss Gion, what does it mean to conspire with such elements? You ask me? Gion's sharp gaze bore into Valus, questioning whether he was oblivious to his own actions. Which of the underground dealings in the East Sea has not been stripped bare by you? Indeed, her observation held merit. Acknowledging her insight, Valus nodded with a certain decisiveness. You dare to admit it? Gion's expression hardened, her demeanor shifting as her right hand rested upon her golden dagger. Quite so. Virus nodded with nonchalant indifference, even taking another draw from his cigarette as he countered. If headquarters is already aware, why has it taken them so long to dispatch someone to apprehend me? Are you engaging in a semantic game with me, Virus? Gion subtly unsheathed her renowned blade, her gaze intensifying, as if poised to sever Virus's head at any moment. Yet, Virus remained unperturbed, continuing his inquiry. What is your assessment of the equipment of our East Blue Marine Division, Miss Gion? Excellent, she conceded. And the combat prowess, morale, and accomplishments of the East Blue Marines? Formidable. In the current state of public order in the East Blue? The most exemplary of all the seas. Then, may I inquire? Miss Gion, what factors do you attribute to these outcomes? Are you attempting to commend yourself? She questioned. Nay. Virus slightly shook his head, a hint of disappointment evident in his gaze. What do you mean? Exasperation flickered in Sherdwan's eyes as she felt herself being led by the nose by Virus time and again. Since joining the Navy headquarters, she had been the center of attention, a paragon of excellence, and had not endured such condescension in quite some time. If that scoundrel Kakiji dared to regard her with such disdain, she would have long since dismembered him. My meaning is quite simple. So simple it can be distilled into a single word. Redirecting his gaze to her bosom, Virus silently conjured for characters in his mind. Which word? Sherdwan asked. A hint of petulance in her tone. Large bosom. Virus nearly let slip a secret but quickly corrected himself, stating, I meant money. Miss Gion is aware of the substantial debts that the naval headquarters has accrued over the years in the East China Sea. Forget it. Let's not discuss that. Miss Gion, do you realize how many defective items the naval headquarters has issued to us in terms of equipment and ammunition over these years? Yet, Miss Gion interjected, enough. These are merely your excuses for accumulating wealth. While the facts may hold some truth, I do not trust your words, Virus. I doubt your intentions and suspect that you are not free from corruption and self-interest. No sooner had she spoken than a blue ledger was hurled onto the table before her with a resounding thud. The individual responsible for this was Domino, who had since donned a fresh military uniform. This is the genuine financial ledger of Lord Virus concerning the East China Sea Navy over the past 3 years, which you, Brigadier Gion, may peruse at your leisure. I do not believe this is the complete ledger, Gion remarked, casting a glance at the blue book, her grip on the hilt of her sword loosening. Indeed, this was not the entirety of the accounts. Virus took another drag from his cigar, exhaling a serpentine plume of smoke. However, I cannot furnish you with the other ledger. Even if I did, you wouldn't dare to scrutinize it. Do you presume to underestimate me? Of course not. Therefore, I intend to enlighten you as to the beneficiaries listed within. Dare you listen? Speak. Next matter. Gion uttered, veins throbbing on her forehead as she gritted her teeth, forcing the words out. She was no fool. She had long heard rumors of Virus bestowing wealth upon high-ranking world government officials, even the esteemed Five Elders. Neither she, nor Fleet Admiral Sengoku, nor Commander-in-Chief Kong would dare to investigate such matters. Very well, let us address the second matter. Having won another round, Virus turned his gaze back to Gion, initiating the topic with another interrogative. Pray tell, Miss Gion, can any noblewoman or monarch from any kingdom corroborate the accusation that I have defiled their royal daughters? No. Gion replied, her tone laced with vexation and frustration. Although Virus had indeed engaged in affairs with numerous royal daughters, even queens and princesses, none had formally accused him. In fact, the world government and these affiliated nations of the East Blue held Virus in high regard for his accomplishments and capabilities. Yet, she never anticipated Virus's subsequent declaration. Though they have not formally accused me, I have indeed consorted with these royal ladies. Clang. Virus, do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to strike you down? Gion exclaimed, drawing her blade instantly, its tip aimed directly at Virus's face. Virus, however, remained unperturbed. His previously placid gaze vanished, replaced by an even more disdainful and mocking expression. He brazenly uttered those words. Indeed, you are as vacuous as you are voluptuous. Virus. Gion's blade edged closer, the edge now a mere fraction of an inch from Virus's artery. Yet Virus remained unfazed, his words nearly causing her ample bosom to explode with rage. I, Virus, simply relish the company of women, and they, in turn, enjoy my company. Our relationship is one of mutual pleasure and consent. Pray tell, which military regulation have I transgressed? Bastard. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted as Valus spoke. His words wielded an undeniable authority, causing the Marines to promptly and impeccably sheath their weapons. This renowned swordsman, the illustrious and prodigious Rear Admiral Gion of the Navy headquarters, fixed his gaze intently upon Valus. After 3 tense seconds, he indignantly sheathed his prized blade, Kinpyra, and inquired, how do you justify your favoritism in the formation of cliques? Speak. Is an explanation necessary? Valrus languidly stretched his body and let out a yawn, still bombarding her with a series of rhetorical questions. When Brigadier Shurjin did not prefer to utilize capable subordinates, nor to bond with them. Humph. With a cold snort, Shurjin turned on her heel and departed. She was aware that the preceding inquiries would not deter Valrus, and the subsequent trivial matters were utterly inconsequential. However, after her furious exit, she felt an inexplicable sense of forgetfulness. Fortunately, after gazing at her shapely form for a while, Valrus called out to her from behind. Miss Shurjin. It seems something rather unsavory has fallen into the water. If you require assistance, our Eastern Sea Navy is at your service. That damn fool. Let him drown in the water. Upon hearing Velris's reminder, Gion recalled that scoundrel, Kajiki. Though she was utterly fed up with him, he was still her colleague and the deputy officer of the inspection team. She could not simply ignore him. Yet, as someone with abilities, she could not plunge into the water to rescue Kajiki, but to seek help from Velris. That imbecile. If he had any semblance of utility, I wouldn't be in such a predicament. Damn it. Let him drown. It would save me from his incessant annoyances. Gion silently cursed, unconsciously transferring all the frustration she had absorbed from Velris onto Kajiki. Meanwhile, Velris observed her silence and chuckled, taking a puff from his cigar before snapping his fingers. With a sharp crack, two sailors leaped into the water, retrieving the disheveled Kajiki, a rear admiral of the naval headquarters. As Gion beheld the repulsive and weakened Kajiki, her face darkened as she approached him and kicked him squarely in the abdomen. With a resounding thud, Kajiki transformed into a streak of earthy yellow, vanishing from Gion and Velris's sight. After disposing of that vexatious individual, Gion had vented a considerable portion of her pent-up anger, regaining her icy, alluring demeanor. Velris, do not become too smug. If I ever catch you in a compromising position, I will not let you off the hook. Rest assured. Observing her expression, Velris nodded with a smile. My vulnerabilities are only for women, I fancy. I shall keep them well hidden in the face of Brigadier Gion. Clang. Upon hearing Velris's audacious innuendo, Gion's sharp gaze drew her sword from her waist. Velris, draw your sword. If you defeat me, the inspection team shall depart the Eastern Sea tomorrow. However, Velris's subsequent words nearly caused Gion to choke. I refuse. Are you afraid? No, I simply do not relish striking a woman. Do you look down upon women? Quite the contrary. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Velris finished speaking, he took another drag from his cigar, the glowing ember flickering with an orange hue. The swirling smoke danced erratically, casting an enigmatic aura around Velris's visage. A chuckle escaped his lips. In the face of such a Velris, Gion could only respond with a cold smirk and decisive action. Clang. The golden blade was drawn, its gleam signaling a swift, soaring strike. Yet Velris was prepared. A sudden burst of speed allowed him to evade the attack. Whoosh. The silver blade, Snow, lunged forward like a striking serpent, aiming directly at Gion's chest. Swift. Gion immediately recognized the technique and raised her golden sword to parry. Clang. Their blades met mid-air, the collision sparking a dazzling display, seemingly evenly matched. However, Velris's treachery was palpable as he swiftly executed the grasping dragon maneuver. Get lost. With a powerful swing, Gion cleaved through Velris, raising her leg to unleash the Navy's 6th style, Tekai, Gale Kick. This formidable strike harnessed the full extent of her strength, generating a thunderous boom as it connected. Boom. Yet, Velris countered with the Navy's 6th style, Paper Drawing. This technique proved to be the most effective means of evading physical assaults. He became as light as paper, drifting in the wind and effortlessly dissipating the majority of her force. In dodging her kick, Velris initiated his nefarious tactics. His wicked claws aimed directly at the tattoo on Gion's thigh. Damn it. Gion was taken aback by Velris's audacity, and she resolved to hold nothing back. Unleashing her ultimate technique, swordsmanship, peach blossom, smoke severing. A stream of pink sword energy, strange and cunning in its trajectory, surged towards Velris's throat. To save herself from the impending doom, she could hardly believe that Velris, in a desperate bid for survival, would dare to touch her thigh. But she did not anticipate. Nor did anyone else. Velris indeed did not use his flash, brazenly touching the tattoo on Shigeyama's thigh. Truly, he is a paragon among us. He even dares to touch the inspector's rear. Haha. Lord Velris is magnificent. But wait. Lord Velris is in peril. Stay calm, rookie. Lord Velris shall not falter. Watch closely. He will undoubtedly prevail. Damn that scoundrel. Suddenly taken advantage of, Shigeyama's anger surged, her fair face flushed with embarrassment. Thus, she no longer held back, unleashing the fierce sword techniques reserved for confronting pirates. As the two engaged with genuine fervor, the surrounding Navy personnel grew increasingly tense, while the surviving pirates felt a heightened sense of dread. Who in the East Sea is unaware of Velris's temperament? Should he lose and be in a foul mood, they would all meet their demise today. Yet, ironically, what one fears often comes to pass. Shigeyama feigned a strike and initiated the 6 styles, executing the finger pistol followed by a swift, lethal slash aimed directly at Velris's throat, the blade moving with the speed of thunder. Whoosh. As the pink blade approached, Velris maintained his composure, a cold smile gracing his lips as a dark mark appeared on his neck. Clang. The pink blade collided with the black mark, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. This black mark was, of course, the power of armament hockey. It can be affixed to the surface of the body for defense or to one's fist for offense, capable of inflicting damage upon Logia users. However, that was not sufficient. For while he possessed hockey, it was rather weak. Fortunately, he also wielded the power of a fruit. Having mastered the highest level of iron block, which allows movement, he was perfectly equipped to counter this assault. Virus, you despicable scoundrel. Shigeyama shouted in fury, returning to her frenzied onslaught. Upon witnessing Virus employing armament hockey, surpassing her in agility, her anger soared even higher. At that moment, she realized that Virus's earlier words were nothing but deception, deliberately coaxing her into lowering her guard. With his strength, he need not resort to such vile tactics to subdue her. Yet, this rogue had the audacity to utter those words. Not only did he take advantage of her, but he also silenced her, leaving her speechless. Scoundrel, scamp, cretin, virus. You despicable naval scoundrel, I shall ensure your demise. With each strike, Ziyuan's anger intensified, her blade slicing through the air with increasing fervor, yet her technique grew increasingly erratic, expending considerable energy in the process. Observing her frenzied assault, Virus refrained from seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Instead, he fluidly evaded her strikes, appearing as though he was merely striving to keep up. As Ziyuan's grip on her weapon began to tremble, a clear sign of her waning strength, he deftly sidestepped several meters away, taking a deep drag from his snow-white cigar. Its glowing ember quickly diminished. Exhaling a plume of smoke that curled like a dragon, Virus finally spoke. Truly, you are the prodigious Miss Ziyuan from headquarters. In the realm of swordsmanship, I, Virus, must admit my inferiority. Humph. Ziyuan, realizing she could not best Virus, shot him an enraged glare. With a flourish of her ample naval cloak, her silver teeth clenched in fury, she turned away. Yet, at that very moment, a small, earthy figure hurtled through the air like a cannonball, hurtling directly towards Virus. Virus, you shall pay for this. Is that you, General Kaji? Naturally. Valus had long since discerned the encroachment of the Commodore, yet he found himself confronted by the sudden onslaught of this rear admiral. Valur remained utterly unyielding. Employing the Navy Type 6, a technique designed to rapidly enhance his defensive capabilities for a brief period. As he allowed Major Kaki's ferocious punch to land squarely upon his abdominal muscles, he nonchalantly puffed on his cigar and remarked, Major Kaki, it seems your fist lacks the fortitude of your words. Shall I arrange a banquet for you? Perhaps after a hearty meal, we can resume our sparring? Damn it. Do you truly believe that iron block can withstand my blows? Kaki seethed, his teeth gritted in frustration. A relentless barrage of fists, like a torrential downpour, rained down upon Valur's abdomen. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for three things in life: those who were more handsome than he, those who questioned his prowess, and those who dared to grow close to Gion. This scoundrel. Not only did he gaze at Gion's ample bosom, but he also dared to caress her smooth, fair, and exquisitely long thighs. Unforgivable. I must eliminate you, Valus. The thigh of Shigeyama shall be protected by me. Bang, 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 clap, 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 beep, beep, beep. The more Kaki contemplated, the more infuriated and impatient he became, his fists moving with increasing speed yet causing diminishing damage. Damn it. You have forced my hand. Kaki glanced up at Valus, only to find him casually smoking, his expression unfazed. Instantly, blood vessels erupted in his eyes, akin to an ancient beast provoked into fury. How dare you underestimate me, Kaki? Perish. Kaki's fists morphed into fearsome claws, enveloped in an ominous black aura. As he summoned every ounce of his strength to strike, boom. The sound of the explosion resonated, transforming Kaki's previously lewd expression into one of grotesque savagery. No. Realizing that Valus' power still surpassed his own, Kaki, a master of close combat, felt an ominous premonition as he unleashed his lethal move at such close quarters. Yet, as he executed this attack, he noticed Valus remained unguarded, and suddenly, his fist altered its trajectory. In an instant, it was aimed directly at Valus' groin. Heh. A wicked grin spread across Kaki's face. Perish. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Valus pressed his face against the ground, forcefully smashing it into the earth. With a thunderous crash, a terrifying web of cracks erupted within a 30-meter radius, centered around the overturned figure of Major General Kaji. The naval prodigy, a prospective future admiral, renowned far and wide, succumbed in less than 15 seconds of combat, defeated, lying on his back. Enough. Cease your assault. Gion, witnessing Kaji's dismal state, sheathed his golden blade and approached Valus with an indifferent demeanor. We shall depart from the East Sea tomorrow. Your examination is concluded. Thank you. Virus released the grip on Kaki's head and cast a glance at the ample chest of Miss Gion. You must grace us with your presence at tonight's welcome banquet. I have no time, Gion coldly replied, seizing Kaki by the collar of his suit and dragging him away, as though he were a lifeless dog. However, as she turned away, the surrounding sailors erupted in jubilant cheers. Long live Lord Virus. Congratulations, Lord Virus, on successfully assuming the position of East Sea Admiral. What a farce the Naval Headquarters Brigadier General is. Before our Lord, he is but a pile of refuse. Lord Virus is magnificent. Lord Virus is invincible. Haha. We must drink heartily tonight. Captain Monka. Hearing the cheers from his subordinates, Virus smiled, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. Yes, my Lord Virus. Monka, a young man with short golden hair and a future reputation as the steel-mouthed axe-emperor, saluted Virus with utmost reverence. Arrange the guard duty for tonight. Let the other brothers enjoy themselves. and the entire bill shall be on the delightful Miss Domino. Yes, my lord Virus. Monka swallowed with excitement, while the surrounding sailors enthusiastically shouted their cheers. Yet Gion, dragging Kaki away from the port, furrowed her brow even tighter upon hearing their raucous celebration. A few minutes later, Gion tossed Kaki into the infirmary, picked up the pink telephone, and contacted Fleet Admiral Sengoku. As soon as the call connected, the charming pink snail transformed into a rather lewd visage. Stop it, stop it. Sengoku, what is the matter? Has little Gion encountered trouble? The review has concluded, and we shall return to Marineford tomorrow. Gion's tone revealed her annoyance, yet Sengoku seemed oblivious. Oh, it seems this Virus lad is quite capable. He has made progress rather swiftly. Ahem, he has done well. However, Gion, preoccupied with her thoughts, did not heed Sengoku's indiscreet comments. After conversing with Virus, her unwavering belief in pure justice began to waver ever so slightly. Sengoku, do you consider a Navy man like Virus to be a good Navy officer? Well, Sengoku finally seemed to catch the shift in Gion's mood, his tone turning somber and warm. Gion, do you believe the Navy's justice can extend to every corner of this world? Gion responded promptly, no. Sengoku continued, then do you know why Virus, despite his greed, lust, bloodthirst, power grabs, nepotism, and even factionalism, has not been dealt with by the naval headquarters? Gion replied, I know a bit. Sengoku prompted, go on. Gion explained, because he has meritorious achievements and has brought peace to the East Sea. Sengoku affirmed, you're correct, but only partially. Gion inquired, what else? Sengoku elaborated. He is a man of principles, a Navy officer who believes in relative justice. Gion questioned, principles? Relative justice? Sengoku elaborated, this time, sending you to the East Sea is not merely to review Virus, it is also a trial for you and Kaki. You both joined the Navy at a young age. And while you are both extraordinarily talented in combat, you have seldom executed missions and are largely ignorant of the grassroots realities. Therefore, take the opportunity to explore the East Sea streets and observe the lower-ranking sailors. Perhaps consult with Garp and Kazan. I believe you will find your answers. Gion replied, understood. I will do so. Thank you, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku added, by the way, there is one more thing I must remind you. What is it? That rascal Virus is quite adept at charming young ladies. It would be wise to keep your distance and not fall for his tricks. Huh? Upon hearing this, Gion was taken aback. However, the Fleet Admiral's phone had already been disconnected. In Marineford, Sengoku mused, TSK, that scoundrel Virus managed to win over Gion so quickly. His mood inexplicably lifted. Ever since the death of his adopted son, Dakihote Razananti, he had sought the silent fruit to collect it. Upon learning that Sailor Virus had consumed it, the then Admiral had taken a keen interest in him. Virus did not disappoint and soon showcased remarkable talent in the East Sea. In fact, during a visit to the East Sea, Sengoku had made a point to observe Virus. Seeing the young man's handsome features reminded Sengoku of Razananti and stirred a hint of transference within him. Yet, adhering to his professional ethics, he had refrained from offering Virus any undue advantages. Now that the lad had passed the review, Sengoku finally had the opportunity to converse with him. Thus, the typically composed Fleet Admiral took a rare deep breath, his expression complex, and picked up the phone. However, before he could dial Virus's number, the call from his closest former comrade, Vice Admiral Tsuru, interrupted him. Hello, little Tsuru. Is there something urgent? Trouble in the North Sea. What happened? The four nations of the North Sea have clashed again. Germa 66 has seized the opportunity to abduct a large number of people. And there are reports of that rascal Dragos being sighted there. Additionally, North Sea Admiral Miles has been assassinated, and I suspect this is likely connected to the Don Quixote family. We must immediately dispatch troops to suppress this and appoint a capable new North Sea Admiral. Is that so? Hearing Dragos' name made Sengoku frown with a headache. Today, the only person in the Navy capable of keeping Dragos in check is that old rascal Garp. Even he, along with the new Admirals Akaina Sakazuki and Kazara Borsellino, would likely struggle against Dragos. Moreover, even if they could defeat him, capturing him would be exceedingly difficult. Therefore, Sengoku held little hope for quelling the chaos among the four nations, resigning himself to cleaning up the aftermath. However, regarding the new North Sea Admiral, Sengoku pondered for a moment, suddenly struck with inspiration. He opened the drawer at his feet, retrieving a file he had perused countless times. Little Tsuru. I have already decided on a candidate for the North Sea Admiral. Placing Virus's file before him, Sengoku adjusted his round glasses. So soon? Tsuru's voice reflected her surprise, but she quickly grasped the implications. Are you referring to that lad? Indeed, aside from him, I can scarcely think of anyone more suitable. That is indeed valid. But what about his strength? Isn't Kaki and Gion there as well? They can first assist in stabilizing the situation. Additionally, Xiaohe, it seems you have not contacted Don Quixote Doflamingo for quite some time, have you? I have no objections on my end. But it appears that Caesar Virus may not be so easily content. You need not worry about that. I shall persuade him. Very well. I will also reach out to Kaji and Gion. However, do you have a candidate for the new Admiral of the East Sea? At this, Sengoku hesitated briefly before responding. I believe Smoker would be an excellent choice. It would provide him an opportunity for development. That is agreeable. I shall proceed with the appointment formalities. He is stationed at Reverse Mountain, and it will not take long to reach Lobe Town. Admiral, he was quite satisfied with this selection, but her tone suddenly shifted. Sengoku, I have just received a piece of news regarding Virus's appointment, and I believe we should reconsider. Oh? What news? Sengoku furrowed his brow upon hearing his words. Admiral, he continued, a telegram just arrived from Gion. East Sea Navy's acting Admiral Caesar Virus not only easily defeated her in Kaji, but also killed the notorious pirate known as the Evil Daughter, the Moonlight Hunter. With a bounty of 120 million berries, his strength is at least on par with that of a rear admiral. What? Sengoku's eyes widened in shock, his mind reeling. Currently, there are not more than 100 pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million berries across the seas. The highest bounty belongs to Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, at 2,300,000,000. The other 3 emperors have bounties of Kaido at 1,532,000,000 berries, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin at 1,240,000,000, and Wang Ji at 470 million. The strength of pirates with bounties over 100 million is indeed formidable. Furthermore, not to mention these pirates, even among the talents of Gion and Kaji, there are no more than a handful of rear admirals in the headquarters who could confidently surpass them. In fact, some elderly majors are not even their match. Could it be that Virus has been concealing his true capabilities? Is he aiming to use the East Sea as his base to develop the East Sea Navy into his private army, thus fulfilling his own ambitions? Sengoku's thoughts grew increasingly convoluted and chaotic. However, Admiral, he soon proposed a course of action. Sengoku, why don't we proceed as follows? Let us temporarily assign him to quell the disturbances in the North Sea and observe his every move before making further decisions. If any significant issues arise, we can recall him to headquarters for a promotion. The current state of the 4 seas is in disarray, and the so-called 4 emperors have formed an alliance to occupy the latter half of the Grand Line. Virus is indeed a rare talent, a high-level combat force that should not be squandered lightly. Placing him under our command would facilitate better control and prevent him from straying onto a misguided path. If his issues are not as grave as anticipated, we can allow him to remain in the North Sea, utilizing him to keep Germo 66, Don Quixote, and those mafia families in check. The outcome cannot possibly be worse. At the very least, a stable North Sea is not a trivial matter. Moreover, we might even allow me a moment to consider. I acknowledge that Xiaohe's perspective holds merit, yet Sengoku feels an inexplicable unease. In the naval medical room, the despicable Virus dares to strike my pride. Does he not realize I rely on my appearance for sustenance? The recently awakened lecherous man, Kakiji, bellowed in front of the beautiful nurse. However, upon hearing Kakiji's disparaging remarks about Virus, the young and attractive nurse's expression turned icy, and she forcefully slapped a piece of alcohol-soaked gauze onto Kakiji's face. The sharp sound echoed, followed by a disdainful huff, before she indignantly turned away. Ouch! You! Kakiji, momentarily dazed by the slap, was not inherently ill-natured and would not stoop to quarrel with a mere nurse. His character was merely competitive, and the mounting tension surrounding Gion, compounded by the rumors regarding Virus, fueled his intense animosity towards him. Gion? After receiving a slap, Kakiji rubbed his already unattractive face and suddenly noticed Gion standing by the window, her eyes brimming with tears. Well, Gion indeed. She truly has feelings for me. Otherwise, she would silently guard me. I knew that if I persisted, she would eventually be moved. It seems my 88th proposal may very well succeed. Gion, marry me. What? Gion, who had been peering outside, turned around with her beautiful brows furrowed. Kakiji, what did you just say? Gion, I love you. Upon seeing Gion's exquisite face, Kakiji's tear-filled eyes instantly transformed into 2 red hearts. With a lecherous demeanor, he knelt on one knee, producing an oversized diamond ring. Marry me. Get lost. Before he could finish his sentence, Gion's golden scabbard struck his nose. Bang. Following that, she forcefully slammed him against the wall. Duong. The pristine white wall was instantly breached, leaving a silhouette of someone less than 5 meters tall. Dare to disgust me again, and I shall end you. With that fierce remark, Gion hastily exited, visibly irritated. Yet, as fortune would have it, shortly after stepping outside, a gentle rain began to fall, and dark clouds gathered ominously. Gion was compelled to seek refuge in a nearby tavern, ordering a large mug of beer. Her beauty, coupled with the justice emblazoned on her white cloak, naturally drew the attention of all present. However, the ECS law enforcement was no idle matter, particularly in Rog Town, where the significance of her attire was well understood. Thus, no one approached her unwisely. Instead, groups of 3 or 5 engaged in casual conversation. Have you heard? The recent rape case has been solved. The perpetrator was that female pervert, the Moonlight Hunter. These damn pirates. Sister Dora was such a good person. Damn. Thank goodness for Lord Virus. That scoundrel Roger. Even in death, he remains restless. If not for him, the world would not be in such chaos. Thank goodness we have Lord Virus in the East Sea. When I was in the North Sea, I wouldn't even dare to step outside at night, let alone visit a tavern. Listening to their discussions, Gion's thoughts grew increasingly tumultuous. She recalled Virus' reputation within the Navy. The records of his achievements and failures, Sengoku's remarks, and Virus' infuriatingly handsome yet detestable face. This scoundrel. Reflecting on the events of the day, Gion could not help but murmur softly, raising her glass for a hearty drink. Gulp, 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 just as the refreshing beer slid down her throat. A small plump child approached her. Gazing at the justice emblazoned on her white cloak, the child grinned innocently. Sister, are you a Navy officer? Indeed, with a kind heart. Gion looked at him tenderly and asked, do you need help with something? I want to become a Navy officer. The little boy exclaimed, raising his fist enthusiastically, his eyes shining brightly. Oh? Hearing the child's aspiration, Gion's expression brightened even further. Since Roger the Pirate King's declaration before his demise, she had not heard such words in a long time. Instead, she often heard countless naive children and commoners proclaiming, I want to be a free pirate. I seek the treasure of the sea, the One Piece. My dream is to be a man like the Pirate King. Thus, more and more individuals set sail under the banners of freedom and dreams, committing unspeakable atrocities upon the seas. Consequently, Gion felt a wave of emotion and warmth at the child's words. Her curiosity piqued. Little one, why do you wish to become a Navy officer? Is it because the Navy helped you? Yes, yes. My entire family was saved by Lord Virus. The little boy nodded vigorously, raising his tiny fist once more. So I too shall become a Navy officer to protect everyone, just like Lord Virus, a hero. Just then, a thunderous clap echoed outside, and the rain intensified. In an instant, Gion recalled the scene she had just witnessed, that man's unrestrained gaze, the words he uttered, the shocking scars upon his body, and the cold ruthlessness during the slaughter of pirates. Moreover, in the torrential rain, he trained tirelessly. At that moment, the tarnished image of Virus as a naval disgrace began to blur in her heart. Virus, a hero in the eyes of the common folk? Gion's beautiful almond-shaped eyes narrowed as she reached out to pat the little boy's head, and her phone began to vibrate once more. This time, it was a call from Admiral Crane, discussing the topic of Virus. East Sea, Rog Town, Naval Base. Clatter, clatter, clatter. In the midst of a fierce discussion between Gion and Vice Admiral Tsuru, Virus had just concluded a gratifying slaughter, only to be met by an intensifying downpour. Despite the oppressive skies and torrential rain, Virus remained steadfast at the harbor. 1905, 1905, 1907. Amidst the relentless deluge. On a training ground littered with the corpses of pirates, he silently counted as he performed push-ups. His breathing was steady, and his gaze resolute, as if the icy raindrops were mere whispers upon his skin. For 3 years, whenever he was not engaged in naval combat, he had diligently trained without fail. From the initial trembling attempts at a few dozen push-ups to later executing hundreds and even thousands, drenched in sweat, his training regimen had progressively intensified, bolstering his strength. Presently, he undertook at least 10,000 push-ups, 10,000 punches against iron, and ran 100 kilometers with weights daily. This was the utmost limit his body could achieve without injury. Furthermore, he subjected himself to additional strain in the basement, shackled with heavy iron, relentlessly exhausting both his physical and mental fortitude. He understood that he was no prodigy. His only recourse was to rely on hard work to compensate for his shortcomings and to invest heavily in enhancing his abilities. He maintained a clear perception of his own strength. His recent victory over Kaki was merely due to Kaki having just emerged from the sea, lacking his full prowess. As for Gion, she had been thrown into disarray. Should this woman fully commit to the fight and engage him in a battle of attrition without employing more underhanded tactics, he knew he would not prevail against her. Even in this vast ocean, she could only be considered an ordinary genius. In this world, there were countless individuals stronger than him, an abundance of formidable beings. Take, for instance, the iron-fisted Carp, the unparalleled swordsman Mihawk, the awe-inspiring Shanks, the most destructive Whitebeard, or Big Mom, who wielded the soul fruit and possessed iron balloons. Each individual's strength was unique, yet they shared a commonality, a robust physique or an illustrious lineage. Whether from the Buccaneer clan, the D clan, or some rare race, he belonged to none of these. He was merely an ordinary man. After 3 years of frenzied training and life-or-death struggles, coupled with his extravagant investments in cultivation, he was merely at the level of a commodore, and not even at the pinnacle of that rank. This was precisely why Virus yearned for the physique of giants. A strong body was of paramount importance. Utilizing the 6 powers required stamina. Wielding formidable swordsmanship demanded endurance, employing hockey, armament, observation, and conquerors necessitated substantial physical strength. Others possessed bodies like reservoirs, where using skills was akin to pouring a bucket of water, with the ability to quickly replenish. His body was akin to a mere basin. Pouring a bucket of water would leave him flat on his back, often incapacitated for 3 days. This staggering disparity was something Virus could neither accept nor tolerate. In his past life, he had never been afforded a chance. In this life, he had arrived in a world where strength reigned supreme. He would not remain an ordinary individual. Even if it meant exhausting himself to the brink, he would rise above the rest. He would savor the finest meats, drink the finest wines, and associate with the most exquisite companions. No retreat, no surrender. Lord Virus, the fleet Admiral Sengoku, is on the line. Valus had just completed 957 push-ups when Domino approached him, holding an umbrella. "Connect me," he commanded. Domino, with her snow-white legs, knelt on one knee, cradling the phone bug and directing it towards Valus. The moment the connection was established, the phone bug transformed into a visage of authority reminiscent of a warring states general. "Congratulations, Colonel Valus. The headquarters has approved your review and bonus. Effective immediately, you are officially promoted to Navy Captain, leading the 517th base in the North Sea." However, before he could finish his statement, Valus interjected with a voice as cold as ice. "General Warring States, are you attempting to force me to abandon the Navy?" Upon hearing Valus's frigid tone, General Warring States, while not enraged, furrowed his brow. A true leader would never tolerate such insolence from a subordinate. Thus, he retorted with equal severity, "Valus, do you comprehend the consequences of uttering such words? The worst outcome is merely being sent to impel down, is it not? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted." The tone of Virus was laced with subtle mockery. "If you had perused my profile, you would understand that I harbor no fondness for pirates. Therefore, I shall merely adopt another approach to enact my own sense of justice. You must engage with CP." Sengoku's eyelids suddenly twitched, and he was instantly reminded of this entity, an intelligence organization that, much to the chagrin of both him and Admiral Kong, was overseen by the Gorosei and the Celestial Dragons, holding a rank even above that of the Navy. If that were the case, it would indeed pose a significant dilemma. With CP backing him, it would be utterly impossible to send Virus to impel down. Furthermore, considering Virus's vengeful nature, coupled with his astuteness and political acumen, once he became affiliated with such an organization, one that seeks results by any means necessary, he would truly be free to soar as he pleased. As Virus ascended to a position of power, the Navy would undoubtedly find themselves in his crosshairs. It was a perplexing predicament. Sengoku gazed at the din mushy before him, momentarily engulfed in silence. On the other end of the line, Virus remained quiet, continuing his push-ups. After completing 2,000, he placed his left hand behind his back. He would alternate hands every 1,000 push-ups, continuing until he reached a total of 4,000. Following that, he would engage in various styles of push-ups to strengthen his entire physique. The torrential rain in the east blue intensified, and the waves grew increasingly tumultuous. Yet, Virus persisted tirelessly in his physical training, awaiting Sengoku's response. With a crack, after another 500 push-ups, a flash of white lightning suddenly split the darkness, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. Boom. In the aftermath of the thunder, Sengoku's half-closed eyes opened fully, and he spoke. The appointment of the North Sea Admiral had been issued and could not be altered. "Virus, state your conditions. I have 3 demands." Virus momentarily paused his push-ups and began to speak slowly into the transponder snail. "Firstly, I wish to take Domino with me, appointing her as my deputy and vice commander of the base. This request poses no issue." He continued, "Secondly, I desire Lieutenant Monka to be the commander of the East Sea base. That is impossible. Monka's qualifications at most allow him to serve as a deputy." Upon hearing this outrageous proposal, Sengoku immediately dismissed it, yet his words faltered midway. "You cunning little rascal, trying to play this game with me." Sengoku had realized the ruse. Recognizing that he had fallen into Virus's trap, the young man had first presented a reasonable request, one that was difficult to refuse, only to follow it with an utterly implausible condition, subsequently retreating to a more acceptable demand. "What does the esteemed admiral think?" Virus retorted, unperturbed by Sengoku's discernment. "Fine." A mere position of deputy commander was not of great concern to Sengoku. Across the seas, their responsibilities primarily lay with the coastal nations and major trade routes. The inland countries had their own armies and military forces to manage. What truly troubled him was the Grand Line, the real theater of conflict. Since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, the new generation of pirate supernovas had grown increasingly audacious in the first half of the Grand Line. In the latter half, the seasoned powers, former members of the Rocks Pirates, such as Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and Wang Zhi, had become even more rampant. Now, they had conspired together, forming what was known as the Yonko Alliance. Should the Navy dare to strike, they would retaliate in unison, leaving the Navy humiliated in the latter half of the Grand Line. Thus, the Navy found itself in a passive situation, desperately in need of talent and elite combat power. This was the very reason Sengoku was willing to accommodate Virus. He had made up his mind. As long as Virus stabilized the situation in the North Sea, he would be promptly promoted to Rear Admiral, remaining under Sengoku's watchful eye in Marineford. "Thank you for your generosity, Admiral." With a clear response in hand, Virus offered a token of praise. Yet, Sengoku, narrowing his eyes, continued, "However, regarding the third condition, you would do well not to propose anything excessive." "Of course." Virus responded candidly, clarifying that the CP is merely a contingency for him. At present, he harbors no intentions of abandoning the Navy. On one hand, the CP functions solely as an intelligence agency, its organizational structure having long since solidified, making the pursuit of profit a rather arduous endeavor. On the other hand, He refuses to engage in the distasteful dealings favored by the celestial dragons and the Gorisii. Though labeled as a contemptible and unscrupulous rogue of the Navy, he maintains his own moral boundaries, refusing to descend into the realm of scum. Furthermore, the resources in the East Sea have dwindled, reaching a precarious equilibrium. Hence, to amass greater wealth, a change of location is imperative. Given his current capabilities, venturing into the Grand Line would be far from advantageous. The tumultuous yet affluent North Sea presents itself as the optimal choice. Admiral, my third condition is rather simple. I request that Gion and Kaki serve as my aides for a year. Oh? Upon hearing this, Sengoku's eyes narrowed into slits. Is the Admiral reluctant? Virus stretched his neck slightly as he stood, noticing Monka sprinting in his direction. I concur, Sengoku uttered softly after a moment of contemplation, considering myriad possibilities. However, he quickly added a caveat before terminating the call. Virus, you would do well to disregard any designs you may have for Gion, lest Vice Admiral Tsuru unleash her ire upon you. Hearing Sengoku's abrupt words, Virus furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. The way he phrases that, it's as if I were some unscrupulous cat. Domino, with her mature visage and cascading golden waves, erupted in laughter upon hearing Virus's remark. You woman. With a subtle smile gracing the corners of his lips, Virus cast a sidelong glance at her. Domino, with her enchanting allure, narrowed her eyes at him, her gaze brimming with captivating allure. However, just as their silent exchange was unfolding, Captain Monka approached them. Lord Varys, I bear 2 pieces of unfortunate news. Upon hearing that there were 2 pieces of bad news, Varys's brow slightly furrowed. Regarding the devil fruit you mentioned, we did not locate it aboard the ship of the notorious woman. Furthermore, Lieutenant Drew from the 147th Division has sent a distress signal. The fleet of Baijite Kluo has appeared in the kingdom of Goa. The mention of Kluo, that cunning black cat, shifted Varys's expression to one of intrigue. Since we are departing from the East Sea, we might as well bid everyone a proper farewell. As for that fruit, it was initially intended for you. I shall attend to it when I find the time. Wait, Lord Varys, are you truly leaving the East Sea? Upon hearing Varys's words, the loyal naval officer Monka stood in shock, his mouth agape, his body trembling slightly. Indeed, Monka. Varys stepped under Domino's umbrella and gently patted Monka's shoulder. From today onward, I shall officially assume the role of base commander of the North Sea's 517th Division, leading the North Sea Admiral. Soon, personnel from headquarters will arrive to take over. Damn it, how could those officials at headquarters treat you this way? Monka's face, etched with determination, quivered with anger. The peace of the East Sea was established by your own efforts. Why should those scoundrels at headquarters reap the rewards? Do not worry. Varys smiled at the loyal Monka, casually retrieving a pack of cigarettes from Domino's waist. What belongs to us cannot be taken away by anyone. What do you mean? Monka initially seemed perplexed, but as he observed Varys calmly extract a cigarette, a glimmer of understanding illuminated his gaze. He spoke in a tone laced with foreboding. Shall we eliminate him on his way here? Certainly not, Varys replied with a chuckle, shaking his head at the simplistic and brutal suggestion. Once the new naval base commander arrives, there is but one task you need to accomplish. What task? Monka's bloodshot eyes narrowed with intrigue. First, you must offer him up. Valus held a cigarette between his lips, while Domino produced a lighter to ignite it. Should we first offer him up? Monka inquired, tilting his head in perplexity, his face a picture of confusion. Indeed, Varys inhaled deeply from his cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke that resembled a dragon's breath. First, we'll venerate it, and then employ it as a hound to bite our adversaries. Tap, tap, tap. Moments later, a signal of 2 short and 1 long blast resonated throughout the naval base. Hundreds of robust and spirited Marines swiftly donned their gear, shouldering rifles and strapping on cutlasses as they assembled in the drill ground. Undeterred by the torrential downpour, their gazes remained resolute, devoid of complaint. Upon hearing the signal, Gion promptly returned, utilizing both moonwalk and shave techniques. Observing the troops' disciplined formation and fierce countenances, Gion found it hard to believe they were merely East Blue Marines. In that instant, she felt as though she had been transported back to the Marine headquarters. No, it was different. Though their individual strength might not match that of the headquarters soldiers, their aura of grim determination far surpassed it. Given equal strength and armaments, she was certain that these Marines could easily tear apart their headquarters counterparts, for she detected a sin of bloodlust emanating from them. At that moment, they were a pack of vicious wolves yearning to be unleashed, and the bare-chested man standing in the rain was the alpha, capable of driving them into a bloodthirsty frenzy. Move out. Surveying the elite corps he had meticulously selected, Varys smiled with satisfaction. Each tall and imposing figure, upon hearing the command, strode forward with agile steps, like silent iron towers advancing through the rain-soaked landscape. Witnessing this spectacle, Gion landed before Varys, her gaze now filled with curiosity rather than animosity. Varys, where are you headed? To fight my final battle in the East Blue, he replied, to capture a cunning little cat. A sinister smile played at the corners of Valus' lips as his gaze fell once more upon the peach rabbit of Gion. Miss Gion, I have an immature little suggestion that I am uncertain whether to voice. What suggestion? As she regarded Valus' mischievous eyes, Gion, who had recently begun to view him more favorably, felt a resurgence of anger within her heart. You see, the rain is quite heavy. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Virus burst into raucous laughter, leaping several meters away with a deft movement. 10 minutes later, the torrential rain persisted. The raindrops pelting against the deck with a cacophony. The flagship of the Eastern Sea Admiral departed from the naval port, and all the coastal inhabitants retreated into the ship's cabin, leaving Virus alone upon the deck. Thud, 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 unencumbered by any protection. He relentlessly struck the solid iron block with his fists. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The speed of Virus's punches increased rapidly, and his fists grew heavier with each strike. Soon, the solid iron block bore countless imprints of his punches, layered with the marks of his vest. In the lookout room, Miss Gion pondered. Do you find Virus to be quite handsome? Just then, a woman with golden hair and an alluring figure, Domino, appeared behind her. I do not comprehend what you are implying, Gion replied, crossing her arms over her ample bosom and slightly turning her face aside to conceal her gaze from Domino. Hey! Domino exclaimed with a playful laugh, perching herself on a rocking chair with an inviting posture. Many women, upon first encountering Virus, deemed him a scoundrel, a rogue, a despicable man. However, after deeper understanding, one would come to realize. Realize what? Gion interjected, her expression hardening as she turned to face Domino. Hey! Domino swayed her alluring figure, crossing her legs in a seductive manner. Indeed, he is a scoundrel and a rogue, yet. Can you not speak without pausing for breath? Gion said, her irritation rising as she narrowed her eyes and clenched her fists. Haha. Observing Gion's reaction, Domino appeared unfazed, her smile growing more pronounced. Yet, despite being a rogue, he treats women rather well, and, be silent. I do not wish to hear any more. Realizing Domino was deliberately provoking her, Gion's hand instinctively moved towards the hilt of her weapon. But Domino seemed resolute in her intent to incite Gion further. His prowess in bed far exceeds that outside of it. Vile woman. Gion finally succumbed to the relentless provocations and, filled with rage, drew her weapon. Yet, before her blade could reach its target, Domino transformed into a cloud of white mist, vanishing within the lookout room. Smoky fruit. This woman is also a wielder of powers. Gion gasped, startled by her failed strike. Devil fruits are regarded as treasures of the sea. Even the least expensive zoantype commands a price of over 100 million berries. Consuming one grants not only peculiar abilities, but also enhances one's physical prowess. Domino's natural abilities, though lacking in offensive power, could easily multiply in value. The potential of a natural type is unrivaled. If one masters the art of elementalization, they can become immune to physical attacks. Additionally, they possess stealthy attack methods, exceptional survival capabilities, and in many cases, the ability to fly. Thus, any natural type who joins the Navy receives significant privileges, often being granted direct entry into the naval headquarters. And if their qualifications are sound, they may attain the rank of major. With further training, they are likely to achieve at least the rank of rear admiral. Yet, it is perplexing that such a capable individual would willingly serve a rogue like Virus. What could this woman be thinking? Gion's mind raced, only to be interrupted by a piece of information that resurfaced. Virus and Domino frequently vanished together. Could they possibly share that kind of relationship? Damn it. Gion's eyes flared with indignation, and her face flushed with embarrassment as the notion took root. Just then, Domino's voice drifted back into her thoughts. That guy Virus has a penchant for cold, powerful women. I hope you can endure a bit longer, dear Gion. Vile woman. Gion's cheeks burned with embarrassment, her emotions swirling chaotically as her heart raced. Just as she struggled to regain her composure, she sensed a troubling shift in the atmosphere. Something is amiss. The sound of Virus's punches had vanished. Where had he gone? Cheyenne's gaze immediately drifted towards the deck. Indeed, Virus was nowhere to be found. Where could that scoundrel have gone? Cheyenne sensed that something was amiss. However, amidst the raging storm at sea, even if she wished to search for Virus, it was impossible. Damn it, you pair of wretches, just wait for me. Realizing she had been deceived, Cheyenne, fuming, left the lookout room. She scoured the entire ship for Domino, even inspecting the soldiers' showers. Ultimately, there was but one place left unchecked, the bedroom of Virus. Bang! Recalling Domino's previous expression, Cheyenne hesitated momentarily before kicking the door open. Yet, there was no sign of Domino. The room was exceptionally clean and tidy. The only incongruous items were a pair of sea stone handcuffs and a pure black leather whip. Ugh, that wretched pair. The sight of these items immediately conjured up blush-inducing thoughts. TSK, Miss Cheyenne. Are you already unable to resist wanting to force yourself upon Lord Virus? Just as Cheyenne's face flushed with embarrassment, Domino's infuriatingly seductive voice floated in once more. Wretched woman. Cheyenne retaliated fiercely with a swift strike. Such brutality. Domino smirked playfully, her form dissipating as she turned to flee. But Cheyenne was resolute, brandishing her blade and pursuing Domino to the stern of the ship. The torrential rain transformed into a gentle drizzle, and the two stunning women, each voluptuous yet distinctly different in temperament, confronted each other amidst the curtain of rain. Where had that scoundrel virus gone? A glint of cold light shone in Cheyenne's eyes. And her renowned blade, Kenpyra, momentarily transformed into a black sword, enveloped by the effects of haki. Indeed, women are often contradictory. At her words, Domino smiled ambiguously before swiftly leaping beyond the deck's confines. Nowhere to escape. Cheyenne executed a moonwalk, launching a flying slash. Pink crossgale. Two intersecting beams of pink sword light sliced toward Domino's rear. Yet, this was merely a feint. The massive cross-shaped sword energy was released with the expectation that Domino would evade. Anticipating Domino's position, Cheyenne swiftly maneuvered through the air using the 6 styles of shaving. In an instant, she appeared above Domino. Sword technique. Sword shadow thrust. A flurry of blade shadows pierced through the white mist, dispersing much of it. Naturally, a user of a Logia-type devil fruit has a limited time for elementalization. It requires a substantial expenditure of stamina. Aside from certain anomalies, it is impossible to maintain indefinitely. This was her tactic, one commonly employed against Logia users. Unfortunately, Domino had no intention of engaging in a fight. Facing Cheyenne's desperate assault, she merely smirked, reminiscent of the indifference of an old yellow monkey. How frightening, Miss Cheyenne. Given how much you miss Lord Virus, I shall reveal his location to you. Humph. Upon hearing the woman speak, Cheyenne enveloped her left fist in haki. However, just as she prepared to strike, Domino extended a finger, pointing beneath her skirt. It was only then that she noticed an iron chain tethered to the ship's stern, the other end binding Virus as he dangled above the sea. Splash. Virus. That lunatic. Watching the dark ocean drag him along, leaving a long white trail, Cheyenne felt her scalp tingle in shock. As a devil fruit user herself, she understood the horror of being submerged in water, as if one's very soul were being drawn away by Satan, rendering one utterly weak and listless. Each second became an immense torment for both body and mind. And that scoundrel Virus, not only was he submerged in the sea, but he was also clutching the chain himself. Should he accidentally let go, he would plunge entirely into the depths, leaving them no time for rescue. The only possible outcome would be death. Ha! Hearing Cheyenne curse, Domino laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased with Cheyenne's reaction. Miss Cheyenne, do you not find Lord Virus to be quite the eccentric, increasingly mad, yet all the more alluring? A pair of lunatics. Realizing she had misunderstood Virus and Domino, a flicker of guilt rose within Cheyenne's heart. Yet, she did not allow it to manifest in her words. Silently, she sheathed her blade and returned to the deck, leaving Domino with a warning. Woman, do not challenge my limits again. Otherwise, next time, I shall surely sever your head. TSK, how terrifying, Miss Cheyenne. Domino watched Cheyenne's dainty retreating figure, her curvaceous silhouette enticing. She licked her enticing red lips, pondering, surely, he must taste exquisite. My Lord Virus? Of course. The weak voice of Virus floated from the water's surface. Wow, he can even speak while submerged? Hearing his voice, Domino gleefully floated toward the sea. Naturally, my abilities have significantly improved. A faint smile graced Virus's pale visage as he flexed his arm before Domino, concurrently with the issuance of his orders. A bounty of 120 million berries was credited to his account. Virus instructed Domino to retrieve this substantial sum. The reason he had directed Domino to capture the attention of Gion was precisely to secure this wealth. The formidable physique of the giant race was now within his grasp. At this moment, he had truly transformed into a genuine monstrosity. Thus, in order to swiftly acclimate to this newfound power and unleash the potential of his terrifying form, Virus has opted for a more exhilarating approach. With chains wrapped around his waist and his arms encircling them, any moment of carelessness could result in his plummeting into the ocean. What a splendid occasion it is, indeed, worthy of a grand celebration. Witnessing Virus able to move his hands, Domino's expression and tone were tinged with ambiguity, yet her astonishment was profound. As a fellow ability user, she comprehended the terrifying suppression the ocean exerts on those with powers. Should she fall into the sea, her strength would be siphoned away in an instant, dragging her down towards the abyss. Among the elite forces of the ocean, those monstrous beings from the New World, few can converse while submerged in the water. As for those who can move even slightly while in the sea, aside from the formidable Kaido, the strongest creature across land, sea, and air, she had never heard of anyone else. Truly, you are remarkable, my Lord Virus. Domino's gaze grew increasingly fervent, her snow-white teeth biting down on her lower lip. An hour later, you scoundrel. That lecherous couple. Wretched beings. Perverts. Beasts. Shameless. Hiding in her cabin, her face flushed, Gion embraced her delicate legs, leaning against the bed. Unable to contain her furious outbursts, the intoxicating and thrilling sounds from next door had persisted for an hour without respite. Indeed, that wretched woman Domino's cries had only grown louder. She realized that the shameless harlot was doing it on purpose. Ah, those despicable wretches. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Gion could no longer bear it, and with a furious shout, her figure flashed into the bathroom. In the kingdom of Goya, on the eastern coast, after several hours of sailing, Virus's flagship finally arrived at its destination, the now ruined Branch 147. Sir, this is the body of Baijakuro, and our branch chief and lieutenant. The only remaining lieutenant of Branch 147, Warren, bore a sorrowful expression as he led them to the battlefield. My condolences. Virus discerned that Valen's expression was genuine, devoid of deceit, and he stepped forward to stand before Major Kubo. He removed his pristine white cloak and draped it over Kubo's shattered chin. After gently closing Kubo's eyes, he rose solemnly. As for the corpse of the Black Cat Pirates captain, Kuro, Virus did not spare it a glance. He was aware that this headless body had been disguised by Kuro himself. According to the narrative etched in his memory, Kuro had risen to infamy shortly after his debut, unleashing a tempest of bloodshed upon the East Sea. A notorious sadist, he relished in inflicting various tortures: bone extraction, flesh carving, dismemberment, tendon removal, skinning, and burning. His cruelty knew no bounds. However, his particular delight lay in shattering adversaries' jaws and plucking out their eyes. Consequently, many who encountered the Black Cat pirates preferred to take their own lives rather than fall into their clutches. Over the years, he had established himself as one of the few pirate overlords of the East Sea through his ruthless savagery and cunning prowess. Yet, once the Navy took notice of him, his existence became increasingly precarious, especially upon crossing paths with the legendary Navy hero, Garp. A single punch from Garp obliterated dozens of his warships, instilling in Kuro a profound fear of the Navy and forcing him into a life of constant evasion and disarray. Over time, this dread morphed into loathing. Thus, in the original narrative, he launched an assault on a naval vessel, annihilating everyone aboard, save for one sailor, Monka. Not only did he shatter Monka's jaw, but he also had his subordinate Zong hypnotize him, transforming the once innocent and justice-driven sailor into a treacherous and sinister figure, convincing him he had slain Kuro. This set the stage for the subsequent events where the malevolent Navy colonel, Axe Hand Monka, faced off against Monkey D, Luffy, and his companion, Zoro. Now, Virus was rapidly ascending in the East Sea. With formidable strength of his own and Domino as his aide, Monka had been groomed into a capable leader, significantly enhancing the training equipment and combat prowess of the Marines. He could even influence the actions of the terrifying Titans, Garp and Kazan. Kuro's circumstances grew increasingly dire, and his desire to reinvent himself intensified. This led to the preemptive strike today. The real Kuro had evaded capture, assuming a new identity in Syrup Village, the hometown of the red-haired pirate sharpshooter, Yasop, and his son, Usopp. There also resided a beautiful noblewoman, Kaya, the object of Usopp's affections and Kuro's target. Recently, Kuro had secured a position as the butler for the Kaya household, subsequently murdering her parents and poisoning Kaya, causing her health to deteriorate, thereby paving the way for him to claim her inheritance and live the opulent and stable life he desired. Valen was not the true Kuro. Standing tall, Virus placed his hand on Valen's shoulder. Come with me to Syrup Village, to avenge Major Kubo. Yes, Lord Virus. Valen harbored no doubts, saluting with fervor, his eyes ablaze with vengeful fury. The accompanying naval guards mirrored his sentiments, none questioning Virus's words. The air was thick with a ferocious bloodlust, each individual resembling a beast poised to strike. This group, although Gion possessed far superior strength, the intensity of their gazes and the aura they projected sent chills down her spine. She remained unaware of the unfolding storm. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The power vessel, under Valrus's command, raced at full speed towards the northern shores of Roseb Island, irrespective of the costs. Here lay a clandestine harbor, where a large ship, conspicuously devoid of any flag, was anchored. The individuals aboard remained oblivious to their presence, engrossed in a lavish banquet, each one intoxicated beyond measure. Capture the one named Zango alive, eliminate the rest, Valrus commanded before the vessel had even docked. The captain of the guard, Monka, wielding dual axes, did not bow but acknowledged the order with a curt response. Standing resolutely at the bow of the ship, behind him, the Marines exhibited expressions of exhilaration, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. It is entrusted to you. With that remark, Virus gracefully ascended into the air, his movements resembling the elegance of moonlit steps. Simultaneously, a faint azure barrier emanated from him, enveloping the entire island. In an instant, the world fell silent. After acquiring the physique of a giant, his abilities had undeniably surged. Now, activating such an expansive silence barrier consumed scarcely 5 of his stamina. In this moment, Virus, soaring above, swiftly located the most opulent villa on the island and propelled himself forward at full speed. The reason for activating the barrier was to prevent the cunning Clow from escaping. Given Clow's intelligence, he would instinctively seek refuge at the sound of gunfire. His mastery of observation hockey, however, was quite limited. With the considerable expanse of Xylob Island, approximately the size of 110 Dressrosa, Virus had no desire to play a game of hide and seek with Clow, nor did he wish to be threatened by this man with the lives of hostages. Of course, if Clow resorted to such tactics, Virus would not let him off easily. Nonetheless, he preferred to avoid involving innocent lives in the fray. However, despite foreseeing these variables, he overlooked an unforeseen factor. Just as he landed at Koya's villa and retracted the barrier, he caught sight of Clow, impeccably dressed in a black suit adorned with 2 yellow patterns resembling excrement. Gion followed closely, descending with curiosity. Virus, What brings you here? Upon hearing the name Virus, Clow, with his long black hair styled in braids and round glasses, felt a chilling glint in his eyes as he activated his silent step. With a swift and peculiar change in footwork, he darted behind Koya like a hawk, aiming to grasp her nape with his talon-like grip. Yet, his reflexes, though quick, paled in comparison to those of the naval admiral. The renowned sword, Snow Walk, was already unsheathed at his waist, a flash of silver gleaming. The sword's shadow surged forth. With a sharp whoosh, it reached Koya's rear, piercing through Clow's palm. The sound of blood bursting forth was immediate. Damn it! Clow cursed in pain. His left fingers now adorned with four poisoned throwing knives, which he hurled towards Virus. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Virus, faced with the imminent threat of the flying knives, revealed a hint of derision in his eyes. The four daggers, upon nearing Virus, fell uselessly to the ground. A wielder of abilities? Clow, now visibly terrified, retreated once more, employing his silent step, attempting to escape. With a hint of derision lingering at the corner of his mouth, Valus deftly twisted the blade, slicing through the air. The silvery edge swiftly tore open Clow's palm, cleaving through most of his right arm and heading straight for his head. Damn it! As the bloody tip of the blade approached his skull, Clow summoned every ounce of his reflexes, leaning back, crouching low, and tilting his head. Yet, despite his utmost effort to evade, the gleaming arc of light did not sever his head but instead took off his entire right ear. Slice. My ear. My ear. Damn it. Damn you, Valus. Just wait. I, Clow, shall exact my revenge. In a mere encounter, he had sustained grave injuries, and in a fit of rage, Clow dashed into the thicket. At that moment, Miss Koya, dressed in a moonlit white gown, her golden hair cascading gracefully, turned around in bewilderment. All she beheld was a bloody blade and the sinister smile gracing Valus' profile. Just a glance at Koya caused her to faint, plummeting down the hillside. Yet Valus, indifferent, did not spare her a glance, brandishing his weapon with a mocking demeanor as he pursued into the jungle. Women had never swayed his speed in battle. Fortunately, Gion was still present, employing the Navy's 6th-style moonwalk and shave to rescue her. This fellow, witnessing the exquisite beauty in his arms, Valus, faced with such a stunning maiden, displayed no hint of compassion. Gion's perception of Valus grew increasingly complex. Could this be the infamous lecherous demon of lore? Amidst the jungle, Clow fled frantically, hastily wrapping his right arm in his clothing. As for the incessant bleeding from his ear, he could not afford to dwell on it. Damn the Navy. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Valus closing in and hastily retrieved a grenade, tossing it into Valus' path. Clatter. The grenade rolled twice before detonating right at Valus' feet. Boom. An explosion sent a cloud of dust and debris into the air, yet Clow dared not linger. He understood that a single grenade could not harm Valus. What astonished him, however, was that as he ran, Valus had seemingly vanished. No way. Impossible. I can't have shaken that guy off so easily. Clow was acutely aware of his own strength, and even more so of the man known as the White Reaper. Damn it. Valus, where are you? The intense sense of oppression brought on by Virus rendered his breathing increasingly labored. The excruciating pain in his arm heightened his sensitivity to every sensation. Virus, come out. Let us have a proper discussion. I know who you are. Spare me this once, and I shall offer you all my accumulated treasures. Oh, pray tell, how much are you willing to pay for your life? Upon hearing this, Virus's languid voice floated above him, and a flicker of joy coursed through his body. Although the system only acknowledged funds acquired through legitimate channels, this illicit money could still be utilized in daily transactions. His extravagant and hedonistic expenditures were primarily supported by such means. Additionally, the fog fruit of Domino was procured with his gray income. Beyond mere consumption, he also used this money to acquire bounties achieved by his subordinates. For instance, there was an 8 million belly bounty. As long as he participated in or directed the operation, the system would validate these bounties. He would purchase them for 10 million belly. His comrades would not fall short in military merit, and they would also receive more money. This money would be successfully laundered. A win-win situation. I possess 100 million belly. It lies hidden in a secret warehouse on the eastern shore of Syrup Village. Gazing up at Virus's figure, Clow felt a slight easing of his tension. However, he understood that the crisis was far from over. The cunning and cruelty of Vel'Koz are not inferior to the myriad schemes of Kled. Quite commendable. Virus stood before Clow, a playful glimmer in his eyes. I trust, Mr. Clow, that you would not deceive me, would you? Of course, esteemed Lord Virus, Clow replied, his tone imbued with humility as he slightly bowed his head in submission. He indeed knew where the money was concealed. However, acquiring it would not be a simple endeavor. Let us proceed at your swiftest pace. Yes. Clow did not dare to delay, swiftly traversing through the woods with his silent steps. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Virus was meticulously observing his movements. Though Clow's silent steps were slower than the Navy's 6th style, they surpassed it in agility and stealth. A minute later, Clow led Virus to the abandoned mine in Syrup Village, and the two entered the tunnel in harmonious silence. Once enveloped in darkness, Clow's demeanor and aura shifted dramatically. His crew, known as the Black Cat Pirates, was not merely named for his proficiency with the clawed dagger. More significantly, he excelled in combat under the veil of night. His silent steps were a technique honed in the shadows. Within this darkness, particularly in the intricate mind unfamiliar to Virus, his combat prowess could potentially triple. As they advanced, the mind plunged into utter darkness after traversing a mere 100 meters. Chloe let out a barely perceptible sneer, instantly activating his silent steps to vanish into the complex intersections ahead. However, after a series of twists and turns, Chloe felt an inexplicable agitation. Although he could neither hear Virus's footsteps nor catch a glimpse of his silhouette, he acutely sensed a pair of eyes fixated upon him. Damn it, Virus. You are forcing my hand. Chloe's pallor reached its zenith, his stamina waning and dizziness overwhelming him. Gritting his teeth, he halted in a corner, retrieving a bag of red and white capsules. This potent medicine, known as the deadly drug ES, was rumored to be derived from the remains of sea kings and was highly coveted in the black market. Consuming this drug would exponentially increase the user's strength. One capsule would double their might, two would quadruple it, and so forth. During the drug's effect, the user's eyes would transform into a striking red base with white irises. However, the acquisition of such formidable power came at a steep price. It would sap their vitality. And the more one consumed, the more violently their life force would diminish. Excessive use could even risk bodily mutation. The aftermath of the drug's effect could inflict unprecedented agony, with many users succumbing to the excruciating torment. Chloe had once escaped from Vice Admiral Karp by swallowing 8 capsules in one go and plunging into the water to survive. The terrifying side effects from that encounter nearly claimed his life. Now, in his injured state, Chloe's visage twisted into a grotesque and bloodthirsty mask. He understood that to confront a monster, one must become a monster. He seized 10 capsules and ingested them with fervor, as if he were devouring Virus's very flesh. Crack, crack, crack. To think you possess such treasures, Virus mused, leisurely approaching Chloe while puffing on his cigar, showing no urgency to eliminate him. Having acquired the physique of a giant, his enhanced abilities extended beyond mere silence. The second phase of his potential dissipation power had reached a frightening magnitude. Now, faced with the aerial slashes of the Gion, he could elegantly stand by and observe. As for the third phase of his abilities, with the surroundings cloaked in darkness and devoid of interruptions, he intended to use Chloe as a subject for his experiments. Virus, underestimating me, Chloe, shall be your greatest folly. As Virus drew near, Chloe, his eyes bloodshot, swallowed the tablet's whole, aware that Velis' current mindset resembles that of a cat toying with a mouse. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Valrus calmly inhaled his cigar, the tip glowing like a tiny ember in the dim, damp cave, casting an eerie light upon the face of the naval admiral. As his words faded into the air, Chloe's eyes transformed into a striking red with white pupils. The effects of the lethal drug ES had taken hold. The severed arm and the wound on his ear rapidly healed, and his once jet-black hair turned white. But that was not the end of it. Chloe's slender frame experienced an explosive surge of muscle growth, his tailored suit bursting at the seams. With a crack, he expanded dramatically, resembling a green giant coated in white paint. Valrus, die. I will crush your skull with my own hands. Empowered by this ferocious strength, the previously timid Chloe had vanished. After 3 years at sea, he returned as one of the overlords of the East Sea, the cunning captain of the Black Cap pirates. Chloe. Yet, no sooner had he uttered these words than a strange force ensnared him. He found himself immobilized, unable to move a single muscle, including his mouth, eyelids, and even his breath. Each inhalation became a struggle, and it felt as if his heart might cease to beat at any moment. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How could this monster possess such power? Chloe seethed with uncontainable fury, summoning every ounce of strength to resist this overwhelming force. He was unwilling, utterly unwilling. I, the esteemed captain of the Black Cap pirates, the pirate overlord of the East Sea, Chloe, must annihilate this scoundrel. I refuse to accept this fate. I, Chloe, will surely slay that bastard Valrus. Driven by this profound rage, the effects of the lethal drug ES surged once more, igniting a primal transformation. With a primal roar, Chloe underwent another astonishing metamorphosis. He grew over 2 meters taller, his teeth sharpened into vicious fangs akin to those of a fishman, and his skin erupted in gory bursts, his body drenched in blood, presenting a fearsome and grotesque visage. How intriguing. Yet, in the face of this terrifying Chloe, Valrus remained unfazed, continuing to smoke his cigar, exhaling plumes of smoke. His expression bore no fear, rather, it radiated anticipation and encouragement. This truly was the perfect specimen for experimentation. Boom, boom, boom. Empowered by the raging effects of the drug, driven by an insatiable thirst for vengeance, and fueled by boundless fury, the blood giant Chloe finally took a step forward. However, each of his strides was laboriously slow, barely covering 10 centimeters, leaving deep impressions in the ground. It felt akin to traversing a beach, battling against the relentless onslaught of crashing waves. Excellent, Chloe. You are doing splendidly. As the rampaging monster drew closer, Valrus's expression grew increasingly ecstatic, even offering words of encouragement. I am now less than 2 meters away from you. Chloe, come, attempt to kill me. Chloe. Prove to me that you are not a waste. With a primal roar, the frenzied Clo unleashed another furious bellow, taking a single step that spanned a meter, shaking the entire tunnel and sending rodents scattering. Yet, at that moment, it felt as if he had collided with an impenetrable wall, unable to advance even a fraction further. Is this all there is, Clo? You wretched fool. Observing Clo's helplessness, Valorous once again issued a scornful taunt. Yet, he failed to anticipate Clo, now transformed into a monster. Seizing the drug pouch from the ground, he shoved it into his mouth, dirt and debris included, akin to an injured tiger devouring its prey, emitting horrific and jarring crunches. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Very good. Especially good. Witnessing Clo's actions, sensing his escalating fury, Valorous finally felt a hint of strain. Yet, in his half-closed eyes, a fervent red glimmer shone forth. This is truly exhilarating. Hurry. Come and in my life, Clo. Approach me. Just as Valorous contemplated this, the monstrous Clo roared once more and moved again. However, this time, Clo did not take a step forward. Instead, he delivered a powerful punch toward Valorous. Its speed and force as terrifying as a meteorite's descent, the violent gust shattering Valorous's naval uniform. Boom. Haha. Come on. In the face of such a generous and swift blow, Valorous did not flinch but laughed maniacally. However, after taking that punch, he was propelled like a cannonball. Bang, bang, bang. His body crashed through 3 thick walls of the mine before finally embedding itself within the cave. At that moment, Valorous was drenched in blood. His limbs fractured and ribs shattered. Yet, despite such grievous injuries, he erupted in manic laughter. Ha ha. For he realized in that fleeting moment of Clo's punch that he had already met his demise. He had witnessed his own limits, empowered by an exponential increase. Clo's recent punch possessed a force rivaling that of the serious strikes from Vice Admiral Karp himself. Virus, endure this blow. It is but a mere injury. Now, he possesses the audacity to be truly arrogant upon these vast seas. In the village of Cybro, within the mine, upon receiving news of Virus's injury, Domino, despite the ache in her legs, donned a beige military uniform and hastened to the mine. Upon witnessing Virus's woeful state, Domino felt a pang of sympathy mingled with a desire to laugh. Ambushed? It was merely a minor experiment. Virus, embedded within the wall, cast a playful glance at the corpses on the ground. Yet, suddenly, his expression tightened. In his weakened state, he had become vulnerable to Domino's grasp. Esteemed, charming, and delightful Miss Domino, I suggest you take me to the Naval Hospital at once. I refuse your suggestion and have decided to treat you myself. Domino licked her sensuous red lips and commenced a frenzied, all-encompassing treatment on Virus. 47 minutes later, Domino, effortlessly carrying the head of Clo in one hand, cradled Virus back to the villa. Yet, upon seeing Virus, battered and bruised, the accompanying Marines erupted in exaggerated laughter. The once bloodthirsty and fierce demeanor had vanished entirely. Not even a soul expressed concern for Virus's injuries. Instead, they jested openly before him. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of Lord Virus, to have dispatched Clo so easily. Will Lord Virus's grievous injuries affect our party tonight? Or is Sister Domino the true master of festivities? Poor Lord Virus. Ha ha. A party. A party. Such a rare occasion. This time, I shall drink Lord Virus under the table. Observing this bizarre scene, Shine could not help but furrow her brows. This scoundrel had sustained a terrifying, life-threatening injury. How could you jest and still desire to celebrate? Did you not fear retaliation from this rogue? Shine surveyed the crowd, utterly perplexed by the transformation of this group. Just as she was lost in thought, Virus, cradled in Domino's arms, spoke. Nearly a fatal wound. You think you can rebel against me? Monka, assemble the crew and come ashore. We shall have a party. Miss Koya will cover the expenses. Oh, dressed in a white gown with flowing golden locks, Koya was momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a sweet, charming smile. I shall treat everyone. Koya will provide the finest wines and meats. The tales of Virus had long spread across the East Sea. She had certainly heard of him. Although he was deemed a disgrace by the aristocracy and the navy, he never bullied the common folk. To the people, he was akin to a guardian spirit. Among merchants, his reputation stood unrivaled. For Virus always delivered on his promises, as long as one adhered to his designated routes and paid the requisite protection fees. Most troubles could be avoided. Over the past 3 years, anyone daring to meddle with Virus's income had met their demise. Thus, as a daughter of a merchant family, Koya naturally held an instinctive fondness for Virus. Now, compounded by the revelations from Monka and Cheyenne, she learned that the newly arrived butler was none other than the notorious pirate, Captain Clo of the Black Cat Pirates. He was even the one responsible for her parents' deaths. Koya's gratitude and admiration for Virus soared to unprecedented heights. Seeing Koya's expression, Cheyenne suddenly recalled the warning from the warlord of the Warring States era, advising her to maintain a distance from this rogue, lest she be ensnared by his. No. Huh? Just as Cheyenne was lost in her musings, her transponder snail abruptly rang. Sister Tsuru? Noticing it was Tsuru's call, Cheyenne stepped away from the crowd to answer. Cheyenne, what is your current location? Is Virus with you? We are in Cybro Village, Kingdom of Goa. Excellent. Immediately bring Virus to Goa Port. Charlemagne is under attack by the captain of the Ward Pirates, the World Destroyer, Bondi Ward. What? attacking the celestial dragons. How dare they? Bondi Ward, that mad dog, was driven to desperation by Garp and Kazan, leading him to escape to the kingdom of Goa. Forget that. Hurry and bring Virus to rescue him. Kaki has already gone ahead. But what? Virus has sustained severe injuries during the battle against the Black Cat pirates, I fear. Gion, you must understand, that is a celestial dragon. As long as he is not dead, he must be present. Understood, I will inform him immediately. Despite her disdain for the celestial dragons, Gion promptly ended the call and rushed to find the injured Virus, relaying the news of the attack on the celestial dragon to him. Upon hearing this news, Virus's expression turned playful. 3 years. I have finally awaited you, Charlemagne. 3 years prior, after being promoted to a naval private, Virus had returned home to Dika village during his leave. The villagers, though impoverished, were exceedingly warm-hearted. Upon his return, they presented him with food and drink they rarely indulged in, praising his accomplishments, especially Aunt Valina's family, who made him feel immensely cherished. Without their kindness, Virus might have perished long ago. That day was filled with joy. He experienced a rare sense of belonging. However, on that very day, the ship of the celestial dragon Charlemagne passed through Dika village. Perhaps out of boredom or innate malice, Charlemagne ordered his men to bombard the village. Hundreds of cannons fired simultaneously, erasing the entire village from existence. Only those fishermen at sea and a few villagers who were away working survived. Along with a handful he managed to rescue. Regrettably, he could not save Aunt Valina's family. In a cruel twist, the mortally wounded Aunt Valina mistook the ship for that of pirates. In her final moments, she clutched 3 coins engraved with AW, pleading for vengeance against the pirate scum. Now, this opportunity was indeed precious. Soon, he would be promoted to Admiral of the North Sea. And should the esteemed celestial dragon encounter misfortune in the East Sea, he would not bear the blame. Contemplating this, he could not suppress his excitement. He then recalled another detail. In preparation for the celestial dragon's arrival, the kingdom of Goa had gathered all beggars, elderly individuals, and a portion of powerless commoners and vendors outside the city into refugee camps. And then, in a bid to appease the so-called noble descendants of the celestial dragons, King Autoluck III of the Goya kingdom unleashed a devastating fire, intending to incinerate all the inhabitants of the refugee camp. Unfortunately for him, the commander of the revolutionary army, Dorag, along with the cross-dressing revolutionary officer, Ivankov, were present in the Goya kingdom at that time. They clandestinely rescued the majority of the civilians, integrating them into the revolutionary forces. It was for the sake of these individuals that they ventured to Frostmoon village in search of Roranoa Zoro's master, Yasu, to procure provisions. Moreover, it was this very conflagration that left the kind-hearted, freedom-loving prince of the Goya kingdom, Sabo, utterly disillusioned. After fleeing his home, he eventually found himself in Windmill village due to the bombardment by Charlos. There, he was taken in by the bandit family, the Dayton family, and grew up alongside Ace and Monkey D. Luffy. Ah, so it all traces back to you, Mr. Bondewald, the world destroyer, valued at 8 billion berries. If I can eliminate you and the entire Bondi pirate crew, I may yet redeem my life. It seems this time, I might achieve 3 targets with a single arrow. Virus's system encompasses 2 modes. One allows for the purchase of cultivation progress, while even the awakening of fruits can be acquired through monetary means. The other mode permits the direct acquisition of so-called skills, abilities, or items. However, the prices for these direct purchases are exorbitantly high, to the extent that even the world nobility, the celestial dragons, would shake their heads in disbelief. Thus, Virus must relentlessly engage in intensive training. Once he is cultivated to a certain level, he can exchange for various skills, and due to the reduced difficulty, the prices will also diminish. Consequently, he only resorts to purchasing cultivation points when he encounters a bottleneck or faces a life and death crisis. For instance, the original cost for the return of life is 1 billion. However, when his mastery of the Marine 6 styles reaches a remarkable level, this price is reduced to 500 million. Virus, I am aware that you are injured. Yet, we must set off immediately. The anxious Gion interrupted his contemplation, noticing Virus squinting as if lost in thought. Indeed, the esteemed celestial dragons have been assaulted by vile pirates. And as the righteous navy, we are duty-bound to respond. However, upon hearing the words, Virus smiled knowingly, slowly rising from the sofa, appearing quite feeble. Yet, in truth, he possessed the physique of a giant, and his recovery ability was nothing short of terrifying. Were it not for that mischievous little troublemaker, Domino, he would be lively and full of vigor at this moment. However, what was it? As Gion observed Virus's expression, although she could discern no hint of a flaw, an uncanny sensation began to stir within her heart. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Virus harbors a hint of animosity towards the celestial dragons. What is the true nature of this individual? Does he bear a grudge against them? Moreover, despite being covered in blood, he exudes a sense of strength that seems to surpass his condition prior to injury. Could it be that he has transcended some form of limitation? Miss Gion, noticing Gion's sudden contemplation, Virus gently interrupted her reverie. You have seen the wounds upon me. I require a moment to recuperate. Please proceed with your moon step, and I shall follow shortly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Valus would not take this matter lightly. At present, Valus serves as the Admiral of the East Sea. Should any misfortune befall the celestial dragons in this region, he would undoubtedly bear the burden of responsibility, a fact he is acutely aware of, despite his disdain for them. Valus now possesses a certain audacity, yet he maintains a clear understanding of his own capabilities. When compared to the admirals of the Navy, the legendary hero Garp, and the 4 emperors of the sea, his strength remains significantly lacking. In the immediate future, he cannot afford to sever ties with the Navy, thus the rescue of this celestial dragon is imperative. Furthermore, the notorious world destroyer, Bondywald, boasts a bounty of 280 million berries, a tempting prize indeed. Moreover, he may encounter the fabled revolutionary, Monkey D. Dragon, should fate allow their paths to cross. Valus has much to discuss. Monka, I need you to assist me with a task, he commanded with a smile, his tone calm and unhurried, betraying no hint of anxiety. The celestial dragons, much like cockroaches lurking in the sewers, are not easily dispatched, especially since the great fire in the kingdom of Goa has yet to ignite. Your wish is my command, my lord, Monka replied, his expression solemn and his gaze fixed intently upon Valus. Varus once again produced a cigar and spoke slowly. Assist me in capturing a mother and her son in the village of Westbrook. I have forgotten the name of the woman, but her son is named Usopp. Easily recognizable by his long nose. The fierce and imposing Monka stood erect, saluted sharply, and prepared to take action. Furthermore, once the brothers have feasted and refreshed themselves, escort Zhang out of the port of Goya and await my arrival. Yes, Lord Varus. I assure you the mission will be accomplished. Monka replied with utmost seriousness, executing another military salute. I trust in your capabilities, now go forth. Valrus smiled at Monka, who strode out with determined steps. I've arranged everything for Monka, he said, leaning in to kiss Domino. You rest well here, and take a moment to appreciate the resources of Koya. This lovely and gentle damsel is in dire need of the protection of the Marines. Understood, my esteemed admiral, she replied. Domino, gracefully reclining on the sofa, playfully grabbed Valrus. Her alluring legs and impressive curves unmistakably displayed. Domino will never disappoint you. In the East Sea, at the port of Goya, the azure sea met a sky of pristine blue with white seagulls soaring above. Yet, what was once a bustling trade hub had transformed into a hellish nightmare. Ravaged by relentless cannon fire, countless merchants, sailors, and civilians fled in a frenzy, the streets stained with blood and the remnants of severed limbs. Cries of despair echoing amidst the swirling dust. Help! It's terrifying. Such dreadful explosions. Is this the end of the world? Is this the power of the Momo fruit? A single bullet can unleash the force of a cannon. This is utterly horrifying. Damn it. My leg. Somebody save me. Please. And the instigator of this chaos was none other than the world destroyer, Bondywald, valued at 280 million berries. This creature, combined with the power of the Momo fruit, could amplify the size and speed of any object it touched by hundreds of times, turning otherwise ordinary attacks into devastating blows. As long as he wielded firearms, without a top-tier warrior to counter him, his destructive capabilities rivaled those of the emperors of the New World. Ha ha ha. You fools tremble in fear. This is the consequence of the navy-provoking Wald. Bondywald, sporting white, curled horns on his forehead and a bristly blue beard, reveled in the chaos. His eyes gleaming with excitement and arrogance. Brandishing a black machine gun, he indiscriminately unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the port. Each shot flew with incredible speed, exploding upon contact, its power equal to or surpassing the Navy's largest caliber cannon. Damn it. Hearing Wald's arrogant laughter, Kaji, hiding in a corner, gritted his teeth, fist clenched. Yet, it was not fear that kept him from engaging in battle, but rather the madness of Wald's crew. The noble celestial dragon, Charlemaco Saint, had been captured by them. If he recklessly charged into the fray, they would surely use the life of the celestial dragon as leverage against him. If they threatened him with the dragon's life, forcing him to surrender or take his own life, he would have no choice but to comply. Otherwise, if he harmed or killed a celestial dragon, his fate would be sealed. Thus, he had to devise a plan to rescue the celestial dragon unscathed before the Bondi pirates departed. If they took him away to sea again, finding them would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. His naval career would come to an abrupt end, and he feared for the fate of his beloved Gion, unsure to whom she would belong. In the narrow alley, Kaji muttered, damn, the defenses are too tight. There's no chance to find an opening. His gaze fixated on Wald's back, where Charlemaco Saint was surrounded by a group of ruffians, his head covered in a shattered hood, bruised and disheveled, cursing loudly. Damn CP, useless navy, where are you? You filthy pirates. I will have you all executed. But before he could finish, Bondi Valance, Wald's brother and first mate, struck him in the gut with a single punch. The celestial dragon's face contorted in agony, blood and spittle spewing forth. What kind of celestial dragon are you? You're nothing but a pawn in our hands. Speak again, and I'll crush your skull. Ha ha ha. Valens, my brother, is magnificent. What nonsense about world nobles? You're just a pathetic wretch. The crew of ruthless pirates chimed in, reveling in their victory. Just then, Peach Rabbit returned from Silub Village. With a swift move of the Marine Six Styles, she descended among the pirates, unleashing her most powerful attack, the Pink Gale Slash. The crescent-shaped strike instantly severed a dozen pirates in half. Yet, this was not her target. In a swift motion, she executed the Thorn Strike, aiming to sever Valen's arm and rescue the Celestial Dragon. However, Valens, possessing both observation haki and formidable strength, reacted instantly. His arm, cloaked in dark haki, shattered Peach Rabbit's sword energy in an instant, and with a wicked grin, he seized Charlemagne Saint by the neck. Little girl, drop your weapon, or I'll snap the Celestial Dragon's neck. Peach Rabbit, realizing the impossibility of the situation, retreated several meters, her face pale with dread. Harming a Celestial Dragon will bring you eternal suffering on these seas. Seeing you refuse to comply, I am not foolish enough to kill the Celestial Dragon. Valens released his grip on Charlemagne Saint's neck, but tightened his hold on one of his hands. Little girl, drop your weapon, or I'll break the Celestial Dragon's hand first. Then crush his arm inch by inch, followed by the other hand and the other arm. You filthy commoners. Stupid Navy. Surrender or face the consequences. Feeling his hand nearing the brink of being crushed, Charlemagne Saint screamed in a mix of rage and terror. Hey! Valens tightened his grip further, eliciting wails of pain from the pampered Charlemagne Saint, who lashed out at Gion. You wretched woman, do you wish to see the great Celestial Dragon perish? I command you to kneel and cease your actions, or I'll have CP eliminate you all. Heh, Valens chuckled, delighted by the Celestial Dragon's awareness of the situation. With the dragon in hand, the world nobles could only bark impotently at them. Observing Giyuan's silence, he smiled cruelly, increasing the pressure of his grip. Crack. Feeling the excruciating pain of his severed hand, the furious Charlemagne let out a wrathful roar. How dare you, despicable Navy, defy the orders of the Celestial Dragons? I shall demand the 5 elders to execute you on the spot. I will see you worthless wretches perish. Die all of you, cursed. Faced with a horde of vicious pirates, compounded by the utter foolishness of the Celestial Dragons, Gion found herself trapped in a dire predicament. In that moment of desperation, she suddenly recalled a certain individual, Virus. What would that despicable scoundrel do in such a situation? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a figure, cloaked in earthy tones, darted out from the shadows with astonishing speed, like a bolt of lightning. It was Kaji. Instantly recognized by Peach Rabbit, Kaji had unleashed his devil fruit ability, the Inu no Mi, mythical Zoan, in the form of a Shurshur Inu. This ability enhanced his physical prowess, significantly augmenting his speed, olfactory senses, and observation haki. An opportunity. As Kaji charged towards Bondi Valen's arm, Peach Rabbit executed her sword technique in conjunction with Kaji. Peach Storm, Smoke Sever. A flurry of pink blades surged forth in an instant. However, just as she commenced her attack, Bondi Valen's and Bondi Wald's expressions shifted simultaneously, a smug smirk curling at their lips. This is bad. Gion sensed the impending danger, but it was too late. Momo, hundredfold overlap. Die, you wretch. Bondi Wald unleashed a barrage of bullets upon Kaji, each round morphing into a terrifying projectile, moving at an incredible velocity. Despite Kaji's preparations, the speed of Bondi Wald's assault was overwhelming. He could only rely on his iron blocks and haki to withstand the onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. Yet, even after taking 3 bullets, Kaji was completely incapacitated, sent hurtling hundreds of meters away, his fate unknown. Kaji. Witnessing Kaji, who had outmatched her in strength, being rendered powerless, Peach Rabbit clenched her teeth and made her retreat. She was not foolish. She understood that staying would only expose her to the threats posed by the Bondi brothers and that foolish Celestial Dragon. You thought you could challenge us? Bondi Wald laughed maniacally as he watched Gion and Peach Rabbit flee. In his reckless abandon, he inadvertently crushed the hand of the Celestial Dragon. Crack. The sharp sound of bone fracturing echoed, as the grotesque Charlemagne screamed in agony. Upon witnessing the pool of blood, he fainted in fear, a pitiful sight. Look at how pathetic those Celestial Dragons are. They are nothing but weaklings. Bondi Valens joined in the raucous laughter. Once we reach the New World and deal with the waste that is King Ji at Hive Island, my brother and I shall become the new emperors of the sea. However, as soon as his words fell, Bondi Wald suddenly frowned. His observation haki detected a formidable presence approaching. A round of crisp applause erupted beside the 2 brothers. Clap, clap, clap. The Navy Admiral, cloaked in the mantle of justice, strolled confidently towards them. The infamous world destroyer, Bondi Wald, was indeed a powerful monster as legends foretold. Who are you? Bondi Wald squinted, his smile evaporating as vigilance took over. His observation haki warned him that this handsome male Navy officer was far more dangerous than both the ugly, wretched Navy and the beautiful naval officer combined. Forgive me. Allow me to introduce myself. Upon hearing Bondi Wald's inquiry, Virus raised his right arm to his left chest and bowed slightly. I am Caesar Virus, Admiral of the East Blue Navy. Welcome to the East Blue, esteemed guests. Lord Virus has arrived. We are saved. Is that really the legendary Lord Virus? He is so handsome. Lord Virus, I beg you, avenge my parents. Those damn pirates. Lord Virus, you can do it. Defeat those pirates. You are the infamous White Reaper, the Navy disgrace. Virus? Upon hearing the cries of the surrounding populace, Bondi Valens furrowed his brow. He was well aware of the Navy's elite forces, having heard of this so-called Navy disgrace's name echo throughout the East Blue. You flatter me. I am merely an ordinary Navy officer. Valens smiled modestly, then proceeded to extol the virtues of Bondi Valens. You must be Bondi Valens, the esteemed intellect of the Bondi pirates. It is no surprise that you possess a heroic demeanor, shining brightly with wisdom. Cease your flattery. Bondi Valens narrowed his eyes. Sensing the tenacity of Valens, he tightened his grip around the celestial dragon's neck and threatened Valens, should you attempt to obstruct our path. Do not hold us accountable for our lack of courtesy towards the celestial dragons. That, of course, will not be the case. Virus maintained his characteristic smile, his gaze drifting towards the sea. My purpose for coming here is rather straightforward, to ensure that the esteemed celestial dragons do not encounter any mishaps within my jurisdiction. Perhaps you are unaware, but I am soon to be promoted to the position of Admiral of the North Sea. Should you both be willing to guarantee the safety of the noble celestial dragons within the East China Sea, I, as the temporary Admiral of the East China Sea, am prepared to offer you the utmost convenience within the limits of my authority. You certainly have a way with words, Bondi Valda remarked, sensing no deceit in Virus's demeanor. And thus, he inquired with a sardonic smirk. What kind of conveniences can you actually provide? In today's bustling ports, you may have access to any grand vessel of your choosing. Should you find yourselves in need of supplies, sailors, or even exquisite female slaves, I shall endeavor to assist you in obtaining them. What say you? Valrus maintained his usual smile, yet his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the surface of the sea. Humph. Bondi Valens instantly caught onto his subtle gesture. Valrus, are you attempting to delay us for some reason? Ah, it appears I cannot conceal anything from you. Admirals Kapu and Kazan are already en route. With a sigh, Virus uttered yet another flattery, truly befitting a sage renowned upon the Grand Line. Enough with the superfluous talk. It is evident that Virus is deliberately stalling, while Bondi Valens is unwilling to squander time. Surrender your vessel and prepare for us half a ship of armaments, accompanied by half a ship of provisions and water. Do not entertain any tricks. All food will be subjected to the tasting of the celestial dragons. Of course, no issue at all. Here as to a pleasant collaboration. Valus readily acquiesced to their request and personally led a group to the port, allowing them to witness the fresh provisions and fresh water being loaded onto the vessels, alongside crates of firearms and dozens of artillery pieces. Observing this scene from a concealed corner, Cheyenne wore an expression of skepticism, her breath causing her prominent chest to rise and fall. What on earth was this scoundrel up to? Did he truly believe that the celestial dragons would be spared by the Marines and the world government after their departure from the East Blue? Anxiously, her thoughts swirled. And at that moment, her transponder snail chimed. Not now, not now, Cheyenne exclaimed. Hello, Sister Crane. How's the situation on site? Vice Admiral Crane inquired. Initially, Khaki and I intended to, but Valus, that rascal, that little imp is quite clever. For now, refrain from intervening. Should Valus require assistance, simply comply with him wholeheartedly. Sister Crane, I don't quite grasp the situation. It's rather straightforward. Ultimately, the incident involving the celestial dragons in the East Blue primarily falls on Valus. However, your and Khaki's actions have exacerbated the situation, even resulting in injuries to the celestial dragons, placing the blame squarely on you. What a scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Cheyenne could not contain her anger, causing her chest to tremble. Yet, immediately afterward, Vice Admiral Crane's gentle voice returned. Do not rush. I have yet to finish my statement. Didn't you mention earlier that this fellow was gravely wounded? Thus, he may not be intentionally resisting. And what? From my understanding of him, if he were unable to resolve this issue, he would certainly not step forward. He would rather feign illness than allow you to bear the consequences. Therefore, watch closely. This cunning little fellow should possess the means to address the problem. At the port, while Cheyenne conversed with Crane, Valus received a call from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Valus, what is the situation over there? Very well. Soon they shall escort the esteemed celestial dragon Charlemagne out to sea. With a casual tone, Valus spoke these words in the presence of the Bondi brothers. Warring states, you scoundrel, what nonsense are you uttering? Do you believe that by sending those two away, you can absolve yourself of responsibility? My lord, do you possess a better solution? Virus responded unhurriedly, remarking that had it not been for his intervention, the esteemed noble of the world, Lord Charlemagne, would have certainly fallen victim to the two prodigies from your organization. Moreover, were it not for the folly of those imbeciles of the Grand Line, who returned the valiant and sagacious Bondi brothers to the East Sea, the illustrious celestial dragon, Lord Charlemagne would never have been abducted. Furthermore, they managed to escape under the siege of Vice Admiral Garp and Vice Admiral Kazan. I could have easily refrained from embroiling myself in this murky affair. You see, Virus, do not forget that you are a member of the Navy. Sengoku was seething with rage, his fury palpable as the snail phone mimicked his expression, portraying utter exasperation. I am fully aware that I am part of the Navy. Otherwise, I would not have come. Virus displayed not the slightest trepidation in the face of Warlord. If you have a superior strategy, I implore you to share it immediately. If not, as a mere admiral, I shall have no choice but to allow the valiant Bondi brothers to depart. Within the naval headquarters, in the marshal's office, Warlord seethed. Virus, you shall await my wrath. The call abruptly ended, yet in that fleeting moment of silence, his eyes narrowed with determination. Virus, do not let me down. Are you quite perceptive after all? Remarked Bondi Wald as he observed the disconnection of Virus's call. It seems your temperament is ill-suited for the Navy. Why not join us on the seas as a carefree pirate? I can offer you the position of deputy leader, to be favored by Mr. Bondi Wald is indeed a remarkable honor. Virus maintained his characteristic smile, his eyes betraying not a hint of turmoil. However, I currently have no intention of setting sail, yet. Should I choose to embark on such a journey, I would undoubtedly establish my own pirate crew, for that would signify true freedom. Ha. I was indeed correct in my assessment of you. Bondewald cast a penetrating glance at Virus, aware that a man of his ambitious nature would not remain in the Navy for long if he wished to evade the depths of the underwater prison. I shall await you on the high seas, Caesar Virus. Well then, Mr. Bondewald, I wish you a safe and prosperous voyage. Virus once again extended his right hand to press against his left chest, bowing with utmost gentlemanly grace. At that moment, all the supplies required by the Bondi Vault brothers had been loaded onto his flagship. Furthermore, the entire structure of the vessel and all the materials had been scrutinized through the observation hockey of Bondi Valance, revealing no discrepancies. Thus, Bondi Vault turned to board the ship. With the celestial dragon Charlemagne held as a hostage and the observation hockey at his disposal, he harbored no fear of Virus's trickery. Yet, just as he pivoted, an ominous premonition surged through his senses. Although he heard no sound, he instantaneously enveloped himself in armament hockey and unleashed a formidable technique. The hundredfold enhancement. His body spun rapidly, delivering a powerful punch backward. Bang! Although his vision had yet to clarify the figure behind him, his obsidian fist collided with an exceptionally hard object. Damn it! Sea Prism Stone. Upon recognizing the stone in Virus's hand, Bondi Vault felt a significant portion of his strength evaporate. While the most elite warriors of the seas could shatter sea prism stones with armament hockey, he was evidently not among them. Moreover, even if he could break it, it would be of no avail. For at the moment Virus struck, another man had emerged from the ocean's depths. As Bondi Vault crumpled to the ground, his peripheral vision caught sight of the sea. He witnessed the once azure waves swiftly transform into an icy expanse, a veritable frozen wasteland. Every soul aboard the ship became encased in ice. Only a peculiar man, adorned with strange sunglasses and unkempt dreadlocks, resembling someone who had just awakened, stood at the bow of the ship, clad in a Marine Admiral's uniform. This individual was none other than the future Admiral, the current candidate for Admiral, Akiji Kazan. With a single punch, he had obliterated his brother Bondi Valance's skull and abducted the celestial dragon. Damn the Marines! Fury surged within Bondi Vault, restoring much of his strength. Yet, with Kazan's arrival, his mentor, Garp, would not remain idle. Hey! Before Bondi Vault could fully comprehend the situation, a white figure flashed like lightning. His arm transformed into a pitch-black iron fist, entwined with vine-like red lightning, producing a sound that sent chills down one's spine. Crackle! This was the legendary hockey entwined, the flowing cherry blossoms as described by the beloved teacher. Galaxy Impact. Vice Admiral Garp made a grand entrance, delivering a colossal punch to Bondi Vault's abdomen. Boom! Following the lethal blow, the 100-meter-wide solid dock crumbled to dust, and the entire port erupted in a swirling cloud of smoke. The waters within 100 meters of the port, centered around Vice Admiral Garp, surged with terrifying ripples and colossal waves. As for Bondi Vault, the notorious world destroyer, with a bounty of 280 million berries, much of his body was obliterated, leaving only a fragment of his head, a pair of large hands, and a set of small legs to fly away. Haha, truly deserving of Vice Admiral Garp's lethal punch. It was far more terrifying than his serious or casual strikes. Witnessing Garp's full-force attack, Virus felt an exhilarating thrill. Upon hearing Virus's praise, the venerable Garp brushed off the dust from his attire, responding with pride. Indeed, I have grown old. I can no longer deliver the full power of my peak, which was 110. Yet, that should API call failed with status code 429, error. Code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Virus, with a smile, produced a lighter and ignited the cigar for the venerable Admiral Karp. Just then, Shiwan gracefully landed before the two, saluting Admiral Karp. It is an honor to meet you, Admiral Karp. Fortunately, you are here, otherwise. Oh, do not flatter me. Were it not for this impudent lad contacting me in advance and formulating a battle plan, we would likely have let that scoundrel escape once more. Admiral Karp jested, placing the cigar between his lips. Shiwan, upon hearing this, cast a glance at Virus, who, however, paid her no heed. Seemingly devoid of the fervor he had displayed the previous day when his gaze lingered upon her bosom, as if she had lost her allure entirely. A sense of irritation welled up within her, especially upon witnessing Virus's eager and even obsequious demeanor as he lit Karp's cigar, showering him with flattery. Truly, it is your might, master, that fortifies our plans. Otherwise, even the most impeccable strategy remains mere theory. Who does not know that you are a naval hero? Causing the pirate King Roger to flee in disarray, a figure feared across the seas, in the Grand Line, Red Soil Continent, and Sky Island. Do not climb the ladder too brazenly. Yet, after savoring a puff from his cigar, the old man immediately turned a blind eye. I never accepted you as my disciple, lest one day you find yourself imprisoned in the depths of the sea, tarnishing my reputation. Upon hearing the old man's retort, Virus merely chuckled mischievously. Your reputation? Tarnished by me? Your son is a leader of the Revolutionary Army, and your grandson constantly declares his ambition to become the Pirate King. I fear it is you who will be dragged down by them, and I shall have to rescue you from impelled down. You rascal! Karp exclaimed, raising his fist. Enveloped in the fierce aura of hockey. It seems I have not given you a good beating in quite some time. Indeed, that is the case. Virus, endowed with the physique of a giant, welcomed the challenge. While Kuro's final strike was formidable, it paled in comparison to Karp's prowess. Although Karp's peak may have faded, he remained one of the strongest on the seas. Combat is the ultimate test of strength and the swiftest means of enhancement. Engaging in battle with Karp would allow him to unleash his full potential without concern for his opponent's injury, or for his own demise. Virus, are you out of your mind? Gion could hardly believe her ears at Virus's audacity to provoke the old man. Hey! With a dazzling smile, Virus refrained from explanation, merely concealing his previous nonchalance. His expression turned serious as he fixed a determined gaze upon Karp, dramatically tossing his cloak into the air. How could one aspire to be the mightiest in this world without engaging in battle with a formidable figure such as the old man? Previously, he had persistently sought Karp's mentorship, yet Karp dismissed him, deeming his foundation insufficient. Each time, Karp merely offered superficial guidance, imparting a haphazard assortment of trivial knowledge. In truth, much of the instruction was delegated to Kazan. Nevertheless, it never took long for Virus to master the lessons shared by Kazan, astonishing both Karp and Kazan. Of course, they remained oblivious to the fact that Virus's innate talent was remarkably lacking. His achievements were solely the result of relentless training and considerable investment. Thus, Karp ultimately entrusted him with the training of the Navy's 6 styles, leading to remarkable outcomes. Whenever Virus achieved something, he would incessantly pester Karp for a spar. Eventually, Karp grew weary of his antics and set a modest goal for him. Once Virus mastered the art of life restoration and could withstand a serious punch from him, he would grant him a formal opportunity to enter the fold. Today presented a splendid opportunity for Virus, with Karp as his ally. As long as he remained loyal to the Navy, any future mischief would have someone else to take the fall. Furthermore, the future Admiral, Kazan, who would command Judicial Island, was akin to a senior brother to him. Complaints regarding the Navy typically filtered through this channel, provided they did not escalate too much. At that moment, if anyone dared to lodge a complaint against him, well, they would have to think twice. Additionally, with Karp's connections, it was as if he had a grip on the beard of Admiral Sengoku, and he also had a hold on the trousers of the Commander-in-Chief, Kong. The advantages were plentiful. Once he dealt with the ruffians of the North Sea, it would be time for him to extend his reach towards the headquarters. Having been granted a second chance at life, his ambitions extended far beyond the mere 4 seas. You have mastered life restoration? As Virus displayed his fierce combat spirit, Karp, a master of the 3 types of hockey, distinctly sensed that Virus had grown significantly stronger. This was precisely why he managed to evade the observation hockey of the Bondawar brothers and retaliate with a punch. Yet, was it truly the case that mastering life restoration could lead to such an enhancement? Surely, the capabilities of his fruit must have been elevated, resulting in a robust physique and swifter life restoration. In response to Karp's inquiry, Virus provided an explanation that appeared quite reasonable. All fruit abilities, upon reaching a certain stage of development, would yield an enhancement in physical prowess. Naturally, this effect was most pronounced in Zoan types, followed by Paramecia, and finally, the Logia types. Alright then, let this old man give it a try. Though Karp feigned annoyance at this young upstart, he secretly regarded him as a pupil. Having not seen him for several months, he yearned to test Virus's progress and gently remind him to remain grounded, lest he become arrogant with newfound abilities. Thus, Karp flashed a grin and shook his fist at Virus. In an instant, his entire arm enveloped in a deep black hockey. For him, a punch without hockey was merely ordinary. A punch imbued with hockey signified a serious strike. Only pirates of immense fortune deserved to endure such a blow. Should he employ Conqueror-S hockey alongside armament hockey, it would transform into a decisive strike, aimed solely at the top-tier powerhouses of the sea, such as the current Yonko, Whitebeard, Big Mom, Kaido, and Wang Ji. Are you prepared to receive the old man's heartfelt iron fist? Come on, old man. Please, deliver a powerful blow, and do not hold back. Virus assumed a battle stance, his gaze intense. However, in contrast to Vice Admiral Garp, who lavishly coats his entire arm with armament hockey, Virus concentrates his solely on his fists. His armament hockey proficiency is rather ordinary, unfortunately limited by his innate talent. Though present, it is sparse and weak. Its sole advantage lies in its flexibility. A palm-sized concentration of armament hockey can manifest on any part of his body. Therefore, he must make every ounce count. Here I come then. Sensing Virus's confidence, Garp grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Come. As Valus narrowed his eyes, a surge of energy emanated from his entire being, channeling all his strength into his arms. Hey, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Virus let out a muffled grunt as he threw a punch. His movements displaying no deviation in angle or form. This punch, too, was a technique he had acquired from Vice Admiral Karp. Brutal, direct, and efficient. In the blink of an eye, the fists of the master and disciple collided, emitting a sharp sound reminiscent of steel clashing. Bang. However, in that very moment of impact, Vice Admiral Karp's expression suddenly shifted. This is bad. This kid possesses tremendous strength. Such a hard punch. Karp silently lamented his predicament, regretting that he had hesitated to unleash his full power, reducing his strike to a mere quarter of its potential. Yet, it was too late for regrets. With his feet already off the ground due to his aggressive advance, he was propelled away like a cannonball by Virus's blow. What? Witnessing the scene before her, Gion rubbed her eyes in disbelief. The legendary naval hero, the strongest force of the Navy headquarters, the man who had pursued the pirate king Roger, Vice Admiral Karp, was actually sent flying by Virus. How could this be? This was even harder to accept than the absurd notion of Khaki suddenly becoming handsome. Speaking of which, why did it feel like she had forgotten something? While she was grappling with her incredulity, the surrounding crowd and sailors began to murmur among themselves. Karp. Vice Admiral Karp. Sent flying by Lord Virus? My heavens. Long live Lord Virus. Oh my. This old man is quite formidable. He must be one of Lord Virus's subordinates. Lord Virus is so handsome. I want to bear your children. Lord Virus. Bondi Vald was killed by this old man with one punch. And this old man was sent flying by Lord Virus with a single blow, which only demonstrates the terrifying power of Lord Virus. Hearing these remarks, Gion felt increasingly speechless. Before she could voice her thoughts, she received a private call from Admiral Tsuru. Gion, get off the battlefield immediately and hide. Why? Karp and Kazan. That damn celestial dragon has awakened. He has ordered CP9 to kill you. Hurry and hide. Now. Damn it. Gion's pupils contracted in shock. I was trying to save him. Enough of this. Move now. Hide immediately. Tsuru's voice was laced with urgency as she pressed Gion to leave. All right. Gion realized Tsuru would not betray her and swiftly began to move. Tsuru's voice continued to resonate through the snail phone. The injury to that celestial dragon, Charlemagne Saint, is your fault. CP is directly under the world nobles and the Gorosei. They will show no mercy in dealing with you. Even if CP does not come for you, the world government will hold you accountable and send you to Impel Down. What? What should I do? Gion's mind was in turmoil, and she felt utterly lost. After her desperate question, Tsuru's resigned voice came through. You can only wait. Protect yourself first. And do not use that snail phone any longer. Do not contact anyone. CP may be listening in on our calls. Someone is coming, Gion. I have to attend a meeting. Gion, take care of yourself. Tsuru, I will protect myself. Upon hearing that last statement, Gion's heart felt heavy as she discarded the snail phone. The Navy snail phones are batch encoded. CP not only has special phones for eavesdropping, but also master snails for tracking. Thus, this phone must not remain in her possession. Damn it. Damn it. Gion ran aimlessly, her anger boiling as she gritted her teeth. She had merely wished to be a good person, a righteous Navy officer, yet fate had played such a cruel joke on her. No, it was not fate but those damn celestial dragons who were to blame. As rage surged within her, a newfound resolve glimmered in her eyes. Yet, simultaneously, she felt a profound confusion. She understood that she could never return to the Navy, unless those lofty celestial dragons were eradicated. With that thought, Gion recalled the detestable visage of Charlemagne Saint. Suddenly, a bold idea took root in her mind, and her gaze turned resolute and icy. Since there was no turning back, she would bid farewell completely. With clarity of purpose, Gion tore off her justice cloak, watching it drift away in the wind, a definitive severance from her past. Charlemagne Saint, just wait. I, Gion, am not to be trifled with. In the naval harbor, you little rascal, you've got some skill. Karp exclaimed as he regained his footing midair after being sent flying by Virus. Although he typically refrained from using the 6 styles, it did not imply he was incapable of employing them. In fact, his close combat prowess and mastery of the 6 styles were unparalleled within the Navy. However, as his strength grew, the opportunities to utilize the 6 styles diminished. Come again. Virus was, of course, aware that Garp had held back, and thus, he harbored no unwarranted self-assurance. As for Gion's departure, it elicited no concern from him. He possessed an appreciation for beauty, especially in women of strong character and formidable strength. However, he would never allow women to impede his primary objectives. They would never compromise the speed of his swordsmanship. Rather, they would only hasten his draw. Old man, this time, I trust you won't show any leniency. Absolutely no holding back. Vice Admiral Garp grinned, slightly flexing his wrists. With that previous punch, he had ascertained the depths of Virus's capabilities. This next punch would undoubtedly satisfy the young man. Uttering those words, crimson and black serpentine lightning manifested upon the dark fist of the old Vice Admiral. Damn it. Upon witnessing Garp unleash his armament hockey emission, Virus couldn't suppress an expletive. Yet, faced with this terrifying fist, Virus did not retreat. 3 years of bloody trials had taught him that in this perilous world, the arrival of tomorrow or unforeseen calamity was uncertain. This was his prime opportunity to prove himself, an indispensable step on his path to becoming a powerhouse. In this life, he aspired to ascend to the uppermost echelons of society. Strength was the key. Come. A surge of unparalleled ambition ignited within Virus. As he summoned every ounce of his strength, his gaze fixed with fervor upon Garp. Haha. Witnessing Virus's expression, Garp erupted into hearty laughter. The black tendrils coiling around his arm suddenly thickened, more formidable than when he had clashed with Bondi Valder. Clearly, during that confrontation, he had promised Virus to unleash his full might, yet had held back. But this time, he intended to deliver a decisive blow. Here I come. In the instant the laughter ceased, Garp's words hung in the air before he vanished. Whoosh. When he reappeared, it was right before Virus. His expression radiated exuberance. The Conqueror's hockey emanating from his arm like a terrifying, ferocious dragon. Galaxy. Impact. Garp bellowed the name of his technique, his lethal fist aimed squarely at Virus. At that moment, the citizens of half the city were momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by an intense sense of suffocation that caused them to faint. The gale generated by Garp's rapid movement sent hundreds of boulders, each the size of a human head, hurtling through the air like cannonballs. In the eye of this tempest, Virus grimaced, his teeth clenched tightly. His eyes had turned as red as a vampire's, blood seeping from the corners and his eardrums. Conqueror's hockey. Such terrifying Conqueror's hockey. Faced with the imminent strike, Virus exerted the full extent of his fruit's abilities to resist. However, beneath the onslaught of that fearsome, iron-fisted pressure, his powers felt as insubstantial as a mere scrap of paper before a descending tiger. Utterly fragile, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and his body quaked with fear. A visceral dread of death, the notion that a single blow would seal his fate, surged within his mind. Yet, even so, Virus remained utterly motionless, not shifting an inch. Indeed, he extended his fist. Yet, in that very moment of striking, he found himself bereft of rational thought. Memories flashed before him like a revolving lantern, reminiscent of those on the brink of death experiencing a fleeting glimpse of life. His aunt's family had seized his inheritance, casting him out into the streets. His first love's parents deemed him too impoverished, urging him to leave. Classmates bullied him for being an orphan, taunting him mercilessly. The proprietor of the delivery station, witnessing his desolation, withheld his wages. And then there was that official's son from a past life who had taken his life. Not to mention the ruthless, bloodthirsty pirates, notorious for their heinous acts of arson, murder, and plunder. Boom. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Virus's eyes glowed crimson, not in the physiological sense. His gaze radiated a red luminescence, while his jet black fists underwent a terrifying transformation as a streak of black and red lightning flickered into existence. That was it. The Conqueror's flowing cherry blossom. Crack. The fists of Virus and Garp collided once more, unleashing a tempest of crimson and black lightning that erupted with a deafening roar. The cataclysmic explosion ravaged the entire port, causing devastation within a kilometer radius. As structures succumbed to the shockwave, the ground erupted, forming a gaping chasm 100 meters deep, reminiscent of a nuclear detonation. The sea, as if retreating in panic, surged backward, generating colossal waves in reverse. Yet, this was not the most horrifying aspect. Even more terrifying was the sudden darkness that enveloped the once clear skies above Goya Port, casting a grim, apocalyptic shadow over the landscape. Following this, from the smoke-filled abyss, a bolt of black and red lightning shot skyward. With a resounding crack that pierced the air, the ominous clouds parted. What was that? The galaxy impact of Rear Admiral Garp? Such a terrifying Conqueror's hockey. Truly, this individual is a monster. No, wait. There are two forces of Conqueror's hockey. A mark of the heavens. Who is he battling against? The Conqueror's hockey. Could it be that one of the four emperors or their commanders has ventured into the East Sea? As Virus and Garp clashed fiercely, the elite agents of CP9, who had rushed to the scene, found themselves paralyzed with trepidation, halting in their tracks. Among them, however, stood a young man with hawk-like eyes and a small mustache, brimming with exhilaration as he charged towards the port, his face alight with an almost maniacal glee. He was none other than Rob Lucci, the future leader of CP9, a terrifying entity who once single-handedly obliterated a nation. The Conqueror's hockey. The rare and precious Conqueror's hockey. As a lunatic of battle, Rob Lucci recklessly surged towards the port, only to arrive and discover that the confrontation between Vice Admiral Garp and Virus had already reached its conclusion. Virus lay unconscious in the deep pit, as Vice Admiral Garp roared with laughter. Ha! Virus, today marks your official entry. Ha! Virus? Rob Lucci, as a member of the intelligence agency, was naturally familiar with the infamous marine scum, Virus. To witness Virus unleashing Conqueror's haki filled him with incredulous dismay. Could this insidious, avaricious, and power-hungry East Blue Commodore truly possess such a formidable power? As these doubts nodded him, his captain and teammates arrived, their gazes mirroring his astonishment. They, too, were acquainted with Virus's reputation. Immediately, CP9 Captain Kaneda contacted the 5 elders. Buru. Kaneda, esteemed Topman Warkiri-sama, I have crucial intelligence to report. Topman Warkiri, has Charlo-sei found himself in danger again? Kaneda, no, Warkiri-sama. During our pursuit of Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral Gion, we have made a significant discovery. Topman Warkiri, a significant discovery? Kaneda, indeed. We have ascertained that East Blue Commodore, Caesar Virus, has awakened Conqueror's haki. World Government. Mariewa. A Conqueror's haki user? Caesar Virus? Topman Warkiri, the legal military god, a balding man with liver spots and a black suit, his mustache resembling 2 crescent moons, leaped from his sofa upon hearing the news. On this vast ocean, those who awaken Conqueror's haki are invariably the most formidable individuals. The emergence of each Conqueror's haki user ignites a frantic scramble among the major powers. Even the mighty Marines, a true force of maritime dominance, possess fewer than 10 such individuals. Now, with such a talent emerging from within the Marines, it was only natural that the Marines and the world government would prioritize their development. Conqueror's haki? Who is it? The words of legal military god Topman Warkiri drew the attention of the other 4-5 elders. I understand. Suspend the pursuit for now. Immediately compile Caesar Virus's dossier and deliver it to me. Furthermore, this matter is to be classified. With these words, Topman Warkiri ended the call and slowly spoke. A mere whelp from the East Blue Marines, named Caesar Virus, has awakened Conqueror's haki. Caesar Virus? Upon hearing this name, Izambaron V. Nasadoro-sei, the financial military god, the only one among the 5 elders not adorned in a suit or sporting facial hair, adjusted his round spectacles. He wore a white robe and cradled a blade. The cursed sword showed Ikatetsu, one of the supreme grade swords. I have some knowledge of this individual. You do? Topman Warkiri inquired, his expression quizzical. Was there anything remarkable about him previously? Could he be the light that Imisama spoke of? Unlikely. Izambaron V. Nasajiro-sei's lips curled into a sinister smile. The reason I know of this lad is that he contributes a substantial sum to the world government's coffers annually. I have merely resolved a few minor inconveniences for him. Minor inconveniences? Significant enough to warrant your attention? Marcus Marseille, the environmental military god, a man with golden hair and a golden beard, a crimson suit, and a scar across his chest, suddenly took an interest in Caesar Virus. Indeed, Izambaron V. Nasajiro-sei nodded. Previously, while eliminating pirates, he inadvertently killed a prince from a member nation. The king filed a complaint with the world government, but it was quickly withdrawn. Oh, J. Garcia Saturn-sei, a man with white curly hair, a voluminous white beard, a noble's flat cap, a scar on his left face, and a cane, squinted his eyes in puzzlement. Why was it withdrawn? Because. Izambaron V. Nasajiro-sei paused for dramatic effect before continuing with a smile. The lad slaughtered the entire royal family and installed a new king. Moreover, Izambaron, your penchant for suspense is tiresome, you know? Marcus Marseille, the oldest of the 5 elders, clad in a deep blue suit with long white hair and a beard, muttered, glaring at the bald man's deliberate pause. Unfazed, Izambaron V. Nasajiro-sei continued. Furthermore, this fellow is a user of a useless devil fruit. A useless devil fruit? Marcus Marseille inquired curiously. Which one? The Comcom fruit, Izambaron V. Nasajiro-sei stated, enunciating each word. Upon hearing this, the other 5 elders instantly lost interest, with only Topman Warkiri muttering, indeed, a piece of trash. Such a pity to waste that Conqueror's haki. Goa Kingdom, Harbor Hospital. What? Gion. Gion is wanted? As dusk descended, Gaki, his face swathed in bandages, awoke from his stupor, his lecherous visage contorted with anger and disbelief. How is this possible? Why is CP9 pursuing Gion? Why is Gion, who selflessly rescued people, being hunted by the Marines? These damn Celestials. Rear Admiral Gaki, remember that you are a Marine. Please mind your language. This is a hospital, not your home. Akiji Kazan, responsible for relaying the information, sat in a chair, his gaze fixed on the window, radiating a lazy indifference. Although his words were nonchalant and his expression impassive, the news of Gion's situation ignited a fury within him no less intense than Gaki's. After all, Gion was practically his junior, and he knew what a good person she was. However, it was the Celestial Dragon's decree, akin to the tragedy of O'Hara. No matter how one pleaded, it was impossible to alter their commands. As he pondered this, he was suddenly reminded of the young girl he had been unable to abandon years ago. That little girl. She must have blossomed into a beautiful young woman by now. Damn it, I'm going to confront them. As Kazan's thoughts wandered to his dark-skinned little girl, Gaki, disregarding his injuries, threw off the covers and leaped out of bed. We risked our lives to save him. And he repays us like this? Why? Before he could finish his sentence, Virus's voice echoed from the doorway. Also covered in bandages, Virus entered the room, stating, of course. It's because they are descendants of the creators, the exalted world nobles, the celestial dragons. Damn you, Virus. It's all your fault, you bastard. If you hadn't arrived so late. If only you could accompany Gion. If only. Enough. Observing Kaki's impotent fury, Akiji coldly interrupted him. This world is merciless and frigid. Had it not been for Virus's timely intervention to buy some time, both you and Gion would have faced accountability. And the outcome would not have been as favorable as it is now. I would rather share the blame with Gion. At least there would be someone to endure the suffering alongside her. Kaki shouted in rage, his eyes reddened. He knew all too well. Yet he found it unbearable to accept such an outcome. When he first joined the Navy, he merely sought to drift through life aimlessly. However, Gion's arrival transformed everything. She was like a beam of light illuminating his existence. When others mocked him for being lewd, it was Gion who defended him. In the military academy's cafeteria, when classmates ridiculed him as a country bumpkin who didn't even know how to eat a mango and bullied him relentlessly, it was Gion who stood up and scolded those ruffians, even giving him her phone number. She was the first woman who accepted his less than appealing appearance and treated him as a friend. She was so pure, kind, just perfect. The more Kaki thought about it, the more his heart ached, and the angrier he became. Gion did not deserve such a fate. He would rather endure this burden himself. Seeing Kaki's expression, Akiji shoved his hands back into his pockets, his gaze wandering out the window as he crossed his legs. He understood that in this moment, he could do nothing. The O'Hara massacre order, which resulted in the loss of only one demon child, Robin, had already left an indelible stain on his record. Attempting to persuade the celestial dragons to retract their decree was utterly impossible. However, just as he resumed his indifferent demeanor, staring disheartenedly at the sea, Virus's voice floated back to him. Actually, I have a solution for Gion's predicament. Akiji immediately shifted his gaze, squinting at Virus. What? Kaki was instantly ecstatic. Stumbling towards Virus. Virus, you have a way. What is it? Please tell me. I implore you. As long as you can save little Gion, I would gladly sacrifice my life. Sacrifice your life? That's entirely unnecessary. Observing the almost kneeling figure of the fervent admirer before him, Virus's eyes narrowed slightly. However, I am not closely related to Gion. This endeavor will require a significant price from me. What price? What do you desire? Anything within my power. At that moment, Kaki resembled a drowning man clutching at a lifeline thrown by Virus. If it meant saving Gion, he would truly be willing to forsake his own life. Witnessing Kaki's desperate state, Akiji felt a pang of sympathy and cast a disdainful glance at Virus. This rascal is trying to extort money from you. Name your price. Money? Upon hearing those two words, Kaki could hardly believe it, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is this something that can be resolved with money? Of course. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Virus inhaled deeply from his cigar, exhaling a plume of smoke that curled like a dragon as he raised his index finger towards the two. Observing Virus' demeanor, Kazan, who possessed considerable insight into his character, realized that Virus was once again plotting something devious. However, he refrained from voicing any further concerns, especially given the growing camaraderie between them. Admiral Karp, unwilling to remain behind to protect the celestial dragons, chastised Virus before departing. Yet, prior to his exit, while Virus was still unconscious, Karp had personally acknowledged him and entrusted him with the teachings of Haki. From that moment forth, Virus was to be regarded as his formal apprentice, embraced as one of his own. Little did he know that Virus' intentions extended beyond mere trickery. He had his sights set on Kazan's hidden treasures as well. I demand the most effective solution. How much will it cost? I am willing to pay any price, even if it means resorting to piracy. Hearing Virus' unwavering confidence and his mention of 3 potential methods, Kazan chose to trust his words. Very well. In light of your sincerity, I shall offer you a discount. Observing Kazan's endearing, earnest demeanor, Virus nodded with satisfaction. Yet, he soon made a shocking demand that left both men astounded. I require a mere 1 billion berries. 1 billion berries. But I possess less than 100 million berries. Kazan was taken aback by this figure, his scalp tingling and hair standing on end, while fresh blood seeped from a recently healed wound. Coughing, Kazan nearly choked on the exorbitant sum. Virus, this figure is utterly outrageous. Outrageous, you say? Virus, with a dismissive puff on his cigar, exhaled a substantial cloud of smoke, savoring the moment before slowly articulating his thoughts. Those are celestial dragons we are speaking of. My esteemed senior Kazan, you must tread carefully. Ahem, persuading the illustrious celestial dragons to retract their orders is no trivial task, you understand? Do you grasp the extent of connections I must navigate? The multitude of calls I must make, the intricate networks I must traverse, all to resolve this matter flawlessly. Upon hearing Virus' words, Kazan could only awkwardly fall silent, for the truth in Virus' statement was undeniable. In his lifetime, he had never encountered the prospect of persuading the domineering celestial dragons to rescind their commands. The difficulty of such an endeavor was indeed beyond imagination. Are you truly capable of resolving this matter flawlessly? Kazan pondered. Meanwhile, the already agitated Kaji had completely disregarded monetary concerns. I can assure you with the integrity of Master Garp and my senior, Admiral Kazan, and him, their esteemed reputations, Virus spoke with unwavering confidence, even invoking the names of his two esteemed allies. In his pursuit of wealth, he shamelessly draped himself in the guise of authority, showing no sign of modesty. However, Kyuzin could only roll his eyes at such audacity, wondering how their reputations were being exploited for his gain. To his astonishment, Jaji readily agreed to the proposition. I have 53 million berries, and I can give it all to you. As for the remaining funds, I'll find a way to gather them. Upon hearing this figure, Virus's expression darkened. General Jaji, it is exceedingly difficult for me to assist you with a mere 53 million. You must understand that CP9 has already begun pursuing Gion. If a conflict arises between them, whether Gion accidentally kills a CP agent or vice versa, it could prove disastrous. At that point, even 1 billion berries may not suffice to resolve the issue. What shall I do? I truly have no money. Jaji lamented, his face etched with anxiety. He cursed his own extravagance over the years, reflecting that had he been more frugal, he might have saved at least 200 million berries. Yet, even that amount paled in comparison to the daunting billion he required, just as despair threatened to consume him. Virus exhaled a plume of smoke and offered him a glimmer of hope. General Jaji, you are a talented individual with many connections. Perhaps you could rally your friends to contribute? Upon hearing this, Jaji felt a wave of shame wash over him. At present, he had but one friend, Gion. Virus was instantly enveloped in frustration. This fellow was truly a miser, incapable of yielding any profit. Fortunately, within the confines of this room, there was a stoic figure, Kazan, whose demeanor was as cold as ice yet whose heart burned warmly. Kazan, he began, I do not typically squander my funds. My account holds 370 million berries. And with the bounty for the demise of Bondi Valens and his ilk, it should surpass 500 million berries. To what extent could you utilize this sum? Upon hearing of the monetary offer, Virus concealed his frown, yet inwardly, he felt quite elated. At most, I can ensure the cessation of the bounty on Gion and halt CP9's pursuit of her. Kazan was already quite satisfied with this arrangement. However, as a quintessential sycophant, Jackie pressed further, what if it were 1 billion berries? 1 billion berries. Virus mused, noting the tenacity of his companion. He divulged the most enticing possibility. In addition to that, I could facilitate her return to the Navy, albeit with a demotion and a pay cut. Then it shall be 1 billion, Jackie declared, gritting his teeth as he articulated his decision. Rarely astute, he continued, Virus, you must be quite wealthy, indeed. The remaining 450 million berries shall be considered my debt to you. Grant me a year, and whether through theft, robbery, or piracy, I shall amass this fortune for you. Thus, Virus displayed an expression of considerable difficulty. However, Kazan could no longer bear to watch. He cleared his throat and cast a stern glance at Virus. Virus, that is enough. Teacher Karp has entrusted you with the bounty of Bondi Varda. Moreover, over the years, I and Teacher Karp have dealt with numerous pirates in the East Sea. Well, for the sake of my senior brother Kazan, I shall reluctantly lend you the money. Time is of the essence. I will make arrangements immediately. Upon noticing that Kazan was about to bring up past debts, Virus promptly agreed to this transaction. Indeed, over the years, he had often taken advantage of Karp and Kazan. He had managed to intimidate the various kingdoms and major criminal families of the East Sea, frequently leveraging the reputations of both men. This individual, he possesses many virtues, yet is avaricious, lustful, and ruthless in his pursuit of goals, employing any means necessary. His greatest flaw, however, is his unwavering commitment to repaying debts of gratitude. Bang! Virus hastily exited, yet as he closed the door, Jackie cast a worried glance towards Kazan. Admiral Kazan, can Virus truly accomplish this task? Rest assured. Kazan replied with a reassuring gaze, crossing his legs and allowing his eyes to drift towards the sea. What he says to men is generally quite reliable. Jackie felt a slight twinge of curiosity but chose not to pursue the matter further. Just as their conversation concluded, Kazan received a call from Admiral Sengoku. Hello, Admiral Sengoku. How are Virus and Jackie faring? Virus is recovering swiftly. Jackie will need some time to recuperate. Good to hear. We will find a way to address the situation in Gion. Admiral, I have 2 matters to report to you. What is it? Virus claims he has a method to lift the bounty on Gion and facilitate her return to the Navy. At Navy headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a matter was even challenging for him to broach with the Gorsiai. The Dragonites were notoriously sensitive, and the first article of the Navy's code mandated the utmost protection of their kind, even for an esteemed admiral like Sengoku. He found it hard to believe that Virus could resolve an issue he himself could not. Are you jesting? Indeed, Admiral. How did he achieve this? With a substantial sum of money. How much? 1 billion berries. Upon hearing this figure, Sengoku could not help but gasp. 1 billion berries was akin to the annual revenue of several small kingdoms, not accounting for expenses. The annual salary of their vice admirals barely reached 10 to 20 million berries. As for the bounties on pirates, they were not easily earned. Though many notorious pirates roamed the seas, their bounties were not given freely. Take Bondewald, for instance, as a Momo fruit user. He could easily evade pursuit by merely accelerating his ship. Certainly, Borsalino could catch up, but even he alone could not contend with the entire Bondi pirate crew. Moreover, other pirates were either elusive or terrifyingly powerful, like Mihawk, or cunning and treacherous, such as Crocodile. Then there were the notorious Yonko crews. Should any of their members be apprehended, it would not be long before some naval base or allied nation would suffer the consequences, necessitating a perilous hostage exchange. Thus, serving in the Navy during these times was exceedingly perilous. Furthermore, even if one encountered pirates, they could not claim the entirety of the bounty. Losses due to battle, compensation for naval personnel, and bonuses would all be deducted. Generally, the Navy was fortunate to retain half of the bounty. Of course, this did not apply in cases of overwhelming victories, such as when Kazan was stationed at Eni's lobby and Garp was casually patrolling the East Blue. These instances were akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. As for Virus receiving the full amount, it was due to his considerable gray income. That scoundrel. Sengoku cursed upon hearing this alarming figure. How much has he embezzled over the years in the East Blue? Just as he finished speaking, Kazan's voice floated back. Admiral, you may have greatly misjudged Virus. Misjudged? Junior brother? Yes, Admiral. Half of that 1 billion berries was contributed by Jackie and me, and 280 million berries came from Bondewald's bounty. As for my junior brother, Garp has officially taken Virus as his disciple, and he has awakened the Conqueror's Haki. What? Sengoku nearly leapt up. This young man had awakened the Conqueror's Haki? Indeed, Kazan explained nonchalantly. Virus was injured due to an encounter with Garp. I understand. Sengoku processed the situation, rubbing his temples. Kazan, assign the protection of the celestial dragons to Virus. A significant event has occurred in Mariehua that requires your return to Eni's lobby to oversee the first half of the Grand Line. A significant event in Mariehua? Indeed. A fishman named Fisher Tiger has scaled the Red Line, wreaking havoc and liberating thousands of slaves, inciting the fury of the celestial dragons. Meanwhile, aboard the Goya harbor, in the captain's quarters, Virus was in high spirits after securing yet another billion-berry deal. Upon returning to his room, he set down his cigar and poured himself a glass of fine wine. After savoring a generous sip, he retrieved a cryptic transponder snail he had acquired on the black market and dialed a rather influential individual. No need to rush. Virus, greetings. Is this the illustrious Mr. Red-Haired Shanks? Shanks, who might you be? How do you possess my transponder snail? Virus, my identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is your good brother, Jesus Burgess. His wife and child, Usopp, were nearly slain by the nefarious Black Cat pirates. I exerted considerable effort to rescue them from peril. After traversing the Grand Line, we arrive at paradise. How can I be certain you are not deceiving me? Sitting cross-legged, Shanks furrowed his brow as he clutched the transponder snail. His gaze flickered to the distance, where Jesus Burgess lay inebriated beyond measure. A sense of guilt stirred within him for this dear brother. He was acutely aware that Jesus Burgess yearned for his family. Thus, as a loyal companion to Jesus Burgess and the captain of the red-haired pirates, he could never permit any harm to befall Jesus Burgess's wife and child. Virus, indeed, there is a possibility that I have deceived you. However, to demonstrate my sincerity, allow me to reveal a bit about myself. I am Caesar Virus, the temporary admiral of the East Sea, soon to assume the position of naval admiral in the North Sea. I have recently vanquished the captain of the Black Cat pirates, Kuro, whose whereabouts were situated in West Brole village. The brothers Bondewald and Bondevalens also met their demise under my orchestrations. You may procure information from the black market to verify the veracity of my claims. I am aware of you, Caesar Virus, as a wielder of the supreme three-color Haki. Shanks' observation Haki assures him that Caesar Virus is not deceiving him. Furthermore, during my travels in the East Sea, I have indeed heard of Virus' notorious name, the White Death. A disgrace to the Navy, resorts to any means necessary to eradicate pirates, with methods that are said to be even more ruthless than those of the pirates themselves. No pirate crew targeted by him has ever met a favorable fate. Thus, he harbors no desire to provoke this disgraceful figure. Speak. What conditions must be met for you to release them? Be straightforward, assist me with a small favor, make a call to the elders for me, and help me. As Virus spoke, his eyes were half closed and the corners of his mouth curled up in a faint smile. However, upon hearing Virus's words, the red-haired Shanks suddenly exuded an astonishing aura of menace. How do you know I possess the phone number of the 5 elders? And how could you possibly know they would show me favor? TSK, speaking of which, I have an unwelcome request to make. Virus remained unperturbed, injecting a playful jest into the conversation. My idol is none other than the illustrious captain of the Divine Knights. Mr. Shanks, would you be so kind as to procure an autograph for me? A minute later, the sound of clenched fists echoed as Shanks, his face contorted in vexation, involuntarily emanated a formidable aura of Conqueror's Haki, causing his crew to recoil in trepidation. Seated across from him by the campfire was none other than Dracula Mihawk, who had recently ascended to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Sensing Shanks' agitation, Mihawk fixed him with a scrutinizing gaze. Shanks, what could possibly provoke such ire? He inquired. Shanks inhaled deeply, distancing himself from the group before retrieving a golden den mushy. Mihawk's eyes narrowed as he murmured a name. Caesar Virus? Meanwhile, in the East Blue, within the captain's quarters of a ship docked at Goa Kingdom, Virus, having concluded his call with Shanks, dialed another influential figure, a patron of sorts. Izambaron V, Nasajiro Saint. A voice resonated from the other end. Virus, what matter requires my attention? Valus, esteemed, magnificent, divine, invincible, and most revered Lord Izambalan V. Nazashiro. I humbly request your assistance with a minor task. Izambalan V. Nazashiro. Oh, another trivial matter? Which royal ancestor have you vanquished this time? Valus, certainly not. I merely wish to request your assistance in speaking a few kind words on behalf of Major Gion. Izambalan V. Nazashiro. What is your relationship with her? Valus, huh? It is of little consequence. Merely a delightful interlude has transpired. My lord, Izambaron, you comprehend my sentiment. Izambaron V. Nazashiro. TSK. You young rascal are quite extravagant, mastering it so swiftly. Valus. I resorted to a few rather unscrupulous tactics. Izambalan V. Nazashiro. I see. But this matter is quite troublesome, as Charmako is currently in a fit of rage. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Virus. Upon my arrival in the North Sea, it is imperative that I vie with the Don Quixote family for a share of the spoils, for after all, Don Quixote da Flamingo was once a great celestial dragon. You see. Izambaron V. Nazashiro long. If he indeed obstructs your path to fortune, it suffices that you do not take his life. I commend you, Lord Izambaron V. Nazashiro long. After Virus spoke, the phone bug fell into a tranquil silence, and the smile on his face deepened. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. The so-called sacred land of Mariewa is no exception. The celestial dragon families are not a monolithic entity. Rather, fierce competition brews beneath the surface. Hence, their insatiable thirst for wealth is palpable, sustaining their opulent lifestyles, procuring powerful devil fruits, researching various terrifying potions, and acquiring formidable slaves, among other things. Only the most insignificant celestial dragons resort to flaunting their power across the world. Were it not for the enigmatic figure hidden among the flowers, the world's king, M. This faction would have descended into chaos long ago. Thus, in Virus' eyes, these so-called aristocrats of the world are merely gilded puppets, or more accurately, dogs and toys wielded by him to maintain dominion over the world. The fate of Charmako, who has lost his limbs, is trivial. Even his demise in the East Blue would bear little consequence. After all, the venerable Izambaron V. Nazashiro, this old wretch, cannot afford to lose such an efficient earner. This thought intensified Virus' murderous intent toward Charmako. When Monkey D. Luffy slapped a celestial dragon, he became renowned across the seas. If one were to eliminate a celestial dragon, the ensuing ramifications would surely be captivating. Contemplating this, Virus narrowed his profound gaze. Yet, in the next moment, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted. He caught a whiff of a familiar scent, a subtle fragrance of peach blossoms mingled with the metallic tang of blood. Miss Gion, you possess remarkable audacity. As the scent wafted and footsteps echoed, Virus employed silent steps to approach the door. Virus? Upon seeing the devilishly charming man standing before her, Gion, clutching her abdomen where blood oozed, felt her heart constrict. She had believed that the most perilous place was, paradoxically, the safest. Yet, she had never anticipated that Virus, who ought to have been in a hospital, was presently in the captain's quarters. Reflecting on their unpleasant interactions over the past few days, and recalling Virus' notorious reputation as a naval rogue, Gion's heart sank into despair. However, the fierce instinct for survival, coupled with her boundless fury toward the celestial dragons, compelled her to tentatively speak. Virus, I will leave immediately. You can pretend you did not see me, can't you? Of course not. Virus shook his head with a smile, his gaze fixated on Gion's tattoo. Unless, you can forget about it. The lascivious look in Virus' eyes made Gion's heart ache, aggravating the wound in her abdomen. Observing Gion's pallid and frail appearance, Virus grinned with the classic smirk of a villain, advancing toward her. With your injuries, you want to get far from my ship, especially with CP9 on your trail. By the way, I've heard that CP9 has a pervert named Rob Lucci. He delights in torturing beautiful and powerful women, killing them before playing with their corpses. Virus, you beast. What do you intend to do? Don't come any closer. Southeast Harbor. Clad in a black suit and wearing a bowler hat, Rob Lucci, still without the presence of the peacekeeper, was in the midst of transforming into his leopard form, relying on his keen sense of smell to track Gion. Suddenly, the strongest warrior of Justice Island in the past 800 years sneezed unexpectedly. Ha ha. his alluring companion, the voluptuous Calipha, with her golden hair and curvaceous figure, immediately burst into a delightful laugh. Lucci, I never imagined that the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit could also catch a cold. Humph. Rob Lucci coldly snorted. Continuing his search for traces, he paid no heed to Calipha, who was resplendent in a form-fitting black dress, adorned with fishnet stockings and high heels. TCH. Seeing Rob Lucci remain oblivious to her charms, Calipha pouted her luscious red lips in mild frustration. Yet just then, Lucci detected a scent, blood. A drop of blood on the wall. Shaves. Moonwalk. Rob Lucci soared into the air, sniffing the scent of the blood. He swiftly redirected towards the harbor, vanishing like a phantom with the use of his moonwalk technique. Harbor, captain's quarters. TSK. The female form is truly exquisite. Gazing at Gion, unconscious on the grand bed, Virus indulged in a moment of wicked pleasure. Afterwards, he locked the cabin door, cigar in mouth, and strolled onto the deck. At that moment, two figures had joined the scene. They were none other than the ace members of CP9, the combat enthusiast and Zoan fruit user, Rob Lucci, and the golden-haired Calipha, skilled in disguise and ambush, using her beautiful legs to overpower her foes. Meanwhile, Virus's subordinates stood armed, knives and guns raised toward the duo, the atmosphere charged with tension. Upon Virus's appearance, the sailors respectfully parted to create a path, sheathing their weapons. Ah, so it is the esteemed CP9 experts. What an honor. A mere glance at Rob Lucci sufficed for Virus to shift his focus onto Calipha. His gaze brazenly traversed from her collarbone to her bosom, then to her slim waist. Long legs, delicate feet, and finally returning to her exquisitely made-up face. Miss Calipha, you have grown increasingly beautiful and voluptuous. It has been ages since we dined together. Shall we arrange a meeting today? You insolent man, be careful lest I report you for sexual harassment to the Navy headquarters. Calipha crossed her arms, her expression displeased. A hint of animosity in her eyes. Do you know each other? Rob Lucci frowned upon hearing their exchange. Of course, not really. Virus and Calipha provided contrasting answers simultaneously. It is worth mentioning that the two share a complicated history. In the past, Virus caught the attention of a certain elder by delivering funds to that esteemed celestial dragon. Calipha, who had just reached adulthood and joined CP9, naturally became an investigator and infiltrated Virus's surroundings. Upon seeing Calipha, Virus instantly recognized her, unabashedly revealing his flaws, a penchant for cruelty, a voracious appetite for wealth, a hedonistic lifestyle, and a taste for fine wines and cigars. Time and again, he seduced and harassed Calipha, taking advantage of her in various ways. During a celebratory banquet following a recent battle, Calipha nearly fell victim to his advances. Consequently, at the conclusion of her investigation, Calipha's assessment of Virus could be encapsulated by numerous idioms: utterly malevolent, steeped in sin, deserving of severe punishment, and irredeemably wicked, among others. Every conceivable negative term found its way into her report. She even compiled a plethora of evidence into a denunciation letter, which she submitted to the Navy headquarters in Judicial Island. Little did she realize that Virus faced no repercussions, rather. He garnered the favor of a significant figure and thrived in the East Blue with increasing audacity. Virus, we suspect that the wanted criminal Gion is aboard your ship. Thus we must conduct a search, Calipha announced. Upon hearing her words, Rob Lucci stepped forward with a cold expression, his gaze fixed menacingly on Virus. His tone laced with palpable tension and provocation. You would do well to cooperate, lest I take your life. Clang, clang, clang. As Rob Lucci's words hung in the air, the previously sheathed weapons of the Navy soldiers were drawn, bullets chambered. However, Rob Lucci merely scoffed dismissively. If you lowly fish are a hindrance, I wouldn't hesitate to eliminate you all. Such arrogance is truly terrifying. No wonder he is hailed as the strongest warrior of CP9, Virus mused, a grin spreading across his face. Despite his poor observational skills, he possessed an acute ability to read the room. He discerned that Rob Lucci was eager for him to respond with violence, to engage in a deadly confrontation. Yet, in Virus's eyes, Rob Lucci was hardly a worthy opponent. Unfazed, Virus leisurely took a puff of his cigar, hands tucked into his pockets, and remarked, the weak have no right to survive. You advocate for necessary evil and embrace the darkness of justice. Those are your words, are they not, Lucci? Indeed, Rob Lucci replied coldly, nodding. However, at that moment, his instincts sensed danger, and he swiftly transformed into his leopard form. His height and musculature expanded, his human visage contorting into that of a leopard, his skin adorned with striking spots. Humph! As Rob Lucci prepared for battle, Calipha unleashed her black whip. Crack! The resounding snap echoed as Virus exhaled a plume of smoke resembling a dragon. Once the white mist dissipated before him, he turned slowly to survey the cabin. Gion is actually resting in my bed. You may all come aboard. Virus, you seek death. At Virus's taunt, Rob Lucci, now devoid of restraint, became a blur, shooting towards Virus like a bullet. Whoosh! Just as he was about to confront Virus directly, Rob Lucci grinned ominously. 6 styles, shave. His body traced a peculiar arc, vanishing at an even greater speed. When he reappeared, he was behind Virus, executing his signature move, 6 styles, 6 kings puncture. utilizing the principles of finger strikes. He unleashed a catastrophic shockwave with all his might. Die. As he unleashed his technique, witnessing Varys still facing away, Rob Lucci let out an ecstatic, maniacal scream. Yet, in that instant, Khalifa's whip lashed towards Varys, urgently warning, Lucci, be careful. What? Lucci suddenly sensed something amiss. In an instant, he accelerated and evaded. Moving several meters away, the terrifying shockwave he had just unleashed rebounded off Varys, obliterating half of the cabin. Crash. Haha. With such meager skills. You dare to provoke Lord Varys? What CP9 strongest warrior? I see only the most pathetic pretense. Do not speak recklessly. This man is indeed formidable. It is just that Lord Varys is even stronger. Go, Lord Varys. Annihilate this pretentious fool. What kind of technique is this? Amid the surrounding naval soldiers' cacophony of jeers, Rob Lucci remained oblivious, his gaze fixated on Varys. At that moment, he felt no fear. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration. Technique? With a casual flick of his wrist, Valis sent Callie's whip flying and gradually elucidated. I have named this technique the sixth style, hollow wood. It is an extension of the sixth style, iron block and paper drawing. The principle is rather simple. One must accurately calculate the timing of the opponent's attack. By employing paper drawing to soften the body in advance, one can explosively unleash iron block at the moment of close combat. This allows for perfect protection of the body while simultaneously generating a powerful shockwave to deflect the opponent's attack back at them. Hollow wood, is it? A splendid technique. Rob Lucci narrowed his eyes, a sinister smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as sharp claws emerged from his paws. How foolish. To reveal the principles of one's technique to others, knowing that Valis would employ such a move, and possessing nearly unparalleled combat talent. He realized that impact-based techniques would be utterly ineffective against Valis. Then, let us test the slash. With that, whoosh, as Rob Lucci's words faded. He executed the sixth style, shave, vanishing once more. This time, his speed had more than doubled. When he reappeared, his claws, shrouded in a dark hue of hockey, were poised to strike Valis' face in a cross pattern. However, he could never have anticipated what was about to unfold, nor could anyone else. Varys maintained an elegant posture, calmly gazing at Rob Lucci as he smoked. However, his right leg had inexplicably lifted, with the top of his knee cloaked in a dark, armored hue. A chilling howl erupted from Rob Lucci, reminiscent of a wild beast, his eyes reddening as if they might burst forth. The Orcish form he had assumed vanished, leaving his face pallid and ghastly, before his gaze grew vacant, and he collapsed in a whimper before Varys. The surrounding Marines felt a sudden chill, instinctively tightening their legs at the sight. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a hotel less than a kilometer from the military port, several other members of CP9 gasped in shock at the scene. Their leader, Kenida, had received a call from the five elders about a retreat, prompting them to join him at the harbor in search of Lucci and Khalifa. Witnessing Lucci's confrontation with Varys, they chose not to intervene but instead reveled in the spectacle. As comrades, they were acutely aware of Lucci's prowess. Without their captain, even combined, they would hardly match him without their devil fruit abilities. Yet, such a fierce individual, a terrifying beast, had been rendered ineffective by Varys with just a single move in mere moments. What an alarming level of power must Varys possess? Such a person surely belonged to the Grand Line, or the Navy headquarters. Why was he in this insignificant East Blue? Gulping audibly, Kaku, the giraffe fruit user, instinctively swallowed, his expression mirroring that of someone who had just taken a crushing blow to his dignity. In contrast, Gabra, the dog fruit user in wolf form and a fervent admirer of Lucci, wore a disdainful expression. If it were a fair fight, he believed he would surely not fall short against Lucci. Silence. Kenida interrupted, his expression darkening at the juvenile comment from his subordinate. In battle, there is only victory or defeat. Terms like despicable hold no weight. Moreover, do you truly believe that someone who has awakened the Conqueror's haki is merely a simple foe? If he possesses such formidable strength, why does he not confront Lucci with it openly? Bruno, the newly inducted user of the door fruit, who bore horns upon his head in an innocent demeanor, was perplexed. The other new recruits, equally curious, looked to Kenida for answers. Observing these newcomers, talented yet displaying a naive clarity devoid of any cunning typical of agents, Kenida felt a wave of frustration. What a foolish bunch. In these treacherous seas, strength and treachery are never antonyms. Truly, you are the worst batch of CP agents I have ever led. Kenida himself struggled to comprehend Varys, who possessed the capacity to overpower Rob Lucci yet resorted to such underhanded tactics. He was equally baffled as to how someone like Varys could awaken the Conqueror's haki. Each individual who awakens this ability possesses not only terrifying physical attributes and innate talent, but also an extraordinary obsession. Some fight to protect, like Whitebeard, others for dominance. Like Shiki, some yearn for freedom and truth, like Roger, and others seek women and wealth, like Wang Shi. Based on current observations, Varys likely fit the latter profile, representing the weakest form of Conqueror's haki. Yet, inexplicably, his years of espionage instinct whispered to him otherwise. The character of Varys undoubtedly extends beyond mere depravity and avarice. Regrettably, he is on the verge of being reassigned to CP0, the revolutionary army, recently established with the objective of overthrowing the world government, will be the primary focus of his forthcoming endeavors. Otherwise, he would genuinely wish to conduct a thorough investigation. What are the true ambitions or obsessions of that fellow, Velis? Lucci, Califa, witnessing this scene, ground her teeth in fury. She hastily stowed away her whip and rushed over, kneeling to assess the injuries of Rob Lucci. Velis, you despicable scoundrel. Thank you for the compliment. Varus remained indifferent, casting a fleeting glance at Califa's bosom before his gaze drifted into the distance. Shortly thereafter, a group of individuals clad in black suits descended onto the deck. The diminutive yet imposing Kinida slowly approached Valrus. Valrus, it has been quite some time. Have you significantly enhanced your strength? He inquired with a chuckle. Ah, you flatter me. Valrus replied, his smile lacking sincerity as he puffed on his cigar, engaging with this sly old fellow. It has indeed been a while, Lord Kinida. I have heard that you are being reassigned to CP0. That is truly a cause for celebration. It has been ages since we visited the Mantis Flower Street in the Kingdom of Goya. Perhaps tonight, he suggested, only to be interrupted by a cough. Upon hearing Valrus mention that street, Kinida's expression shifted slightly as he coughed twice. I have official duties to attend to, so I shall refrain from discussing certain matters. I have come specifically to inform you that the bounty on Miss Gion has been revoked. Oh, that is indeed thrilling news. With a smile, Virus glanced at Califa lying on the ground, then shifted his gaze to Rob Lucci, whose complexion had just begun to regain its color. Mr. Rob Lucci, you wouldn't mind, would you, considering your generous nature, that I inadvertently bumped into you? He remarked with a hint of mockery. Rob Lucci, recovering some strength, rose with a grim expression. His eyes glinted like those of a hellish demon as he shot a piercing glare at Virus before awkwardly leaping off the deck and vanishing. Beneath his demeanor, Kinida felt a flicker of discontent, but he swiftly concealed it. After engaging in a superficial exchange with Virus, he departed with his group of inexperienced subordinates. Yet, once they were gone, the chatter among them persisted, naturally revolving around Virus. Boss, that Virus is utterly arrogant, one exclaimed. Indeed, how dare he treat us, CP9? In such a manner, shouldn't we seek an opportunity to teach him a lesson? Another chimed in. Yes, we are the celestial dragons and the direct agents of the world government. They echoed. How dare he bully Lucci? Isn't that akin to slapping you in the face? Then why not give it a try? Kinida coldly scoffed, causing the 7 around him to fall silent in an instant. Their hearts brimmed with reluctance. Yet they dared not provoke the monster that was Virus. Observing their sudden quietness, Kinida allowed a smile to surface. At least they were not entirely foolish. He squinted and spoke again, offering a final piece of advice before their departure. In this world, strength is the ultimate truth. Remember, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. When you can provide sufficient value, even the celestial dragons must bow before you. The celestial dragons? Bow. Upon hearing this, the group could grasp the initial part of his statement. However, the connection between those two phrases caused a genuine short circuit in their minds. A bunch of fools, Kinida lamented, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. He gave each of them a light tap on the head before elaborating. Do you truly believe that this scoundrel could thrive amidst wealth and power without someone backing him? Are you implying that his patron is a celestial dragon? Upon hearing those words, shock and disbelief spread across their faces. Kaku widened his eyes and asked, Captain, who exactly is his supporter? Humph. It won't hurt to tell you. After all, you'll find out sooner or later. As he spoke, Kinida took out a cigarette and placed it in his mouth. His patron is Izambaron V. Najaru Sijin, and he might even be connected to the Order of the Divine Knights. Nanny, at the port. In the captain's quarters. Upon returning to find Gion still lying flat, Virus suddenly felt an urge for a large white bun. He quickly approached the bedside, only to find himself pinned down by Gion. A gleaming golden blade rested against Virus's neck. Virus, you bastard. Move a muscle, and I swear I'll slay you. Velis remained unconcerned, yet he did not move, squinting at her charming face as he inquired. Is this how you treat your savior? Nonsense, savior. I believe you are merely seeking to take advantage of me. If I intended to exploit you, would you still be in your pristine state? What about the garments I wore? Naturally, I had to dispose of them. Otherwise, how could I assist in stitching your wound? Does stitching a wound on your waist necessitate the removal of all clothing? Why, indeed it does. Do you think CP9 tracks you by mere chance? It is your scent. You fool. And my chest. How do you account for the fingerprints upon my skin? Gion, her face flushed with indignation, ground her teeth in frustration at Velis' words. Considering the considerable effort involved in stitching your wound, is it not reasonable to use my support during rest? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. With a mischievous smile, Velis leaned closer, his handsome face almost brushing against the delicate features of Cheyenne. The proximity was such that their noses were mere inches apart, prompting Cheyenne to instinctively retreat, her breath quickening as she sought to evade Velis. Velis, I must tell you, I am not that kind of woman, she exclaimed, her voice trembling with urgency. Even if you were to possess my body, you would never capture my heart. if you dare to approach me in such a manner. Yet, if my desire were solely for your presence, indifferent to your heart, how would the alluring Miss Shine respond then? As Valus beheld her trembling pupils, his gaze radiated an aura of aggression and possession. A hot, humid breath escaped him, colliding with her delicate, rosy cheeks. This caused Gion to shudder, her exposed skin visibly flushing a deeper shade of pink. It was evident why this woman had garnered the nickname Peach Bunny. Perhaps it was not solely due to her endowments but also her formidable abilities. Damn it. If you dare to commit such a vile act against me, I would rather die. Just a fleeting glance at Valus' fiery stare made Gion turn her head away, too afraid to meet his eyes again. Death? Upon hearing this familiar term, a playful smile crept onto Valus' lips. In an instant, a pair of handcuffs appeared in his grasp. With a sharp click, Gion's wrists were shackled, the other end secured to the headboard of the bed. The moment she found herself restrained, Gion felt her strength sapped, as if a tremendous weight had been thrust upon her, rendering speech a daunting task. Yet, curiously, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. The image of Valus submerged in seawater, clutching iron chains. Despite her rank as a vice admiral, her strength barely grazed the threshold of a rear admiral. Yet, a mere pair of sea stone handcuffs had left her so feeble. How terrifying must Valus' power be? Able to endure the impacts of Admiral Carp while submerged? Before she could dwell on this further, Valus yanked her back to reality. She witnessed a flicker of crimson-black arcs of electricity at his fingertips. This scoundrel was using Conqueror's Haki to target her. Struck by the Conqueror's Haki, Gion let out a cry of pain and confusion. Yet, strangely, this enabled her to speak. Valus, you bastard. How can you wield Conqueror's Haki like this? You scoundrel. At this moment, you're concerned about that? Valus replied, his smile taking on a peculiar quality as he withdrew his fingers. What I'm doing is for your training. It is said that Conqueror's Haki can partially counteract the power of sea stone. The more you engage with it, the greater the likelihood of awakening your own Conqueror's Haki. Scoundrel, I do not need your assistance. Gion glared at Valus, her teeth clenched in fury. Yet, she soon found herself blushing furiously as he continued his onslaught. Slap, slap. The harsh sound of his forceful strikes echoed as they landed upon various parts of her body, instilling an overwhelming sense of shame that made her wish for death. Yet, an even stranger feeling, one she had never encountered as a woman of privilege, began to burgeon within her. Valus, if you have the audacity, cease tormenting me. If you can help me accomplish one thing, I shall willingly become your woman. Even a slave if need be. Oh. At that moment, Valestin became intensely intrigued by the matter and inquired with a smile. Are you asking me to help absolve you of your sins and reinstate you in the Navy? No, Gion replied, the pin-up fury within her erupting like a volcano. I want you to help me kill Charlemagne. Upon hearing this audacious request, Valestin narrowed his eyes. He had not anticipated that the once purely virtuous Gion would descend to such depths, daring to contemplate the assassination of a Navy official and a master of the world government. Gion coldly laughed, observing Valestin's astonished expression. She understood that any sane person would never acquiesce to such a demand. After all, it concerned the celestial dragons, nobility that had ruled the world for 8 centuries, the most revered descendants of the divine creators. Moreover, she was acutely aware of the transformation she had undergone to reach this state. The despicable and shameless naval scoundrel, Valus, could scarcely be expected to let her go. Her words were merely a means to vent her pent-up rage, an opportunity to repulse him before succumbing to his humiliation. Valus, come forth. Play with me like the perverse beast you are. Even if you taint my body, you shall never defile my soul. I have consented. A sinister laugh escaped her lips. I knew you would not agree. I only ask that once you have had your fill, you grant me a swift end, and then dispose of my remains. I said, I have consented. What? You consented? Cheyenne eyes widened in disbelief, her entire being seemingly petrified. Yet, at that very moment, Valus plunged her into sudden darkness. 10 minutes later, Virus entered the bathroom alone, while Gion licked her dry, itchy cherry lips, her vacant eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. The recent moments felt dreamlike, leaving her disoriented, as if traversing through time and space. That scoundrel. He truly did not force himself upon me. Could it be he genuinely intends to eliminate the celestial dragons on my behalf? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He must have some cunning scheme, merely seeking to secure his position before gradually taming me. Yet, that does not seem right. How could such a scoundrel resist the temptation of a meal so readily available? Is it possible he is suffering from renal exhaustion? Suddenly, the sound of water began to echo in the bathroom, snapping Gion from her reverie. However, the water's presence did not necessarily indicate that he was bathing. His bathroom concealed a secret passage leading to a hidden compartment, a contingency plan he had devised during his earlier days of weakness for self-preservation. Now, it had transformed into his private storage room, filled to the brim with cash, 780 bundles of 1 million berries each. System. Enhance my armament Haki by 280 million berries. Ding. Congratulations. Your armament Haki has been upgraded. At the sound of the notification, Virus raised his right arm and clenched his fist tightly. Crack. The sound of knuckles echoed as his arm turned pitch black up to his shoulder. Observing the quality of his Haki, which had neared the level of the venerable Captain Carp, Virus felt immense satisfaction and withdrew the armament hockey, preparing to exchange for life restoration. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully exchanged 500 million berries for life restoration. What bliss. With the might of a giant's physique and the ability of life restoration, Virus's mind was consumed by this singular thought. At that moment, a tingling sensation coursed through his body. This was the power of life restoration. The scars and ailments upon him began to mend autonomously. Initially, life restoration was designed for pirates, allowing them to control their bodies, hair, and internal organs freely as long as they infused their consciousness into them. For instance, one could rapidly lengthen their hair to use as a whip or rope, or even contort their bodies into bizarre shapes for evasion or surprise attacks. However, as the narrative unfolded, life restoration expanded into an extraordinary healing ability. When ample sustenance was available, one could rapidly digest food to restore expended stamina. Furthermore, as long as one possessed abundant energy, their injuries would heal swiftly. Take, for instance, the case of Monkey D. Luffy, after being poisoned by Magellan's devil fruit in an underwater prison, he was revived with the aid of the Okama King and subsequently entered a binge-eating mode, devouring 5 days' worth of rations in one sitting. In that instant of satiation, he was fully revitalized. Thus, this skill, combined with his giant physique, significantly enhanced his combat prowess and survival capacity. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, as long as he did not starve, he would not perish. 1 minute later, in the bathroom, glancing in the mirror, Virus marveled at his youthful visage. He looked far too handsome, staring at the face that could launch a career and the now smooth, fair skin. Virus, whose mental age was at least 47, found it difficult to comprehend. Thus, he decided to experiment. Utilizing life restoration, he made slight adjustments to his face, sharpening his features and deepening his facial contours. He even allowed his short hair to grow slightly longer, satisfied with the result. However, after only a short while, his stomach began to grumble. Gurgle. He quickly took a shower and instructed his subordinate to bring food to his room. In the meantime, Gion, akin to a clandestine lover, hid in Virus' wardrobe. Upon seeing the table laden with a feast, her stomach, having gone an entire day without sustenance, began to protest loudly. Gurgle. That scoundrel. Scoundrel. Beast. Pervert. Do not think I will easily yield. Ah, the aroma of that steak. No. What am I thinking? Gion, be resolute. Scoundrel. I would rather starve today than take a single bite of your steak, Virus. But he is devouring it so deliciously. Ah, that scoundrel. He has stolen my first kiss. And he won't even let me taste a morsel of steak. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Valus. Esteemed Marshal, how may I serve you? Warlord of the Warring States, regarding the matter at Gion, I extend my gratitude to you on behalf of General Crane. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Virus. Literally speaking, I have already taken control of Gion. Admiral Marineford. Virus. You scoundrel. What have you done to Gion? Where is she? You make her answer my call. Upon hearing this, the usually amiable Admiral Crane erupted with fury. However, Virus remained unfazed, continuing calmly. Ah, it seems the lovely little Crane sister is also present. You know, Gion is a grateful girl. Virus, speak to me respectfully. Upon hearing Virus's words, the warlord marshal likely deduced that nothing untoward had occurred. He understood that Virus was intentionally provoking Crane in revenge. The Navy has 2 departments that handle reports and complaints. Typically, such matters are relegated to Judicial Island. However, cases involving officers of the rank of Rear Admiral or above, or those of particularly serious nature, are referred to the Naval General Staff for investigation. For instance, years ago, Virus had eliminated the prince of a member state and subsequently wiped out the royal family of that nation. Were it not for the orders from the world government, Admiral Crane would have already utilized her devil fruit powers to cleanse Virus and cast him into the depths of the underwater prison. Thus, Admiral Crane held a deeply unfavorable impression of Virus. This time, sending Gion and Kaji was intended to signify a severe reprimand for Virus. Consequently, Virus had no kind words for Admiral Crane in return. Virus, I understand that there is a misunderstanding between you and Crane, but this is not the time for quarrels. I have a mission to assign to you. Very well, esteemed Marshal, please give your orders. Virus maintained a facade of utmost respect, yet his tone betrayed no semblance of deference. Sengoku, well aware of Virus's temperament and acknowledging his past heroics in saving lives, chose not to press the matter further. Kazan had departed on another mission, leaving the safety of Chalmako sane in your capable hands until the arrival of CP0 and the newly appointed East Blue Admiral. Understood. I appreciate your trust, Marshal, Virus replied. I have faith in your abilities. Additionally, expedite the return of Gion to Naval Headquarters. Return to Naval Headquarters? Has your Excellency forgotten your promise to me? Captain Gaki and Rear Admiral Gion are to accompany me for a year. Is that necessary? Why not? Once you quell the unrest in the North Sea, your rank will be elevated to Rear Admiral, along with greater autonomy. I respect you greatly, esteemed Marshal. I shall ensure Rear Admiral Gion is swiftly returned to Marineford. Sengoku's authoritative voice concluded the rather unpleasant conversation. What a scoundrel, Virus muttered as he closed the phone. While the white-haired Vice Admiral, Crane, spoke up, her aged eyes reflecting a chilling fury. I shall one day cast this naval disgrace into the depths of the ocean prison. Little Crane, I know you're agitated, but temper your emotions. There are matters you may not yet comprehend. Witnessing Crane's rare display of anger, Sengoku's stern demeanor softened slightly. What matters? Virus has awakened the Conqueror's Haki, a premier power that the future Navy must cultivate. What? At the Goya naval port. In the captain's quarters, Virus lamented. This old woman remains oblivious to the transformed circumstances before indulging in his meal once more. Historically, Virus had never feared Vice Admiral Crane. The Celestial Dragons harbored a complicated affection for a navy that wielded considerable autonomy. Following the defection of Dracul Mihawk and the attack on Celestial Dragon vessels during the Slave Liberation Incident, the world government and the Celestial Dragons grew increasingly suspicious of the navy, particularly towards its purer factions, those who professed ideals of justice and virtue. Individuals like Vice Admiral Crane were especially loathed. Now that he had revealed his Conqueror's Haki, Virus's future achievements were bound to be remarkable, rendering him unconcerned about offending her. In fact, the deterioration of his relationship with Vice Admiral Crane could be beneficial to his future endeavors. After all, the world government and the Five Elders favored such naval renegades. Their sole concern lay in the treasures delivered annually by allied nations and their absolute dominion over the seas. After a satisfying feast, accompanied by a fine bottle of West Sea spirits, Virus concluded his lavish dinner. Naturally, after such indulgence, one must engage in something truly entertaining. Snap. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Valrus stood before Gion, squinting his eyes without any hint of impropriety. I did not, Gion replied, shaking her head, her chest swaying in tandem. Yet her stomach betrayed her with an audible rumble. Gurgle. In an instant, her charming visage flushed a deep crimson. She bashfully bowed her head, clutching her midriff, her chin nestling into her chest. Observing her flustered demeanor only intensified Valrus's desire for conquest. However, he was not the sort to resort to brutish force at the slightest provocation. Such an approach lacked any sense of allure. While he was indeed quite straightforward and ruthless with pirates, he preferred a more refined training when it came to women. Tonight marked a splendid beginning. Thus, Valrus extended his palm towards her, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Kiss the back of my hand, and I shall grant you a piece of bread. You shall not. Gion retorted furiously, lifting her gaze to meet his. Then so be it. Today you shall partake of nothing. Virus withdrew his hand, gazing at her with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. I must attend to the Celestial Dragons, and I anticipate that I may return only once a day at most. Furthermore, the members of CP9 have been closely monitoring the port and may conduct searches of the vessels at any moment. I must conceal you more discreetly. Follow me. Just moments ago, he had employed a soundproof barrier, ensuring that Gion could not overhear his conversation with Sengoku, hidden within his cabin. Gion was utterly oblivious to the fact that her bounty had been rescinded. Thus, Virus spoke these words without the slightest concern of being discovered. Half a minute later, after securing Gion in his narrow secret chamber, Virus made his way to the harbor hospital. Upon his arrival, he encountered the royal family of Goa. The infamous king of Goa, known as Old Glass, was the bearded usurper, Otluk III, who had slain his brother to ascend to the throne. Alongside him was Sabo, the future second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, who was still a golden-haired young boy, serving as a nominal pupil. Lastly, there was the dignified and noble yet sweet Queen of Goa, the stunning blonde beauty, Didit, Virus's dear former lover. In the lobby of the harbor hospital, Otluk III, adorned in a splendid blue suit and topped with a round hat, presented himself in a manner befitting nobility. After several months apart from Virus, he rushed forward with the enthusiasm of a long-lost son. It is truly wonderful to see you, Lord Virus. You are too kind, Virus replied. Valus wished to maintain a distance from the ancient glass, raising his hand to halt his steps. Casting a fleeting glance at the eager gaze of Queen Didit, who was secretly observing him, he finally smiled and spoke. Prince Otluk, I must say, I still prefer your proud and unrestrained demeanor from 2 years ago. Ha ha, you jest, replied Otluk III, bending slightly with a grin, devoid of any regal bearing. Ever since Valus had vanquished the royal family of the neighboring kingdom of Cardon and supported his uncle Nellet in ascending to the throne, he had encountered no repercussions. The respect for Valus among several coastal nations, including the kingdom of Goya, had notably escalated. Now, with the Dragonborn embroiled in trouble within the kingdom of Goya, even losing a hand, Otluk III, who had usurped power, felt an intensified trepidation and hurried over. He feared the Dragonborn, but more so, he dreaded Valus exploiting the situation. Lord Valus, my hasty arrival comes only with modest offerings. I beseech you to extend your assistance. Assistance is indeed to be granted. Yet you must understand that the wrath of the Dragonborn is not easily quelled. With his eyes narrowed and a playful glint in his gaze, Virus spoke with an unmistakable undertone. Naturally, young Wang was fully aware of this. Duke Atoluk III nodded with an exaggerated bow, smiling broadly as he beckoned to his subordinate. The finance minister, resembling a potato and sporting round spectacles, waddled over on his short legs, hastily clutching a magnificent sword. My lord Virus, this is the supreme blade. The number 12, acquired at great expense by our king, Ace. This is the sword once wielded by the pirate king. We entrust this matter to you. TSK, TSK. Duke Atoluk truly is most courteous. With a smile, Valus grasped the gem-encrusted scabbard, firmly holding the golden hilt reminiscent of a western sword. As he drew forth the formidable supreme blade, Ace. Clang. As the long sword was unsheathed, a chilling aura emanated from its broad blade. The blood-like patterns upon it shimmered with an ethereal and commanding radiance. A mere flick of the wrist produced a piercing sound that resonated through the air. Whoosh. Truly befitting of the pirate king's arsenal, it possessed a certain charm. Upon hearing that melodious sound, Valus felt a deep satisfaction with the blade. The startled expressions of King Atoluk III and the Minister of Finance transformed into smiles in an instant. Just then, a charming little golden-haired boy scampered forth. Godfather! Exclaimed Sabo. Upon hearing young Sabo's voice, Valus turned his gaze with a smile. Queen Sally Nankinet, adorned in a white royal gown, gazed back with a tender glimmer of affection in her eyes. Upon witnessing this, Valus, resembling a benevolent father, embraced little Sabo in his arms. With eyes filled with longing, Sabo gazed up at him and spoke in a sweet, innocent voice. Godfather, I wish to learn the art of the blade. Very well, Valus replied. I happen to have some time to teach you. Virus smiled gently as he patted Sabo's small head, but today was not the time. He needed to take your father to meet the celestial dragons. Make sure to go to bed early tonight, and I shall take you for training tomorrow morning. Thank you, Godfather. The golden-haired little boy Sabo exclaimed with immense excitement, his small head nodding incessantly. However, witnessing this scene, King Atoluk III's gaze betrayed a fleeting hint of anger, quickly suppressed. As a seasoned individual, he harbored little affection for Sally Nankinet, viewing her merely as a vessel for procreation. Yet, he did not wish for his queen to engage in such relations with another man. Thus, he held a certain disdain for Sabo, particularly as the lad incessantly called out Virus's name, brandishing weapons without a semblance of noble etiquette. In stark contrast, he found great fondness for Duke Shelby's son, Sterling, believing him to embody the quintessential nobleman, much like his father. He was certain Sterling would excel in the future, obediently complying with a mere clap of the hands. Come now, King Atoluk, let us pay a visit to the esteemed celestial dragon. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Virus led King Atoluk III upstairs. However, en route, they encountered the bandaged figure of Kaji. Virus, have you discovered any news regarding Gion? Kaji inquired impatiently upon seeing Virus. Virus casually remarked that with Miss Shurjian's intelligence, she must have already gone into hiding, and for the time being, it would be impossible to locate her. Jiaji wore an expression of worry and confusion, yet the bounty had already been lifted. Do you truly believe she would be easily convinced? After all, it would provoke the wrath of the illustrious celestial dragons. With a hint of impatience in Valus' tone, he conveyed his directives. The commander of the warring states has instructed me to inform you to return to headquarters immediately, as significant actions are imminent. I have already arranged a vessel for you. You must depart from the East Sea before midnight tonight. No, I refuse to return. I must locate Gion first. Kaki immediately shook his head. My injuries have yet to heal. I would be of no use if I went back. Do as you wish. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Valus casually uttered these two words, his silhouette gradually fading into the expansive corridor. Room 701. The VIP ward. Damn that wretched creature. Damn the Navy. Damn that pairing. Trash is merely trash. As Valus and King Atoluk III arrived at the entrance, they were immediately greeted by the cacophony of curses emanating from Charlemagne Saint. Atoluk III felt a pang of trepidation, his gaze nervously drifting towards Valus. However, Valus merely smiled serenely and gently rapped on the door, prompting a furious voice from within. Which scoundrel dares to disturb my repose? Can Ida immediately reduce him to fragments? Upon hearing this, Atoluk III shrank back, his expression one of heightened fear. Yet Valus boldly pushed open the door, having thoroughly researched Charlemagne Saint's temperament. With a brilliant smile directed at the repugnant celestial dragon, he declared, Great Charlemagne Saint, King Atoluk III seeks an audience and has prepared a sumptuous gift for you. A gift? The ever-greedy Charlemagne Saint momentarily suppressed his ire upon hearing of the lavish offering. Atoluk III, you had better not disappoint me. Of course, witnessing the celestial dragon's demeanor, Atoluk III adopted an even more obsequious attitude. Your humble servant has prepared 100 diverse slaves, a rare devil fruit, and an extraordinarily grand performance. What sort of devil fruit? Charlemagne Saint's interest in slaves had waned. His true passion lay in collecting peculiar artifacts and indulging in wanton destruction. Superhuman type. Explosive fruit, Atoluk III reverently replied. And what of the performance? Charlemagne Saint possessing a compendium of devil fruits, was quite pleased with the one symbolizing annihilation and devastation. Unbeknownst to him, Valus also harbored an interest in this fruit. In the realm of pirate lore, the explosive fruit was regarded as one of the most regrettable fruits, despite its immense destructive and offensive capabilities, comparable to Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. It had been squandered by the inept Immer5, or rather, Mr. Fool, as a mere snot bomb. In response, my lord, Autoluck III continued. A cruel smile creeping across his face, I have confined all the refugees from the coastal city and the criminals from the capital into a nearby camp. Awaiting your esteemed presence, a raging inferno will soon engulf this camp, ending the wretched lives of over 100,000. Haha, what a splendid performance. Charlemagne Saint's face twisted into a sickly smile, grotesque and deranged. I can scarcely contain my anticipation. Kaneda, we shall depart for the capital of Goya at dawn. Yes, my lord Charlemagne Saint. Though Kaneda was drenched in cold sweat at this maniacal decree, he raised his right fist to his left breast in a gesture of fealty. Shortly thereafter, Autoluck III's finance minister presented a gilded treasure chest, while Valus escorted the two men from the premises. Yet, as they departed, Charlemagne Saint's expression darkened. Kaneda. That scoundrel who just entered was the East Blue Admiral, Caesar Valus, correct? Indeed, my lord Charlemagne Saint, Kaneda replied, bowing in deference, unsure of the celestial dragon's intentions. But the next words from his lord left him in shock. Kill him for me. Kaneda was momentarily speechless, a look of distress crossing his face. Scoundrel. Charlemagne Saint erupted in fury. You wretched curs of CP dare defy the commands of the esteemed celestial dragon. My lord, it is not as it seems. Kaneda. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, hastily explained. It is not my intention to defy your orders, but Caesar Valus is a man of Elder Star Izambaron, and has connections with the Knights of God. What? Charlemagne Saint furrowed his brow upon hearing this revelation. He was no fool. The likes of Elder Star Izambaron were beyond his capacity to confront. If the Knights, those arrogant beings with their heads in the clouds, were involved, he would be in over his head. Kaneda, you are aware of the consequences of deceiving me. Great Charlemagne Saint, I would never dare. The head of CP9, Kaneda, knelt in abject fear. It was no secret within CP that the majority of Valus' earnings flowed into the coffers of Elder Star Izambaron's family, with only a fraction earmarked for the Eastern Navy and the remainder for his own purse. Damn it. Charlemagne Saint, realizing he could not touch Valus, ground his teeth in anger. Yet this frustration needed an outlet. Thus, he impulsively decided to set forth for the capital of Goya that very night. His fury could no longer be contained. He yearned to witness that grand spectacle. Meanwhile, Valus accomplished two significant tasks. After Sabo had fallen asleep, he approached the carriage of Sabo and did it. Upon activating the soundproof barrier, he engaged in a cordial and intimate exchange with the alluring queen. Did it. The conversation flowing with remarkable fluidity. Additionally, he orchestrated a plan to procure that devil fruit. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Charlemagne Saint, his eyes bloodshot with excitement, ascended the walls of the royal city. Virus, the third Autoluck, and all members of CP9, except for Rob Lucci, followed closely behind the celestial dragon. Let us commence. Third Autoluck. Indeed, Lord Charmico. Witnessing the celestial dragon's exuberance, Autoluck III rubbed his hands together with delight. Nubite, begin. Yes, your majesty. The rotund minister of finance, a trusted confidant of Autoluck III, produced a signal gun and pulled the trigger towards the heavens. With a sharp crack, a crimson arc, seemingly infused with the scent of blood, soared into the sky before erupting with a thunderous boom. Following this sound, a series of terrifying flames erupted around the refugee camp outside the royal city. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding roar of heavy artillery soon followed, as black cannonballs rained down upon the camp. This was a little spectacle that Autoluck III had specially orchestrated. The army had already positioned itself around the perimeter of the refugee camp, with cannons aimed squarely at the makeshift settlement. As the horrific explosions echoed, the cries of terror, howls of anguish, and wails of sorrow became the dominant symphony of the night. Who is attacking us? Pirates? Help! Help! My leg is broken. Woe is me. Damn it. My sister is still in the room. Don't drag me away. I must save her. Carl, wake up, my love. I beg you, awaken. At this moment, the area was no longer a refugee camp. It had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. And the true demon stood atop the city walls, laughing maniacally. Ha. Autoluck III. You have done splendidly. Truly a paragon of nobility. Cough. What a marvelous performance. I adore it. Ha. Your praise is unwarranted. For you are the true exemplar among the celestial dragons. Autoluck III wore a subservient expression, a cruel yet exhilarated smile gracing his face. However, his smile soon faltered. For Virus had prepared an even more thrilling spectacle for the celestial dragons. With a single punch, he shattered the jaw of Autoluck III. Bruno, the horned and seemingly simple-minded member of CP9, stepped forward, expressionless, as he summoned his power and opened a door behind Autoluck III. With a swift kick, Valus propelled both himself and the Chancellor into the doorway. On the other side lay a refugee camp engulfed in flames. The inferno continued its relentless spread, while countless destitute civilians fled in a frenzy, desperately seeking safety. Yet, in this moment, there existed no sanctuary. During the day, the king's army had doused the area with incendiary oil, claiming it to be a disinfectant and pest control agent. They piled combustible materials in the streets and drained the wells of the camp, severing the last thread of hope for survival. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke, as black and gray soot swirled like a dragon in the chaos. Here, in this hellish abyss, one need not be consumed by flames. Mere moments in the suffocating smoke would lead to a torturous demise. The architect of this macabre feast, the illustrious Prince Otluk III, had just emerged from the doorway, only to find himself unfortunate enough to land upon a pile of firewood. Instantly, his opulent robe ignited, transforming him into a figure of flames. Ah, damn you, Valus. Help, you scoundrel. Cough, cough. Come save me. I'm Otluk III. Curse it. Cough, cough. I am. Cough, cough. The great king. Save me. I offer you. Save me, please. I'm the great king. The great. On the walls, laughter erupted. Ha ha. This is utterly hilarious. Ha ha. Cough, cough. Witnessing the plight of Otluk III, Charlemagne Saint erupted into a morbid and exaggerated laughter. Indeed, only such a spectacle befits my celestial lineage. Cough, cough. Valus, you are remarkable. No wonder you have won the favor of Isambelin. You flatter me, Lord Charlemagne. The smile upon Verus's face bore a similarly morbid quality as he cast a glance at the roaring flames and remarked, "This foolish individual dares to deceive the illustrious celestial dragons with mere ordinary fruit. Truly, he deserves his fate." Just a few hours prior, Verus's stratagem of feigned offense had borne fruit. Along the route of the convoy, explosives had been cunningly laid, and Verus adeptly showcased his conqueror's haki, thereby disrupting the perceptive abilities of Kindle and his companions, allowing the elusive Domino to stealthily pilfer the formidable explosive fruit. Half an hour ago, the whimsically curious Chalmako Saint had examined the gift delivered to him from the illustrious Otraluk III. It was a specialty from the Goya kingdom, a crimson radish. Its shape and size eerily reminiscent of the fabled devil fruit, adorned with similar intricate patterns. The celestial dragon, sensing the deception, was instantly consumed with an unparalleled fury. The timely appearance of Verus brought forth a brilliant idea, enhancing the splendor of this so-called feast. Just as his words fell, a terrifying whirlwind erupted from the refugee camp. In an instant, flames surged wildly, engulfing the king's army participating in the revelry. A sense of dread washed over Kaneda as he perceived the ominous tempest. Shortly thereafter, he beheld a green figure. The visage of this individual was remarkably stern, with a face carved like stone, adorned with grotesque, fearsome tattoos, and clad in dark green attire. It was Dracul Mihawk. The entire CP9 unit was on high alert. Cursed be it. Verus, you stay behind to hold them off. CP9, take me away. Take me away. Upon hearing the name Dracul, Charlemagne felt his legs weaken. For the last time, Monkey D. Dragon appeared, and it was not merely an assault on a slave ship. He had also slain 2 celestial dragons. This incident was known throughout the Holy Land. Yet for the sake of maintaining global stability and upholding the supreme authority of the celestial dragons, no mention was made in external reports. Very well, my lord. In response to the arrangements of the celestial dragons, Verus accepted with unbridled enthusiasm, even voluntarily striding towards Monkey D. Dragon. However, his intention was not to engage in a desperate battle. Rather, he sought to negotiate a deal and then partake in the festivities. Above the refugee camp, Verus? Upon spotting the figure soaring through the air, Dragon immediately recognized him. Long time no see, brother Dragon. Verus approached Drago, greeting him with a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely dismissive. When they first met, Drago was merely a junior naval lieutenant. Their acquaintance blossomed during a confrontation against the notorious pirate, Fist Demon Ion, a former crew member of the Pirate King, whose bounty soared to 138 million berries. It was in this skirmish that Drago recognized Verus's intellect and capabilities. However, at that time, Verus declined Drago's invitation. It was a jest. For all those serving in the Navy also entailed considerable peril, the potential rewards were substantial. In contrast, joining the Revolutionary Army brought a disproportionate risk-to-reward ratio. With a life spent in constant evasion and concealment, an existence Verus did not desire. Nonetheless, reflecting on Drago, Verus recalled his favorable impressions. Having become a semi-apprentice to the esteemed Carp, Verus had encountered Drago on several occasions. Drago's demeanor was vibrant and sunny, his martial prowess and organizational skills remarkable, and he exhibited a warm rapport with his subordinates. He bore a striking resemblance to the heroic figure of Chiao Feng from martial arts tales, exuding immense personal charisma. Yet, perhaps it was precisely this allure that dictated his fate. Unable to tolerate the celestial dragon's brutality towards slaves, and even aspiring to liberate his own followers from bondage, Drago dismantled a celestial dragon's slave ship. In an audacious act, he even killed 2 celestial dragons, resulting in his bounty skyrocketing from 0 to 2.5 billion berries, marking him as the most wanted criminal in the world. Long time no see, Verus, Drago remarked, his once menacing aura softened upon recognizing his former comrade, who displayed no inclination for hostility and even addressed him as he had in the past. You significantly improved in strength, he praised. I owe much of that to Master Carp. Virus smiled and complimented, yet he unsheathed the supreme great blade, Ace. Many eyes were fixated upon us, engaged in a lively exchange amidst the fray. Excellent. Dolag, fully enveloped in the armor of hockey, wore a flawless smile upon his lips. Doo-doo. Dada. Clang. Clap. Though the two claimed to be conversing, their exchanges in the air quickened, each strike becoming swifter and more fervent. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Valus had exerted every ounce of his strength, while Dorag maintained a leisurely defense. Valus increasingly recognized the terror of the dragon. Not to mention himself, even Old Man Carp had likely become no match for the current Dorag. However, Valus remained unaware that Dorag was equally shaken by his prowess, even causing a flicker of concern and murderous intent within him, as he contemplated keeping Valus here. At the age of 45, he found himself pitted against a mere 20-year-old Valus. If he were to face the Valus of 20 years ago, he would scarcely be able to withstand the onslaught of 10. This young man truly harbors formidable potential. If allowed to flourish unchecked, it could lead to dire consequences. Dorag thought it was time to discuss serious matters. Having exhausted half of his stamina, Valus finally spoke again. What do you wish to say? Dorag's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond, his iron fist bracing against Valus' unrivaled blade, his dark green robe billowing with the wind. It's quite simple. Virus squinted his eyes, stating, I bestow upon you a fortune, and you owe me a favor. The mention of fortune and favor elicited a flicker of surprise in Dorag's eyes, causing his cold gaze to narrow. Hey, this isn't the right place for a lengthy discourse. Room 307 at the Doria Hotel in the eastern part of the city. I've left something valuable for you there. With this remark, Virus smirked, swiftly retreating while drawing his blade, adding, give me a fierce strike. Accompany me a while. Very well. Although uncertain of Virus's true intentions, Dorag, at the pinnacle of his combat prowess, felt no fear. He believed he could emerge unscathed, whether from a minor skirmish in the East Sea or a bold incursion into the holy land of Mariehua. Be cautious. Test my dragon claw fist. With preparations complete. A sinister smile crept across Dorag's face as he raised his right arm, his fist expanding to the size of a sandbag, fingers curling into claws. Instantly, an invisible tempest gathered in his palm, swirling and compressing, unleashing a terrifying howl. The unseen winds converged, coalescing into a formidable black tornado, which Dorag, grinning wickedly, hurled forth. As the tornado was unleashed, it rapidly expanded, wreaking havoc as it swept up fine sand, trees, rubble, and even corpses. It was akin to a natural tornado, consuming everything in its path. However, it was even more terrifying, for this whirlwind approached with the ferocity of both a hurricane and a tornado. Impressive, Virus remarked, awed by the impending onslaught. Yet, he soon wore a cryptic smile. He did not evade the attack. Instead, he employed a variation of the Marine Six styles. Transforming into a paper figure infused with iron, his body shrank dramatically, significantly mitigating the potential damage. Before the storm could close in, Virus was whisked away like a dandelion, propelled far by the residual force of the gale. Witnessing Virus evade his attack with such a technique, Dorag could not suppress the growing trepidation within him. A formidable adversary with boundless potential and an intellect far surpassing the ordinary posed a significant threat to the revolutionary army. Yet, for him, it was too late for regrets. With the winds of fortune at his back, Virus has soared far beyond reach, while the raging inferno in the refugee camp, no longer restrained by the tempest, resumes its relentless devastation. Oh, who will come to my aid? Luna, it hurts so much. Help me, please. My leg, my hair. Why? Why must the king's army fire upon us? What have we done wrong? Kevin, my son, you cannot die. How shall I live without you? Curse it all. What have I done to deserve this? Why must the heavens treat me so cruelly? These accursed nobles and celestial dragons. I shall one day overturn you all. Hearing the agonizing wails and cries of despair, Dorag, with a grim expression, plunges once more into the flames. Boom. Following a terrifying punch from the tempest, Dorag carves a broad path through the eastern side of the refugee camp. Huzzah! Truly, you are remarkable, Dorag. Witnessing this expansive clearing, the purple-haired king of the transgenders, Emporio Ivankov, lets out an exultant cheer from the ground. In the royal palace of the Goa kingdom, as the dawn's first light breaks, the resplendent palace shines with a golden brilliance. Virus, sprawled upon the soft bed of the queen, awakens slowly under this radiant glow. My lord Virus. Upon seeing him open his eyes, the alabaster-skinned queen of Goa, Didi, despite the ache coursing through her body, rises with difficulty. Her delicate hand rests upon Virus's chest, her ample bosom pressing against his left side. I wish to discuss matters concerning the Goa kingdom with you. Fear not. I shall assist Sabo in ascending to the throne. Virus anticipated her words as he gently clasped Didit's delicate hand. However, what followed in Didit's speech took him by surprise. I do not wish to convey that. Rather, I hope you will remain in the Eastern Sea, ascend as the new king of the Goya kingdom, and wed me. Upon uttering these words, Didit's fair and exquisite visage flushed a deep crimson, resembling a luscious, enticing peach. Ah, you little minx, what a clever scheme you have devised. Naturally, Valus would not acquiesce to such a request, so he continued to torment Didit. It was not until young Sabo appeared in the chamber that Didit was spared further distress. Mother, are you unwell? The golden-haired youth Sabo inquired with curiosity, observing Didit's pale complexion, the peculiar flush on her cheeks, and the beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. At that moment, Didit lacked even the strength to respond to her son's question, her breath coming in labored gasps. Hoo. Seeing this, Valus smiled with satisfaction, gently tucking her long hair behind her ear and reaching out to stroke little Sabro's head. Your mother simply hasn't rested well. Allowing her some time to recuperate will suffice. Your godfather will take you to practice your swordsmanship. If you dedicate yourself to your training, I assure you, you shall become a great swordsman in the future. Really? Little Sabro remained blissfully unaware of his father's demise and the tragic events of the previous night, his innocence and romanticism intact. Indeed, it is true. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Virus approached the celestial dragons and CP9 bearing gifts. Charlemagne, the celestial dragon who narrowly escaped death, was quite pleased to receive the offerings. However, upon realizing that Virus had survived, a flicker of concealed disappointment crossed his eyes. The members of CP9, witnessing Virus's unscathed return, exchanged looks of astonishment. Can this individual truly emerge unscathed after confronting Dracul Mihawk? It is utterly terrifying. Indeed, Mihawk is a monstrous entity who single-handedly decimated a significant portion of CP0. No wonder Rob Lucci found himself overmatched. To halt the advance of the formidable Mihawk, could it be that this individual possesses the prowess of an admiral? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I suspect it must have been due to the influence of Garp, which prompted Mihawk to show mercy. As the CP members speculated about Virus, Rob Lucci remained silent. His face taut with tension, his gaze fixed intently on Virus. Kindle, poised to ascend to CP0, noticed the bandages enveloping Virus but did not first inquire about his injuries. Rather, he pressed for news regarding Mihawk. Virus, what is Mihawk's current strength? Kindle, who had not witnessed Mihawk in action for quite some time, was eager to gather any information about him. Upon hearing this question, Virus feigned a frown and remained silent, leisurely retrieving a cigar to light. After exhaling a plume of smoke reminiscent of a dragon's breath, he finally spoke with deliberate calmness, his forthcoming words shocking the members of CP9. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Valus, Admiral Cap. Kindle, what do you mean? If Old Man Cap were to face Dorag, the outcome would be. At a pivotal moment, Virus took a deep drag from his cigar. Speak quickly, urged the graceful yet unyielding Khalifa, as the others gazed at him intently. However, Virus remained composed, exhaling a thick plume of smoke before stating, if Dolag shows no mercy, Old Man Carp might be struck down in a single blow. In the afternoon at the Kingdom of Goya, in the dimly lit underground tavern of Eastport, 2 glasses of liquor, a candle, a black din mushy, and a piece of paper rested upon the bar. Draped in a green cloak with a hood, Dolag sat at the shadowy bar, his chiseled features betraying a serious demeanor, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Yet inexplicably, amidst the relentless activity of his mind, his nose began to itch. With a sharp inhalation, Dolag fought against the urge to sneeze. Conscious of the presence across from him, one of the highest-ranking officials of the Revolutionary Army, his most trusted friend, the cross-dressing King Ivankov. He did not wish to appear rude. Instead, he touched his nose and picked up the note for closer inspection. This piece of paper, along with the black din mushy, were gifts from Virus, detailing the movements of the celestial dragons and the supplies of the ships accompanying them. It contained not only vast treasures, but also various essential materials urgently needed by the Revolutionary Army, food, medicine, munitions, and more. Observing Dolag's actions, Ivankov, with his purple curls and robust figure clad in peculiar fishnet attire, expressed his concern. Dolag, that crafty Virus is known for his deceptions. Can we trust his information? Regardless of its veracity, I must go, Dolag replied after a brief hesitation, removing his hood, a clear sign of his resolve. The Revolutionary Army was already short on supplies, having rescued countless individuals the previous night. With autumn fast approaching, issues of cotton, food, and medical supplies loomed large. Without these materials, survival was improbable. Although Ivankov understood this predicament, he voiced his apprehension. But what if it's a trap? A trap? Dolag's eyes narrowed at the mention of the word. Ivankov, do you truly believe such a trap exists that can catch the wind? I have faith in your abilities. Yet I have heard that Old Man Carp is in the East Sea. What if he is aboard the ship? Ha. Fear not, that will not happen. Moreover what? Even if he wished to protect the celestial dragons, they would not dare to trust him. As he uttered these words, Dolag flashed a confident smile and raised his glass to Ivankov. The two glasses clinked softly, producing a clear, resonant sound. Just then, the black encrypted din-din mushy began to ring. Don't hesitate. Dolag picked up the receiver, and a melodious female voice resonated from the other end. Mr. Dolag, the winds of fate are stirring. In Rogtown, at the military port, Virus addressed the gathered CP0 officials, since you esteemed members of CP0 have arrived. The safety of the illustrious Saint Charlemagne shall be entrusted to you. As a group clad in white garments and peculiar masks appeared, Virus spoke with a smile. Yet, the notoriously haughty CP0 members merely stood with their hands in their pockets, not even glancing at Virus. Upon witnessing the scene, Virus remained unperturbed and gracefully turned away, dismissing the mere presence of those on the brink of death. As he pivoted, the CP0 members commenced a discussion regarding him. Boss, didn't Lord Marcus Mazsain instruct us to attempt an engagement with Virus to see if we might recruit him? Do you believe he would dare betray Lord Isambelin? If we were to win him over, would Lord Isambelin spare us? Honestly, I fail to comprehend why Lord Isambelin and Lord Marcus Mazsain would take an interest in such a despicable individual. Ha ha ha, isn't that precisely the characteristic we, as CP, ought to embody? Moreover, this individual is not merely despicable. He has the audacity to confront that Cap guy and even manage to escape the clutches of Drago. TSK, I truly yearn for an opportunity to engage him in combat, to personally sever his head. Enough of this chatter, let us proceed to meet Lord Charles Mark. The burly leader of CP0 concluded the discourse, slipping his hands into his pockets as he boarded Lord Charles Mark's vessel. Yet, despite his brevity, he etched the name Virus into his memory. A man possessing the Conqueror's haki, a young man in his 20s devoid of any notable background, who ascended to the rank of admiral within 3 years of enlistment. Surely, he could not be merely despicable and shameless. He must harbor an unfathomable ambition concealed beneath the surface. This, indeed, was the true motive behind Lord Marcus Mazsain's desire for him to engage with Virus. As the CP0 members boarded, the Celestial Dragon's ship gradually departed from the military port. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. With a profound smile, Valus cast a glance at Monka, whom he had nurtured. Not long ago, Monka had consumed the explosive fruit, and his strength was likely now superior to Smoker's. In Valus' grand design, he would soon replace Smoker as the Admiral of the East Sea. Safe travels, Lord Valus. Monka expressed his reluctant wishes upon meeting Valus' gaze. However, he quickly repressed his emotions, aware that Valus' journey would not cease in the North Sea. In the near future, he would still follow in Valus' footsteps, and by then, he would undoubtedly grow even stronger. I must take my leave, Valus thought, pleased with Monka's expression as he prepared to board the ship. His next destination was his hometown, Decca Village, before attending to significant matters and heading directly to Flip Mountain for his new post in the North Sea. However, to his surprise, halfway up the boarding stairs, he encountered a throng of residents from Rogetown. They surrounded the East Sea Navy's headquarters, clutching various items, incessantly handing them to nearby soldiers while chanting fervently. It turned out that the local residents, having learned of Valus' departure, wished to convey their heartfelt sentiments. Thus, upon spotting Valus, they began to cry out in unison, Lord Valus, please don't leave us. We can't bear to see you go. The East Sea cannot do without you. Rogetown cannot do without you. We implore you to stay. We fear the pirates will rise again. Amidst the bustling crowd and the cacophony of voices, a bespectacled little girl suddenly emerged. She was charmingly attractive, with 2 exquisite white beast ears atop her head and a fluffy white tail trailing behind her. She leaped into the air above the naval base, cupping her hands into a trumpet shape as she shouted, Lord Valus, I wish to follow you. I want to go to the North Sea with you. Darskai? Has she consumed the mythical beast-type Ninetails fox fruit? Hearing the surrounding calls, Valus, who considered himself a failure, felt a tinge of embarrassment and restlessness. Yet, he quickly reconciled with himself. Despite his stringent methods towards civilians and the numerous lives lost at his hands, particularly those linked to pirates, in this heinous era of rampant piracy, merely surviving was the greatest blessing. Reflecting on this, he mused, indeed, a greedy, lustful, murderous tyrant like myself is certainly a fine naval officer. With this thought, Valus smiled faintly. He waved his hand to the soldiers obstructing Darskai, saying, let her through. Darskai, come aboard. With a delighted expression, Darskai, transformed into a little fox girl, sprinted toward him with astonishing speed, leaving the surrounding sailors in awe. Amidst the astonishment, the newly appointed Admiral of the East Sea, Smoker, felt an inexplicable irritation, akin to having a cigar snatched from his lips. A melodious horn sounded as Valus' flagship slowly departed from the harbor. On the deck, Valus reached out to gently pat Darskai's little ears, his smile warm as he inquired, Darskai, where did you acquire this precious mythical beast, the Ninetails fox fruit? I found it while sorting through my mother's belongings in her flower shop, Darskai replied, her sensitive ears flushing slightly at his touch, her voice quivering with delicate timidity. Lord Valus, you won't hold it against me for consuming something so precious, will you? How could I? Virus gently released her ears and caressed her fluffy tail. Daski's body trembled instantaneously, her rosy cheeks flushed crimson, and she couldn't suppress a delicate quaver from her throat. Ah ha ha. Discovering the little one's peculiar reaction, Virus nearly lost his balance. He lightly let go of her tail and deliberately raised his voice. How could I bear to scold such a charming Daski? Now, go back inside and rest. After the fierce battle with Monkey D. Dragon, he too required ample recuperation. With her ultra-sensitive tail finally freed, the little fox girl Daski's expression returned to normal as she adorably nodded her head. However, once Virus returned to the room with Domino, this little miss perked up her ears to eavesdrop. Having acquired the abilities of the nine-tailed fox fruit, her strength, speed, sense of smell, and hearing had all significantly enhanced. She yearned to know everything about her idol and savior, Virus. Meanwhile, upon entering the room, Virus intentionally refrained from deploying the soundproof barrier. He wanted certain individuals on the ship to know that he, Virus, was a man capable of bringing happiness to women. He also wanted them to be aware that when the celestial dragons faced trouble, he was aboard his own ship. An hour later, Daski, her little face flushed, tightly wrapped herself in the blanket. Hidden within the compartment, Gion had initially begun to change her perception of Virus upon hearing the voices of the populace. However, with ears to the wall, after listening for so long, her face burned with suppressed rage, her fists clenched as she silently cursed. Beast. Scoundrel. Perverted thief. I knew I shouldn't have held any hope for you. This damn naval scum. In the corridor, the furious Gion had been listening for an hour, while the Marines wore expressions of amusement. Among them were members of CP-8, discreetly putting away their black transponder snails. In the East Sea, in the southwestern waters, a fleet of over a dozen ships escorting the celestial dragons sailed grandly beneath the vast, clear sky, because they were navigating the golden route personally crafted by Virus. Hundreds of merchant ships traversing between various kingdoms were in close proximity. These damned commoners dared to come so close. After sailing for more than 3 hours, Charlemagne Saint, with his grotesque face topped by a black hair bun and encased in a square glass dome, once again strutted onto the deck. Upon witnessing the multitude of passing merchant ships, his twisted thoughts deepened, and he snapped his fingers at the accompanying CP-0. Doppler, order the fleet to fire and sink these lowly vermin's vessels. Yes. Doppler, the leader of CP-0, responded without hesitation. For them, such actions were as natural and simple as breathing. Along this route, Charlemagne Saint had already ordered the destruction of no less than 20 ships. However, before he could convey his command further, a sense of intense danger surged within him. Someone was approaching, a powerful, terrifying enemy. As he sensed this, the previously clear skies darkened, and a fierce wind began to howl. The once sparkling sea surface erupted into monstrous, terrifying waves. Not good. It's Dragon. CP-0, abandoned ship. Reese. Take Charlemagne Saint to Judicial Island. The rest follow me to intercept Dragon. Observing the dark green figure flying in from the southeast, the battle-hardened Doppler immediately issued orders. His CP-0 subordinates swiftly took to the air, moving towards Dragon. Lord Charlemagne Saint, come quickly onto my back. Reese, the nightingale fruit user, transformed into a giant black bird, lying flat on the deck. Damn Dragon, I will eventually slay you. Charlemagne Saint spat venomously, but he was overwhelmed with fear. Despite his considerable girth, he nimbly climbed onto Reese's back. Yet, even though the celestial dragon acted swiftly, his wings had barely flapped twice when a catastrophic explosion rocked their flagship. Boom. Damn it, Doppler exclaimed, breaking into a cold sweat as he turned to Charlemagne Saint. Fortunately, Reese, being a Zoan-type devil fruit user with formidable strength, managed to endure the shock and, despite the pain, soared southwest with the celestial dragon. Seeing that the celestial dragon was unharmed, Doppler redirected all his attention to Dragon. Dragon, since we VE crossed paths today, you shall die here. As he spoke, the white-masked Doppler tore off his shirt and cape, revealing a physique even more exaggerated than Virgo's. With tiger-like stripes on his back, his fists transforming into claw-like appendages, his entire being enveloped in armament hockey. Beside him stood 2 teammates, one engulfed in blazing orange flames. A user of the flame fruit, and the other, a voluptuous female CP-0 agent, formed her hands into an OK gesture, as if wearing glasses. Her beautiful eyes widening as she focused her gaze. Suddenly, 2 terrifying beams of laser shot towards Dragon. Only 3 CP-0 members? It seems this is no trap. Whispering to himself, Dragon grinned, raising his dark left arm to effortlessly block the incoming lasers. He had no interest in pursuing the likes of Charlemagne Saint, a worthless being. There were plenty of scoundrels even filthier than Charlemagne and Mariewa. In fact, he preferred that the proportion of such worthless celestial dragons increased. The supplies aboard these ships were of utmost importance. Moreover, he harbored significant interest in eliminating the elite of CP-0, as they were the sharpest blades against the revolutionary army, possessing strength and loyalty that were exceedingly rare to cultivate. Boom. In the fleeting moment that Dragon was slightly distracted, a searing torrent of flame shot towards him like the sun. Yet Dragon merely smiled coldly, his dark green cloak fluttering as he transformed into a wisp of wind, vanishing from sight. In its place, a terrifying hurricane descended. Whoosh. The ferocious hurricane created a terrifying depression in the sea, and the three CP0 members barely had time to react before being engulfed within the void created by the tempest. But that was not the most terrifying part. Within it were countless razor-sharp wind blades. Swoosh. The flame fruit user and the laser fruit user were sliced into pieces, unable to utter a single scream before being consigned to the depths of the ocean. Only Doppler, the captain of CP0, enveloped in armament hockey, survived the onslaught. Not only did he leap into the air, but he also charged towards Dragon. You are impressive. Recognizing that he could not defeat Doppler with the powers conferred by the fruit, Dolag ceased to employ his abilities. Awaiting the onslaught of Doppler, Dolag's obsidian fists became enveloped in the formidable aura of Conqueror's hockey, crackling with a terrifying electric sound as they descended upon his adversary. Bang! The fists of the two titans collided with a thunderous roar in midair. Doppler gritted his teeth, while Dolag remained impeccably composed. Ultimately, devoid of the enhancement from Conqueror's hockey, Doppler was propelled like a cannonball by Dolag's fist towards the sea. His arm, shrouded in armament hockey and transformed into a claw, was rendered as pliable as mud. As his body struck the surface of the ocean, it unleashed towering waves that soared several meters high. He glided across the water for over 100 meters, carving a white frothy trough into the sea before finally sinking beneath the waves. Clap, clap. Having dispatched Doppler, Dolag instinctively brushed off his hands, murmuring to himself in midair. What a pity. Without the power of Conqueror's hockey, such a being is ultimately but an ant upon this vast ocean. Thank you, young Virus. Though I remain unaware of your true intentions, consider this a debt I owe you. Just as he concluded his words, on Midway Island, several nautical miles away, Virus set down his binoculars with a smile and answered a call from Admiral Sengoku. Velris, my dear, the illustrious Warring States. Warring States, spare me the pleasantries. Where are you now? How long will it take to reach Midway? Varus, my vessel has just arrived near my hometown, Daikaz village. If I take a warship, it will take at least 3 hours. Zhonghua, damn it. Immediately employ the moonwalk to reach Midway Island. Understood, Marshal Zhonghua. Virus promptly accepted the command and swiftly donned a CP9 uniform, adjusting his appearance to blend in. His purpose for this visit was none other than to protect the celestial dragons off the coast of Judicial Island. The laid-back Admiral Kazan was sunbathing when he suddenly received a call from Admiral Sengoku. Hello, Sengoku. Kazan, you must return immediately to the Golden Sea route. Sengoku interrupted, urgency lacing his voice. A sense of foreboding washed over Kazan. Admiral, what has happened? It's that dragon fellow. He attacked St. Charmac's ship, and 3 CP0 agents are already dead. You must make haste to Midway Island and personally escort St. Charmac back to Mariewa. Sengoku's tone brimmed with unrestrained fury as he proceeded to contact Drusolino and Smoker. In East Blue, at Lobetown, the new East Blue Admiral, Smoker, was struck with disbelief upon hearing the news of the Celestial Dragon's attack. He had just assumed the position, and should anything happen to the Celestial Dragons, he would undoubtedly face severe consequences. In stark contrast to Smoker's palpable anxiety, Drusolino answered the phone with a nonchalant demeanor. Well, this is quite frightening. Meanwhile, on the southern shore of Midway Island, St. Charmac was in a state of panic, clinging to the back of a CP0 agent while desperately screaming for help. Damn it. Someone save me, quickly. That dragon wants to kill me. On the other end of the line, the voice belonged to Izambaron, one of the 5 elders. Wait at Midway Island. CP9, Admiral Kazan, Drusolino, Smoker, and Virus have all received orders to head there. Upon hearing this, St. Charmac felt a slight sense of relief as the Nightingale fruit user, Reese, descended from above. Spotting Virus disguised as a CP9 member, he called out, St. Charmac, please follow me. Quickly. With trembling legs, St. Charmac could only manage to speak. Yes, my lord. Reese harbored no suspicions. The CP organization had members scattered across the world, and it was impossible to know every member's identity. Furthermore, being able to call St. Charmac by name at such a critical juncture indicated high-level orders. The two soon arrived before Virus, entering an opulent villa. Welcome, my lords. Lord Kindle and Rob Lucci will arrive shortly. St. Charmac expressed his satisfaction, eagerly heading towards a plush sofa. However, CP0 agent Reese, a top-tier operative, suddenly sensed something amiss. Yet, he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. It was simply an unusually serene atmosphere. His attention was drawn to a pure white video snail on the coffee table, and a chilling sensation washed over him. A dagger, specifically. A sea stone dagger, pierced through his kidney. Damn it. Who is this bastard? Reese collapsed weakly, unable to utter a sound. His eyes filled with defiance as he gazed at the oblivious St. Charmac, writhing on the sofa like a repugnant, oversized worm. The dagger's owner, Caesar Virus, appeared to discern Reese's thoughts and offered a warm smile. Esteemed CP0 agent Reese Normandy, I sincerely apologize for not introducing myself earlier. I am Caesar Virus, currently the Admiral of the North Sea. My purpose for visiting Midway Island is to eliminate the illustrious world noble, St. Charmac. With that elegant introduction concluded, Virus decisively crushed Reese's neck underfoot. Yet, out of respect for Reese, a formidable Zoan fruit user, Virus delivered a final blow to his heart. As crimson sprayed forth, he proclaimed, "Now, it is your turn, illustrious world noble, descendant of the gods, Saint Charmac." Having dispatched this lackey, Virus felt a surge of excitement as he retrieved a cigar. Before he could light it, he heard the loathsome voice of Saint Charmac. "Someone, prepare lunch for the great celestial dragon." "Of course, your greatness, Saint Charmac." Virus flashed a wicked grin, the corners of his mouth curling with a sinister allure. He lit the cigar in his hand, taking a deep, satisfying draw before exhaling a plume of smoke that curled like a dragon into the air. Only then did he approach Saint Charlemagne. "Damn CP9, a mere slave. How dare you look down upon the celestial dragons? You wretched creature. I command you to kneel this instant." Upon seeing Virus standing before him, casually enjoying his cigar, Saint Charlemagne remained oblivious to the looming danger. Still exuding an air of superiority, unfazed by the celestial dragon's taunts, Virus retrieved a dark green grenade from behind him, disengaging the safety latch with a decisive click. What are you doing?" Realization dawned on the illustrious celestial dragon, Charlemagne, as he beheld the grenade. His corpulent body struggled to rise, retreating in fear against the back of the sofa. Yet, he raised a golden den mushy, trembling as he aimed it at Virus, shrinking back. "You, don't come any closer. I am a great celestial dragon. You, a despicable CP9. If you dare harm me, the world government will not let you go. Let me tell you, my golden den mushy possesses both locating and visual capabilities, and the world government will detect." Before he could finish his threat, Virus seized his jaw and offered a disarmingly friendly smile. He hardly recognized his own face, adorned with dark sunglasses. Having prepared a recording with the den mushy, he had no intention of revealing any vulnerabilities. Moreover, he had recently discovered an intriguing new application of his enhanced powers, the ability to obscure transmission signals, or electromagnetic waves. Once he activated his barrier, the den mushy would become utterly inoperative. With a sense of satisfaction, he exclaimed, "Ah," as he sensed the sharp pain on the celestial dragon's face. Yet, Virus shoved the grenade into his mouth, the latch precariously dangling from his skin. In an instant, the world fell silent. The esteemed celestial dragon, now pale and paralyzed with fear, dared not move a muscle, knowing that a single misstep could trigger an explosion. Seeing the compliant celestial dragon, Virus exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, his tongue grazing his parched lips. It had been far too long since he had witnessed such an entertaining scene. "Saint Charlemagne, shall we discuss a little transaction?" Charlemagne, trembling with anxiety yet too fearful to nod, merely blinked rapidly in response. Very well. Virus was quite pleased with the performance of the illustrious celestial dragons. And then he gradually articulated his demands. "If you bow thrice in the direction of the window, I shall refrain from using grenades to eliminate you." However, upon hearing this condition, the expression of the esteemed celestial dragon turned more grotesque than that of one who had consumed excrement. Alas, so it was. Virus took another puff of his cigar, the ember at its tip glowing with an orange radiance, exhaling a plume of smoke that curled like a dragon. He held the cigar in his hand, beaming as he slowly aimed it at the eye of the illustrious celestial dragon. The orange glow expanded ominously, sending waves of terror across the celestial dragon's face. His eyes darted frantically, his eyelids fluttering uncontrollably. Regret washed over him. He resolved to cast aside his pride and grovel before Virus like a dog. Yet, Virus pressed the cigar fervently against the celestial dragon's right eye. A sizzling sound, akin to meat on a grill, pierced the air, and a faint scent of charred flesh wafted into Virus's nostrils. In that moment, the esteemed celestial dragon writhed in excruciating agony, akin to a butchered pig. However, he was clever enough to muffle his cries, preventing a grenade from detonating in his mouth. Observing the celestial dragon's astuteness, Virus chuckled and applauded his actions, exclaiming, "Lord Charlemagne, you truly resemble a wise dog now." Yet, after the applause and praise, Virus grew weary of the jest. He brandished a knife. Alarmed by Virus's movement, the celestial dragon hastily leaped from the sofa, resembling a sycophantic wild dog. On all fours, he bowed repeatedly toward the window, the direction of Dick Village, Virus's former home. However, Virus did not relent. With a flash of cold light, he struck. In that instant, Virus suddenly sensed a surge in his conqueror's haki. Could it be that vanquishing a celestial dragon had such an effect? A subtle excitement stirred within Virus as he contemplated the sanctity of Mary Gios. Suddenly, a realization struck him: Marcus Matz, the esteemed celestial dragon. At the moment of Saint Charlemagne's demise, the CP0 secretary, Spandam, with his flowing purple locks, dashed out of the chamber in a frenzy. This frantic exodus was precipitated by the destruction of the life cards of his 4 comrades. Shortly thereafter, the life paper of the illustrious celestial dragon, Charlemagne, was also obliterated. What calamity had befallen them? Dressed in a deep blue suit, Marcus Matz, the environmental warrior of the 5 elders responsible for intelligence, was gripped by an ominous premonition. The CP0 tasked with safeguarding Saint Charlemagne had perished entirely. Charlemagne had met his end in the East Blue. Curse that dragon! Infuriated, Marcus Matz convened an emergency meeting of the 5 elders, casting a pall of despair over the entire Holy Land. Yet, despite their deliberations. They remained at a loss for how to counter the cunning, merciless, and formidable dragon. After all, the wind is the freest entity upon these vast seas. However, this extreme incident compelled the five elders to present another plan, one that had long been mired in controversy, to stabilize the increasingly chaotic maritime situation. They contemplated a strategy that involved harnessing the might of powerful pirates, the Shichibukai. In the East Blue, in the kingdom of Goa along the southeastern coast, cheers erupted. "Long live dragon! You truly are remarkable!" exclaimed the cross-dressing king, Ivankov, as he leapt with exhilaration upon witnessing Dragon return with multiple ships laden with provisions, ammunition, and winter clothing. "It appears we can achieve great things this time." Indeed, the usually stern-faced Dragon now bore a rare smile. Yet, at that moment, Ivankov, ever inquisitive, posed a question. "Dragon, I still do not comprehend why that naval scoundrel would assist us. Could there be issues with these supplies?" "The supplies should be fine. I inspected them during the return journey," Dragon replied, addressing only the latter concern. As for Virus's intentions, he could not fathom them. However, one certainty lingered. Virus did not wish to serve the world government as a mere hound. This, at least, was a piece of good news. Just as he finished speaking, the future commander of the East Blue Revolutionary Army, Bello Betty, a striking beauty clad in a burgundy ensemble and a beret, approached with her long, elegant legs striding confidently. "Dragon, Ivankov, I have intercepted two crucial pieces of information. We may need to exercise caution in the near future." Curiosity piqued, Ivankov eagerly inquired, "What news, Bello Betty?" With a serious tone, Bello Betty relayed, "First, the celestial dragon Charlemagne was slain at Midway Island, and his head was severed." "What?" Ivankov's eyes widened in shock as he turned to Dragon. "Dragon, did you have a hand in this?" "This time, it was not me," Dragon replied, frowning and shaking his head, though a possibility flickered in his mind. "Dragon?" Ivankov, familiar with Dragon's demeanor, immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. "It wasn't you? But who else would dare to commit such an act?" "I do not know," Dragon reiterated, dismissing the thought that had crossed his mind. The man in question possessed no motive to undertake such a perilous endeavor with such disproportionate risk and reward. Thus, he quickly set aside the perplexing matter. Some truths, the more one pursues them, seem to recede further into the abyss of uncertainty. He was more concerned with the present situation and eager to hear Bello Betty's subsequent revelations. What is the second piece of news? The second message is that the five elders have initiated a plan called the Shichibukai, intending to recruit powerful figures from the seas to uphold their dominion. The individuals chosen thus far include Dracula Mihawk, Crocodile, and Don Quixote da Flamingo. Meanwhile, in the middle section of the Grand Line, the white warship adorned with seagull insignia sped through the waters, its horn resonating crisply, causing surrounding vessels to yield. This ship was none other than the flagship of the former East Blue Admiral, Virus. An hour had elapsed since the demise of the illustrious celestial dragon, Charlemagne. Valoris has returned to his chamber via a clandestine passage, a wooden box in his possession, containing a small token of appreciation. It appears that everything has transpired smoothly. Domino, sprawled on the grand bed while tending to her nails, noticed Valoris carrying the box and slightly propped herself up to retrieve a cigarette. Indeed, all has gone exceedingly well. With a smile, Valis placed the severed head upon the table before approaching the bedside to kiss Domino. After this fleeting moment of intimacy, he sought out Miss Gion in the hidden chamber, bearing a small gift. At this juncture, she had endured 2 days and nights without sustenance or water. Despite her formidable physical constitution, she was now dizzy from hunger. Generally, those endowed with great strength possess a heightened metabolic rate. Thus, during prolonged periods of food deprivation, their discomfort is often more acute than that of ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, even in her state of starvation, Gion's spirit remained indomitable. Upon seeing the box in Valis' hand, she clenched her teeth and declared with fierce resolve, "Valis, I shall not yield. Do not think to tempt me with food. Do not misconstrue my intentions." Valis replied with a chuckle, squatting before her. "What I bring is not mere food, but a highly valuable collectible. A unique item of rare provenance that I believe you will surely cherish." "A collectible?" Gion was perplexed by Valis' demeanor and could not fathom the meaning behind his words. "Ah, you will understand once you see it," Valis said, observing her skeptical expression. He then opened the wooden box, revealing a grotesque head. Its neck bore the marks of fire, ensuring that no blood would flow. The right eye was entirely scorched, and the mouth was stuffed with a hand grenade, rendering its grotesque visage a picture of sheer terror. "This," he announced, "is the head of the illustrious celestial dragon, Charlemagne Saint. You truly killed a celestial dragon." Though Gion harbored deep animosity towards the celestial dragons, particularly Charlemagne, the mere sight of the head filled her with profound astonishment, realizing that Valis had indeed dared to slay one of them. With a subtle smile, Virus reached out and gently grasped Gion's chin. He then uttered a remark that sent shivers down her spine. "Do not forget, I am a greedy, lustful, murderous scoundrel of the Navy. To obtain this formidable and exquisite female slave before me, killing a celestial dragon is hardly a concern, is it?" Gion's heart raced as she recalled her own words upon witnessing Virus's searing gaze and his outstretched hand. In that moment, She fell silent, biting her crimson lip, unable to quell the tempest of her heartbeat. Virus, too, became unabashed, seizing Gion's collar with his powerful hands. Rip. An hour later, in the dimly lit chamber. Cough. 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 Gion, drenched in fragrant sweat and flushed pink, glared at the smoking Virus with fury, kneeling on the carpet as she struggled to suppress her relentless coughing. Phew. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Virus erupted into a raucous laughter, savoring another indulgent puff of his cigar, his gaze fixated upon her delicate crimson lips. Did you not mention your thirst? Ah, I see. You merely have an aversion to milk. Virus. I shall fight you with all my might. Gion summoned the last remnants of her strength, charging towards Virus. Yet, once more, she found herself pinned beneath him. At that very moment, however, Virus's phone buzzed insistently. The call originating from Admiral Sengoku. Not now, not now. Sengoku. Virus, where have you wandered off to? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Valus. What? The esteemed and venerable world noble, Lord Charmako, has perished? That accursed Dorag. My poor Lord Charmako. Warlord. How do you ascertain that it was Dorag's doing? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Virus. Is there any distinction? The fleet Admiral Sengoku? Who else could it possibly be? Could it be the old man Garp? Sengoku. Silence. You insolent fool. Depart immediately for your assignment in the North Sea. Very well. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Once I arrive in the North Sea, I shall promptly prepare the local specialties for you. Valrus, with a playful smile, ended the call and reclined against the back of Gion. Yet, at that very moment, the phone bug rang once more, revealing that it was none other than the warlord of the Sengoku era. Virus. Greetings, Lord Warring States. Warring States, there is a matter of utmost importance I must discuss with you. The 5 elders have devised a plan concerning the 7 warlords, which includes Don Quixote da Flamingo among them. When you arrive in the North Sea, do your utmost to avoid any conflict with him. Virus, as you command, my esteemed marshal. Virus ended the call with a peculiar smile, resting his chin against the pristine nape of Shiwan's neck. Virus. What? What are you up to now? Feeling Virus's movements, Shiwan's delicate face flushed a deeper shade of crimson, her tone laced with panic. Yet, almost immediately, Virus's devilish voice, imbued with a wave of heat, surged into her ear. Shiwan, I simply adore your body, so let us strike a bargain. What kind of bargain? Shiwan's gaze and voice trembled, instinctively swallowing hard. Virus enticed. I will find a way to reinstate you in the Navy, perhaps even restore you to your former rank. Really? Gion's heart raced at this revelation. With Chalmaco Saint now deceased, returning to the Navy would undoubtedly be her finest option. Of course. Virus smiled and nodded, his chin adorned with sparse stubble, gliding along the nape of Gion's neck, while his large hands firmly grasped the delicate figure of the peach bunny, caught off guard by Virus's sudden advance. Gion's breath quickened, her voice becoming stifled. What is the price? The price? With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Valus exuded an air of captivating charm. Rest assured, the price is simply surrendering your heart to me. Ah, no, don't. Valus, you beast. In Midway, at the harbor. It has been a long time, Admiral Borsellino. After an hour of navigation, Valus's flagship reached the port. Simultaneously arriving was Colonel Smoker, the newly appointed commander of the East Sea Navy headquarters, with a leering visage, adorned with tinted sunglasses and perpetually donned in his signature yellow suit. Borsellino turned with a smile upon hearing the voice. Ah, it appears to be the promising Admiral Valus, with an air of sarcasm. He exchanged pleasantries while putting away his den mushy. It truly has been a while. I've heard you have become Vice Admiral Carp's disciple and awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Congratulations. Thank you for your kind words, Admiral Borsellino. Virus, with a facade of cheerful politeness, extended a rather narrow invitation. It has been nearly half a year since we last joined forces to vanquish the Thunder Tyrant, Sauron. Would Lord Brizolino be interested in sharing a drink on Peach Blossom Street? Oh, perhaps that is best left unsaid. The yellow ape chuckled ominously, his hands tucked into his pockets, his hunched posture accentuating his unsavory demeanor. After all, the esteemed elders have issued a decree for extermination. This place is on the verge of descending into a veritable hell on earth. What a pity that would be. Virus gently shook his head with a sigh, casually producing 2 fine cigars, tossing one to Paulusolino, and lamenting with an expression of regret. The ladies at the Descartes bar are indeed exceptionally warm and beautiful. It is truly a pity. However, if you, Virus, have someone special, it would not be out of the question to take a few with you. After taking a moment to savor the exquisite cigar by inhaling its aroma, Paulusolino lit it with a flick of his finger and, indulging in a pleasurable puff, remarked, after all, the command from the 5 Elder Stars is merely to obliterate this place, and the demon-slaying fleet will not arrive for another half hour. Aha. then I shall graciously comply. With a cigar clenched between his fingers, Virus ignited it and commanded his subordinates, the Marines. In half an hour's time, they were to seize whatever caught their fancy on the island, be it treasures, women, or even children. Ha! Long live Lord Virus. Charge forth, brothers, to claim our riches. Follow me. I know where the bank and the jewelry store are. Ladies of the Flower Street, here I come. I shall take 10. In response to Virus's orders, Borsalino remained indifferent, puffing on his cigar, his eyes twinkling with amusement as they fixated on Virus. Virus, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, exhaled wisps of white smoke while casting a sidelong glance at Borsalino. In stark contrast, Smoker and his loyal subordinates clenched their fists in indignation, glaring furiously at Virus. How dare this despicable naval scoundrel exist? Such a person within the Navy is nothing short of a disgrace. Lord Smoker, we cannot allow this to transpire. We are the righteous Navy, commanded one of them. Lord Smoker, give the order. Let us apprehend these scoundrels. To them, Virus's actions were indistinguishable from those of shameless pirates and the mafia. Smoker observed as the group charged towards the commercial street, and even Admiral Kizaru showed no intent to intervene. Transforming into a cloud of smoke, Smoker descended before Virus. Virus, are you not aware that condoning naval plunder is a grave violation of military regulations? You must recall your men at once. As the East Blue Admiral, I can extend leniency. Upon hearing this, Virus scoffed derisively, slowly exhaling a plume of smoke that curled like a dragon. With his eyes half closed, he inquired, Colonel Smoker, may I ask if you have ever heard a certain saying? What saying? Smoker, despite his mounting anger at Virus's expression, managed to suppress his fury and asked. Hypocrisy and foolish righteousness are often more repugnant than genuine evil. Virus slowly articulated his words, his gaze drifting toward Midway Island, where his loyal subordinates had already surged into the commercial district. However, Smoker failed to comprehend Virus's intent, merely perceiving it as mockery directed at his sense of justice. Drawing his sea-stone baton, he aimed it at Virus and exclaimed, Virus, command your men to halt. Otherwise, as the Admiral of the East Blue, I shall not show you any mercy. The tension between the two was palpable, yet the Marine Admiral, Kizaru, did not intervene. Instead, he appeared apprehensive of being caught in their conflict, taking a few steps back. Lord Smoker, teach him a lesson. Such a disgrace should be expelled from the Navy. Go for it, Smoker. Turn him into a pig's head. Let these scoundrels witness the terror of a Logia user. With Smoker and Kizaru both voicing their sentiments, the nearby Marines began to cheer. Yet, Virus merely smiled coldly, exhaling a plume of smoke that curled like a dragon. Unexpectedly, a white figure burst forth from the ship's cabin. A charming little girl, adorned with beautiful white fox ears and a fluffy fox tail, stood defiantly in front of Smoker. Clutching the renowned blade, Snow Walk, her eyes blazed with fury. Ugly demon, Lord Virus, I, Dasky, shall protect you. If you wish to strike, you must first pass through me. Get lost, brat. Upon recognizing Dasky from a previous encounter, Smoker felt a twinge of irritation. He despised fighting women and detested bullying the weak. However, his subordinates, upon realizing she was just a little girl, began to jeer. Little brat. Scram. Haven't you weaned yet? Hiding behind a girl. Are you even a man? TSK, Virus is truly twisted. He doesn't even spare a little girl. Go home and find your mother. Don't let Smoker take you down with a single blow. You're the little brat. You wrinkled, white-haired old man. And you lot are a bunch of fools. Feeling both embarrassed and angry at the taunts, Dasky gripped her sword tighter, her gaze fiercely fixed on the Marines. You, to be called an old, decrepit demon by a little girl. Smoker's frustration rose. Just then, Virus spoke, gently ruffling Dasky's hair. Dasky, leave those insignificant pests to you. The decrepit old man is mine. Yes, Lord Virus. Dasky blushed slightly at the affectionate gesture, then turned her fierce gaze toward Smoker's men. TSK, a mythical Zoan. The nine-tailed fox fruit. Virus has indeed found an excellent ally. Kizaru retreated a step, white smoke curling from his nostrils. Though a little girl, she could become quite fearsome when grown. As he finished speaking, Smoker's subordinates disregarded Dasky entirely. A Marine sergeant named Darl, with a potato-like face, stepped forward. Little brat, I'll give you 3 moves. If you can touch my clothes, I'll bow to you 3 times. Whoosh. But no sooner had he spoken than Dasky vanished in a flash. Smack. The renowned blade, Snow Walk, struck Darl squarely on the nose. Darl let out a pained cry, his potato-like face now even more pronounced with a comical expression. Curse you, little brat. Enraged, Darl drew his sword. Smoker frowned at this scene. The little girl, as strength exceeded his expectations, was it the power of her devil fruit? Kizaru, meanwhile, remained calm, leisurely smoking while observing the unfolding drama with a mischievous glint in his eye. Virus, with a faint smile, glanced at his subordinates who had begun their looting. The streets echoed with the cries of the residents. Damn Marines, you filthy maggots. What are you doing? Help? What do you want? Help? Put down my jewels, or I will kill you. Damn it. Are you Marines or pirates? Bastards. Upon hearing the anguished cries of the townsfolk, Smoker charged at Virus, transforming his wrist into a swirl of white smoke. propelling a fist the size of a sandbag toward him like a cannonball. Smoke Demon, heavy punch. Hearing such an over-the-top name, Virus raised an eyebrow but remained immobile, allowing the punch to land. Bang. The sound of steel colliding rang out as a fist-shaped imprint appeared on Virus's white uniform. Yet he remained unharmed, while Smoker winced from the recoil, nearly losing grip on his weapon. Damn it, how can you be so strong? At that moment, Smoker realized he was no match for Virus. However, Virus's subsequent words delivered a far more terrifying blow. Pathetically weak. Smoker, I merely utilized the most basic of iron techniques. The esteemed Admiral of the East Blue. And yet you cannot even compel me to unleash my haki? Bastard. You've pushed me to this. With his temper flaring, Smoker, proud and fiery, withdrew his sea stone baton and increased the distance, his lower body transforming into smoke as he rotated. Prepare to feel my wrath. Smoke Demon, White Serpent. Upon witnessing the emergence of this technique, Kizaru, Borsalino, squinted his eyes and murmured to himself. It utilizes the enhancement of speed through rapid movement, followed by instantaneous materialization during an attack, thereby accelerating the weapon's impact and executing a peculiar assault. What an imaginative and terrifying maneuver. The name is quite fitting. Observing this technique, Virus maintained his usual nonchalance, his gaze drifting towards Dasky. The one referred to as Potato, no, the one called Dao, had already collapsed on the ground. However, Smoker's subordinates shamelessly besieged Dasky. Seeing Virus become distracted, Smoker's fury surged. Damn it, die. His arm transformed into smoke, solidifying abruptly, and a baton came crashing down towards Virus's forehead. Yet, just as the baton was about to make contact, a translucent, light blue barrier erupted around Virus. In that instant, as Smoker became enveloped, the world stood still. Truly terrifying. Upon witnessing the light blue barrier, Kizaru, Borsalino, instantly transformed into light, retreating 15 paces, just outside the barrier's reach. Yet Smoker's expression twisted in rage, as if paralyzed like a character from a novel. Those soldiers attacking Dasky appeared similarly petrified. What the hell is this ability? Smoker struggled to resist, but could only manage a slight tremor of his body. Oh, noticing that Smoker could still move, Kizaru narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. As he entered the barrier, everything became clear. So, this is how it is? This is the true nature of the silence fruit? The capacity to develop such a power is indeed formidable. But at that moment, Virus suddenly sprang into action. 6 styles. Shave. The light blue barrier vanished in an instant, and Virus appeared behind Dasky. Smoker, caught off guard, stumbled and fell onto the deck. However, being a devil fruit user, he elementalized the moment he hit the ground. Bang. Instantly, all damage was nullified, though his posture remained exceedingly awkward. Upon witnessing Virus's movement, his heart sank further. By the time he regained his balance, Virus had already arrived on his ship. Boom. With a single punch, his East Blue Admiral ship exploded, sending all Navy personnel airborne. Only the little girl Dasky, blushing shyly, was cradled in Virus's arms. That was Vice Admiral Garp's fist technique. Galaxy Impact. Smoker, upon seeing this punch, felt every hair on his body stand on end. He knew that should such a blow land on him, he would undoubtedly perish. What a truly terrifying creature. As the shockwave of the punch approached, Kizaru, Borsalino, clapped his hands in delight. Meanwhile, a member of CP9, Kindle, silently documented everything and promptly reported to the 5 elders. Witnessing the abilities exhibited by Virus, he recognized a potential, a chance to seize the wins. Yet, they remained oblivious that all of this was deliberately showcased by Virus, who sought to demonstrate his value and gain greater attention and authority. Holy Land, Mariewa. Underneath the splendidly adorned dome of an office as grand as a cathedral, the 5 elders reconvened after a recent meeting. The agricultural martial god, Shepherd 12 Peter, clad in a crimson suit, surveyed the room after listening to the report. This Caesar Virus has developed such an ability. What are your thoughts? Naturally, he must be cultivated as a priority, replied the bald financial martial god, Izambaron V. Nejiro. This ability is perfectly suited to counter Monkey D. Dragon, isn't it? But this little fellow harbors considerable ambition. With Conqueror's Haki paired with such an ability, remarked the legal martial god, Topman Vachali, dressed in a dark green suit, stroking his mustache with a hint of caution. However, he is still on our side for now, isn't he? The environmental martial god, Marcus Maz, with long white hair and a beard, spoke with authority. Moreover, compared to him, Dragon's threat is evidently greater, isn't it? Indeed. He's merely a young brat who hasn't matured yet. The scientific defense martial god, Jagaruja Satan, with white curly hair and a cap, regarded Virus with disdain. You should know my abilities. He cannot move while utilizing such power. Besides, the consumption of such extensive control is no laughing matter. Alone, he cannot stir significant waves. Should he develop any ambitions, we have plenty of means to deal with him. That makes sense. In that case, let us place him in the candidate assessment for Admiral. Observing the others swayed by Jagaruja Satan's argument, the bald financial martial god, Izambaron V. Nejiro, smiled. However, upon the proposal's emergence, the other 5 elders frowned. It was evident to them that Virus was one of their own. Such promising combat potential, coupled with intelligence, which family wouldn't wish to keep him close, not wanting other families to reap the benefits? Thus, in the end, they did not agree to the proposal, merely offering some inconsequential benefits, ensuring a smoother path for future promotions. Midway Island, East Coast. Clap, clap, clap. What an exhilarating battle! Kizaru, Borsalino, applauded as he approached Virus, accompanied by a self-satisfied grin as he leered at little Dasky. Little sister, you are quite formidable. You shall undoubtedly grow into a stunning beauty. Ah, don't come near. The previously shy Dasky, upon seeing that lecherous face, instantly crossed her arms, adopting a posture of extreme vigilance. Dasky, go assist in the warehouse. Upon witnessing the scene, Virus chuckled and gently set the person down, affectionately patting her little head. Please assist me in meticulously tallying today's acquisitions. Yes, my lord Virus. The petite Dasky stood upright with her legs together, saluting Virus with military precision. The sailors who had ventured out to seize the autumn winds returned, each bearing their spoils. Most brought back treasures of gold and silver, some returned with beautiful women, while a couple returned with a few children. Among them was the former second-in-command of the Black Cat pirates, Zhangao, who had just pledged his allegiance to Virus. However, observing the unfolding events, Virus uttered not a single word, merely committing these two individuals to memory for future arrangements. Like many in positions of power, he favored those driven by desire. Yet he preferred individuals who could harness that desire and maintain certain boundaries. A touch of intellect and capability would be the icing on the cake. Clearly, these two gentlemen embodied the qualities Virus sought. Virus, you scoundrel. Smoker's fury reignited upon witnessing their audacity in abducting children onto the ship. They are but children. How does this differ from the actions of pirates? There is indeed a distinction, Virus replied, unfazed by Smoker's wrath. Exhaling a plume of cigar smoke, he regarded Smoker's still youthful visage. By following us, regardless of the trials they endure, at least they will survive, will they not? You. Struck by Virus's words, Smoker felt as if thunder had struck him. Seeing him rendered speechless, Virus turned away, cigar in mouth, smoke swirling around him. He was a naval outcast, not a savior. The weak possessed no right to dictate their fate. Half an hour later, Virus's flagship slowly departed the military harbor. Meanwhile, East Blue Admiral Smoker had requisitioned all merchant vessels from Midway Island. He yearned to save everyone, yet in the end, he was unable to rescue a single soul. CP9, citing his violation of the world government's orders, promptly apprehended and suspended him. Thus, Smoker witnessed the devastation of Midway Island, laid to ruin beneath the relentless cannonade of the Navy's extermination decree. Boom. As the first cannonball detonated, the horrifying shockwave engulfed the civilians, causing Smoker's faith to shatter as he pounded the deck with his massive fists. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, Kizaru, Borsalino, maintained his composure, squinting as he puffed on his cigar. Murmuring, Virus, what exactly is your ambition? It truly eludes comprehension. At the entrance of the Grand Line, beneath the lighthouse, the sailors, drenched in sweat from their training, eagerly scampered back to their quarters, either to revel in their wealth or to enjoy the company of their women. However, the little fox Dasky remained serious, diligently training alongside Virus. Ha, ha, ha. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Velrus performed push-ups, she followed suit until exhaustion forced her to stop. Observing Dasky collapse from fatigue, Domino, who had been leisurely resting after completing her basic modifications, approached with a smile and helped her up. Dasky was indeed quite diligent. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before she would take her sister's place, or perhaps not. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Dasky shook her head, declaring that Domino would forever remain Lord Velrus's most vital left arm, while she would serve as Lord Velrus's right. Domino chuckled at this, lifting Dasky and planting a kiss on her cheek. I thought you would say that I would be the primary wife to Lord Velrus, while you would be the secondary. Domino, you're awful, Dasky exclaimed, her face even redder as she struggled against Domino's embrace. Yet, Domino held her tight, showering her with playful kisses, leaving the adorable little one with a face smeared in affection. Help! Lord Velrus, save me. Even if you scream at the top of your lungs, it won't matter. Bang, bang, bang. While Dasky and Domino frolicked, Velrus continued hammering away at the iron. Each punch was swifter than the last, yet the damage remained consistent. His strength had reached an adequate level. Now, what he needed to train was his body's control. This would ensure that in battle, he wouldn't waste a single drop of energy, maximizing every ounce of power to achieve a state of effortless mastery. Gradually, Velrus's ship sailed past the lighthouse and approached the fabled upside-down mountain. Wow, the legendary shock current. Upon arriving at the upside-down mountain, the transformed fox girl Dasky was visibly thrilled. Many of Velrus's loyal guards shared the same expression of awe at this natural wonder. The upside-down mountain stands as one of the two major junctions between the Red Earth continent and the Grand Line, the other being the Holy Land Mariewa. This mountain is a marvel filled with peril, serving as the gateway to the Grand Line. It features 5 waterways, with currents from the 4 seas converging in an X shape, flowing upwards toward the peak. The final waterway leads into the Grand Line, creating a powerful outflow at the exit. Consequently, many ill-prepared or inadequately built pirate crews met their demise the moment they burst forth from the upside-down mountain. Additionally, due to its immense seamless structure, the other side of the upside-down mountain leads to the end of the New World, the legendary treasure of the Pirate King. One Piece is said to lie within this maritime domain. Thus, before the demise of Pirate King Roger, the upside-down mountain was widely recognized as the beginning and end of all journeys. As for why no one dared to sail in the opposite direction to seek the fabled One Piece, it primarily stems from the reliance on sailing ships as the main mode of propulsion in this world. To venture backwards would require navigating against the violent currents of the Grand Line. Fuel in this world is exceedingly expensive. Even the Navy possesses oil-powered ships only for their admirals and above. Normally, unless on a critical mission, they refrain from using fuel-powered vessels. Moreover, the latter half of the New World is fraught with danger, home to the most formidable sea kings, akin to giants among humans. Lastly, the Grand Line is plagued by chaotic and turbulent magnetic forces. The islands of the Grand Line have been discovered one by previous explorers, making each journey a cautious endeavor. Few would dare to act recklessly when there is little to gain and much to lose. Even the ship of Pirate King Roger followed the conventional route of the Grand Line. After 10 minutes, Velrus' vessel plunged into the tumultuous ascending current. At that moment, apart from Velrus, everyone else had retreated to the ship's cabin. However, as the violent currents brought the ship to its peak, a striking woman appeared on the deck. She wore Velrus' white shirt, paired with a short skirt borrowed from Domino, which hugged her curves, accentuating her voluptuous figure. The alluring tattoo of a spider graced her thigh, adding an enticing allure. She was Gion, the brilliant Commodore of the Navy headquarters. The sound of her black high heels clicking steadily against the deck echoed with a rhythmic grace amidst the turbulent waters. What? Are you reluctant to part with a naval disgrace like me? Velrus, savoring the moment with a cigar in hand, exhaled a plume of smoke resembling a dragon, his lips curling into a mischievous smile. However, as she beheld Velrus's broad silhouette and heard his magnetically alluring voice, Gion's already complex feelings became even more tangled. She intended to express her farewells but instead posed a question. Velrus, what kind of person do you truly wish to become? Of course, someone who stands above all. At this moment, Velrus' ship had reached the pinnacle of the current, his voice dripping with charm and ambition, his gaze blazing with desire toward the other side of the Grand Line, where power reigned supreme. Mariehua, do you wish to become a celestial dragon? Gion was taken aback by this revelation, her thoughts racing back to Charlemagne, who had nearly brought her to ruin, and her fists clenched in anger. Velrus, you have truly disappointed me. Laughter echoed in response. Virus, with his cold and defiant laughter, scoffed at disappointment. Do you think I care? He mused. The weak seek warmth in numbers, while the strong tread alone. He required no understanding from others, nor did he need a woman's lectures. Yet, he had no desire to be among the celestial dragons. He aspired to be a dictator akin to Im, ruling openly over the world rather than lurking in the shadows. With a snap, dark red lightning surged uncontrollably from within Virus. The terrifying aura was tenfold more menacing than before, yet he seemed utterly oblivious. His gaze remained fervently fixed on the distant horizon, as waves of dense red-black lightning swelled against the howling winds, converging and compressing, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. In the meantime, all crew members of Domino and Gion had succumbed to unconsciousness. Ultimately, all the conquerors' hockey coalesced into a terrifying spectacle, resembling a massive black ribbon. With a thunderous crack, a red-black blade shot skyward, piercing the heavens. In that moment, the world shifted, and both Gion and Domino collapsed in weakness. A phenomenon that would typically require two kings of the sea-wielding conquerors' hockey was now manifesting atop Reverse Mountain. Coincidentally, at that very moment, far away at the pinnacle of Mary Geos, amidst the fragrant blooms under the dome, the world's sovereign, Im, whose face was shrouded in darkness, opened his aged eyes and spoke. 5 elders, come before me. In Mary Geos, among the flowers, the leader of the celestial dragons, Amsama, held a scepter, the sunlight illuminating the scene yet failing to reveal his visage. After an hour-long meeting, the elders departed, their expressions grim, with no discussion of the meeting's contents. Upon returning to their office, the announcement of the 7 warlords' plan sent shockwaves across the world. At Reverse Mountain, the lighthouse. Haha, such an impressive little marine. This terrifying conqueror's hockey must surpass even that of young Garp and Roger. The voice belonged to Don Quixote da Flamingo, clad in a flamboyant ensemble, with a massive flamingo feather cloak and pink heart-shaped sunglasses, a stark contrast to his previous attire. Shortly after eliminating his own brother, Da Flamingo's fashion had shifted from formal to eccentric. His laughter stemmed from receiving a call appointing him to the position he coveted, granting him the legal right to plunder as one of the 7 warlords. Thus, his plans could proceed smoothly. He aimed to become the underworld king of the North Sea, directing his ambitions toward the Grand Line, reclaiming the throne of Dressrosa, and expanding his illicit enterprises worldwide. Smuggling, arms, slaves, intelligence. He intended to dabble in all. He aspired to first become the emperor of the underground and ultimately fulfill his ambition of world destruction. Fufufu. Terespo. The grotesque figure of Terespo, adorned with a golden crown and a lewd grin, approached, leaning on his staff. The new North Sea governor is nearly here. Deliver a blessing from the North Sea on my behalf. Doflamingo rested his chin on his hand, his eyes gleaming with malice, his smile more sinister than Kizaru's. Yet, upon hearing this, the burly bald elder, one of his top aides, Lao Ji, furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Young master. Our previous investigations revealed that Caesar Verus is no ordinary character. He has strong ties with the world government and that old coot garb. We fufufu." Doflamingo, amused by his subordinate's concerns, crossed his legs, his long tongue licking his cracked lips. "Lao Ji, do you know what is most important in this vast sea?" "Please enlighten me, young master," Lao Ji replied, fully aware yet humoring him. "Fufufu. It is the very essence you all once revered in me," Doflamingo declared with pride. "In this world, possessing a more formidable conqueror's haki makes one the true king. And here in the North Sea, I alone am the true emperor, just as Caesar Verus. If he knows his place, let him have some scraps. If he does not, then let him vanish from this world entirely. Rest assured, esteemed young master, I will ensure he feels the North Sea's sincerity." Terespo chuckled, his large yellowed teeth reflecting an even more grotesque light. Similarly attired in a jester's garb, Diamante brandished a knife, displaying a cruel smile. "If that day comes, please allow me to handle him." Fufufu. Doflamingo laughed heartily at Diamante's words. "Let us hope that day never arrives. Eliminating 2 consecutive North Sea governors would surely infuriate those decrepit old men of the world government." At the North Sea, Branch 517. Vice Base Commander, Navy Colonel Tina, presents her respects to Lord Verus. Vice Base Commander, Navy Colonel Virgo, presents his respects to Lord Verus. From now on, we shall be colleagues. No need for formality." Observing the 2 individuals exhibiting a semblance of fairness, Verus refrained from further commentary. Virgo, as the sycophant of the Don Quixote family, was well known to Verus. Adorned in a white military uniform and sporting sunglasses, with a piece of roasted meat affixed to his face, he maintained his perpetually icy demeanor, devoid of any allure. Consequently, Verus swiftly diverted his gaze, landing it upon Tina. Renowned as the foremost beauty of the North Sea Navy and a wielder of the Kankank fruit's abilities, this woman, a veritable vision, boasted flowing pink hair and a pair of sunglasses perched atop her head, draped in a white cloak of justice. She wore a red form-fitting V-neck outfit that accentuated her exquisite figure. However, despite her striking physique, the initial impression she imparted was far from sensual. Rather, she emanated a spirited elegance, exuding confidence and strength, traits that evoke descriptors such as valiant and formidable. Now, let us discuss the current state of affairs in the North Sea, particularly focusing on the conflicts involving the Germa Kingdom and the rampant activities of the mafia families. "Yes, my lord," Tina replied, her voice crisp and her expression composed. "As of now, the flames of war ignited by Germa 666 have spread to 4 nations, 3 of which are members of the world government, Soren Kingdom, Karl Kingdom, and Baron Kingdom, alongside 1 non-member nation." "Excellent," Verus remarked, listening intently to Tina's report, expressing satisfaction with her diligence. Soon, it was Virgo's turn to address the mafia situation. However, as a mere lackey of the Don Quixote family, Virgo's account resembled a tedious ledger. His conclusion indicated that the situation remained relatively stable, characterized by petty territorial disputes akin to dogs fighting amongst themselves. "I see," Verus acknowledged with a nod after Virgo's briefing, choosing not to elaborate further. Just as his words faded, a colossal, repulsive mass of viscous, transparent liquid descended from the sky above Branch 517. This was indeed a gift from the Don Quixote family, the notorious snot bomb of Terespo. "Ha! Express your gratitude for the generous offering from Lord Terespo." Terespo, leaning on his cane, stood atop the body of the fruit user, Biafro, cackling maniacally in midair. Boom. As the explosion reverberated beneath him, Terespo's laughter grew even more extravagant, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Ha! What a delightful jest. Is it not, you grotesque fiend?" Hearing his own revolting laughter, Verus, cigar in mouth, hovered in midair. "What? When did this happen?" Terespo exclaimed, a cold sweat breaking out his Biafro, clad in a tight yellow suit, swiftly turned to face Verus. Upon noticing Verus's unfamiliar visage in a naval uniform, Terespo narrowed his eyes and inquired, Are you the newly appointed North Sea Admiral, Caesar Verus?" "Indeed, that is I." Verus exhaled a plume of smoke reminiscent of a dragon and casually drew his unparalleled blade. "Ace, pray tell, sir, was that recent nasal bomb of yours?" he inquired. "Oh, certainly not. Merely passing through." Torres, aware of Verus's effortless approach and his ability to float midair, recognized he was no match for him. Thus, with a grin, he fabricated a lie and even revealed his identity. "Greetings, Lord Verus. I am Torres, of the Don Quixote family, one of the esteemed officers under the illustrious Don Quixote Doflamingo, a warlord of the sea. On behalf of the Don Quixote family, I extend a warm welcome from the North Sea." "I see," Verus replied, a hint of amusement dancing at the corner of his mouth as he puffed on his cigar, addressing the mendacious Torres. I appreciate the Don Quixote family's hospitality, but I require no representation from the North Sea. What does the Admiral mean by that? Torres thought, having already exposed his lineage. He doubted Virus would act rashly, given that the Don Quixote family was the most formidable underworld faction in the North Sea, with their young master Doflamingo being a former celestial dragon and a recognized warlord of the world government. Engaging with him now would be tantamount to slapping the world government in the face. Yet, he conveniently forgot that he had instigated the confrontation by deploying bombs at the Navy's 517th branch. In response to Torres's query, Virus leisurely released a smoke ring before articulating. The message is quite clear. Your Don Quixote family does not embody the North Sea. It is I, Admiral Caesar Virus, who is the true sovereign of the North Sea. Furthermore, since the Don Quixote family has extended their most sincere blessings, I, as Admiral of the North Sea, must reciprocate with a gift. A gift? Torres narrowed his eyes, sensing an unusual undertone. Buffalo, too, detected an imminent danger and attempted to flee Virus's gaze with all his might. However, it was too late. His body became immobilized in midair, rendering him utterly powerless. Torres, who stood atop him, wore an expression of disbelief, struggling even to breathe. Damn it. Is this his fruit ability? No, the intel indicated that this man had consumed the silence fruit, a fruit as useless as that of the young master SNF brother. Don Quixote Rosinante. Why can't I move? What is this bizarre power? Could it be that his fruit has awakened? Impossible, if his fruit ability has indeed awakened. Why would such a being come to the North Sea? He should be at Navy headquarters or traversing the Grand Line. In an instant, Torres' mind raced with a whirlwind of thoughts, his fear inflating exponentially. Despite his immobility, he could see Virus advancing towards him, stepping lightly upon the air. His gaze was frigid, his expression grim, devoid of any discernible emotion, akin to a harbinger of death, effortlessly reaping lives as one breathes. Damn it. This bastard intends to kill me. How dare he? I am a high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family. I am a celestial dragon, a warlord of the sea under the illustrious Don Quixote Doflamingo. But just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Virus had already positioned himself atop Buffalo. The legendary sword, Ace, once wielded by the Pirate King, gleamed ominously against his throat. Torres, do you have any final words? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. As Virus listened to Terrespo's lengthy discourse, he was interrupted by the voice of a celestial dragon. Indeed, fear had gripped him. Terrespo seized this final lifeline, fervently directing his words towards Virus. Our young master was once a celestial dragon. The great celestial dragon, a deity of this world. A descendant of the noble creators of the world. You Navy forces are merely the Before he could articulate the contemptuous phrase lapdogs, Virus let out a cold sneer and swung his hefty blade. Without a sound, merely a flash of cold light, Terrespo's neck was severed. Yet, perhaps due to the powers of his fruit, or perhaps owing to his robust physique, Terrespo did not succumb immediately. With a visage of terror, he gazed at Virus, incredulously exclaiming, "You dare to kill me? Why not?" With a nonchalant smile, Velas sheathed his supreme blade and savored a leisurely puff of smoke before speaking. The celestial dragons. Not long ago, I dispatched one of their kind. To recount that sensation, it was rather exquisite. What? You killed Charlemagne? Torres stared in disbelief, his eyes widening. But in that very moment, he felt an overwhelming weakness wash over him. It was then that he suddenly comprehended the gravity of his situation. He was on the brink of death. Indeed. Virus took another puff of his cigar and nodded. Perhaps you should express your gratitude to me, since you hold the celestial dragons in such high esteem. Dying at the hands of the same individual as they do is the greatest honor of your life. Ha ha ha. An honor, is it? You lunatic. Terrespo let out his final laugh, failing to finish his last words before succumbing to death. Meanwhile, in the Saraman Islands, Doflamingo received a news pigeon with a newspaper that made his brow furrow in surprise. Breaking news. The naval prodigy, North Sea Admiral Caesar Virus, has slain the world destroyer Bondewald in the kingdom of Goya and awakened the conqueror's haki. Justice Island, gateway of justice. Gion, what are you looking at? Akagi, noticing Gion's troubled demeanor after their recent meeting, inquired with concern. Nothing. Let us go train. Gion replied, folding the newspaper and turning away in silence. Gion. Wait for me. Akagi, oblivious to Gion's unease, chased after him, chattering incessantly. Gion, that scoundrel Virus has bullied you, has he? If he has, tell me, and I'll go beat him up. Then go ahead and beat that scoundrel, and come find me afterward, Gion said, exasperated, as he slapped the newspaper against Akagi's face. Huh? Akagi, taken aback, uncovered his face to find himself stunned, collapsing onto the ground as if mourning a great loss. His wrinkled face, reminiscent of a Sharpei, seemed to age another 30 years in an instant. Damn it, this is absurd. How can I, with such looks, not awaken the conqueror's haki? In the New World, Fishman Island, Gulyalu, has that little navy brat awakened the conqueror's haki? What an amusing little fellow. Whitebeard laughed heartily while holding a bowl of sake. Old man, you shouldn't drink anymore. Your health can't handle it. Marco, with his golden pineapple hair, expressed his dismay at his father's condition. Glialu. Don't worry, Marco, my body is as sturdy as ever. Whitebeard laughed boisterously, and the crew aboard the Moby Dick joined in the laughter, including the future Yonko Blackbeard, as they witnessed the once strongest man at sea now kneading in four. A previously unknown ambition began to swell within them. In the new world, Onigashima. Tun. One of the Yonko, Kaido of the Beasts, was drinking when he stumbled upon the news, yet he cried as he drank. That guy actually went to the North Sea? What a pity. Boo-hoo. Such a person is truly too precious to waste. He should be here in the Grand Line. Captured by me, and ultimately become one of my subordinates. Boo-hoo. So unfortunate. Just then, Yamato, clad in a kimono and wearing a mask, appeared. Kaido. The great demon king. I, Kazuki Oden, shall represent the moon. I shall represent justice. Bang. Kaido, irritated by the mask, swatted Yamato into the sea. Flame disaster, Queen, Jack. In the new world, Hive Island. Humph. That damn Bondawal brothers. They dare challenge my position. Wang Ji. Clad in armor and wielding an axe, rejoiced at the news. What a powerful little navy brat. If only I possessed the Conqueror's haki. In the new world, Cake Island. Ha ha ha. A navy brat awakened the Conqueror's haki? Upon reading the latest news, Big Mom, now plump after giving birth, stuffed a large piece of cake into her mouth. What a pity. If he were here in the Grand Line, I could capture him and have children with him. With the Conqueror's haki and such looks, he would surely bear powerful offspring. Mama, how about I gather some people to help you capture him? Charlotte Daifuku eagerly suggested, rubbing his hands together. Oh, Big Mom, still not in a frenzy, smiled at her son. Let us see if you can do it. If you succeed, I will grant you the position of Chief Minister of Cake Island, my dear son. Ha ha ha. At Marie Ford, in the Fleet Admiral's office. Bang. Fleet Admiral Sengoku slammed the table upon seeing the latest news. That damn Bird Morgans. And those damn scoundrels, how could such news spread in less than a day? How frightening. Sitting on the sofa with a teacup, Kizaru responded with his usual nonchalance. Shut up. Sengoku's anger intensified at Kizaru's words, who, despite being excessively powerful, was notoriously lazy in his sense of justice. He arrived the latest and left the earliest, often disappearing to Sabaody Archipelago for foot massages and hot springs, leaving no trace on Sundays. Now, everyone in Sabaody was discussing him, with only the wrong names being called, never the right nicknames. The title of Admiral Kizaru had become a joke. All right, Admiral. Kizaru, undeterred by Sengoku's ire, sipped his coffee. But shortly after, Sengoku received a phone call and coldly addressed Kizaru. You need not concern yourself with Fisher Tiger and the Sun Pirates. Oh, that is wonderful. Kizaru's eyes lit up, and he set down his teacup, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, something has happened back in my hometown in the North Sea. I need to take a leave. What is it this time? My father. Didn't your father die last year? Did he? Oh, I meant my stepfather. This time, my father has truly passed away. You scoundrel. Do you take me for a fool? Come on, Admiral, can I take my annual leave? Shut up. Sengoku seethed, wishing he could unleash a Buddha's impact upon Kizaru. This brat had already taken over 20 leaves this year, each time vanishing for several days. Each excuse was either a sick relative or a death in the family. After a few times of being seen through, he started fabricating tales about his hometown. He could concoct reasons involving distant relatives being pregnant and needing to contribute to the festivities. It was utterly shameless. I just received an order from the Gorosei. The Navy is to form a scientific unit, which you will establish and manage, and you will also be responsible for liaising with Vegapunk and the Gorosei. My heavens. This is truly too terrifying. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Virus returned, his foot trod upon the lifeless body of Torres Bow, who lay at his feet. At this moment, he was blissfully unaware that his reputation had already spread across the vast seas. Of course, the naval officers before him were equally oblivious. Virgo, the traitorous scoundrel, observed this scene with a cold, impassive demeanor, seemingly detached from the unfolding events. Yet, deep within, he had come to a profound understanding of Virus's formidable prowess, his brutality, and his audacity. In contrast, a typical naval admiral would ponder long and hard when confronted with the names associated with the Don Quixote family, the Seven Warlords, the Celestial Dragons, or the Underground Emperor. However, this man had dispatched someone with a mere glance. Such a figure could either be a terrifying madman or possess formidable cards and unshakable confidence. As a seasoned spy, he leaned towards the latter interpretation based on the gathered intelligence. As for the other deputy commander, Tina, she too had developed a fresh perspective on Virus. She had sought information about him, even having friends stationed in the East Blue. Despite his avarice, lechery, and ruthless quest for power, Virus operated within the confines of established rules, indicating that he was a man of principles. Furthermore, he treated his subordinates and civilians with kindness. Although his methods towards pirates were extreme, she felt no sense of disapproval. On the contrary, she believed that the previous admiral's policy of appeasement was ill-suited for the tumultuous North Sea, especially considering the mere span of less than 3 years. Virus transformed the hometown of the Pirate King, once the most chaotic and tumultuous East Sea, into a realm of unparalleled peace. This ignited within her a flicker of hope, a yearning for her own homeland to bask in tranquility under Virus's guidance. Who, I wonder, could inform me of the audacious individual who dared to assault the naval base? What is their name, and what bounty has been placed upon their head? Amidst the astonished gazes of those around, Virus nonchalantly kicked the bloodied head of Trespo onto the deck. It rolled ominously, finally coming to rest before Virgo, revealing a pale, terror-stricken visage. "My Lord Virus." A voice spoke. "This man's name is Trespo, one of the highest-ranking officials in the notorious Don Quixote family, the largest mafia syndicate in the North Sea." Observing the cold, lifeless head before him, Virgo, the naval officer responsible for managing the mafia families, stepped forward with an impassive expression. Yet, beneath his composed exterior, a whirlwind of thoughts churned within him, spurred by the very presence of the severed head. Why, amidst so many, did Virus choose to direct this head precisely at him? Was this mere coincidence? As a spy, he was inclined to doubt the existence of such serendipity. Nevertheless, he held steadfast in his belief that he had left no trace of his intentions. Thus, he found himself leaning towards an alternative explanation. Virus was aware of the identity of the Torres Pohe mafia family and surmised that he might have received benefits from the Don Quixote family. Consequently, it is highly probable that Virus intended to establish his authority, instilling fear in those who served him. Moreover, even if he were to be exposed, Virus had only recently arrived in the North Sea. He believed that, with his intellect, Virus would not be foolish enough to eliminate him right away, as such an action would raise suspicions that Virus sought to usurp power and place his own people in positions of authority, causing widespread anxiety among the entire North Sea Navy. Thus, he continued to remain unperturbed, proceeding to introduce the information regarding Torres Pohe. He was a user of the superhuman-type sticky fruit, currently boasting a bounty of 47 million berries. Excellent. In response to Virgo's explanation, Virus appeared thoroughly satisfied as he descended from Biafro. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he lifted his right leg to press down on Biafro's head. "And what of this fellow? What is his bounty?" "I am unaware of this individual's name. He is likely an obscure little pirate," Virgo calmly replied. "Indeed." Biafro currently held no renown at sea, being a recent addition to the Don Quixote family. If Virus were aware of this, it would certainly be peculiar. "I see. So he is merely a petty crook." Hearing this, Valus nodded, applying more force to his feet. However, just when everyone believed Valus would crush Pharaoh's skull, the corpulent, grotesque little man suddenly cried out in agony. "Lord Valus, please do not kill me. Do not kill me. I possess a secret. A grand secret." "Oh?" Virus raised his leg, feigning an air of keen interest, yet his gaze drifted towards Virgo. A jolt coursed through Virgo as his pupils constricted sharply behind his sunglasses, a foreboding sense of unease swelling within him. However, he maintained his composure, his demeanor unwavering. Only the 4 senior officials of his family and their young master, Don Quixote da Flamingo, were privy to his secrets. Otherwise, during the fierce battle on Rubeck Island, the future captain of the Heart Pirates, Trafalgar Law, would not have sought his aid, ultimately leading to the demise of Da Flamingo's younger brother, Don Quixote Rocinante, the unfortunate user of the silent fruit. Observing Virgo's unperturbed expression, Virus's smile deepened with intrigue. "Do enlighten me about this grand secret." "Yes, Lord Virus." The blushing Biafro responded with a sycophantic demeanor. "It was Virgo who assassinated the former commander of the North Sea base. He was once one of the 4 highest officials of the Don Quixote family, the first-generation captain of the Heart Pirates. It was he who relayed information to the Don Quixote family during the struggle for the surgical fruit on Rubeck Island. He is the one responsible for the death of Admiral Sengoku's adoptive son, Don Quixote Rocinante." "What? Such a revelation?" The assembly gasped in disbelief. "Surely, this cannot be true. Lord Virgo has always been just and solemn. How could he commit such an act? One never truly knows the depths of a person's heart. With the old Admiral's passing, he has become the prime candidate for succession. I believe it is entirely plausible that he is behind it." "Indeed. I too participated in the Rubeck battle, and Virgo was present, though he vanished for a time." As Bahafaro divulged this information, the surrounding Navy personnel from the North Sea began to murmur among themselves. Tina furrowed his brow, remaining silent, sensing that something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint the exact issue. The most prudent course of action at present was to observe the developments quietly. Hearing the rising suspicions, Virgo, holding a significant position, took the initiative to speak. "Lord Virus, in recent years, I have been tasked with eradicating the mafia in the East Sea, which has led to enmity with numerous crime families. I have also eliminated many members of the Don Quixote family. So you should not take the word of these scoundrels at face value." "Of course," Virus replied. Virus smiled and nodded, yet he remained silent, his gaze playfully fixed on Virgo. In an instant, the entire naval base fell into a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a long pause, Virus exhaled a breath resembling dragon smoke. It was truly foolish of this imbecile to believe that such a lie could unsettle the morale of our troops. My lord, Buffalo's eyes were filled with a mix of anger, terror, and confusion as he heard Virus's words. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Virus's shoe once again pressed against his face. In that moment, Buffalo was rendered mute, yet his expression grew increasingly furious. Those words had been threats dictated by Virus, otherwise Torres would have met a grim fate. My lord, you are indeed sagacious, Virgo remarked coldly, his gaze resting on Buffalo from behind his sunglasses. Just then, Virus spoke again. This scoundrel dares to slander our esteemed vice-commander of the Navy, Virgo. Such insolence cannot be tolerated. Virgo, I entrust this wretch named Buffalo to you. Understood. Virgo accepted the command with an icy demeanor, yet he was acutely aware that his identity had been compromised. To handle Buffalo was a precarious dilemma. Killing him would invite suspicion of a cover-up, while sparing him would lead to whispers of protection for the Don Quixote family. No matter the course of action, he would be scrutinized. The most prudent approach would be to temporarily detain the man, subject him to some dreadful tortures, and ultimately eliminate him. This fellow proved to be even more insidious and despicable than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, he refrained from publicly exposing Virgo. It seemed his assumptions were not unfounded. He remained wary of Virgo's stature and influence. After all, the vice-commander of the North Sea Navy was not a mere pirate. Any attempt to act against him would necessitate irrefutable evidence. As Virgo contemplated this, his trepidation regarding Virus only intensified. Yet, in the short term, he found himself less concerned about his own predicament. However, just as he reached this conclusion, Virus produced a piece of paper from his pocket. Virgo. This is a letter from Don Quixote da Flamingo, conveyed through Torres. It was just retrieved from Torres's body. Please open it and read it aloud for everyone. Yes, my lord Virus. Virgo did not refuse, taking heavy steps toward Virus, yet a profound sense of vigilance surged within him. Upon seeing the letter, he overturned all his previous thoughts. As he grasped the letter, Virus tightened his grip on it, smiling as he inquired, Virgo, I admire your capabilities. How would you like to become my subordinate? My lord Virus, as the Admiral of the North Sea, am I not already your subordinate? Virgo maintained his expressionless facade, his tone as frigid as ever. That is a valid point, but I find this answer unsatisfactory. Upon hearing this response, the Admiral's eyes narrowed, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Therefore, you must die. Whoosh. As soon as Velas's words fell, Virgo's figure suddenly vanished. The ghostly bamboo at his waist was grasped firmly in his hand, enveloped in a dark hue of armed hockey, and it came crashing down towards Velas's head. The surrounding Navy personnel were momentarily taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Yet, it soon dawned on them the truth. Virgo was a cornered beast, driven to desperation. This individual, not only was he an undercover agent of the Don Quixote family, but he had also slain the old admiral. This is dire. Tina, startled by the sudden change, reacted more swiftly than the others. She immediately unleashed her abilities, hurling the black railing towards Virgo. However, given the distance between them and Virgo's terrifying speed, her attack bore no effect whatsoever. Nevertheless, with Velas's current prowess, it was hardly the time for Virgo to act arrogantly, nor for Tina to offer assistance. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The moment Velrus's iron fist collided with Virgo's ghostly bamboo, a sharp and resonant explosion echoed through the air. In the aftermath of this clash, the ground beneath Velrus's feet was indented, leaving 2 deep craters. Virgo's ghostly bamboo was sent flying, and his expression was one of utter astonishment as he staggered backward. This encounter swiftly established a clear hierarchy between the two, leaving the naval officers of the North Sea in awe of Velrus's formidable prowess. They had not witnessed Velrus's recent conquest of Terrespo and remained oblivious to the true extent of his abilities. However, Virgo was a tangible force, having vanquished countless opponents within the North Sea Navy, earning a reputation as a terrifying monster. Prior to Velrus's arrival, many believed Virgo to be the next admiral of the North Sea, and even the former admiral, the current Marine General Akina Sakazuki, had once shown great favor toward him, wishing to recruit him into his ranks. Yet, Virgo had declined the offer. At the time, the reasons were unclear, but now everything made sense. Virgo, I advise you not to cling to your delusions. Tina, her pink hair flowing gracefully, implored as she witnessed Virgo being pushed back by Velrus's blow. If you surrender now and cooperate, we might be able to. But before she could finish her sentence, Virgo activated the Marine 6 styles, sorrow, and vanished like a specter. Damn it. Tina fumed, her delicate oval face contorting into an adorable pout of indignation as she saw Virgo flee. Turning to Velrus, she began to speak again. Lord Velrus, we. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Virus stood upon the coastal sands, gazing at the slowly turning figure of Virgo. Naturally, he yearned to test the true prowess of the newly appointed Admiral of the North Sea, Lord Virus. Virgo removed his sunglasses, and his shirt suddenly burst open, revealing his enviable, chiseled abs and chest, adorned with a deep purple hue of haki that shimmered under the sunlight. He resembled a statue of a Spartan warrior, cast in pure black, exuding a striking visual impact and an overwhelming aura of intimidation. He understood that Virus was a capable individual. Even if he were to find himself outmatched here, he could simply plunge into the sea to escape. In this regard, he possessed absolute confidence. Virus, are you prepared to bear my wrath? Come forth. Upon witnessing the fully unleashed Virgo, Virus wore a smile of enjoyment. At last, he had encountered a worthy adversary. Whoosh. Observing Virus's unfazed demeanor, Virgo unleashed the Marine 6 styles, shave, vanishing instantaneously from sight, propelled by the momentum of his charge. Whoosh. In an instant, the terrifying wind of Virgo's fist struck Virus's face. Yet, Virus remained unmoved, his visage cloaked in a dark shroud of haki. Bang. Virgo's formidable fist collided with his face, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. Nevertheless, Virus's body only swayed slightly backward. He retaliated with a powerful counterpunch that landed squarely in Virgo's abdomen, resulting in another resounding crack. Bang. However, Virgo showed no sign of discomfort after receiving the blow. He followed up with a heavy left hook aimed directly at Virus's temple. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Virus observed, it seemed that he had already secured his victory over Virgo. In an instant, his other leg struck towards Virgo's ear. Humph. Useless. Virgo possessed immense confidence in his mastery of haki. A participant in the Navy training camp, he had been a disciple of the former Admiral Zephyr, known as Black Arm. When it came to the prowess of haki, he believed no one on this vast ocean could rival him. However, the moment Virus's leg collided with his ear, that confidence was shattered in an instant. His ear was, indeed, obliterated by Virus's strike, resembling a piece of black charcoal violently crushed by a formidable hammer. How could this be? Roaring in agony and disbelief, Virgo's mind was engulfed in fury. Meanwhile, Virus merely smiled faintly, his gaze laced with mockery directed at Virgo. In his prime, Black Arm Zephyr was undoubtedly the strongest in haki across the seas. Yet, he was not Zephyr. Furthermore, had not even Zephyr himself suffered a sneak attack by Edward Weevil, losing an arm in the process? Thus, the most formidable haki upon these waters was not the armament haki, but rather the Conqueror's haki. Although Virus did not employ the Conqueror's haki, it had already become an integral part of his being, significantly enhancing his armament haki. Despite the fact that the coverage of his armament haki was limited to just his entire arm and shoulder, its intensity had surpassed that of Virgo. Damn it. Sensing that his ears were beyond salvation, and with Virus's leg poised to strike his temple, Virgo finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The searing pain jolted him into action, his battle-hardened instincts kicking in. He released his grip on Virus's abdomen, slightly turning his body to leverage the momentum and throw Virus away. However, it is easy to summon a spirit, but difficult to send it away. Virus's sinister smile widened. Virgo's expression stiffened, and an unprecedented emotion flickered in his eyes. He was afraid. A commendable display of armament haki, but still woefully insufficient, Virgo. Observing Virgo's countenance, Virus dissipated his armament haki. He took a deep drag from his cigar, exhaling a plume of smoke that curled like a dragon, his eyes narrowing defiantly. Next, I shall engage you without the use of armament haki. If you can breach my armament haki, then I shall concede defeat, and from that moment forth, the Don Quixote family shall reign supreme in the North Sea. Little brat, congratulations. You have successfully provoked my ire. Virgo did not respond to Virus's words. Instead, his gaze transformed into that of a frenzied beast, filled with bloodlust and madness. With a swift motion, Virgo surged forth once more, but this time with an even more ferocious speed. In that moment, he embodied a human beast. This is getting interesting. With an exuberant expression, Virus flashed a wicked and arrogant smile. Suddenly, Virgo's fist slammed into Virus's cheek, yet Virus remained unfazed and retaliated with a punch of his own to Virgo's face. Thus commenced their battle, characterized by a simplicity and brutality that was almost primal. On the boundless expanse of the beach, their feet sank into the sand as they relentlessly exchanged blows, each strike resonating with a thunderous intensity. The air was filled with the cacophony of their violent engagement, punch after punch, a raw and frenzied display devoid of technique, embodying a savage aesthetic. These two terrifying lunatics. Witnessing their frenzied clash, Tina could scarcely discern the movements of their arms, her pupils quivering uncontrollably. With her current strength, she knew she could not partake in such a fierce confrontation. A single blow could leave her gravely injured. This realization marked the first time since joining the Navy that she felt a pang of inferiority. After all, Virgo had advanced 3 tiers above her in the Navy training camp, while Virus had never even attended such a camp, having only enlisted 3 years prior, and was, in fact, 6 years her junior. This astonishing talent and strength elicited a blend of admiration and envy within her. But wait. Suddenly, Tina came to a startling realization. Virus. That fellow had not employed hockey. He was withstanding Virgo's attacks solely with his physical prowess. How could this be? Impossible. The more she observed, the more her heart raced with disbelief. This was beyond her comprehension. Yet, even more astonishing was what she overheard Virgo exclaim. You bastard. Use your hockey. You are unworthy. With a nonchalant utterance of those 3 words, Virus's gaze revealed an obsessive madness. Despite his body being a grotesque mess of flesh and blood, his face resembling that of a beaten swine, he still refrained from employing the Busashoku hockey. Instead, he endured all of Virgo's assaults with his own body, akin to a block of iron. He reveled in the pain. He was fervently honing his willpower, convinced that even without the Busashoku hockey, he could triumph over this Virgo. Thud, 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 bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Virus and Virgo exchanged blows with fervor. The onlookers of this battle had multiplied beyond just Tina. Aside from the necessary station navy, everyone had flocked to the shoreline to witness the spectacle. What terrifying fists! What astonishing speed! If one of those punches landed on me, my mother would surely be preparing offerings for me in the coming year. That Virgo fellow. Has he truly been concealing his strength all along? How insidious! Indeed, he is a spy. Had he displayed such prowess during the previous bandit eradications, we would not have suffered such heavy casualties. Go, Lord Virus. Annihilate that scoundrel. Look, Lord Virus hasn't even utilized the Busashoku hockey. My heavens. How could this be possible? They say the North Sea breeds monsters, but the creatures from the East Sea are far more dreadful, aren't they? In the blink of an eye, another 100 punches had been exchanged. Hey, Virus's handsome visage, nearly flattened, suddenly broke into a sinister grin. Virgo's punch speed and strength had diminished, his dark purple Busashoku hockey barely sufficient to shield his upper body. Virus observed the previous arrogance and defiance on Virgo's face vanish entirely. Now, only sheer terror remained. The look in his eyes was akin to that of a creature facing a monster. Upon hearing Virus's laughter, Virgo could no longer maintain his composure. Whoosh. In an instant, he unleashed the Navy's Rokushiki technique. Sara. Damn it. Do not underestimate me. Tina had long been prepared, erecting a barricade behind Virgo, intending to obstruct his escape. However, her prideful ability, the black barriers that ordinary individuals could not breach, were effortlessly shattered by Virgo, as if a bullet pierced through glass. Tina gritted her teeth in fury, loathing her own inadequacy. Yet, it seemed she had forgotten. Virus merely sustained minor injuries. He is not dead. A pale blue barrier swiftly expanded, akin to the speed of light. Just as Virgo's right leg made contact with the encroaching seawater, the barrier enveloped him entirely. Damn, what manner of power is this? Paralyzed with disbelief, Virgo's heart surged with a mix of fury and astonishment as he exerted the last remnants of his strength in a desperate struggle. Yet, all his efforts yielded no result. Instead, a chilling sensation crept along his spine, raising the hairs on his body. He felt an ominous pressure closing in, rendering his breathing labored. He realized that the terrifying man was approaching. However, he could never have anticipated that when Virus reappeared before him, his injuries had nearly healed. Only his skin bore the marks of time, appearing as if he had aged a decade. This is the return of life, the horrifying power of this individual. In the North Sea, perhaps only the young master could. Wait, the young master? The young master has arrived. Just as Virgo believed his demise was inevitable, his gaze suddenly brightened. He beheld the iconic pink cloak, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, rapidly magnifying before him. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he overlooked something far more significant, his own death. Virus unsheathed the supreme great knife, ace, and a flash of silvery cold light cut through the air. His head was no longer attached to his body. His soul had departed this world. He was dead. Fufufu. Virus. You were remarkable. You were exceptional. Draped in an extravagant pink cloak, the warlord of the seven seas, Don Quixote da Flamingo, the ruler of the North Sea's underworld, halted less than 100 meters from Virus. He bore witness to the death of Virgo, who was like family to him. Veins on his forehead pulsated with rage, and a sinister grin spread across his face. Fufufu. Virus. Today, I, Don Quixote da Flamingo, shall take down the entire 517 branch. To accompany Virgo to his grave. Da Flamingo. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Even the warlord of the seven seas attacking a navy base is an unforgivable crime, provoked by Da Flamingo's taunt. The fierce and commanding Tina unsheathed her sword in fury. The mountains upon her chest proudly surged, and her pink hair danced with her white cloak. The North Sea was notorious for its chaos, and its navy was equally fierce, with a palpable aura of death surrounding them, not to mention Virus's personal guards. Yet, Virus remained silent, facing Da Flamingo with a calm demeanor and a hint of mockery in his gaze, as if to say, if you can, then do not hesitate. Fufufu. You seek death. Understanding the expression of the North Sea Admiral, Da Flamingo's fury intensified. With his eagle-like claws crossed over his chest, he unleashed the powers of his devil fruit. Hiss. Sharp white threads shot toward the navy, accompanied by a terrifying whoosh of wind. Thud. Witnessing Da Flamingo's signature technique, the navy personnel, armed to the teeth, instinctively swallowed hard. Yet, the pink-haired Tina stepped forward, ready to unleash her own abilities. However, Virus laughed and stopped her, placing his hand on her delicate shoulder. This battle is a romantic affair for men. I shall not permit a woman to stand before me while I am still alive. You. Hearing this, the fierce Tina felt a mysterious tremor within her. It was the first time someone had spoken to her in such a manner. It was also the first time a man had touched her shoulder, aside from her parents. The sensation was somewhat enchanting, but before she could savor it, Doflamingo's deadly white threads were already upon them. To everyone's astonishment, the razor-sharp threads, upon making contact with Virus's barrier, transformed into mere ordinary threads. They became soft and harmless, devoid of lethality. This ability? Tina was initially startled, but then elated. Lord Virus, you can actually counter Doflamingo's powers? How splendid. The Navy personnel also reacted, their faces lighting up with joy. However, Doflamingo, suspended in midair, felt an even darker shadow cross his expression, his once arrogant demeanor fading away. Fufufu, this fellow. At that moment, he regained his composure. As a formidable leader, he was not merely driven by reckless passion or brute strength. As the underground king of the North Sea, assessing the situation was his fundamental skill. Although he did not understand how Virus had achieved this, it was evident that his abilities had indeed been countered. Moreover, he had witnessed Virus and Virgo clash head-on. Even with sheer physical prowess, Virus had managed to suppress the armed Virgo. Furthermore, the other party wielded Conqueror's Haki. The fleeing Virgo had been immobilized and killed, indicating that this fellow's strength was certainly not to be underestimated. Now, having crossed the sea, he had expended considerable stamina. And with no allies nearby, rashly engaging with this monstrous individual could prove disastrous. Doflamingo's thoughts whirled in confusion. He vaguely understood that today's battle should not take place. Yet, to depart in such a manner. How could Don Quixote Doflamingo, the illustrious warlord of the Seven Seas and the emperor of the North Sea's underworld, find peace in such a retreat? Little did he expect that he would still be hesitating over whether to confront Virus. However, Virus had already taken action against him. The originally protective azure barrier of the Navy suddenly expanding several times. In the blink of an eye, it threatened to envelop Don Quixote Doflamingo. The veins on Doflamingo's forehead throbbed once more, yet simultaneously, he was propelled backward by 100 meters. Virus, undeterred, swiftly pursued him, causing Doflamingo to frown. In an instant, a terrifying burst of Conqueror's Haki erupted, red and black lightning arcing towards Virus like a venomous serpent. This is bad. It is Conqueror's Haki. Tina felt a sudden tightness in her chest, as if she were suffocating. Her legs turned to jelly, as if she might collapse before Doflamingo at any moment. As for the nearby soldiers of the Navy, they were in an even worse state. Many had already fainted, and a deep sense of despair was taking root in their hearts. It's over. It's over. This is the legendary Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki. The might that surpasses millions. It's the end. Why in the North Sea would such a damned appear? I knew it. We should never have provoked the Don Quixote family. This time, we are doomed. It's all over. It seems we are truly destined to accompany Virgo in death. Yet, just as despair began to settle in their hearts, the overwhelming pressure they felt suddenly lifted. The once bright azure sea and sky transformed into a darkened horizon. The terrifying scars of the heavens re-emerging. An exhilarating laugh resonated, and the pressure weighing upon everyone dissipated. That laughter came from the Admiral of the North Sea. Haha, splendid. With a radiant smile, Valus enveloped his right fist in the formidable aura of Haki, as crackling black and crimson lightning swirled about him. Launching into an attack reminiscent of the legendary Carp, his ebony fist, imbued with menacing scarlet lightning, erupted forth. Galaxy. Impact. This technique. At the mere sight of Valus' initiation, Don Quixote Doflamingo's pupils constricted, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. Whoosh. Utilizing the white lines, he rapidly retreated from the coast. Yet, at the instant he turned, the black and crimson serpent of doom was obliterated by a single punch from Valus, exploding into nothingness. Boom. The sea where Doflamingo had stood was transformed, leaving a terrifying trench extending for hundreds of meters, the edges of which surged with monstrous waves. Ah, you truly live up to the title of a formidable hero, Doflamingo. Observing Doflamingo's hasty retreat, although the Northern Sea Admiral felt somewhat displeased, he could not help but commend him. He watched Doflamingo's receding figure, a smirk playing on his lips. However, missing today's opportunity, the next time we meet, I, Caesar Valus, shall be the one you look up to. What a terrifying individual. Witnessing the sheer power of that move, Tina, with her striking pink hair and commanding demeanor, felt her fierce persona begin to crumble. Her wide eyes were filled with astonishment, her expression one of bewildered naivety. Meanwhile, the Navy personnel, who felt as if they had narrowly escaped death, erupted into cheers. Hooray for Lord Valus. Doflamingo is nothing but a coward. You don't understand. It's not that Doflamingo is insignificant. Rather, Lord Valus is overwhelmingly powerful. Hooray. Our good days are upon us. Lord Valus is a force in the East Sea. In that moment, I could almost envision the illustrious Governor Sakazuki. How glorious our Northern Navy once was. With such a figure as our Admiral, it is indeed a blessing for the Northern Sea. Hooray for Lord Valus. On a desolate island in the Northern Sea, Doflamingo, The notorious heir of the Don Quixote family, the newly appointed warlord of the sea, the underground emperor of the North Sea, and a former celestial dragon, gasped for breath. Having retreated 100 miles away, although he was seething with rage, a perverse smile adorned his face, just as he uttered his thoughts. An old friend's call came through. Gold-lined Shiki, hello. Do you remember me, little Doflamingo? Doflamingo, how could I forget? The illustrious Gold Lion Shiki. It has been quite a while. What wisdom do you impart? Gold Lion Shiki, a year ago, I ordered some experimental equipment from you. I need 2 more of the same. I'll come to collect in 3 days. Doflamingo, 3 days? Gold Lion Shiki, is that beyond your capabilities? Doflamingo, of course not. However, there is a small condition. Eliminate a certain individual, and I shall provide the equipment free of charge. Gold Lion Shiki. Oh? Who? Doflamingo, the Northern Sea Admiral. Caesar Valus. Gold Lion Shiki. This fellow is a rising star in the Navy. Taking him down would surely provoke them. Doflamingo, the legendary pirate who single-handedly stormed Marineford. The Sea King renowned alongside Roger. Would fear the Navy? Gold Lion Shiki. Ha ha ha. Certainly not, but your offer lacks sufficient leverage. Doflamingo, what more do you desire? Gold Lion Shiki. I want slaves. 10,000 strong-bodied slaves. Doflamingo. Ha ha. You truly are asking for a lioness share, Gold Lion. Nevertheless, I accept. In the Northern Sea, at Base 517, Valus' first order of business after defeating the infamous warlord Doflamingo was not to celebrate, but rather to indulge in a hearty meal. Having sustained significant physical strain from battling Virgo and engaging in a clash of conquerors hockey with Doflamingo, he needed to replenish his energy swiftly, lest he suffer lasting ailments, such as diminished lifespan or chronic afflictions. While he focused on his meal, he also issued several new commands. Firstly, Domino was appointed as the new deputy base commander of Base 517, ensuring that both of his deputies were exquisite beauties. Secondly, the bounty earned from Terrespo would be equally distributed among the Northern Navy as a bonus. Thirdly, all personnel in the Northern Navy would see their benefits and privileges elevated to those of the East Sea. Lastly, he would recruit new members from various northern branches to bolster his guard, while also placing some of the Navy personnel he brought from the East into significant positions within the Northern Sea. Thus, the initial fires of his new administration had been ignited. With just a bit more preparation, he would embark on grand endeavors, aiming to quell the so-called chaos of the 5 nations. As night fell, the northern winds howled, being the highest latitude sea among the 4, the Northern Sea, coupled with Base 517's coastal position, made the soldiers on duty shiver despite winter not yet having arrived. In this biting cold, Valus made a surprising decision, clad in shorts. He leaped into the frigid waters. Splash! The surrounding sailors began to murmur, some of the female soldiers blushing furiously. Oh my, Lord Valus is truly dashing. Look at that physique, those abs. Goodness, I wish I could. Wait, isn't he a devil fruit user? How does he dare to jump into the sea? You see, that's part of Lord Valus' training. I once saw him sleeping with Seastone. Good heavens, his talent is already terrifying, and yet he works so diligently. It's utterly astonishing. Amidst the chatter, Tina, now clad in a loose nightgown, approached her window to gaze out. After a brief moment, she folded her arms, accentuating her ample bosom, her enticing lips moving as she murmured, "This fellow, truly reckless. He is a devil fruit user, having endured 2 battles by day. And yet he continues to engage in such foolishness by night? Does he not fear damaging his own body?" Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that, having never been in love before, she had developed an unusual sentiment towards Virus, marked by an extraordinary level of attention and concern. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, following Virus's triumph over Doflamingo and the elimination of 2 high-ranking officials from the Don Quixote family. His reputation had spread far and wide across the North Sea. Doflamingo's assault on the Navy branch and his covert infiltration to undermine the naval forces had sparked outrage within the Navy headquarters and the world government, prompting Doflamingo to retreat considerably. Thus, whether within the Navy headquarters, across the seas, or in the military circles of the Grand Line, Virus's name resonated profoundly. Moreover, his various motivational initiatives further amplified his renown. The reputation of Virus in the North Sea, alongside his command over the North Sea Navy, has ascended to a significant height. While it may not possess the unwavering obedience characteristic of the East Sea, there exists an implicit understanding that when he directs them eastward, no one dares to openly contest his wishes. Amidst this, there lies a crucial element that has often been overlooked. The pirates that Virus brought from the East Sea have now become the esteemed psychological counselors of the North Sea Navy. Due to the prolonged exposure to the horrors of warfare, the naval personnel frequently grapple with psychological issues. Instances of comrades turning their blades against one another or against innocent civilians in fits of rage, born from post-traumatic stress, are regrettably common across these waters, though seldom reported in the newspapers. Thus, the role of a psychologist has long been a standard necessity. On the day Virus captured the esteemed counselor, he initiated experiments with hypnosis. This technique proves unexpectedly effective, provided there is no overwhelming conqueror-s hockey or observation hockey interference. Consequently, The loyalty of many junior sailors and officers towards Virus has gradually soared. However, amidst this positive momentum, a grievous piece of news arrived. The North Sea Navy's Base 321 has been obliterated by cannon fire, leaving behind no survivors or traces. In the North Sea, there are only two powers capable of such devastation: the Don Quixote family led by Doflamingo and the nefarious Germa 66 of the Vinsmoke family. Regardless of the perpetrator, this act constitutes a provocation and represents a severe blow to Virus's standing. Thus, he swiftly issued a conscription order, rallying all naval forces to seize this opportunity for a significant undertaking. Yet, just before his expedition, he received a call from Admiral Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku, I have reviewed the detailed report on Virgo, Virus. Thank you. Valus, rather than discussing these matters, let us engage in something tangible. Warlord of the warring states, what do you consider tangible? I shall inform you of the violations of naval discipline. I shall certainly not acquiesce to such transgressions. Velrus, of course not. I merely intend to orchestrate a grand endeavor. Should it succeed, all accolades shall be mine, and if things go awry, you shall bear the blame. Jean Gua. The entire army, advance. Once again, Velrus proactively terminated the call with Jean Gua and formally issued his command. Hundreds of naval vessels set sail. But it was not long before a call from the naval headquarters came through again. The expression of the telephone operator shifted, and the voice of Marshal Jean Gua resonated. Velrus, I have heard that you have mobilized the entire navy of the North Sea. What are your intentions? As the Admiral of the North Sea, it is, of course, to avenge my fallen brothers. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Valus casually uttered his response, taking a slow puff of his cigar. The voice of the warring states general echoed once more, inquiring. What exactly do you intend to do? Who? Virus exhaled a plume of smoke resembling that of a dragon and nonchalantly remarked, It's quite simple. Just eliminate them all. And that shall be the end of it. I knew you would utter such nonsense. Sengoku's expression and tone shifted to one of fury, clearly indicating he had anticipated this response. I advise you to exercise caution. Germa 66 is a member nation of the world government. On the night of the incident at Base 321, Doflamingo was hosting a grand banquet on the Serman Islands. All of the high-ranking officials were present, toasting with several members of royal families from various kingdoms. It is implausible that Doflamingo was involved. The policy of the 7 warlords of the sea had only recently been implemented and was beginning to show results in the Grand Line at this juncture. Yet, before he could finish his statement, Virus interjected. Thank you for your reminder, Marshal Sengoku. Hearing your words only reinforces my conviction that Doflamingo is indeed responsible. Sengoku retorted, Nonsense. I said nothing of the sort. I merely cautioned you against reckless actions. Valus, rest assured, my esteemed general of the warring states. I comprehend the true intent behind your call. I keep a meticulous account in my mind, and this time, I possess absolute confidence that you shall not bear the brunt of the blame. Warring states, you insolent wretch. What do you take me for? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. He had naturally heard of Virus's methods and held a profound admiration for him. Although their approaches to handling matters differed, their attitudes towards pirates were remarkably aligned. This is because both sought the same end, justice. Sakazuki, what are you laughing at? Upon witnessing Sakazuki's expression, as unyielding as an ancient iceberg, Sengoku, brimming with suppressed anger, directed his ire towards him. However, Sakazuki's character was not one to be easily trifled with. I can't help but imagine how fascinating it would be if Caesar Virus were to join the headquarters. Wouldn't you agree? The greatest admiral in naval history, Sengoku. Sengoku responded with an exasperated expression. In the North Sea, aboard the governor's flagship. Virus, are you truly unconcerned about speaking to the admiral in such a manner? Tina, having been thoroughly shocked during their conversation, could not contain her curiosity once the call concluded. With a sly smile, Domino lit a cigarette. Her elegant legs draped over the table. Virus cast a glance at the exquisite legs that never ceased to captivate him, inhaling from his cigar before retracting his gaze. That old man from the warring states was quite cunning, adept at discerning what truly mattered. He would never easily relinquish any card that proved advantageous to him. The chaos of the North Sea rivals that of the Grand Line. Only I, Caesar Virus, can usher in genuine peace. Genuine peace, indeed? Observing the confident and commanding Virus, Tina murmured softly to herself. Her beautiful, large eyes brimmed with longing, and her cheeks unwittingly bore a hint of pink, as radiant as her flowing pink hair. Indeed. With a smile, Virus exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze drifting once more towards Tina's large rabbit. Tina, follow in my footsteps. The future extends beyond this northern sea. I, Caesar Virus, shall ultimately bring order to this chaotic world, ensuring that all live lives of abundance and stability. But does everyone truly deserve lives of abundance and stability? Upon hearing the vision painted by Virus, Tina's already fluttering heart was struck once more with a heavy blow. In the year 1510 of the Sea Circle, late September, the entire Northern Sea Navy assembled at the 517 Naval Base. Under the command of Admiral Caesar Verus, nearly 100 warships surged forth towards the Solomon Islands. Along the way, they wreaked havoc, striking down any who stood in their path, leaving the underworld of the Northern Sea rife with trepidation. Yet, upon receiving this news, the target of the hunt, Don Quixote da Flamingo, wore an increasingly deranged smile. "Come forth, Caesar Verus. Let me witness your destruction." However, amidst his maniacal laughter, he remained oblivious to a diminutive figure, adorned with a snow leopard fur hat and wielding a massive sword, retreating into a corner while grasping a white telephone bug. This was Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, the younger brother of Don Quixote da Flamingo, saved by the hands of the infamous Southwayno, a future member of the 7 warlords of the sea, the captain of the Heart Pirates, and a wielder of the Opop no Mi. After learning that Verus had slain Virgo, he discreetly sought out Verus' contact information. Today marked the first time he would dial that number. "Verus, hello? Who is this?" "Trafalgar Law, you need not concern yourself with my identity. It suffices to know that the information I am about to share is of great significance. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Verus, a trap? Trafalgar Law, oh? Would you care to elaborate?" "Verus, I overheard him contacting the flying pirate crew. Base 321 was indeed destroyed by him, the Golden Lion." "So that is the case." Upon hearing this revelation, Verus felt no particular shock. It was entirely within reason that Doflamingo's underworld dealings extended beyond the North Sea, and his connection with the Golden Lion was not unexpected. Moreover, if it were merely the Golden Lion, there would be no cause for concern. Before coming here, he had brought with him an undeniable trump card. Following this phone call, Verus entertained an even more intriguing notion, prompting him to speak with a grave expression. "Thank you. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, I shall remember this favor. How did you know it was?" "No, wait. You deceived me." When Verus called him by name, Trafalgar Law felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Immediately, Verus began to weave an elaborate tale. "Deceive you? Ah." In response to Law's assertion, Verus chuckled with a playful glint. "Law, I have actually been keeping an eye on you for quite some time." "Keeping an eye on me?" Trafalgar Law found this hard to believe. He had always been inconspicuous within the Don Quixote family, and later, the bout of lead poisoning had led him on a journey with Corazon. After Corazon's demise, he was recaptured by Doflamingo. Although he had consumed the Opop no Mi, Doflamingo chose not to kill him. However, his heart had been seized by Doflamingo, effectively rendering him under house arrest. And he had achieved nothing remarkable over the past 2 years. He simply could not fathom how Verus had come to know of his existence. Yet, in an instant, Verus uttered a phrase that shattered his defenses. "Law, there is no need to be anxious. Rosinante was my dearest friend." "What?" Upon hearing that name, Trafalgar Law trembled. His heart, imprisoned within Doflamingo's vault, constricting suddenly. You knew Corazon." "Indeed. Otherwise, I would not be aware of you. He was my beloved comrade. A brother with whom I shared life and death." The voice of Verus was deep, tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Damn it. I refuse to believe it." Trafalgar Law exclaimed, filled with agitation. "If we are brothers bound by life and death, why did you not come to his rescue? Why did you not come to eliminate Don Quixote da Flamingo?" "Because I am a member of the Navy," replied Law. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, with a tone laden with regret, Verus expressed his sentiments. "Why? Could it be that you were unable to contend with Doflamingo?" Trafalgar Law believed himself to be the subject of mockery, and his emotions became increasingly agitated. "No." Verus's tone was tinged with a hint of anger as he slowly articulated the harsh truth. "For Don Quixote de Flamingo, he was once a celestial dragon." "Damn it." Trafalgar Law was consumed by rage. "Is it merely because of that accursed celestial dragon status that you refuse to avenge Rosinante? What sort of brotherhood is this?" Utter nonsense. Yet, Verus's subsequent words brought him back to a state of calm. "Law, I share a common dream with Rosinante. Would you care to hear it?" "What dream?" Upon hearing it was Rosinante's dream, Trafalgar Law suppressed his fury. "We aspire to create a world of peace. One devoid of the chaos instigated by pirates and the oppression of the celestial dragons." Verus spoke slowly, his voice deep and resolute, imbued with a profound sense of conviction. "Then why do you not eliminate Don Quixote da Flamingo? Is this not the very essence of your aspirations?" Trafalgar Law found himself utterly perplexed by Verus's words. As the flames of vengeance surged once more within him, "Law, merely slaying Doflamingo will not alter the world." Sensing Trafalgar Law's tumultuous emotions, Verus recognized that he had made significant progress in his plans. "Reflect well on my words. You are still too young, and the depths of this matter are far beyond your grasp." With that, Verus ended the call. However, Tina, intrigued, inquired, "Lord Verus, who is Rosinante? And who is Trafalgar Law?" "Ah, that? It is merely a tale from long ago." With a gaze imbued with regret, Verus drew a puff from his cigar and spun a tale. Rosinante, his steadfast companion through thick and thin, had chosen to return to the North Sea as an undercover agent. Unfortunately, he encountered the young Trafalgar Law, and in a bid to rescue him, the two traversed the world together. Ultimately, Rocinante seized the surgical fruit, valued at 5 billion berries, for Trafalgar Law. The tragic conclusion was that Rocinante met his demise, brutally beaten to death before Law's very eyes. Virgo, Don Quixote da Flamingo, those wretched scoundrels. Upon hearing Virus's account, Tina's eyes glistened with tears. Yet, she swiftly shed her youthful demeanor, reclaiming her commanding presence. Lord Virus, let us obliterate the Don Quixote family this time. Obliterate? At the utterance of that word, a flicker of contemplation crossed Virus's eyes. Initially, he had resolved to do so, but after that phone call, his perspective shifted. Just as he pondered, Trafalgar Law's call came through again. Law, it seems you possess a maturity beyond my expectations. Do not address me in such a condescending tone. I merely wish to know if you are willing to avenge Corazon. Of course. Then how do you plan to proceed? I cannot divulge that just yet. Law, why not? Because you are still too weak. Law, strive to grow stronger. In due time, I shall grant you the opportunity to exact vengeance upon Doflamingo. With that, Virus ended the call. He indeed intended to provide Law with that chance. But not at this moment. Doflamingo was a man of considerable talent, and with his position as one of the 7 warlords and a former celestial dragon, these were points to be leveraged, at least until Doflamingo had solidified his control over Dressrosa and emerged as the unseen ruler of the underworld. Virus would refrain from taking his life. On Solomon Island, to slay Doflamingo with my own hands? The thought stirred a profound fury within Trafalgar Law, who was hidden away in a storage room. Yet, he recalled Virus's previous words. Apart from Doflamingo, the other 2 words he loathed the most were weakness. He clenched his fists tightly, striking the wall with a force that left a bloodstain. Virus, I shall show you. A formidable Trafalgar Law. I will personally eliminate Doflamingo and fulfill Corazon's dream. In the North Sea, at dusk, the admiral presided over his vessel. After concluding his call with Trafalgar Law, Virus engaged in monotonous training on the deck. Thud, thud, thud. Upon completing his push-ups for the day, he unleashed punch after punch against an iron block. This time, however, he infused his strikes with armament hockey. Following his battle with Virgo, he had gained new insights. His mastery of armament hockey now allowed him to envelop half of his body. However, the corresponding strength was not as potent as before. Nonetheless, this marked a significant breakthrough. In the face of an ambush or area attacks, it could prove remarkably effective. Thus, this was the direction of his recent efforts. As for observation hockey, few could rival Katakuri in this world. As long as his punches were sufficiently powerful and swift, even if his opponent could foresee his attacks, if they could not evade. What use was that? The reverse held true as well. If one could foresee yet could not escape, it was equally futile. Moreover, he possessed the powers of a devil fruit. Therefore, only when there was a minor disparity in strength was observation hockey most effective, rendering it a less efficient use of energy in the short term. Thus, until he reached the pinnacle of his armament hockey training, he had no intention of expending effort on observation hockey. Originally, his plans were well laid out. However, with the blaring of a siren, his intentions subtly shifted. On the golden-hued sea, illuminated by the setting sun, a coffin-like green sailboat bore a man with piercing eyes. A small cross-knife hung from his chest, and he carried the world's strongest black sword, Knight, on his back. Thud, thud. The naval sentinels, upon spotting Mihawk's ship, immediately sounded the alarm. Covered in sweat from his training, Virus halted his punches and cast his gaze towards the sea. Tina, Domino, and Dasky, who had been observing Virus's training, mirrored his actions. They beheld the man with eagle-like keen yellow eyes, a short beard, a black top hat, a burgundy shirt, a black coat, white trousers, and black boots. The 3 nearly simultaneously uttered his name, albeit with differing titles. Dasky, the world's strongest swordsman. Tina, the warlord of the sea, Hawkeye. Domino, Dracula Mihawk. The surrounding crew members, upon seeing this figure, were filled with heightened vigilance and trepidation, involuntarily shivering. What terrifying eyes this man possesses. Such an eerie ship. What brings him to the North Sea? Surely he isn't here to cause us trouble? That seems unlikely. Mihawk has only recently assumed the title of warlord, and his hometown appears to be in the North Sea. Perhaps he is merely returning home. That would be splendid. This man is too formidable. I heard from relatives on the Grand Line that Mihawk once obliterated a pirate crew with dozens of ships with a single slice. What fortune! In contrast to the reactions of others upon seeing Mihawk, Virus remained remarkably composed, even harboring a hint of excitement. Since awakening his conqueror's hockey, his thirst for combat with the world's strongest intensified. This man, renowned as one of the strongest in the world, was the perfect testing stone. What keen eyes you possess, Admiral of the North Sea, Caesar Virus. Upon spotting Virus, Mihawk, with the cross-knife hanging from his chest and the formidable black sword, Knight, on his back, smirked. Since his last gathering with Shanks, he had taken note of the name Caesar Virus. In recent days, he had repeatedly heard news concerning him. The Navy's rising star, Virus, had awakened Conqueror's hockey. The future strongest force of the Navy had vanquished the world destroyer. Bondi Waldo, the Vice Admiral Sengoku's chosen successor, had arrived in the North Sea. A proclamation that sent the clown Doflamingo fleeing. Thus, His interest in this North Sea admiral from his homeland had only intensified, now witnessing Virus's unwavering spirit and eagerness for battle. He understood that his journey home would not be dull. "Mr. Virus, would you care to engage in a spar?" "Of course." Grinning broadly, Virus beckoned Domino with a finger. Domino instantly comprehended his intent, but Dasky, clad in a black and white maid outfit, seized the cigar box and rushed over. "Lord Virus." Virus smiled as he reached out to gently ruffle her hair before picking up a cigar. With a deft motion, Dasky raised her small hand to light it, her eyes brimming with admiration and uncontainable affection. "It seems I have unwittingly nurtured a rival for myself," he mused. Observing this scene, Domino, clad in a snug military uniform, flashed a charming smile as she reclined gracefully in her ample chair, crossing her long, black-stocking legs. Tina, with a slight furrow in her brow, embraced her arms, accentuating her ample bosom. Her pink hair danced in the wind, exuding a commanding aura mixed with an unusual allure. In contrast to the palpable tension surrounding them, Virus savored a leisurely puff from his lit cigar. He exhaled a plume of smoke that curled like a dragon, affectionately caressing Dasky's ear, his expression one of utter contentment. Dasky blushed deeply, her slender white legs trembling slightly, as if she might falter at any moment. However, Virus soon released his grip and turned his gaze towards Mihawk, the hawk-eyed swordsman. "Mr. Mihawk, having just exerted considerable effort, I hope you don't mind if I take a moment to recover?" "Of course, be my guest," Mihawk replied, maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor as he settled back into his seat, resting his chin on his hands and crossing his legs. Ever the epitome of elegance, he had no inclination to exploit another's vulnerability. Yet, he had underestimated the tenacity of the man before him. More accurately, he had underestimated the audacity of this naval scoundrel. After indulging in a few puffs of his cigar, Virus savored a sumptuous feast on the deck. He even extended an invitation to the enigmatic Hawkeye Mihawk. Naturally, Mihawk declined. His solitary nature predisposed him to avoid excessive interaction with Virus, lest their eventual confrontation be fraught with complications. Thus, he waited for over an hour. However, after his lavish meal, Virus retreated to the cabin for a nap. If it were not for Mihawk's status as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, one might suspect that Virus was merely stalling, plotting to eliminate him. As another hour slipped by, Mihawk began to feel a sense of agitation. Gazing at the warship before him, his expression turned increasingly unfriendly. Inside the cabin, as Virus emerged from the bathroom and settled onto the sofa with a glass of red wine and a newspaper, Tina inquired, "Lord Virus, are you awaiting reinforcements?" She assumed that Virus must have some grand scheme in mind. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Virus, with a hint of jest in his words, cast a lingering gaze upon Tina's bosom. "You scoundrel." Tina's cheeks flushed crimson at his remarks, yet she made no effort to conceal her alluring curves, merely rolling her eyes in exasperation. Meanwhile, Domino, adorned in an enticing black lace ensemble, perched on another sofa, erupted into a playful laughter upon witnessing the scene. In contrast, Darsky, feeling a pang of insecurity, wrapped her arms around her modest chest, murmuring softly to herself, "Darsky, you too can grow, even larger than Tina and Domino combined." Just as her words faded into the air, the flagship of the North Sea Admiral began to rock violently as a colossal wave surged forth. This was the fearsome slash unleashed by Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, cleaving the sea and leaving behind a gaping wound, 100 meters in length, 5 fathoms deep, and at least 30 meters wide. Ingeniously, this terrifying rift in the ocean spared all vessels of the North Sea Fleet from harm. Yet it sent tremors through the entire fleet, casting a pall of dread over every soul aboard. At that moment, the North Sea Navy realized their commander, the North Sea Admiral, had provoked a monstrous threat. Panic ensued, with rumors swirling in the air. Lord Virus, could it be that he is afraid? Surely, he has yet to show himself after such a long time. He must be terrified of being cut down by Mihawk. Virus's reputation in the East Sea was far from flattering, despicable, shameless, greedy, and lecherous. I bet he has called for reinforcements, stalling for time. But wait. Mihawk is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If that were the case, he could simply refuse this battle. However, just as the waves of doubt reached their crescendo with a self-satisfied smirk, Virus finally awaited this moment. After the strike, his chances of victory had risen from a mere 10% to a commendable 30%. There are countless factors that can influence the outcome of a battle: timing, terrain, weaponry, techniques, stamina, and so forth. However, in Virus's perspective, there are fundamentally 3 scenarios. Firstly, if the advantage does not lie with him, the weaker party may inadvertently seize an opportunity through sheer recklessness, leading to certain demise. For instance, the recent defeat of Virgo at his hands exemplifies this. Had Virgo chosen to flee into the sea rather than engage in a futile confrontation, he might have secured his survival. Secondly, if both parties are evenly matched, it becomes a matter of courage in the face of adversity. A case in point is his prior encounter with Don Quixote da Flamingo, who, despite possessing the strength to fight, opted for retreat, thereby squandering his spirit. Lastly, if the advantage is his, underestimating the opponent and advancing carelessly will inevitably lead to downfall. A methodical approach will guarantee supremacy. Take, for instance, the battle at Marineford, where Whitebeard, in a state of grave illness, failed to perceive the circumstances, still clinging to the notion of his invincibility. Despite his unimpressive hand, he faltered, costing not only his own life but also that of Ace, along with a multitude of capable allies. Had it been him, he would have relentlessly attacked the Navy's principal branches, capturing thousands of naval officers, while simultaneously assaulting Sabaody Archipelago to abduct dozens, if not hundreds, of celestial dragons. You refuse to release my son, do you? Each day, I would broadcast my conquest of the celestial dragons, subjecting them to the same fate as livestock. It is perplexing how one could forsake the allure of being a charming yet wicked pirate, choosing instead to embody a figure more virtuous than the Navy itself. What thoughts occupy his mind? Now, facing the world's foremost swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, he is undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Although the anime never explicitly mentions Mihawk's conqueror's haki, the fact that he can engage in combat with the pinnacle of haki users, Shanks, is telling. During the Marineford War, Mihawk was the first to draw his sword against Whitebeard. Could such a person lack formidable conqueror's haki? Unthinkable. As for his own fruit abilities, he has further tested them against Virgo and the yellow monkey, Kizaru. The stamina required to immobilize them is not less than what they expend resisting him. It would be even more challenging against a Logia-type user. Thus, this technique is best suited for ambushes. Yet, Mihawk's observation and armament haki are unparalleled in these waters. Virus does not believe himself to be superior in swordsmanship or physical combat compared to Mihawk. Therefore, his greatest asset lies in his mindset. Mihawk is undoubtedly a proud individual. Yet he approaches combat with utmost seriousness, never underestimating any opponent. However, just because Mihawk does not take his foes lightly does not mean he is devoid of emotion. This furious strike serves as evidence. Thus, following this tumultuous encounter, the North Sea Admiral, Virus, made his appearance, clad in the latest Navy uniform. His white admiral's cape billowed dramatically behind him, and at his side hung the formidable supreme blade, Ace. He stood at the bow of the ship, exuding an air of superiority as he gazed down upon the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, with a defiant glimmer in his eyes. Dracul Mihawk, have you ever tasted defeat? Huh. Come and see for yourself. Ever since his debut, Mihawk had never before encountered such absurd bravado. Let us see if you can back that up. Virus strolled to the bow of the ship, yet his subsequent words stirred the temperament of Mihawk. As the saying goes, one must seize the moment, otherwise strength wanes and resolve diminishes. He aimed to wear down the sharpness of Hawkeye's spirit, provoking his irritable emotions. However, what transpired? Hawkeye Mihawk, with a hint of coldness in his voice, unsheathed his long sword, Yoru, from his back. Clearly, his mood was far from pleasant. Nevertheless, Virus remained composed. His gaze fixed on Hawkeye Mihawk, his aura undiminished. We require another half hour before we can engage. I need a justification. Hawkeye Mihawk coldly scrutinized Virus, his patience wearing thin. We are about to reach Rubeck Island. Why there? It was unexpected that the world's greatest swordsman could not fathom this. Virus, my patience is finite. As a warrior, I indeed wish to battle the world's greatest swordsman. Yet, as an admiral of the North Sea, I cannot allow my personal desires to jeopardize my subordinates. Additionally, with this group around, I cannot unleash my full potential in combat. Humph. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye Mihawk acknowledged his words, sheathing Yoru once more in silence. He had resolved that, in half an hour, regardless of what Virus might say, he would strike without hesitation. Just as their conversation concluded, the North Sea Navy personnel aboard the vessel regarded Virus with profound respect and gratitude, especially some of the striking female soldiers, their eyes sparkling with admiration and affection for Virus. Oh, Lord Virus, he truly makes me weep. Lord Virus, so incredibly dashing, such a sense of responsibility. I adore him. Lord Virus truly embodies the spirit of a commander who cherishes his troops. I would willingly offer my heart for Lord Virus. From now on, my life belongs to Lord Virus. Alas, how foolish was I to doubt Lord Virus's courage. I should be ashamed. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at Rubeck Island. The North Sea Navy had already retreated several nautical miles away, leaving only 3 individuals on the island, Domino, Tina, and Dasky. Having feasted and replenished their strength, and having engaged in warm-up exercises, Virus finally stood opposite the world's most formidable adversary, enduring hunger and braving the cold winds. He had driven the sailboat alongside the warship, all while containing his pent-up frustration against Hawkeye. Come. Facing the fierce glare of Hawkeye Mihawk, Virus drew the unparalleled blade, Ace. Songlong. Hawkeye Mihawk unsheathed his black sword, Yoru, remaining silent yet exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. A gust of sea wind swept through, causing Hawkeye Mihawk's black cloak to billow dramatically. The white cloak of justice worn by Virus billowed gracefully in the sea breeze. At this moment, their gazes finally locked. In an instant, the black blade of Hawkeye Mihawk crackled with dark red lightning, while Virus's ace was similarly enveloped in a swirling blossom of cherry petals. Whoosh! In a surge of overwhelming power, both combatants sprang into action. Just as the terrifying mark of the heavens took shape between them on the battlefield, clang! The two unparalleled blades of extraordinary might clashed together, their eyes aflame as they regarded one another. Hawkeye Mihawk remained silent, yet his gaze revealed a glimmer of admiration. As if to convey, Virus, well done. I acknowledge you as a worthy adversary. You are deserving. With a mocking curl at the corner of his mouth, Valus unleashed a surge of Conqueror's Haki, as his opponent opted for a clash of strength and Haki as their first move. Valus recognized that his chances of victory had risen to 50%. Provoked once more by the Northern Sea Admiral, the admiration in Hawkeye's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a surge of fury occupying his mind. In that moment, he desired nothing more than to eliminate the man before him. Boom. The test concluded, and both warriors unleashed their full power, neither yielding an inch. Within 100 meters of their clash, the ground erupted with terrifying fissures, sending clouds of dust into the air. However, in an instant, the fierce collision of Conqueror's Haki produced a storm that ripped through the chaos. Even the sands were swept away by this powerful wave, causing the tides on the beach to recede. A monstrous reverse wave surged towards the far side of the sea. At that moment, Tina, Darsky, and Domino could finally see the scene clearly. The red and black lightning crackling around the two seemed to embody fearless, demonic knights, roaring as they charged at each other, entangled and torn apart, ultimately vanishing together. Witnessing this spectacle, the Northern Sea Navy, in comparison to Darsky, Domino, and Tina, felt even more exhilarated and awestruck. The legendary wielder of Conqueror's Haki could hold his own against the world's greatest swordsman. In their eyes, regardless of whether Valus could defeat Hawkeye Mihawk, their hearts had been conquered by the Northern Sea Admiral. What terrifying power! Lord Valus is truly formidable. So, it turns out Lord Valus didn't even exert his full strength against Doflamingo? How fearsome is this Conqueror's Haki? Surely even an admiral of the Navy would pale in comparison? Lord Valus, we are eagerly awaiting your leadership to dominate the Northern Sea. At the center of Baruch Island, the Navy personnel continued to chant fervently for their admiral from the offshore, while the clash of Haki between Hawkeye Mihawk and the Northern Sea Admiral grew increasingly ferocious. Not only had the scar in the sky expanded tenfold, but the ground also formed a terrifying abyss centered around the two, creating an apocalyptic scene, with the red and black lightning emitting a deafening sound. Crackling. Yet, in this moment, Valus wore an expression of excitement akin to that of a voyeur. His gaze upon Hawkeye Mihawk resembled that of a man who beheld an unclad maiden from an island nation. He even extended his tongue to moisten his cracked lips. He realized he had accurately gauged everything about Hawkeye, yet had underestimated his own Conqueror's Haki. His Haki was not only on par with that of Hawkeye Mihawk, but perhaps even more potent. Of course, in terms of quantity, he still had much to learn. Never had a man gazed at him in such a manner, and an unsettling chill suddenly coursed through Hawkeye Mihawk. Amidst his already simmering anger, there now lingered a tinge of disgust. At that moment, he had grown weary of this mindless contest with Valus, a battle devoid of aesthetic or technique. Virus, if this is all you are, then let my black blade witness your demise. The words escaped Hawkeye Mihawk's lips like a solemn aria. Rest in peace. The black blade detached from the entanglement with Ace's great sword, channeling all its essence, and will into a singular, devastating strike. Black blade, eternal night. In that very moment, Hawkeye Mihawk vanished, and so did Virus, along with all his senses. This strike was akin to the abyss of night opening its gaping maw to consume all. The world seemed to plunge into an overwhelming darkness until the blade known as night emerged. In that fleeting instant, it radiated an eerie white, as if the universe was pierced by a solitary blade cleaving through the shadows, only to be stained crimson by searing blood. This was Virus's blood. As his chest was about to be entirely severed, erupting in torrents of vivid red that blossomed upon the blade, it was a sight as enchanting as a rose. Yet, in that very moment, Virus laughed with a madness more fervent than ever. The opportunity had arrived, even as the razor edge tore through his chest, and agonizing. Horrific pain surged forth. His world was no longer engulfed in relentless darkness. His fruit abilities, Armed Color Haki, and Conqueror's Haki all erupted in a cataclysmic explosion at that instant. What? As he sensed his once invincible great sword facing an obstruction, Hawkeye Mihawk was suddenly jolted by a wave of realization. He had underestimated Virus's strength and his fruit abilities. Little did he know, Virus possesses a hidden trump card, an unsheathed sword yet to be wielded. With a crack, the formidable ace strikes like a bolt of lightning, his blade slicing through the air in an intricate Z-shaped trajectory, aimed with lethal precision at Mihawk's head. What an exceptional display of swordsmanship! Observing the imminent peril of this deadly ambush, the seasoned swordsman, Hawkeye's Mihawk, remains unfazed. Without a moment's hesitation, he makes a decisive choice, raising his left arm to block the oncoming attack. However, due to the extensive depletion of his stamina, only a meager layer of armament Haki remains, failing to deflect the blade's ferocity. With a sharp snap, his left arm is severed. Yet, this sacrifice proves sufficient to stall Virus's assault momentarily. He shifts his body just in time to narrowly evade the lethal strike. At this moment, his black blade, Yuru, becomes operational once more. Yet, amidst this tension, Virus, bleeding profusely from his chest, grins menacingly. His hand seizes hold of Yoru. The standoff resumes, reverting to the initial war of attrition. Nevertheless, Hawkeye's Mihawk remains composed, for Virus's injuries surpass his own. A ghastly wound, a meter long, gashes across his chest, blood gushing forth in torrents that evoke a visceral shock. Without immediate medical attention, his demise is inevitable. Thus, he grows increasingly curious about that recent attack. From whom did you learn that strike? From the East Blue, from the squint-eyed enigma, Gungshiro. Excellent, then you may meet your end now. Or perhaps, you shall perish first. With a grimace of anguish, Virus bared his teeth in a sinister grin, his other hand grasping the dark blade of night. You scoundrel. In an instant, the renowned swordsman Dracul Mihawk comprehended the gravity of the situation, his gaze drifting towards the coastline. He sensed two formidable auras of lethal intent. The fierce presence of Virus's two enchanting lieutenants. Clad in a crimson military uniform, Tina approached with a furious expression, leaping and brandishing her weapon. Her white cloak and pink hair swirling chaotically in the wind. Meanwhile, Domino, dressed in a beige military outfit paired with black stockings, transformed into a wisp of mist. Rushing forward with the ferocity of a tempest. I shall return another day to claim your life. Dracul Mihawk withdrew his gaze. A cold smile gracing his lips as he lifted his right leg to strike at Virus's wound. Hey, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a grin, Virus succumbed to darkness, losing consciousness. Then, he found himself enveloped in a complex dream, which unfolded in 3 segments. The first segment revealed his demise as he traversed back to his original world. Awakening in a hospital. Perhaps it could be said that he had not truly traversed at all. The 3 years spent in the tumultuous world of pirates were merely a figment of his imagination. Thus, upon his release from the hospital, he resumed his former life, marrying the girl he had once rescued, and they navigated the ups and downs of domestic life together. They revolved around their home, their vehicle, and their children, exhausting their lives in pursuit of a familial haven. Everything unfolded in a mundane manner, as if scripted by fate. It seemed as though he were born an NPC, destined solely to marry, procreate, and ultimately expend his existence. His life appeared to be a waiting game, culminating in a moment where he would be reduced to ash, scattered into the sea or the soil. The middle segment of the dream commenced 3 years prior, from his departure from Dick Village, embarking on a treacherous journey filled with life and death experiences, intrigues, skirmishes, poisonings, traps, cannon fire, dismemberment, glory, and promotion. Blades clashed. Blood was spilled, though fraught with peril. It ignited a fervor within him. Each grievous wound, accompanied by a searing pain akin to that of sciatica, served as a poignant reminder of his existence. He was living authentically, passionately, and vividly. As for the conclusion, Virus's figure was conspicuously absent, replaced instead by the encounter between Dracul Mihawk and Shanks the red-haired. Shanks inquired, Mihawk, where is your arm? To which Mihawk replied, it has met the same fate as yours. I wagered it on a naval scoundrel in the North Sea. North Sea Fleet, medical ship. Recalling this ending, Virus could not help but chuckle. Yet, the excruciating pain prompted an uncontrollable fit of coughing, sharpening the agony but also rendering him invigorated. Virus has not perished. He, the naval scoundrel, has once again defied death in this magnificent world. Outside the medical room, laughter erupted as I heard Lord Virus cough. How miraculous! Lord Virus has returned to life despite his grievous injuries. Long live Lord Virus. He is the greatest swordsman in the world. Oh, how I admire Lord Virus. I wish to warm his bed every day. The sailors outside, upon hearing Virus cough, erupted in fervent cheers. This news swiftly spread throughout the Northern Sea Fleet. However, spies mingling within the fleet were also intent on disseminating this information across the world. Meanwhile, in the naval headquarters dining hall. What? Upon hearing the name Rubeck Island and the news of Virus battling Mihawk and now lying unconscious after being struck, Sengoku felt as if a jolt had struck his heart, instantly recalling memories from that fateful year. His beloved protege, Don Quixote Ferdinand, had met his demise on Rubeck Island. Sengoku? What troubles you? Vice Admiral Tsuru, seated across from Sengoku, rarely witnessed such a flustered expression, even upon hearing news of the celestial dragon's deaths. Could something grave have transpired? Ah, it's nothing. Sengoku quickly composed himself and spoke as calmly as possible. It's just that Caesar Virus has stirred up quite a commotion again. A commotion? Vice Admiral Tsuru's expression darkened, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Surely he hasn't slain Doflamingo? No, Sengoku shook his head, slowly revealing the truth. He fought against Mihawk and currently lies in a state of unconsciousness. That insolent brat truly overestimates himself. Recalling the swordsman who had instilled fear within her and the mischievous boy being bested, Vice Admiral Tsuru felt a twinge of schadenfreude. After all, he is the greatest swordsman in the world. The fact that he wasn't slain is a testament to Mihawk's restraint. Yet, as soon as her words left her lips. Sengoku shook his explosive hair once more. So, Mihawk did not show mercy, and Virus did not lose. He severed one of Mihawk's arms. Cough. What? Vice Admiral Tsuru was taken aback, nearly choking on her food, her eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. On Suleiman Island, at the Don Quixote family residence. Fufufu. Heaven helps me. That rascal Virus. It seems I won't need the Golden Lion after all. Upon receiving this latest news, Doflamingo crushed the Din Din Mushy in excitement. Laoji, gather all the officers. We must set off immediately to eliminate the naval scoundrel. On the main ship of Germa 66. Father, what brings you such mirth? A charming young lady with short pink hair and adorably curled eyebrows approached her golden-haired father, who was laughing maniacally. Of course, it is due to a splendid event. My dear daughter, with eyes brimming with ambition, the robust and lion-like Vinsmoke judge stroked his flamboyant golden mustache. Reiju, summon your two brothers. Today, I shall take you to kill. Let those few countries clinging to life witness the might of Germa Kingdom's technology. Yes, father. Although Vinsmoke Reiju disliked killing, she dared not defy her father's command. However, curiosity got the better of her. Father, shall we not invite Sanji? Huh, that worthless wretch who cannot activate his lineage factor. Unable even to don a battle suit. He is unworthy of being my son, Vinsmoke Judge. On Heaven Island, in the office. Ha! I knew there would be a major scoop. As Morgans fretted over tomorrow's headlines, he received this news and soared with excitement, his small bird-like eyes gleaming with fervor. Bring in all the editors. Wake them up. They must come and work overtime. Draft tomorrow's headline for me. Shocking. The title of the world's greatest swordsman has changed hands. The naval rising star Virus has furiously severed the arm of the world-renowned Mihawk. In the Holy Land, Mariewa. Clad in pajamas, the Gorosei convened once more. Marcus Mars, have you all heard about Virus? CP8 has reported on it, right? What are your thoughts? Jagor Lucian Satan. I suggest we transfer him to CP0 for careful cultivation. He will be a key figure against Dragon in the future. Topman Vacheli, I disagree. Placing such a domineering presence in CP0 would only squander that potential. Izambaron V. Nijuro. I also concur. Sama mentioned that another beacon would rise in this world. And we must not waste such high-end combat power. Marcus Mars. Then let us assign him to the Marine headquarters in Marineford. Apart from missions, he will be responsible for the safety of the celestial dragons, allowing us to nurture his loyalty. Shepherd X. Peter, do you think he could be the next beacon? Haha. Izambaron V. Nijuro laughed exaggeratedly. Shepherd X. Peter, do you understand what you are saying? A greedy, lustful, despicable naval scoundrel. Do you really think he could be a beacon? I would rather say he could be the next pirate king, heralding a new era of piracy. Izambaron, I know he is one of your own. Shepherd X. Peter, unfazed by the mockery, narrowed his eyes and countered. But let us not forget, he possesses the will of the conqueror and is a clever and cunning individual. What if his greed, lust, and desire for power are mere facades? Upon hearing this, Izambaron V. Nijuro fell silent. He had never met Virus nor truly seen Caesar Virus. Observing his silence, the other Gorosei exchanged glances of contemplation. After a period of discussion, Marcus Mars conceived a brilliant idea, garnering unanimous agreement among the Gorosei. Once Virus has healed and resolved the Northern Sea turmoil, we shall promote him appropriately, aboard the medical ship of the Northern Sea Fleet. Do not weep. Have you not heard that good people do not live long while scoundrels thrive for a millennium? With needles of nutrient solution protruding from his body. Virus cracked a devilish smile. Whoa, Kadaski couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache, tears streaming down her face. Tina, frowning beside her, crossed her arms over her ample bosom, scolding, as the Admiral of the Northern Sea, you are being utterly reckless. I'm very angry. Indeed, Domino, adorned with a captivating smile, swayed her serpentine waist and tantalizing curves, settling beside Virus. If you were to perish, would Tina and I not be left to mourn in solitude? Ah, Domino, what audacious words are you uttering? Domino's single utterance sent a flush of crimson across Tina's fair visage, her complexion more alluring than her fluttering pink locks. Observing Tina's flustered demeanor, Domino cast a playful glance at her bosom. Then, amplifying her voice deliberately for those outside the infirmary to overhear, she continued, stop pretending. I've seen you covertly gazing at Lord Virus, even while he bathes. I did not. Tina, incensed by Domino's jests, retorted, that day was a misunderstanding. Lord Virus left the door ajar while bathing. I merely happened to pass by. Oh, passing by? Domino teased, next time, do make sure to call me along, you shameless girl. I can hardly be bothered to entertain your nonsense. Tina, realizing she could not best Domino in a verbal spar, gritted her teeth and took her leave. After all, Virus had awakened. However, upon exiting the medical room, she was met with the teasing glances of the surrounding sailors, and a particularly bold one called out, Sister Tina, be sure to seize this opportunity. Lord Virus is a paragon among men. Indeed, Sister Tina. Only a hero like Lord Virus of the North Sea is worthy of you. Go for it, Sister Tina. Strive to become the governor's wife soon. Sister Tina. The North Sea Navy stands behind you. Go for it. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, as only a few had begun, Tina, utilizing her fruit abilities, immobilized them all in the corridor, subsequently transforming them into grotesque caricatures. Just as she departed, Virus received a phone call from Trafalgar Law. With urgency, Trafalgar Law inquired, Virus, where are you? I am recuperating on Baruch Island. As Virus sat up calmly, he responded without haste, Baruch Island. Upon hearing that it was indeed the island where Claysong had met his demise, Trafalgar's heart sank, and he exclaimed, Virus, quickly leave that place. Flee at once. Doflamingo knows you are injured. He has sent men to kill you. Thank you for your concern, but he cannot kill me, Virus replied. What? You? You are gravely wounded, are you not? Is that not false information? Certainly not false information, however. I possess my own trump card. Rest assured. I shall not kill him today. Doflamingo's life is yours. After Virus concluded his remarks, he promptly terminated the call. His demeanor was remarkably composed and unruffled. He even gestured playfully at Domino, who handed him a cigar. With his life restored and sufficient sustenance at hand, the mere mortal wound he had sustained would soon mend. However, should he engage in consecutive battles against foes of the caliber of Mihawk, his lifespan would undoubtedly be compromised. Moreover, he harbored another compelling reason to refrain from conflict. He could not afford to alert the enemy prematurely. If he were to jeopardize the carefully orchestrated events of the following day, the repercussions would be dire. It is worth noting that the captain of the Flying Sky Pirates, the infamous Shiki, had once launched an aerial assault on Marineford, boasting a bounty of a staggering 7 billion berries. Intriguingly, this man's prowess had diminished. Yet he remained an arrogant and foolish individual. Thus, Virus sought to engage in some diversion, ensuring that Doflamingo would make a fruitless journey. 2 hours later, having dined satisfactorily, Virus convened a meeting of the North Sea Fleet. The sole agenda was the strategy to annihilate the Don Quixote family the following day. As fate would have it, scarcely 3 minutes after the meeting's conclusion, word of it reached Doflamingo. At that moment, Doflamingo, accompanied by his elite family members, was less than 100 nautical miles from Virus. Virus, that scoundrel, I refuse to believe he can recover so swiftly. The inherently suspicious Doflamingo, clad in a pink haori that exposed his chest and patterned shorts, stood at the bow of his ship, gazing ominously into the distance. Despite his words, he ordered all family members to refrain from any rash actions. After all, Virus' abilities countered his own quite effectively. If they could not decisively eliminate Virus today, they would undoubtedly provoke further complications, given Virus' temperament. Master, shall we not send someone to probe the situation? Seeing Doflamingo hesitating, the eldest member of the family, Lao Ji, ventured a suggestion. Diamante, your observation hockey is unparalleled. Allow Shanae to accompany you to Baruch Island, where you can infiltrate and assess the situation before making a decision. Very well, Doflamingo, replied Diamante, a tall figure clad in a jester-like outfit, brandishing a dagger as he stepped forward. Just before his departure, Diamante let out a chilling laugh. Doflamingo, if the opportunity arises, would you mind if I took care of Virus for you? Of course, I wouldn't mind. Doflamingo responded with a wild grin, his smile almost splitting his face. An hour later, Diamante departed from the heart of Baruch Island, utilizing his keen observation hockey and stealth skills as an assassin to silently reach the port. Indeed, as the informants indicated, the security has not significantly increased. After a brief observation, Diamante navigated through various routes to reach Virus' flagship. However, before he could approach the cabin, he was met with creaking sounds and the moans of women, 3 distinct voices, no less. Master, you are incredible. Please, do away with me, Domino exclaimed. Virus, you possess such strength. My waist is about to snap. Tina cried out. It hurts. Virus, please. My leg feels as though it will break, gasped Dasky. What a cad. After all that, he still has the energy to entertain 3 women? Diamante cursed inwardly, instinctively touching his own aching back. Yet, an instant later, his observation hockey revealed an overwhelming sense of dread. His body betrayed him, rendering him unable to make a sound or even breathe easily. It was over. Diamante realized too late that he had fallen prey to Virus' powers. In a flash, a silver-white blade sliced through his neck. The notorious pirate, Diamante, the 3rd highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, met his demise at the hands of Virus. His severed head, rolling and glistening with crimson blood, came to rest at Virus' feet. With a firm step, Virus planted his foot upon Diamante's head. Plunging his long knife into the deck, he dialed a number on a transponder snail. Hello, Doflamingo. This is North Sea Admiral Caesar Virus. Wishing you a good night. Oh, greetings, esteemed Admiral of the North Sea, Caesar Virus. Doflamingo, though seething with rage, managed to maintain a radiant smile upon hearing Virus' unexpected call. Calling this late merely to wish me good night, I presume? Of course not. In the smile of Virus, there was a hint of mischief. As he leisurely exhaled a breath akin to the surge of a dragon, he then spoke once more, unhurriedly. Doflamingo, I believe I have just rendered you a significant service, and I think you ought to express your gratitude accordingly. Oh, what assistance has Lord Virus provided me? Doflamingo inquired. I have eliminated a traitor for you, a certain Diamante, who claimed to have been sent by you to assassinate me. It is utterly ludicrous. I could tell at a glance he sought to ensnare you. Thus, I have taken the liberty of executing him. The mere mention of Diamante's name, coupled with the word execution, sent Doflamingo into a fit of laughter reminiscent of a hellish fiend. At that moment, his fury reached unfathomable heights, and he struggled to contain his mirth. Upon hearing this laughter, Virus merely smirked, unfazed. As he continued to indulge in his leisurely cloud of smoke, awaiting the moment when Doflamingo would tire of his laughter and catch his breath to respond. Doflamingo, do tell. How do you intend to express your gratitude to me? Ah, esteemed Lord Virus, how would you like me to show my gratitude? Doflamingo gripped his fist tightly, tears of laughter forming at the corners of his eyes, while the veins on his forehead bulged ominously. The bounty on Diamante's head was 97 million berries. I shall offer you a discount, rounding it to a neat 100 million berries. Deliver the money to my ship, and I shall return the corpse of this villain to you. Vela slowly articulated the details of this venture, exhaling a wisp of smoke. Ah, very well. I shall personally deliver this sum. Lord Virus, await my good news. With these words, the conversation between him and Doflamingo came to a definitive end. In that very moment, Doflamingo crushed the phone in his grasp. The sound echoed ominously, and his hand was coated in a viscous liquid. A mixture of what could either be his own blood or that of a snail. That damned naval scoundrel. Young master, let us go forth and slay him, exclaimed Pika. The towering yet high-pitched voice of the last senior cadre of the Don Quixote family, his anger palpable. The other members of the family shared in the collective grief, mourning the loss of their comrade. Yet, it was the composed Lao Ji who stepped forward at that moment. Allowing Caesar Virus to die so easily is simply unacceptable. His words ignited a wild laughter from Doflamingo. Lao Ji is right. Such an end would be far too lenient. Eliminate everyone around him. I shall obliterate all that he holds dear. And in the end, I will carve him into pieces, making him understand the true essence of hell. He shall know who the real sovereign of the North Sea is. In the North Sea Fleet, within the captain's quarters, Virus addressed Tina, Dasky, and Domino. You may leave now. After vanquishing the clown Diamante and provoking Doflamingo further, Virus returned to his chamber, ready to rest. This night, he truly intended to enjoy a peaceful slumber. Little did he anticipate that the first to oppose his decision would be the formidable Tina. No. You have sustained such grave injuries, and Doflamingo may very well launch a surprise attack. We must stay guard over you tonight. Indeed. Yes. Dasky eagerly nodded, her fluffy tail swaying behind her. I shall protect Lord Virus. My hearing and sense of smell are exceptionally acute. If anyone approaches, I will detect them instantly, even if they possess observation hockey. Well, since you both say so, I suppose I cannot leave, Virus conceded, hearing the resolute declarations of the two women. Domino, with a flirtatious smile, flopped onto the large bed. If you two lose control and end up stealing my place, wouldn't I be at a great disadvantage? Tonight, I claim this side of the bed. No one shall contest it. You shameless creature. Can't you at least maintain a semblance of decorum? Tina retorted. Though she had grown accustomed to Domino's nature over the past few days, yet, her traditional values still found it difficult to accept such behavior. Decorum? Is that something one can consume? Domino quipped, propping her chin up with a playful grin as she tossed her military cap towards Virus. Virus casually picked up the item left on the table and glanced at Tina and Dasky before stating, I'm going to take a shower. You two can manage on your own. Dasky, blushing slightly, nodded eagerly and quickly scrambled onto the large bed, claiming her spot with a sense of urgency, as if fearing that Tina might usurp her place. Tina, initially flush with embarrassment, observed this scene with a peculiar expression, a wave of frustration welling up within her. However, when she caught Domino's lewd gaze fixed upon her ample bosom, she clenched her teeth and suppressed her unworthy emotions. Settling onto the sofa, she crossed her legs and unfastened a button of her fitted military attire, accentuating her already prominent curves. Yet, Domino could not help but smirk. TSK. Even larger than mine. And you claim not to be a lascivious little vixen. Surely you have indulged in some private pleasure? Humph. Do you think everyone is as shameless as you? Tina recognized Domino's intention to provoke her and refused to fall for it easily, retorting, some things are innate. No matter how hard you try, you cannot force them. However, her words did not sting Domino but instead splashed onto Dasky, leaving the young girl's innocent heart bruised. Humph. I will grow up. Even larger than both of you combined. Hearing Dasky's comical proclamation, Domino burst into laughter, tossing her shirt at Tina. Seeing Domino tease her again. Tina angrily threw back her cloak and stood up. You wicked woman. Just wait until I peel your skin off today. Let's see who strips whom first. Domino, undaunted, beckoned to Tina with a playful finger. The two voluptuous beauties, with their alluring figures, began to tussle atop the bed. Oh dear, Lord Virus. Why are you showering without clothes? Dasky, inadvertently passing by the bathroom door, interrupted as Domino and Tina continued their playful scuffle, their garments dwindling. My apologies. Virus replied with a radiant smile directed at the little temptress. Ever since Dasky consumed the fruit of the nine-tailed fox, her enchanting allure had intensified. Especially after spending time with Domino. Could you please close the door for me? Of course, Lord Virus. Dasky pouted, her cheeks flushed, her large, sparkling eyes darting around as she reluctantly closed the bathroom door. 10 minutes later, with a series of playful sounds. Domino and Tina had been wrestling for some time, their clothing nearly gone. Upon finishing his shower, Virus surveyed the disheveled bed and admonished the two with a swift smack to their backsides. "Ah!" Tina exclaimed at the sudden, searing pain, turning to glare at Virus. A mix of embarrassment and anger on her face. Virus, however, merely extended a finger to lightly tap her nose. "In my room, you must adhere to my rules. No roughhousing on my bed, especially not while dressed. Do you understand?" Tina, bewildered by the oddity of his words and actions, felt her heart race. Just then, the lights in the room suddenly dimmed. Click. It was Dasky who had turned off the lights, and before Tina could react, she felt herself pinned to the bed. Gulp. She nervously swallowed, her beautiful legs tightly clenching, her heart racing. Bang bang bang. Could it be? Is Virus planning to take advantage of me today? But just as that thought crossed her mind, she felt the warm, muscular body shift away from her. He lay down beside her, his arm resting on her delicate neck. This scoundrel. He merely lay down? Tina could hardly believe it. Was this man still the same lecherous naval scoundrel? Yet, she was abruptly jolted by a sensation akin to a punch to her stomach. No, more precisely, it was Dasky's icy little feet. This impudent girl had stomped down on her intentionally. Thud. The little girl bounded off her, landing directly in Virus's embrace. Bathed in moonlight, Tina turned her head slightly to glance at Dasky, who had suddenly shrunk to a fraction of her size, transformed into a snow-white fox, adorably lying upon Virus's chest. Her fluffy, white tail and smooth, pure white fur glimmered like crystals under the moonlight. So beautiful. Upon witnessing Dasky's enchanting form, Tina instantly forgot her earlier grievances. Inexplicably, her mood had shifted to one of tranquility. However, due to Dasky's excessive cuteness, Tina could not resist stretching out her hand to pet the fox's fur. Yet, before her fingers could make contact, Dasky bared her teeth at her, emitting a sound reminiscent of a wildcat's hiss. Hiss. Humph. Tina scoffed, unperturbed by Dasky's fierce demeanor. All right. Be good. As Valus heard a sound, he lifted his other hand to gently stroke Dasky, the fluffy little creature, caressing its soft head and back. No more ruckus, or else you shall face the consequences. The adorable little white fox, Dasky, emitted an endearing squeak, casting a disdainful glance at Tina before settling down. Humph. The disdain from the little girl infuriated Tina, who gritted her teeth yet dared not move. Now fully aware, the fiery pain behind her was resurfacing. However, in a curious twist, burdened by chaotic thoughts and a tingling discomfort, she, a frequent insomniac, unexpectedly drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, she found Valus absent from the grand bed. Beside her lay only the exposed Dasky and the shamelessly bare Domino. Though Domino held no interest for her, the sight of the little white fox's belly was irresistible. Unable to restrain herself, she stealthily reached out her hand to stroke it. Ah, so fluffy, so warm. The delightful sensation was overwhelming. After a few gentle rubs, Dasky responded with a contented sound. Squeak squeak. How utterly adorable. How she longed for a pet like this. Though Tina appeared as an assertive femme fatale, she was merely a girl in her mid-20s. Faced with such a charming and fluffy creature, she found herself utterly defenseless. Just as she mused, the rhythmic sound of strikes jolted her awake once more. Was this fellow starting again? He had only just suffered serious injuries yesterday. Such recklessness. On the ship's deck, the admiral was seated. Bang bang bang. The enormous iron block, once suspended by chains, had now been freed and soared into the sky, propelled by Valus' punch. Having endured multiple fierce battles, he had fully acclimated to the strength of his colossal physique, especially after the life-or-death struggle the day prior. His conqueror's hockey and armament hockey had intensified. Furthermore, due to Mihawk's ultimate technique, he had brushed against the threshold of observation hockey. Thus, his previous training no longer sufficed. He launched the formidable iron block into the air, awaiting its descent like a meteor. This method not only effectively trained his strength and control but also honed his reflexes and predictive abilities, while providing a suitable workout for his devil fruit powers. Although he could withstand the impact of such immense force, the deck was not so resilient. Precision was paramount. Boom boom boom. After silently unleashing hundreds of punches, beads of sweat began to glisten on Valus' body. These droplets cascaded from his bronze skin and well-defined muscles, forming rivulets that flowed, presenting a striking visual impact for both men and women alike. The female soldiers observing from afar were starry-eyed, their gazes filled with hearts and admiration. The male soldiers, witnessing Valus' training, expressed their astonishment and respect in ceaseless murmurs. Many aspiring soldiers had already begun to idolize Valus, joining the ranks of those training diligently in silence. Not now, not now. Just as he completed 888 punches, Valus suddenly received a phone call. The call was from the Navy headquarters. But the caller was none other than the charming Daitao rabbit, Shikigami. Shikigami, Valus? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Varus. Are you still denying that you miss me? Is there an itch you can't scratch? Gion, you scoundrel. Shut your filthy mouth. I am currently issuing orders to you on behalf of the Naval Headquarters staff. Admiral Caesar Verus. You are to immediately lead the Northern Fleet to the Balkan Strait to mediate the situation regarding Gelm 66, involving the Kingdom of Soren, the Kingdom of Karl, and Baron. Upon hearing this command, Verus, of course, understood the gravity of the situation. War and chaos were his favorite pastimes. At your service, my charmingly alluring Brigadier Gion. I assure you, I shall deliver a report that will leave the Naval Headquarters clamoring for more, and soon. Naval Headquarters, Mariford that wretched scoundrel. Upon receiving this peculiar response, Gion's cheeks flushed crimson as she angrily hung up the phone. Yet, behind her, whispers of speculation filled the air. There exists no secret that remains hidden. The news of Verus saving Gion had already spread throughout the headquarters. Furthermore, the external lines of the staff were monitored by sailors recording conversations. It was only today, upon seeing the news, that she realized what had transpired yesterday, which left her somewhat anxious about Verus. However, the thought of calling him herself made her feel shy. Thus, she accepted this task from Admiral Tsuru, who had a contentious relationship with Verus. Little did she anticipate that upon connecting to the staff's command line, this rascal would dare to be so audacious. How infuriating. Yet, amidst her vexation, just as she clenched her teeth and stamped her foot in frustration, a white banner unfurled, adorned with pink heart-shaped lettering proclaiming, "Warm congratulations. Brigadier Kaki's 100th marriage proposal." In the wake of this announcement, a flurry of footsteps approached, and amidst a throng of sailors, the rather scruffy little figure of Kaki made his entrance. "Gion, I love you. Marry me." Though barely past 30, Kaki appeared to be in his 50s. Kneeling at the entrance of the staff with a bouquet of roses in hand. "Gion, marry me. I would give you everything. Come on, Kaki. You can do it. This time it has to succeed." Wow, as expected of the most beautiful woman in the headquarters. Has she received another proposal? Kaki is truly relentless. Perhaps this time he will succeed. Wishing Kaki success on his 100th proposal, hearing the voices around her and witnessing Kaki's earnest expression, Gion's previously frosty demeanor softened into an unusual smile, the beauty mark at the corner of her mouth subtly lifting. "Wow, Gion." Gion smiled at me. Seeing Gion's knowing smile, Kaki's heart soared, feeling as if he had blossomed like a sunflower. However, behind him, the curious sailors who had gathered to watch began to vanish one by one. With a crash, the declaration banner fell to the ground, trampled by several feet. Moments later, the naval headquarters echoed with cries resembling the wails of slaughtered pigs. Bang! Kaki! Help! Help! Someone save me! Clang! Kaki! Gion! I beg you! Don't slap me! I make my living by my looks! Ouch! Crack! Kaki! Ouch! My ribs! Ouch! My face! Help! Indeed. Love can be a source of suffering. Just the sight of it is painful. Kaki is truly unfortunate. He is so deeply infatuated. Do you think Kaki might be met with his demise at Gion's hands? Certainly not. Their relationship is quite strong. Haha. Northern Sea, Solomon Islands, offshore. Truly. The Northern Sea is far more bustling than the Eastern Sea. Gazing out from the bow of the ship, Domino surveyed the scene before him. The sight was one of throngs of people bustling through the crowded streets, various goods being transported back and forth, and thousands of sizable vessels navigating the waters. With at least half being pirate ships. All these vessels proudly displayed the flag of the Don Quixote family, signifying that they had paid their protection fees. Solomon Island. Situated at the heart of the Northern Sea, is the second largest island and serves as the busiest trading hub in the region. Consequently, Solomon Port is also referred to as the Golden Port of the Northern Sea. Daily, it handles millions of tons of cargo, naturally contributing to the vibrant atmosphere. As a native of the Northern Sea, Tina stood not far behind Domino, providing a brief introduction of the locale. It is indeed a remarkable place. Listening to Tina's account, Verus, with a cigar in his mouth, contemplated the Solomon Islands. In light of this, the new branch of the Northern Fleet shall be established here. A new branch of the Northern Fleet? Upon hearing this, Tina looked at Verus in astonishment. Verus, establishing a new naval branch is beyond our financial means. The headquarters is tightening its belt and cannot possibly approve such a request. However, Domino could not help but chuckle at such a naive statement. Colonel Tina, isn't this new branch practically at our fingertips? Huh? Tina did not grasp Domino's meaning at first, but soon she understood. For Verus's gaze had drifted towards the Don Quixote family's stronghold. At that moment, Doflamingo, clad in a shirt, cropped pants, and pointed shoes, with his golden locks and pink feathered coat, gazed back at Verus's ship. Fufufu, the legendary Golden Lion. Please do not disappoint me. Solomon Port. Knock, knock, knock. The Northern Sea Fleet, led by Verus, glided slowly into the harbor, yet peculiarly, no vessels yielded way. This was due to the fact that the news of Caesar Verus's achievements had not yet permeated the world. This locale also served as the stronghold of the Don Quixote family, where Don Quixote Doflamingo reigned as the unrecognized monarch of the Northern Sea. And it was only his decrees that they adhered to. Since the ascension of Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, the Northern Sea Navy had devolved into a mere jest. Unbeknownst to them, however, a transformation was imminent. There would only be one sovereign of the Northern Sea, Caesar Verus. These ruffians, they continued to jostle for position in the narrow passage, showing no respect for the Northern Sea fleet. Tina, with her flowing pink hair, felt a surge of indignation. Meanwhile, Domino, with an enchanting smile, seized the trumpet presented by the guards. With her alluring and captivating voice, she issued a warning to all vessels in the harbor. The Northern Sea Admiral is on the move. Those who obstruct shall perish. Yet, upon hearing her dulcet tones, the surrounding pirates, merchants, and workers scoffed in derision. The Northern Sea Fleet? A bunch of feckless sailors dares to confront us? They jeered. We are engaged in legitimate commerce. Your naval affairs concern us not. How audacious to stir trouble in the Solomon Islands. Have they forgotten the fate of the former Northern Sea Admiral? On the deck of the Northern Sea Fleet, the relentless obstinacy was palpable. With no one yielding, the air was filled with taunts. And Domino cast a teasing glance towards Verus. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As the command from Admiral Caesar Verus was issued, the Northern Sea Fleet swiftly altered course, with hundreds of warships simultaneously directing their fire towards the vessels ahead. The sound of two long and one short whistle echoed, followed by the resounding roar of cannon fire. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of black cannonballs surged forth almost in unison, creating a scene both magnificent and terrifying. Damn it, have the Northern Sea Navy lost their minds? Are they naval officers or pirates? What on earth are they doing? Where are the members of the Don Quixote family? What of Diamante and Torres? Aren't they responsible for managing the port? Help! My ship! My slaves! These damn sailors! With each explosion, pirate ships and merchant vessels were obliterated and sunk, leaving countless casualties among the pirates and merchants present. The scene left the pirates, traders, laborers, and henchmen of the Don Quixote family in a state of shock. This was the stronghold of the Don Quixote family, the territory of the notorious Don Quixote da Flamingo, a figure of fear and power. How dare these wretched sailors act so brazenly? Did they not fear the retribution of the Don Quixote family? Did they not dread the accountability of the Navy headquarters and the world government? Yet, their questions were met only with the deafening barrage of cannon fire, the ensuing chaos of splintered wood, blood, and cries of anguish. As the first round of cannon fire concluded, a second wave followed swiftly. If not for Admiral Verus's command, the Northern Sea Fleet would have expended every last cannonball. In the Don Quixote family's stronghold, a furious voice pierced the air. Young master, that scoundrel Verus has gone too far. We must make him pay. Pika. A burly figure with a voice akin to a duck's quack, seethed with anger at the sight of their painstakingly maintained port reduced to ruins. With a maniacal laugh, Doflamingo accepted a glass of crimson wine from his young maid, Baby 5. He savored the drink, its color reminiscent of blood, and tilted his head skyward. Patience, my friends. Our time has yet to come. Let us first enjoy the spectacle. On the deck of the Northern Sea Fleet, Verus pondered aloud. Isn't this commotion a bit excessive? Witnessing the destruction of countless merchant ships, the once thriving Solomon port had transformed into a scene of bloodshed and desolation. Tina furrowed her brow concerned. But there are not only pirates in Solomon port. Many merchant ships come from various kingdoms and families. Do not worry, Verus replied, his deep, contrasting eyes reflecting a chilling indifference to the loss of life surrounding them. There will be someone to clean up this mess, or rather, to take the blame and meet their demise. Tina initially struggled to comprehend Verus's implication, but soon, the realization dawned upon her. With a cigar delicately held between her lips, Verus slowly raised her head, her gaze following suit. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Tina could not help but tremble in astonishment, her heart filled with profound dread. Suspended in midair was a colossal golden airship, its bow adorned with a vividly lifelike golden lion. The infamous Flying Sea Pirates, the legendary crew of the great pirate Shiki the Golden Lion. At long last, the Golden Lion, Shiki, had arrived. In stark contrast to Tina's shock, Verus, with cigar in hand, exhibited an air of remarkable composure. She gazed upward as the golden airship gradually enlarged, ultimately hovering before her. The once nebulous figure of the legendary pirate, Shiki, now materialized in vivid detail. Clad in a vibrant orange and yellow striped samurai outfit, his flowing golden locks cascaded to the ground, with matching golden sideburns and beard. His legs, long severed, were replaced by the famed swords Sakuju and Kuroki. Were it not for his bald head adorned with a comical ship's wheel, he could easily be mistaken for a lion incarnate. Yo-ho-ho, little brat. Not bad, it seems you know my name. Shiki bellowed with a boisterous laugh upon hearing Verus utter his name. However, as he observed the absence of fear in Verus's eyes, his demeanor shifted to one of cold disdain. You insolent child, merely having vanquished a handful of inconsequential pirates, dare to look at me with such audacity. I am the great Golden Lion. As he spoke, the power of his float fruit erupted, causing everything within a 10-mile radius to levitate. Sand, goods, the living and the dead, ships and land, even the sea itself defied gravity. This was the might of the legendary pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion, a calamity of nature. Those who personally experienced this disaster, pirates, merchants, navy personnel, and even members of the Don Quixote family were all struck with terror. Ah, how terrifying. Such a dreadful power. Help. A mere fruit user can manipulate even the sea. What a fearsome pirate. They whispered in horror. Recognizing him as a pirate to be spoken of in the same breath as the Pirate King, Roger, and Edward Newgate. This is the end for us. We will surely perish from this height. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Shiki relished the anguished cries echoing around him, laughing maniacally. Yet, before his laughter could reach its crescendo, his pupils contracted in sudden realization. For there, unperturbed by the presence of the legendary pirate, stood the Navy's young commander, Caesar Verus. Humph. As a wielder of the three-color hockey, Shiki sensed Verus's cold approach and smirked, kicking his sword, Sakuju, that was embedded in his legs. Wave slash. A terrifying white slash hurtled toward Verus's face, its power rivaling even that of Mihawk, the Eagle Eye, and surpassing him in speed. What a formidable old man, Verus thought. Recognizing he had underestimated this great pirate, who had not yet degraded into the feeble figure he would later become, easily outmatched by Prince Luffy. He remained the legendary figure who once single-handedly decimated the Navy headquarters, challenging the likes of Admiral Sengoku and the legendary Marine, Carp, while still managing to wreak havoc upon Marineford. However, underestimation did not equate to disdain, nor did it imply that Caesar Verus would be defeated. He was fully prepared, confident of victory in this battle. Whoosh. As the terrifying slash approached, Verus opted for the most efficient response. Utilizing the Marine's 6 forms, he executed Shave and Moonwalk, narrowly evading the strike as the terrifying sword energy grazed past his shoulder, causing his white justice cloak to flutter. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted behind him as the tranquil blue sea was violently cleaved, forming a 100-meter-long chasm. Yo-ho-ho. You possess some skill. Let us see how you fare against my next move. Shiki, unperturbed by Verus's evasion, perceived him as an intriguing quarry. At that moment, he calculated Verus's landing point, a sly smile spreading across his face as he unleashed an attack more devastating than the wave slash lion's 1,000 cuts. In an instant, over 100 invisible blades of wind, capable of splitting mountains, surged toward Verus. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, Verus found himself with no means of evasion. Yet, his body transformed into a dark, sculpted silhouette, embodying his armament hockey. Although not particularly dense, it, combined with the defensive iron, was sufficient to withstand the barrage of wind blades, allowing him to advance toward Shiki. Yo-ho-ho, little brat, you have made it to my presence. I must admit, you possess some skill. Shiki regarded the robust and striking Verus with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Join my pirate crew. I will offer you the position of vice captain. Together, we shall dominate the seas. Crackling and popping. But before his words could finish, Verus's supreme blade, Ace, crackled with black-red lightning. Thunder slash. The silver Z-shaped blade flashed as Verus unleashed his swiftest strike towards Shiki's neck. Conqueror's Hockey. Roger's Ace. What a swift blade. Upon witnessing the attack's quickness, Shiki's pupils dilated, and he leaped back, simultaneously unleashing his Conqueror's Hockey. Crack, crack, crack. The clash of their hockey resonated in the air, erupting into a massive red-black lightning bolt, imbued with world-ending power, as it exploded above the previously clear harbor. The ominous mark of dread once again manifested, casting a shadow over Solman Harbor, plunging the island into darkness. Those who had been crying out in fear, the pirates, merchants, and marines, fainted in that chilling moment, leaving only a few strong souls gazing in terror at the battlefield of the two titans. Yo-ho-ho. Having narrowly avoided Verus's strike, Shiki erupted with arrogant laughter. How ironic it is that Roger's companion's sword would fall into the hands of a mere Navy brat. Even more ironic, today, I shall use this ace to end your life. Once again referred to as a mere child, Verus finally spoke up. Dare to speak to me in such a manner. Then prepare to die. Shiki, knowing that he loathed others commenting on his hairstyle and realizing that a wielder of Conqueror's Hockey would never align with him, lost all patience. He resolved to utterly crush the Navy brat before him. Whoosh. Recognizing Verus as a devil fruit user, Shiki unleashed his ultimate move. Lion's Might, Royal Earthquake. Harnessing the powers of the float fruit, he commanded the ocean's waters to transform into majestic lionhead forms, roaring as they surged toward Verus. With this very technique, he had vanquished countless formidable sea pirates, obliterating thousands of pirate crews. It was precisely due to this ability that he earned the moniker of the Nightmare for those who wielded devil fruit powers. However, as the vast sea approached, Verus wore a mocking smirk upon his face, fearlessly advancing toward the golden lion Shiki. Yo-ha-ha, feudal, I am the wielder of the float fruit. You cannot touch me. The golden lion Shiki swiftly maneuvered sideways, his body drifting toward the broader expanse of the sea. As one of the most brutal and cunning pirates between the era of rocks and that of Roger, he was far from foolish enough to engage Verus in a direct confrontation, with the ship's rudder protruding from his head and his legs severed. Replaced only by 2 famed swords, he bore numerous hidden injuries, compounded by the weight of his 55 years. Although his powers were immensely formidable, his physical form was no longer robust. A significant blow to his body could misalign the rudder atop his head, resulting in severe headaches or even unconsciousness. Such an outcome would spell only one thing: Virus would utterly crush him, thus ending his legendary reign upon the seas. With a sly grin, the golden lion deftly evaded, continually summoning water lions to assail Virus. With the formidable conqueror's haki emanating from him, Virus gracefully traversed the lunar steppes, relentlessly pursuing his quarry while deftly evading the encroaching waves. Huh, a foolish little brat. Do you intend to tire me to death? As Virus persistently unleashed his conqueror's haki against him, the golden lion Shiki suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. However, Virus offered no response, prompting Shiki to chuckle to himself with a sense of false superiority. You foolish child, I have grown weary of this game. Allow me to demonstrate what true conqueror's haki truly entails. A sinister crimson gleam flickered in Shiki's eyes as the terrifying conqueror's haki erupted forth, thick strands of red and black lightning coalescing behind him to form a dreadfully majestic lion. In that instant, Virus finally succumbed to an overwhelming sense of dread, a sensation akin to confronting Cap in the port of Goya. However, times have changed. Virus is no longer the same as before. In an instant, Virus unleashed the full extent of his conqueror's haki, his eyes glowing red as he bared his teeth and let out a ferocious roar. Die! In that moment, the entire Solomon Island, with the exception of the golden lion and Virus, along with Doflamingo, who was several miles away, fell into a deep slumber. Yoahaha! Observing Virus' contorted face, the golden lion emitted a chilling, disdainful laugh. Suddenly, a terrifying power was activated, conjuring colossal waves that soared 100 feet high, followed by the formation of a massive blue coffin that enveloped Virus entirely. Yohu, wretched brat! Perish! The golden lion Shiki laughed maniacally. A sense of pride mingled with madness, even as the wound atop his head throbbed painfully. Simultaneously, at the pinnacle of the Don Quixote family's palace, Doflamingo was indulging in uproarious laughter. His mirth was exaggeratedly grotesque, his mouth stretching nearly to his ears, veins bulging on his forehead like writhing worms. His laughter shrill and sinister, akin to that of a malevolent spirit. Tears streamed down his face as he knelt on the rooftop, clutching his stomach, laughing to the point of nausea, even vomiting bile. Fu. Virus. Die. There can only be one king of the North Sea, and that is I, Don Quixote Doflamingo. However, just as his words faded, a silver flash of lightning suddenly cleaved through the darkness. Crash! Torrential rain began to pour, and the golden lion Shiki, who had just been basking in victory, became twisted with dread. Cursed! Cursed! Cursed be the heavens! Why do you treat me this way? Cursed! Why again? These damned heavens! You are unjust! Sensing the impending tempest, the smile vanished from the golden lion's face, replaced by an expression of utter fury as he howled to the sky. His float fruit ability, which allowed him to render objects weightless, akin to a bizarre magnetic field that negated the world's gravity, suddenly became erratic and uncontrollable in the face of the raging storm. As he lamented to the heavens, Virus, having already freed himself, seized the opportunity to silently appear behind the golden lion. Thunder slash! Damn brat! Attempting to ambush me. Die. Although he heard no sound. The pinnacle of observation haki enabled the golden lion to instantly detect Virus' presence. Despite the significant reduction in his abilities, he found it effortless to control his own body. In an instant, he unleashed the power of the fruit that had allowed him to dominate the seas for over 30 years. Yet suddenly, his expression shifted. He found himself frozen, unable to move. No, not just him. Everything around him had come to a standstill, shrouded in eerie silence. This was Virus' ability. Doflamingo's little brat had warned him, but he had dismissed it as mere folly. Cursed! How could I, the legendary pirate golden lion, perish in this mere North Sea at the hands of a little Navy admiral? The golden lion was consumed by rage, determined to unleash his full power in a desperate bid for survival. But as he prepared to summon that power, he discovered his body had betrayed him, severed from its vital connection. Then he saw it, the brat he had previously scorned, the North Sea Admiral's silhouette, wielding the bloodied supreme blade. Ace! He observed everything around him returning to order. For the first time in 30 years, the raindrops struck his face, the howling wind brushed against him. Remarkably, his head, which was once pierced, no longer pained him, and it would never pain him again. Accursed brat! I never imagined you could truly kill me, especially with Roger's sword. Yohaha! You truly accomplished what you set out to do. I hope you carve out a horrific reputation, so my demise won't be in vain. Crack! Before the golden lion could finish his dying words, another silver bolt of thunder crashed down, symbolizing the resounding finale of the legendary pirate golden lion. Simultaneously, the death-laden Solomon Island, the dim, boundless, tumultuous sea, was illuminated by the North Sea Admiral, who held the golden lion's severed head. A devilish grin adorned his face as he murmured to the severed head, Shiki, it was not the heavens that defeated you, but I, Caesar Virus. In the treacherous world of pirates, 3 years of blood and fire had seen Virus slay many a warrior, yet he never engaged in battles without certainty. Weather, ocean currents, traps, poisoning, kidnapping. Whatever could sway the outcome of the final battle, Caesar Virus would employ. This storm was not a favor from the heavens. It was a product of his own skill. He had once read a paper on the 3 kingdoms titled The Burning of Balong Slope. Zhuge Liang saved Sima Yi, which explained the rapid formation of rain. Firstly, water vapor and cumulonimbus clouds were essential, and these were abundant at sea. Particularly, the clash of conquerors' hockey generated astonishing effects. Secondly, a plethora of dust was necessary to condense the water vapor quickly. Virus had previously bombarded Solman Port, and even with the torrential rain, flames still danced in several places. Thus, this tempest was no mere stroke of luck. Everything was a script meticulously crafted by Virus. The Golden Lion Shiki was destined to meet his end here. As Solman Port witnessed the demise of the Golden Lion Shiki and the dissipation of the conquerors' hockey clash, merchants, pirates, workers, and the henchmen of the Don Quixote family gradually regained consciousness. In that moment of thunderous brilliance, they beheld Caesar Virus, the North Sea Admiral, brandishing the Golden Lion's head. How is this possible? That scoundrel. He is a legendary pirate, rivaling Roger and Whitebeard. It's over. The North Sea is about to change. I must flee the North Sea. He won. How could this be possible? Who is this guy? So terrifying. Is he another Sakazuki? What a fearsome individual. It seems the Don Quixote family is in for a rough time. As they awakened, the North Sea Navy was not idle. Long live Lord Virus. The charming Dasky drew her long sword, her gaze fixed intently on Virus. This man. Hadn't he even sustained injuries yet managed to slay the Golden Lion? Gazing at the imposing figure of the North Sea Admiral, Tina felt a flush on her cheeks, her pupils swirling. She was entirely oblivious to the fact that her concern upon awakening was not about the battle's outcome, but rather whether Virus had been harmed. At that moment, Domino smiled alluringly, as if everything had unfolded precisely as she had anticipated. By order of the North Sea Admiral, the Flying Sky Pirates are to assault Solman Port. North Sea Fleet. Rear guard, provide cover. Front line, charge. Kill. With a command from Domino. The rear forces of the North Sea Fleet unleashed a volley of cannon fire as the front lines roared and charged forward, with Dasky and Tina among them. Lord Virus. Long live the North Sea Admiral. Annihilate these pirates. Exterminate the Sky Pirates. Justice shall prevail. The North Sea Fleet shall triumph. Lord Virus shall emerge victorious. At the residence of the Don Quixote family, atop the roof, the expression of Don Quixote da Flamingo twisted into one of fury. That fool, the Golden Lion. Damn that imbecile. For the first time in a decade, the smile had vanished from his face upon witnessing Caesar Virus eliminate the Golden Lion. Young master. That monstrous Caesar Virus may not be easily defeated. The most senior member, Lao Ji, felt a chill of apprehension wash over him. The once staunch proponents of war. The stone fruit user Pika now wore a pallid expression. Young master, what shall we do now? Fu. Naturally. We shall welcome the illustrious North Sea Admiral with a grand banquet, Da Flamingo replied, a sinister grin resurfacing on his face as he strolled into the downpour with his hands in his pockets. Meanwhile, the North Sea Admiral, Caesar Virus, was on the phone, receiving a stern reprimand. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Virus. You rascal. Where are you? Were you not ordered to quell the chaos in the Four Nations? How dare you bombard the Surroman Islands? Do you not know that Da Flamingo is a warlord of the sea? Were you unaware that he was once a celestial dragon? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Virus. Admiral Kizaru. Borsalino. Sengoku. What? Is it possible that this scoundrel Borsalino is on leave because of you? Upon hearing it was Kizaru Borsalino, Sengoku's eyes widened and his hair bristled. For a fleeting moment, he found it truly hard to believe. After all, this yellow-skinned monkey, Borsalino, was notorious for his laziness. Even coordinating with the five elders was a laborious task, as he spent his days engaging in passive resistance. The idea that he would travel to the North Sea for Caesar was utterly preposterous to him. However, he also understood that Caesar Virus would not lie. Nor would he fabricate stories about Kizaru. Could it be that this rascal had some leverage over Virus? Perhaps he had recorded footage of Borsalino during a visit to the Chambord Islands? Virus? Surely, you jest. The world government takes the turmoil among the Four Nations very seriously. And that layabout Borsalino is well known for his lackadaisical nature. Are you certain he will assist you effectively? You need not worry. Admiral Kizaru is merely delivering a letter for me. Although I, Virus, am new to the North Sea, I still have a bit of influence. And the head of the Vinsmoke family will undoubtedly agree to a ceasefire. With unwavering confidence, Virus asserted that this minor task was certainly within Kizaru's capabilities. It was regrettable, however, that the debt of gratitude owed by Kizaru Palusalino had to be repaid in such a manner. Nevertheless, having him concealed aboard the ship as a bodyguard proved to be more advantageous than detrimental to their dealings. In the North Sea, within the Balkan waters, stood the formidable warship of the evil kingdom Germa 66, where Vinsmoke Judge exuded an air of arrogance. Behind him were Vinsmoke Reju and his three sons, transformed through the devil gene modifications and having shone brilliantly during the turmoil of the Four Nations War. Before them stood the kings of the Soren Kingdom, Cohen Kingdom, Karl Kingdom, and Bellin Kingdom, trembling in fear despite their bluster. Vinsmoke Judge, show some restraint. We have already consented to cede territory. Do not push us too far. Vinsmoke Judge, you scoundrel. We are all members of the world government. By what right do you invade our nations? Judge, we have reported this to the world government. Leave our lands at once, or the Navy will not spare you. We have no grievances with you in the past, and none presently. You are truly overstepping your bounds. Have you finished your lamentations? Vinsmoke Judge sneered ominously, striking the deck with his golden spear. The sound echoed sharply, causing the four kings to flinch in trepidation. Ha. As he observed their disarray, Vinsmoke Judge erupted into laughter, his children sharing in the mocking smirks. In the North Sea, Germa 66 was invincible. These fools dared to oppose them, demonstrating a complete lack of awareness of their own mortality. At that moment, Judge's laughter echoed once more. Reiju, you have yet to slay a king, have you? Come, there is one for each of you. Thank you, father. Clad in a dark red flame-patterned battle suit, Vinsmoke Ichiji, with a hairstyle resembling a curled red chili, stepped forward, excitement radiating from him as he readied himself. He raised his arm, aiming a flamethrower at King Soren 7. Grinning maliciously, how much do you desire? Why you lunatics. King Soren 7 nearly lost control of his bladder, trembling as he contemplated escape. Yet, Vinsmoke Ichiji, with a cruel smile, pulled the trigger of the flamethrower. Boom. A dragon-like inferno shot forth, threatening to engulf King Soren 7 in an instant. But just then, a sudden disturbance occurred as a blinding beam descended upon the deck. With a swift motion, a tall, lewd-looking man materialized, Admiral Kizaru Palusalino, donning tinted glasses and a yellow-striped suit. Adorned with the insignia of a naval admiral, he nonchalantly kicked aside the flames, his expression one of amusement. Ah, Germa 66, what fearsome weaponry you possess. How terrifying. Bastard. Upon hearing the mocking tone, Vinsmoke Ichiji's flames erupted in fury. However, Vinsmoke Reiju recognized Kizaru's identity immediately, her brow furrowing in concern. Vinsmoke Judge restrained the irate Ichiji, fully aware of the Admiral's formidable presence. Kizaru Palusalino, what brings you here? The world government has no authority to interfere in our conflict. Oh dear, such a fearsome gaze. Kizaru feigned surrender, raising his hands. Vinsmoke Judge, I understand your anger. But please, do not be enraged. I am merely here to deliver a message. A message? From whom? Vinsmoke Judge questioned, suspicion evident. The only individuals capable of sending an admiral were few and far between. Admiral Sengoku, the world chief, the Gorosei, or perhaps the celestial dragons. However, as Kizaru had indicated, the world government could not directly intervene in wars between nations, particularly among its members, a consensus established among the celestial dragons and all kingdoms. Why? It's from the North Sea Admiral, Kizaru replied with an increasingly irritating smirk, producing a piece of paper from his pocket. He had taken a leave of absence for a few days, comfortably residing on Virus's ship, indulging in sumptuous feast and fine wines. Spending his time reading and occasionally enjoying the company of beautiful servants, living quite the charmed life. Virus had informed him that his mere presence, regardless of whether he intervened, would suffice to repay the debt owed to him. Little did he anticipate. Virus has defeated Torrespa, Virgo, and even frightened Doflamingo away. Remarkably, he did not even require assistance in his battles against the formidable Mihawk and the notorious Shiki. Yet, on the very last day of his vacation, he found himself assigned to deliver a letter. Moreover, this letter was one he had penned en route, which undeniably consumed a considerable amount of his time. Surely, this warrants additional compensation. It would not be unreasonable to request several boxes of exquisite cigars and a dozen crates of fine West Sea wine, would it? After a brief moment of reflection, Palusalino cheerfully unfolded the letter before Vinsmoke Judge, which bore a simple yet ominous message. Leave, or I shall eliminate your entire family. Meanwhile, in the Marine Ford, within the Marshal's office, Sengoku pondered, is your influence truly that valuable? A wave of unease washed over him as he sensed something amiss. Just then, another transponder snail rang, its call originating from the Navy headquarters, with the caller being his old comrade, Admiral Tsuru. Virus, I shall contact you shortly. Admiral Tsuru is on the line. Very well, esteemed Marshal. With a chuckle, Virus hung up the phone. That scoundrel. He dared to end the call first. Watching the phone fall silent, Sengoku muttered in annoyance before picking it up again. Hello, little crane. Is there an urgent matter? The chaos in the North Sea has ceased. Winsmoke Kaji has withdrawn his troops. Oh, I see. You know? Was this your arrangement? No, that little rascal Virus was dispatched by no. It was General Bin who assigned Virus and Borisolino together. Ah, I understand. The tone of Admiral Crane shifted to one of sudden realization, but it quickly escalated to an urgent pitch. Sengoku, I just received some terrible news. What dreadful news? Hearing Little Crane's tone, Sengoku furrowed his brows, a chill running down his spine. He recalled several years prior, when the infamous Golden Lion Shiki turned Marine Ford into a hellish battleground, escaping from the underwater prison. However, the next words from Admiral Crane left him stunned. The Golden Lion Shiki is dead. What? Isn't that splendid news? Upon hearing this, Sengoku felt as though his very core was jolted. Yet, the following words from Admiral Crane rendered him speechless. Do you know where the Golden Lion Shiki died? Who was responsible? Where? Who? In the North Sea, it was Caesar Virus. Nanny, how could that be? Sengoku suddenly felt as if his very essence had been pierced by steel needles. Just yesterday, He learned that Caesar Verus had clashed with the world's greatest swordsman, severing Hawkeye Mihawk's arm, and today, he had vanquished the Golden Lion Shiki. This was utterly astonishing, especially since the five elders had issued orders for the Marine headquarters to prepare. Once Verus quelled the North Sea chaos, he would be directly promoted to Rear Admiral, tasked with overseeing the underwater prison, becoming the second-in-command to Rear Admiral Magellan. Sengoku found it perplexing. He could not fathom why the five elders had issued such a command. Not long ago, Verus had been their favored acolyte, yet now he was being treated as a discarded pawn. Moreover, the order was absolute, leaving no room for discussion or inquiry. This entire situation made Sengoku's instincts tingle with unease. Admiral Crane's designation of this news as bad was precisely because appointments within the Navy were managed through the staff, now that Verus had defeated the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, who was on par with Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard Edward, and quelled the North Sea turmoil. If he were to be covertly demoted and cast into the underwater prison, it would not only provoke the power-hungry Caesar Verus, but also create immense upheaval within the Navy. After all, none were fools. If such a meritorious figure were to be sidelined, who would dare serve the Navy and the world government in the future? Little Crane, come to my office. We need to discuss some matters. Sengoku's thoughts whirled, but he could not reach a decision in such a short time. Understood. Admiral Crane recognized the gravity of the situation, although she harbored a strong dislike for Caesar Verus. His apparent talent and the terrifying capabilities he had developed were precisely what the Navy urgently required. Should he be driven to the pirate camp, given his cunning and resourcefulness? It would not be long before a new emperor of the sea emerged. The mere thought sent a shiver down Admiral Crane's spine. In the North Sea, Germa's 66 father. That despicable yellow-skinned monkey, are we really going to retreat? Vinsmoke Ichiji was decidedly displeased with his father's decision to withdraw and relinquish their immediate gains. We are the fearsome Germa 66. Not even that yellow-skinned monkey, nor the entire North Sea fleet, can rival our might boom. Before he could finish, Vinsmoke Kaji struck him away with a swift motion. Father, please calm down. The slender figure of Vinsmoke Rage stepped forward to mediate. Ichiji, you fool. Apologize to father at once. Do you even know who that man is? He is an admiral of the Marine headquarters, a user of the Logia type Pika Pika no Mi, the fastest man in the world. If he sets his sights on you, silence. Upon hearing his daughter mention Admiral Borisolino, Vinsmoke Kaji's expression darkened further. He outright dismissed the notion that Verus could have authored the letter from Borisolino. How could a mere North Sea admiral command someone of Borisolino's stature? In his estimation, Borisolino must have been acting on the directives of the world government or some other entity, using the letter as a means to threaten him. Should he disobey, he would find himself targeted by Borisolino, with all blame shifted onto Verus, the scapegoat. That damned yellow-skinned monkey. I refuse to believe you can remain in the North Sea forever. I refuse to believe you can protect the four nations of the North Sea. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when a call from the Solomon Islands came through. As an ambitious contender for dominance in the North Sea, Germa 66 had long been at odds with the Don Quixote family, and a great battle was inevitable. Thus, he had already placed spies in the Don Quixote family stronghold at Solomon Islands, not just one. Spy, honorable head of the family, I have an important report. What news? Speak quickly. Vinsmoke Kaji's tone was notably harsh, clearly venting his frustration over the Borisolino matter. Spy, the new North Sea Admiral, Caesar Verus, has single-handedly slain the legendary pirate, the captain of the Flying Sky Pirates, the Golden Lion Shiki. Fool, do you know what nonsense you were spouting? Vinsmoke Kaji was taken aback, his scalp prickling with shock, yet he had scarcely completed his outburst when another newsbird landed in the hands of Vinsmoke Reiju. Upon glancing at the headline, her pupils widened in shock at the image of the handsome man. Father, take a look at this. Noticing his usually composed eldest daughter so flustered, Vinsmoke Kaji furrowed his brows and turned to glance at her. Upon seeing the headline that proclaimed the new naval prodigy, Caesar Verus, had claimed the title of the world's greatest swordsman, he was left speechless. The news of Hawkeye Mihawk's severed arm has left Vinsmoke Judge in an extremely grim state. Moments later, the notorious Germa 66, the evil fleet, has completely vacated the North Sea. Meanwhile, the information regarding the demise of the Golden Lion at the hands of Verus has yet to spread across the globe. However, the mere report of Hawkeye Mihawk's injury has been fervently disseminated by news outlets worldwide, leaving the world astonished. Those well-informed factions have already received detailed battle reports about Verus's victory over the Golden Lion, leaving them in utter shock. Whitebeard Edward exclaims, "What a remarkable young man. Could it be that the Navy is about to produce another Garp? This is truly intriguing." Big Mom remarks, "Such a powerful and handsome man is truly to my taste. Alas, capturing him might prove quite challenging. Mamama. However, I hear this little fellow has quite the appetite for the opposite sex, doesn't he? Malahaha. Doflamingo. Summon Smoker to me. Kaido of the Beast laments. Oh, how I desire such a formidable subordinate." Wangji asserts, "I knew I was not mistaken. This fellow is undoubtedly the protagonist of the future world. Someone, please bring the lady to me. I have matters to discuss with her." Dark King Rayleigh muses, "What a terrifying young man. No wonder that saffron flower called to me. Could he truly be the beacon of the new era? Red-haired Shanks growls, that despicable scoundrel. Not only has he awakened Conqueror's Haki, but he has also severed my Hawk's arm and taken down the Golden Lion. What an exaggeration. Unless absolutely necessary, we should avoid provoking him. His strength, wisdom, and capabilities are akin to a fusion of Sengoku and Garp, making him quite the formidable challenge. While pirates worldwide engage in discussions about Virus's exploits, the 5 elders in the Holy Land of Mariehua convene once more to debate the matter of Virus, resulting in heated arguments. In the conference hall of Mariehua, Shepherd X, Peter, the elder responsible for politics and diplomacy, has just ended a call with Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Previously resistant to Virus, Sengoku has chosen to speak up on his behalf this time. Such a formidable force with such achievements should not be consigned to the depths of Impel Down. In response, Shepherd X, Peter retorts, the decisions of the world government are not for a mere fleet admiral to question. Just as the call ends, he casts a dark expression towards the other 4 elders. Gentlemen, you all heard Sengoku's call. Let us hear your opinions on this matter. Izanbaron V. Nejiru, responsible for military affairs, shares Sengoku's perspective, albeit with his own ulterior motives. Such a powerful piece on the board, to cast him into the depths of Impel Down would be a tremendous waste. Should he be pushed towards the pirates, the consequences could be far worse than those caused by that fellow, Dragon. However, Marcus Mass vehemently opposes this view, stating, I have been meticulously studying the intelligence on Virus these past few days. Although he appears compliant towards the celestial dragons, his ambition cannot be underestimated. He could very well be the beacon mentioned by Emo. The debate escalates between these two, with Izanbaron exclaiming, you seem obsessed with this notion of a beacon. Awakening Conqueror's Haki is suspicious? Should we then eliminate Kizaru, Akainu, Garp, and Sengoku while we're at it? Marcus Mass counters, Izanbaron. What nonsense are you speaking? When did I claim that Conqueror's Haki is suspicious? Izanbaron retorts, what evidence do you have to proclaim Virus as a beacon? Is it merely based on his accomplishments or because he is my subordinate? Marcus Mass warns, Izanbaron. I advise you to recognize the occasion. Do not allow your vision to be clouded by petty bribes. As their exchange grows increasingly contentious, the other 3 elders knit their brows. Each has their domain, their subordinates, and intertwined family interests, and although such disputes have occurred before, they have never been this intense. After an hour of deliberation, Topman V. Wolkulai, who oversees legal matters, finally proposes, why not give Virus a chance to choose? What do you mean? Asked Jagarcia Satan, head of the scientific division and also responsible for historical events. His brow furrowing. It's quite simple, Topman replies, raising 2 fingers. We can offer Caesar Virus 2 choices. First, I lean towards Impel Down. We could elevate his position. Perhaps appoint him as the warden of Impel Down with a vice admiral rank, allowing Magellan to assist him. He would be under comprehensive surveillance, and should any issues arise, we would act swiftly. If he passes the probationary period, we could then transfer him back to Marine headquarters at Marineford or the Holy Land of Mariehua for assignment. Second, we could promote him to a candidate for admiral at Marine headquarters, monitoring his activities closely, ready to eliminate him should any problems arise. I believe this is a viable solution. Shepherd X, Peter finds this suggestion quite reasonable, scanning the others with his gaze. I too find no objection. This plan is quite sound. Izanbaron V. Nejiru agrees with the second option, effectively sealing the decision. After all, the proposer would not dismiss this suggestion, tipping the vote among the elders to 3-2. Moreover, whether Virus is firmly placed and Impel Down or promoted to vice admiral, it would ultimately benefit his family. Marcus Mass adds, I second that. Jagarcia Satan concurs, I second that as well. Very well, it is decided. I shall dispatch orders immediately, proclaimed Shepherd X, Peter, responsible for the primary political affairs of the government, making the final determination to contact Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. These old, cunning bastards, whenever they seek me out, it's never for anything good. They are perpetually suspicious. Their quest for world domination will surely lead to their downfall. Grumbles the robust elder with white hair like a spiked crown, hanging up the phone with disdain. On his desk lies today's newspaper. In truth, he could have remained in the position of Fleet Admiral for a few more years. However, due to these elders' distrust, believing he wielded too much control over the Navy and had gained too much prestige, he was relegated to a position akin to a mascot, that of the commander of the 3 armed forces. As soon as he finished his complaints, Admiral Sengoku's call came through. Steelbone, is this about Virus? Sengoku, indeed. Admiral, I believe this individual possesses exceptional talent, surpassing both myself and Carp. Steelbone, oh? I heard from Little Crane that this fellow is nothing but a disgrace to the Navy, a true scoundrel. Sengoku, Admiral, please, do not jest. You must have reviewed his profile, and I trust you understand that individuals like him are precisely what our Navy currently requires. Steelbone, hey, you cheeky rascal. Still as cunning as ever. Very well, I shall not tease you further. The 5 Elder Stars have made their decision. Grant him the rank of Rear Admiral, and he may either oversee the deep-sea prison or serve as security for the celestial dragons. How he proceeds is for him to choose. Understood, Admiral. Upon hearing such words from the former leader, Sengoku recognized there were no other options, exchanged pleasantries, and ended the call. After discussing the details with Vice Admiral Tsuru, they decided to bestow upon him the honorary title of Admiral Candidate, designated as White Tiger. However, upon connecting to Caesar Virus, his brows furrowed incessantly as he heard not just one, but multiple feminine voices. On the Sorman Islands, at the Dakihote family's guest room, Lord Virus, I simply adore you. Lord Virus, may I have a kiss? Lord Virus, your chest is so firm and grand. I long to take a bite. Lord Virus, would you care to touch me as well? An hour earlier on the Sorman Islands, the esteemed king of the North Sea underworld, the illustrious warlord, former celestial dragon, and Dakihote family patriarch, Dakihote Doflamingo, approached Virus with a smile, accompanied by the remaining family members. Fufufu, esteemed Lord Virus, it has indeed been a long time. Welcome to Sorman Island. Ah, it has been far too long, the distinguished warlord and former celestial dragon, Dakihote Doflamingo. Upon greeting Doflamingo, Virus wore a smile even brighter than his. Doflamingo, upon hearing this, felt a vein throb on his forehead, yet his smile remained undiminished. Fufufu, you jest, Lord Virus. The formidable North Sea Fleet's establishment of Sorman Port and assistance in eradicating the Flying Sky Pirates has profoundly moved our Dakihote family. I wonder, esteemed North Sea Admiral Virus, would you be interested in joining me for a drink at the Dakihote family? It would be a humble gesture of my respect for you. Ha ha ha, that would indeed be splendid. Lord Doflamingo, you are truly warm and considerate. As Virus spoke, he extended 2 fingers, and with a seductive smile, his aide Domino placed a cigar into his hand. The little vixen Dasky quickly produced a lighter, raising her delicate hand above her head to ignite it for Virus. With a satisfying inhalation, he savored the rich cigar smoke, exhaling a plume that curled like a dragon. Observing Virus's demeanor, Doflamingo erupted into laughter, but his mirth abruptly ceased. This was due to the sudden chill that enveloped Virus's expression, his gaze drifting ominously behind him. Attending the banquet is permissible, yet Mr. Doflamingo may not be aware of a particular rule I uphold. What rule? A sense of foreboding stirred within Doflamingo's heart. Before me, only the pirates who kneel may survive. Virus slowly uttered these words, then drew the unparalleled blade, Ace, from his waist. A terrifying aura of conqueror's haki poured forth. The members of the Dakihote family behind Doflamingo were shrouded in a veil of deathly dread, with a few of the subordinates collapsing unconscious to the ground. Virus. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes, unleashing his own crimson-black conqueror's haki. Just as the 2 formidable presences were about to collide, Virus voluntarily dissipated his haki, releasing a haughty and defiant laughter. I was merely jesting, Mr. Doflamingo. You are, after all, a distinguished warlord of the sea. And your delightful subordinates could never be the filthy, lowly, and foolish pirates. Indeed, Lord Virus speaks wisely. Doflamingo, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, also relinquished his haki, revealing once again his perverse and malevolent grin. He then extended an invitation to Virus to join the Dakihote family, and a grand banquet commenced. Having long heard of Virus's insatiable greed and lechery, Doflamingo naturally sought to indulge him. Not only did he present a wealth of treasures, but he also offered the most exquisite female slaves to his side. Thus, the voice of Fleet Admiral Sengoku echoed through the air. An hour later, Virus, you scoundrel, what on earth are you doing? Upon hearing the seductive sounds, Sengoku swiftly deduced the nature of the events unfolding. However, unlike previous encounters, the flattery in Virus's tone vanished in response to the Fleet Admiral's inquiry. Fleet Admiral, I have just emerged from a fierce battle, sustaining grievous wounds in the pursuit of the Navy's honor and justice. Is it so wrong to indulge a little? Virus, do you realize what you're saying? Do you know to whom you are speaking? Sengoku retorted angrily. Of course I do, the esteemed Fleet Admiral, recognized as the brilliant strategist, Buddha Sengoku. The tone of Virus is imbued not only with playful mockery, but also with a palpable sense of dissatisfaction. However, I wonder if the warlord of the warring states is aware that it won't be long before I am summoned to report to the deep-sea prison? Humph. Your intelligence is surprisingly astute. The warlord reigned in his anger, yet a hint of amusement danced across his features. Now, I present you with 2 choices. First, with the retirement of Admiral Zell, the director of the deep-sea prison, you may opt to become the new director of Impel Down. Second, you could assume the position of a rear admiral tasked with ensuring the safety of Mariewa and safeguarding the celestial dragons during their travels. TSK. What a truly challenging decision to make. With a tone laced with mockery, Virus uttered a remark that left the formidable Admiral Sengoku fuming. Oh, my apologies, illustrious Admiral Sengoku. A call from a friend has just come through. I shall return your call once I have gathered my thoughts. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the phone in his hand seemed to wilt, and the usually composed Sengoku, known as the Buddha of the Navy, was so enraged that he shattered the table with a single strike. However, Virus was not deceiving him. There truly was a call coming in. First, it was his junior brother, the Vice Admiral Akiji, stationed at Justice Island, who happened to be in the company of the Venerable Garp. Akiji remarked, Congratulations on your victory over Mihawk and the defeat of the Golden Lion Shiki. This achievement will surely elevate your status. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Virus. No need. Let him keep an eye on Luffy. One dragon is already enough to give the world government a headache. If another pirate king were to emerge. Kapu. You scoundrel. How could someone under my command possibly nurture a pirate king? Luffy is destined to become, like me, a just navy that upholds world peace. Kazan, haha. Then there is the newly appointed admiral of the East Sea, his loyal subordinate, Colonel Monka. Recently, he has been feeling somewhat out of sorts, as Virus has become the center of attention worldwide. This newly appointed East Sea admiral, once Virus's staunch confidant, has also received significant patronage from the East Sea nobility and the mafia families. Every night, he finds himself attending at least 3 banquets, waking each day with a chill in his kidneys. He feels that if things continue this way, he will be ruined. Therefore, he vents his grievances over the phone to Virus, eliciting hearty laughter from him, accompanied by a scolding, "You ungrateful wretch." Following that, there are Virus's private snail phones. Some acquaintances and old friends he has collaborated with, including a beautiful brigadier general from the Navy headquarters, Gion, whom he recently managed to impress. Gion, you rascal. Have you been toying with me all this time? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Virus. Well then, I suppose I shall ascend to the role of a sovereign and impel down. It is said that there are quite a number of beautiful female prisoners there. Cheyenne. Virus, you perverted scoundrel. Go perish. Soon after concluding his conversation with Cheyenne, Virus unleashed a torrent of chaos within his chamber, reveling in the delightful gifts bestowed upon him by Don Quixote da Flamingo. 2 hours later, invigorated and brimming with energy, Virus finally dialed the number of Fleet Admiral Fujitora. He clarified his ultimate choice, the fabled underwater prison, impelled down, in stark contrast to the tiresome role of a mere security guard for the celestial dragons. Reigning as a monarch in this realm promised far greater comfort. Moreover, with Magellan present in the depths of the prison, it would not hinder his ventures to hunt pirates and amass wealth. Furthermore, Impel Down housed numerous formidable beings, including former crewmates of the Pirate King, the fruit-fused Baroque works Barrett, the unparalleled swordsman Shiryu of the Rain, and the notorious warlord of the sea, Pizarro, among others. Virus harbored an intense fascination for them, whether it was to glean knowledge from their existence or to extinguish their lives. The prospect of experiencing that sensation was undeniably exquisite. Ultimately, he had a month of leave ahead, coupled with the privilege of recommending the newly appointed admiral of the North Sea. With his current stature and prowess, combined with a modicum of cunning, consolidating the underworld of the North Sea for a substantial profit was hardly a daunting task. In fact, the circumstances in the North Sea were even more conducive to integration than those in the East Sea, owing to the presence of the Don Quixote family in Germa 66. Moreover, he had attained the prestigious title of Vice Admiral, the White Tiger. The White Tiger was indeed his favorite. Knock, knock, knock. Lord Virus, the items you requested have been delivered. As Valus meticulously devised his strategy for the North Sea, the sound of dominoes echoed from outside. They have arrived. Upon hearing this, Valus brushed aside the delicate arms and beautiful legs of his lovely attendants and donned a splendid silk robe. Moments later, Valus and Domino entered an expansive bedroom, where over 20 large leather trunks lay scattered about, each filled with stacks of cash, specifically 10,000 berries per note, with each stack containing 100 notes, summing up to a staggering total of 203 billion berries. Of this, 185 billion had been earned as bounties from Diamante, Torres, and the infamous Shiki the Golden Lion. The remainder consisted of the unfortunate souls who had perished under cannon fire at the harbor today. Valus had procured the bounty notices for these individuals, funded by the treasures aboard their vessels. This venture was exceedingly lucrative for Valus. System. Maximize my Busashoka haki. Once Domino exited the room, Valus called out to the system from within. Ding. Congratulations, you have expended 189 billion berries and successfully perfected your Busashoka haki. As the notification chimed, Valus enveloped himself in Busashoka haki and leisurely approached the floor-length mirror. Gazing at his body, now cloaked in a glossy, dark hue of haki, a smile gradually crept across his lips. System, use the remaining funds to enhance my Kinbunchika haki. Ding. Congratulations, you have expended 140 million berries, and your Kinbunchika haki training level has improved. A wave of comfort washed over him. With the system's prompt, Valus gained a clearer perception of the world around him. He could discern events occurring within 100 meters, and, even with his eyes closed, could maintain awareness of everything within 10 meters. This was an unprecedented sensation. Moreover, Velas felt a pang of regret. He should have elevated his Kinbunchika haki sooner. Only now did he realize that this ability allowed for not only an acute awareness of an enemy's presence, but also the capability to gauge their location, numbers, and impending actions. This skill could even be applied to himself, enhancing his self-awareness and making him more perceptive overall. Such insights would enable a more scientific and targeted enhancement of his capabilities. He could even quantify his physical attributes, akin to a game. Using the figure of the delightful teacher as a benchmark, he estimated his physical prowess to be around 80. After all, despite the formidable physique of giants, compared to monsters like Kaido, there was a significant gap. This score also took into account his years of rigorous training. With a perfect score of 100 aimed at Fruit Awakening, he rated his fruit ability at 80. His swordsmanship, in comparison to the renowned Mihawk, would score at least 70. His mastery of the Marine 6 styles, relative to Rob Lucci, would be at least 120 points. In terms of physical combat and Busashou, using Admiral Karp as a reference, he would score approximately 70 and 100. As for Kinbunchiku, using Katakuri as a standard, he estimated it to be around 10. Thus, it appeared that his talent for Kinbunchiku was slightly superior to that of Busashoku, requiring less than 2 billion to fully cultivate. As for Haoshiku, this remained an enigma, as it is deeply tied to one's mindset and will. If one were to fight while dispirited, they might barely manifest a score of 10. However, it is certain that Haoshiku is undeniably linked to an individual's ambition and resolve. Take for instance, the former warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, who, in his youth, was flamboyant and formidable, possessing Haoshiku to rival Whitebeard. Yet, devoid of ambition, his Haoshiku had diminished to mere folly. Velas, however, would never become a second Gecko Moria. He possessed both ambition and resolve in abundance. This world would eventually bow to his will. As dusk fell, in the banquet hall of the Don Quixote family, the ornate crimson doors creaked open, revealing the North Sea Admiral clad in a pristine white naval uniform, accompanied by the statuesque Domino and Tina, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Is this the legendary North Sea Admiral? So young and handsome. Is he truly the one who defeated Mihawk and Shiki? He appears far too youthful. Those two female naval officers are exquisite. What a shame they are Velas consorts. I have no chance to pursue them. At such a young age with such prowess, had he not met an untimely end, he would undoubtedly secure a prominent position within the Navy or even the upper echelons of the world government. It would be wise to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Amidst the murmurs and gazes, several audacious and ambitious individuals approached, each with their own ulterior motives. I have met Lord Velas. Lord Velas, you truly radiate charisma. Lord Velas, I am the North Sea correspondent for the World News. May I take your photograph? Lord Velas, the Solomon family sends their most sincere regards. We are eager to serve you. Lord Velas, I have a pair of 12-year-old triplet daughters, blooming beauties with impressive figures. I wonder if you might be interested. Faced with these temptations, the North Sea Admiral merely chuckled softly, exhaling a plume of smoke like a dragon. Make way. The accompanying navy swiftly parted the crowd, and Velas continued his forward march. He halted only when he encountered the Underground King, who dominated the vast seas and controlled much of the North Sea's illicit trade, the former celestial dragon, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who humbly approached him. In the gaze of all, the typically arrogant Doflamingo bowed to the North Sea Admiral, holding out a wine glass in a show of respect. Fro, Lord Velas. Your presence at this banquet truly elevates its grandeur. Too kind, Velas replied. With a cigar clenched between his teeth, Veras initially smiled. But his expression quickly hardened as he coldly remarked, Doflamingo, has anyone ever told you that your laughter is rather unpleasant? Doflamingo's eyes flickered with a hint of ferocity. His lips twitched, and the veins on his forehead bulged ominously as he clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing ominously. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, turned pale and instinctively took several steps back. Those present at the banquet were representatives from various factions of the nearby islands and coastal regions. Over the years, they had come to understand Doflamingo's brutality and tyranny all too well. The Don Quixote family and Doflamingo were regarded as venomous serpents. Even though they were aware that the North Sea was on the brink of a tumultuous change, the deeply ingrained fear within them remained inescapable. However, on this very day, the shadow of that fear began to wane. For the fearsome night demon of the North Sea revealed an expression they had once witnessed before. He gritted his teeth in silent fury and indignation, yet he swallowed his humiliation and forced a smile, displaying a set of white teeth. My Lord Veras speaks the truth. My laughter is indeed unpleasant. As long as you remain in the North Sea, this jarring and repulsive sound shall not reach your ears. Those present, upon hearing his words, grasped an unspoken truth. In the North Sea, there was only the ever-flowing Admiral of the North Sea and the steadfast Don Quixote family. As long as Doflamingo held the title of Warlord of the Sea and bore the identity of a celestial dragon, his reign remained unchallenged. Veras cannot kill Don Quixote Doflamingo. Even the formidable Sakazuki, who once turned the North Sea into a river of blood, ultimately found himself promoted to the Navy headquarters by mere orders. However, They remain unaware that Virus is not the Sakazuki of yore. He is Caesar Virus. Not only does he possess strength surpassing that of the former Sakazuki, but his insatiable ambition and sinister methods are even more pronounced. Excellent. Virus nodded in satisfaction at Doflamingo's performance. He then raised his arm and gently placed it on Doflamingo's shoulder, his voice just audible enough for all to hear. Moreover, your smile is quite repugnant. I hope never to see it again. That damn bastard. Pika, witnessing such humiliation inflicted upon his lord, squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth, his rage palpable. Yet, his voice was barely heard, limited to the ears of the few remaining members of the Don Quixote family. Lau furrowed his brow, his eyes ablaze with fury, mirroring Pika's sentiments. As did the other family members. Among the crowd, however, two individuals displayed differing expressions, the infatuated Baby 5 in her black and white maid outfit and the intense Trafalgar Law. Having witnessed Virus's formidable strength, Law felt a renewed sense of certainty regarding his quest for vengeance. Suddenly, the powerful admiral of the North Sea vanished only to reappear before Pika. No, he did not merely stand before him. He loomed over Pika, his dark, polished fist poised to unleash a tempest. Boom. Pika's pupils constricted in terror as he attempted to evade, to emit a piercing scream of fear. Yet, he found himself immobilized, unable even to elementalize. Crack. The sound echoed. And with it, Pika's terror dissipated, along with his head, which resembled a watermelon crushed by a hammer. Splash. A plume of blood erupted into the air, akin to a horrifying crimson firework. What a terrifying display of power. With just a single punch, Pika, who was capable of annihilating a nation, had perished. He was a user of a natural type ability, yet he could not even elementalize before being slain. Is this the horror of the North Sea Admiral? He was a pirate worth billions. How chilling. It seems the Don Quixote family is doomed. No matter how formidable Doflamingo is, a tiger without its teeth is rendered powerless. Indeed, the North Sea is on the brink of transformation. He, Caesar Virus, is the true king of the North Sea. As the guests in the banquet hall witnessed this spectacle, alongside their collective terror, other thoughts began to emerge. The members of the Don Quixote family, who typically took pride in their lineage, were consumed by a singular fear. This terrifying individual would not eliminate them all, would he? The realization sent shudders through them. Their gazes towards the North Sea Admiral filled with trepidation. After all, the highest-ranking members of their family had been effortlessly slaughtered. The fearsome North Sea Admiral could extinguish their lives as easily as one would crush an ant. In light of this, the once arrogant family members, save for Trafalgar Law, felt as if they had been struck by a heavy blow, their faces etched with sheer terror. Even Baby 5, who usually reveled in infatuation, was rendered speechless by fear. Yet, just as this horrifying scene unfolded, an even more astonishing event occurred. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted, emanating from the young master of the Don Quixote family, the warlord Doflamingo. Not only was he applauding, but he was also lavishing praise upon the North Sea Admiral. You truly are the esteemed Admiral Caesar Virus. I have long wished to rid myself of such mindless trash, and I thank you for your assistance. Think nothing of it, Virus replied, his eyes squinting as he took a leisurely drag from his cigar. Exhaling a plume of swirling white smoke, he pressed his bloodied fist atop Trafalgar Law's hat, leaving a crimson mark upon his head before once again flashing a devilish grin. Doflamingo, I have a task for you, and I trust you shall not disappoint me. Of course, my lord, Doflamingo said, raising his right fist to his left chest, bowing his back towards the North Sea Admiral, his proud head lowered. This fellow possesses truly remarkable tactics. It seems Tina has underestimated him. Observing the scene, where the illustrious warlord, a former celestial dragon, bowed before Virus, Tina silently scoffed. The surrounding guests grasped the unfolding situation in the North Sea. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the former king of the North Sea, Doflamingo, would inevitably become a mere lapdog to the North Sea Admiral. Splendid. I indeed have not misjudged him. Witnessing Doflamingo's submissive demeanor, Virus took slow strides towards him, exhaling smoke as he spoke. This North Sea is utterly filthy. I am preparing to embark on a month-long cleansing campaign. I will handle all the pirates in the North Sea, while you shall address all the mafia families. How does that sound? At your command, my esteemed admiral, Doflamingo replied. His head still bowed, his voice resonating with obedience and magnetism. Yet in the shadows, beneath the dome-s illumination, Doflamingo's expression contorted into a grotesque snarl. In the North Sea, at Sulmanport, beneath the full moon, the chilling autumn wind swept through, causing the North Sea Admiral's cloak to flutter in the breeze. Yet, due to the day's gains, his expression was quite favorable. Besides the enhancement of his strength, he had seized half of the North Sea's underground revenues without losing a single soldier. Domino appeared to be in good spirits as well, as long as Virus was pleased. She found joy in it, simple as that. However, Tina, also braving the cold wind, felt a weight upon her heart. After traversing the final street of crumbling ruins, she spoke before boarding the ship. Will Doflamingo truly obey your commands? He certainly will. Valus came to a halt, slowly turning to face the shimmering sea adorned with silver waves, exuding an air of dominance and confidence as he spoke. As long as I, Caesar Valus, draw breath. Obedience is not optional. Heh, Domino, Witnessing this, smiled silently, producing a cigar and offering it to Velis. Upon seeing the cigar, Velis exchanged a flirtatious smile with Domino. This woman truly understood him. However, upon receiving the cigar, he did not place it directly between his lips. Instead, he handed it to Tina, the young and sophisticated woman who had yet to embrace smoking. Care to try? Thank you. Tina did not decline Velis, gripping the cigar in her hand. Although she was not fond of the taste of tobacco, there was something inexplicably appealing about the scent of Velis' cigar. Watching him smoke daily sparked her curiosity, prompting her desire to experience its flavor. No need for formality. As Velis produced a lighter to ignite the cigar in her hand, he gently reminded her, aware that it was her first experience with such indulgence. Cigars differ fundamentally from cigarettes. Smoking a cigarette is akin to breathing. However, with a cigar, one must draw the smoke into the mouth and then savor the lingering aroma as it is exhaled. Tina, hearing this for the first time, endeavored to follow Velis' guidance. She delicately bit down on the robust cigar he had offered, her porcelain lips swelling slightly as she took an awkward puff, the orange embers glimmering like tiny stars. With a careful exhale, she released a plume of smoke that curled gracefully into the air, wrinkling her nose to capture the fragrance. Seeing Tina's clumsy yet endearing attempts, Velis erupted into hearty laughter. What are you laughing at? Tina's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, interpreting his mirth as a critique of her actions, feeling both shy and slightly irked. Yet, the intoxicating scent that invaded her senses was undeniably pleasurable. I am simply amused by your beauty and the alluring curves of your figure, he replied with a playful grin. Velis, without any sense of propriety, made a jest while casually taking up a cigar. Curse him. He lacks seriousness. Tina, flattered by Velis' compliments, felt her cheeks flush with a rosy hue, her gaze flickering as she dared not meet his eyes any longer, diverting her attention to the shimmering sea. Yet, her heart remained tumultuously unsettled, especially when her peripheral vision caught the sight of Velis' handsome, yet rugged profile illuminated by the moonlight. Is this fellow truly only 20 years old? He appears several years my junior, yet possesses a depth of character akin to that of a warring states general, his strength likely surpassing that of Admiral Sakazuki in his prime. Moreover, despite his remarkable abilities, he trains with an unparalleled diligence, and he is undeniably strikingly handsome. What a creature that evokes such feelings of inadequacy. If only he were not so fickle in matters of the heart, perhaps Tina could. As her thoughts began to drift, her gaze lost its focus, and in a daze, she was unaware that she had already mastered the art of cigar smoking. This scoundrel of the Navy had imprinted himself indelibly upon her mind. The moonlight danced upon the ocean breeze as dashing figures in uniforms stood at the harbor, the pure white capes billowing in the wind, resembling a serene and exquisite oil painting. At this moment, Velis appeared not as a naval admiral, but rather as a mere traveler gazing upon the sea. At this moment, his heart was enveloped in an unprecedented tranquility, attuned to the very breath of the world. Unbeknownst to him, his perceptive prowess had subtly intensified. Alas, this fleeting serenity was soon shattered. A pair of exquisite sisters emerged upon the street. One tall and the other petite, both clad in tattered garments, each cradling a basket of flowers. The elder sister sported deep green hair, while the younger, with her charmingly diminutive stature, boasted a vibrant green bob. Upon beholding these sisters, Velis, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, grinned mischievously and inquired, Tina, do you have a preference for flowers? Of course, pink roses, replied Tina, her thoughts wandering, oblivious to the enchanting duo before her. Upon hearing her response, Velis sauntered towards the sisters. Tina finally registered the moment, her delicate face flushing with a radiant blush. Roses. That signifies love. And pink roses symbolize the sweetness of first love. Their language conveys the most beautiful encounters, an eternal longing for you. Oh, Tina, what are you doing? Velis, that fellow, is bound to misunderstand. Perhaps tonight he will engage in some rather inappropriate actions towards her. What should I do then? Should I acquiesce to his advances? Or perhaps feign reluctance, or even deliver a heartless rejection? In a moment, Tina's thoughts were in disarray. Meanwhile, Velis had approached the two sisters, offering them a charming smile. Young man, are you going to buy a flower for the beautiful older sister? The little girl with emerald green hair asked, her large, innocent eyes sparkling as she extended a red rose toward him. Of course, Velis replied with a grin, but he did not accept the flower. His gaze fell upon the sister with deep green hair, specifically fixating on her ample bosom. However, I prefer the more generous offerings. Please exchange it for one that is more voluptuous. Big brother, then this one is for you. Upon hearing Velis' request, the blue-haired girl presented a blooming blue rose. This one is the most exquisite. Indeed. Velis smiled and nodded, yet his arms suddenly became enveloped in the ominous aura of haki. Swiftly reaching out to grasp the necks of the two sisters. What I seek is not flowers, but your lives, he coughed. The Don Quixote family, Monet and Sugar found themselves abruptly seized by Velis, their eyes brimming with profound fear, their delicate faces turning crimson. Monet's ample bosom heaved, her long legs trembling uncontrollably, while Sugar's petite legs flailed helplessly in the air. Tina, who had been momentarily lost in her thoughts, instantly drew her treasured blade upon witnessing this scene. It was the famed Sakura-ten, once belonging to the legendary Captain Shiki, a weapon of great renown. Domino was quick to follow suit, brandishing another of Shiki's blades, Moku Kusa, as she approached Virus, who was on the verge of suffocating the sisters. Their eyes rolling back in despair, tears streaming down their faces. As a user of the mist fruit, she transformed her body into white ropes, skillfully binding both Monet and Sugar. Meanwhile, the imposing Tina positioned her long sword against the sisters' throats, observing the beautiful sisters being restrained by Tina and Domino. Virus took a moment to appreciate Domino's rope work before finally releasing them. His initial intention was to let them experience a taste of dread, to understand the essence of fear itself. As soon as the grip on their necks loosened, the flushed Sugar began to cough incessantly, while the statuesque Monet gasped for breath. Her gaze filled with trepidation as she looked at Virus. Noticing Monet regaining her composure, Tina pressed the cold edge of her blade against Monet's artery, narrowing her eyes as she coldly inquired, "Who are you? Did Don Quixote send you?" "And no. We came on our own accord," Monet stammered, her voice trembling in fear. Just days prior, they had been rescued by Don Quixote, having recently joined the family, still lacking any significant rank. Thus, they were unqualified to attend the banquet. Hearing the higher-ups, Quinn and Lao Ji vehemently denouncing Virus, she had impulsively decided to seize the opportunity to prove herself and ascend the ranks. "Am I a fool?" Tina's tone turned harsh as she sensed Monet's admission of allegiance to Don Quixote. "You acknowledge him as your lord yet claim you acted independently?" Monet was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to counter Tina's accusation. At that moment, Virus, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, narrowed his eyes, sensing that the sisters were not deceiving him. If Don Quixote had indeed sent them, it would have been more prudent for them to act during the banquet. Sending these two young girls alone would be futile. Even if they could turn him into a puppet, his physical prowess would allow him to retaliate instantly. Moreover, during the banquet, Virus had effectively showcased his observation hockey, making it impossible for him to miss the hostility emanating from the sisters. Thus, he concluded that they were indeed truthful, and he had no intention of killing them. If memory served, Monet and Sugar had joined the Don Quixote family a decade prior to Luffy's voyage, meaning Sugar was likely only 12 or 13, while Monet was merely 16 or 17. Their loyalty to Don Quixote was likely minimal. Hence, Virus decided to extend a chance to the sisters, for their abilities were noteworthy. Monet possessed the snow fruit, granting her powers akin to a snow maiden, enabling her to conjure blizzards and regulate temperatures, as well as the ability to fly. Sugar's powers were even more strategically valuable. Her fruit could transform enemies into toys of her imagination, and if their mental fortitude was lacking, she could erase their memories, rendering them utterly obedient. All contingent upon her emotional stability. "Your name is Monet, and hers is Sugar, correct?" "Yes," Monet replied, the warm breath from Virus brushing against her face, coupled with the intensity of his gaze, causing her heart to race. This gaze resembled that of potential buyers inspecting slaves confined within iron cages. Given that they had dared to confront the Don Quixote family, it was clear they had thoroughly investigated its intricacies. Their attempt at ambush was tantamount to courting death. Monet felt a wave of regret wash over her, chastising herself for her impulsiveness and dragging Sugar into this perilous situation, realizing she had provoked someone far beyond her capabilities. "How could I be so foolish? How could I think I could assist my lord in vanquishing such a formidable adversary? Are you afraid?" Virus inquired, his eyes glinting with intrigue as he stepped closer, their noses nearly touching, his chest pressing against Monet's ample bosom. Monet gulped nervously, an unprecedented sense of shyness flooding her as her cheeks flushed. Despite having once been slaves, they had never been touched by their master, who sought to sell them at a good price. Thus, she had never experienced such proximity to a man, especially one as strikingly handsome and terrifyingly powerful as Virus, who could easily end their lives. I am afraid. Afraid, yet you dare to come and threaten me?" Virus's gaze bore into her, releasing a cloud of smoke that enveloped her delicate features, his large hand resting on her waist. "Do you know what price those who come to kill me have had to pay?" Monet felt the humid smoke caress her face, igniting an itch. And as a cool hand descended toward her smooth abdomen, she shuddered. In that instant, she realized that perhaps she and her sister still had a chance at survival. "Virus, I beg you, spare my sister. She was dragged here against her will. Just let her go, and I will do anything you ask. I can be your maid. I can kill for you. Just please spare my sister." "Silence. No more noise," Tina interjected, her expression darkening with anger, the air thick with tension. Having witnessed the intimate exchange between Virus and Monet, she was already displeased, and Monet's desperate plea to become Virus's servant only exacerbated her frustration. "Virus, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Virus. Greetings, Doflamingo." "Doflamingo. Lord Virus, how may I assist you?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The cold, indifferent voice of Virus echoed in the air. Did those two naive young girls dare to attempt the assassination of the esteemed admiral of the North Sea without your command? My lord Virus. I swear these two are not sent by me. Despite his overwhelming fury, with his nails digging into his flesh, Don Quixote Flamingo dared not defy Virus. He understood that he was no match for Virus, that despicable naval scoundrel, who would only superficially regard his status. Should he disobey, on a dark and stormy night, he might mysteriously meet his demise, leaving no trace behind. My lord Virus, if you do not believe me, I can go and kill those two scoundrels right now. I will tear them to shreds. Enough. Virus brusquely interrupted him, leaving a chilling command before terminating the call. I shall take an additional 10% of the North Sea Underworld's revenue. Should such an incident occur again, I will be the first to come and end you. Click. As the line fell silent, Flamingo, seething with rage, waved his hand at the mountains, the sharp white line glistening silver in the moonlight. Slash, slash, slash. The simultaneous sound of 3 cuts resonated, and the summit of Solman Mountain, approximately 300 meters high, was cleaved into 4 segments. The upper 3 sections immediately began to slide downwards, following the neat incisions towards the sea. A thunderous roar echoed as the mountain crashed into the ocean, producing a terrifying sound, while Flamingo let out a wild, devilish howl, his expression twisted like that of a demon, his eyes filled with malevolence. Virus, you despicable naval wretch. I shall surely slay you. I will dismember you into 1,000 pieces. I will annihilate everyone around you. Just wait for me. At Solman Port, aboard the Admiral's flagship, my lord Virus. My lord Virus. Upon Virus's return, the North Sea Navy saluted him with faces glowing with pride, their eyes brimming with admiration. This recent naval battle not only earned them enough merit, but also amassed a frightening fortune. Virus had directly allocated 30% of the earnings to them. In the past, receiving even 10% would have been considered fortunate. Furthermore, this time it was the merchant vessels of the entire port. Just this single income was equivalent to their past decades' worth of illicit gains. Well done. Facing his subordinates, Virus smiled warmly and gestured with his hand. He was generally lenient toward his men, as long as they adhered to the rules he established. However, should anyone overstep their bounds, he would unhesitatingly sever their heads. Observing this devilish man, who garnered such profound respect and support, the recently captured sisters, Monet and Sugar, were quite taken aback. However, they did not dwell on it for long, as surviving in Virus's grasp was already their greatest fortune. Furthermore, after that recent phone call, they were now under Virus's command, with no choice but to serve him. Without the protection of Admiral Caesar Virus of the North Sea, given Don Quixote Flamingo's nature, the two of them would surely have been flayed alive and dismembered. In the captain's quarters, my lord Virus, you have returned. A little fox spirit, clad in a black and white maid outfit, beamed with delight upon seeing Virus at the door. However, as the door swung open and she caught sight of a striking woman with a voluptuous figure and green hair standing behind him, her rosy lips immediately puckered in displeasure. Ah, you have returned. Noticing the little Dasky-esque expression, Virus feigned ignorance with a smile. Stepping into the room and approaching her, he ruffled her hair and said, Go fetch the sea-stone handcuffs. I have an important task to assign to Dasky. At your command. Upon hearing Virus had a task for her, Dasky immediately perked up. With a salute, she dashed off to retrieve the sea-stone handcuffs. My lord Virus, here you go. Not for me. With a smile, Valus shook his head and turned to look at the timid sisters standing at the door. Do you see that little girl with green hair? He asked. With a serious expression, Dasky nodded emphatically, already surmising her task was related to the girl. From now on, she is under your charge. You will oversee her training during the day and guard her at night to prevent her escape. Can you accomplish this task? I guarantee the successful completion of my duties. Dasky saluted with military precision, her gaze intensely fixed on Sugar. The little girl with the green hair, Sugar, suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Her intuition was indeed accurate. Tonight would be the happiest night she would spend aboard Valus' ship. However, starting tomorrow, she would endure Miss Dasky's hellishly rigorous training. A few minutes later, Dasky, persuaded by Valus, led her little sister Sugar out of the room. Subsequently, Valus arranged for Monet to take a bath. Yet, Tina, clad in a strikingly fitted red suit, showed no intention of leaving. Valus winked at her, his tone laced with mischief as he smirked. My dear Deputy Commander Tina, are you here tonight to protect this naval scoundrel of mine? You scoundrel. Tina's eyes blazed with fury, her lips quivering. It was evident she was gritting her teeth, wishing she could deliver a couple of punches right to Valus' eyes. However, he audaciously pressed on, stepping closer and suddenly taking action. He placed his hands against the wall beside her ears, causing Tina's cheeks to flush crimson as she instinctively retreated, pressing her back against the wall, only to have Valus close the distance once more. What are you doing, Valus? I warn you not to act recklessly. I am not one of those frivolous women. Of course, I am well aware of that. Virus gazed intently into her eyes, gradually lowering his head as he spoke. Thud. Tina, who had been single for 26 years, felt her face flush crimson, her pupils trembling as she struggled to swallow. Her lips quivered, her body shook, and her legs trembled tightly together. Her delicate white hands clutched the pristine cloak emblazoned with justice, while her toes were firmly pressed together within her military boots. At that moment, Her mind was a blank slate, her heartbeat echoing like a drum. Thump, thump. Observing Tina's state, Virus was keen to seize the opportunity. He leaned down toward her cherry lips, offering a sweet and intoxicating confection, his large hands stealthily creeping upwards. Suddenly, the sound of her phone jolted a dazed Tina back to reality, and she struggled to push Virus away, gasping for breath. Ha, ha. It was then that she realized her top and skirt had inexplicably been hiked up to her waist, leaving her with a tingling, burning sensation on her left chest. Virus. How dare you, you shameless pervert. I admit to being a pervert, but shameless? That's not quite right, is it? Just look at my teeth. Valrus, seemingly unperturbed, flashed a mischievous grin, revealing his teeth. Especially as remnants of Tina's lipstick lingered at the corners of his mouth, he leaned down again, intent on savoring the lipstick. You scoundrel! Tina exclaimed, biting her crimson lip as she swiftly turned her profile away, casting a gaze filled with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation upon Valrus. She crossed her left arm defensively and nudged him in the chest with her right elbow. Her thoughts were tumultuous, although she had been captivated by Valrus. The prospect of taking that step was difficult for her to embrace. Particularly as a proud woman, how could she ever consent to be merely one of Valrus's conquests? Watching him frivolously dally with others? Yet, after all these years, he was the only man who had truly stirred her heart. If she were to deny him, oh dear, how utterly vexing. Virus, that scoundrel. If it were only Domino and Dasky, I could tolerate it. But you twisted pervert, have a penchant for every woman you encounter, and your entanglement with Gion is far from over. Tonight, you've even brought back a pair of sisters. How am I supposed to endure this life? It's driving me mad. The more Tina pondered, the more her heart was filled with turmoil and rage, leaving her with a profound sense of loss. Yet, her thoughts were a chaotic whirlpool of distress. As the naval disgrace and admiral of the North Sea, Virus, noticing Tina's refusal to share her lipstick, released her to answer a phone call. After all, it was late. And a call from the Grand Admiral could only mean something serious, not a matchmaking opportunity. As for Tina, a few sweet words would suffice. He was never in want of women. His philosophy was clear. He could allow a woman to ride atop him, but never permit one to ride over him. Within a month, he was confident he could persuade Tina to willingly join him in his bed. Esteemed Grand Admiral Sengoku, at this late hour. Virus answered the phone with his usual teasing and languid tone. Yet, Sengoku's voice was laced with urgency, even tinged with rare anger. Virus, immediately set course for the entrance of the Grand Line in the North Sea and rescue them. The naval training camp has come under attack. The mention of the naval training camp stirred a memory within Virus, one colored by the tales of Black Arm Zephyr. Once a vice admiral of the Navy, Zephyr was renowned for his formidable Busashoka haki, earning him the moniker Black Arm Zephyr. Despite his many campaigns against pirates, he had never taken a life, earning the title of the non-lethal admiral. Of course, he dismissed such accolades as mere exaggerations. A pirate who doesn't kill? It's hard enough to become a captain, let alone an admiral. Nevertheless, since this was how the records portrayed him, he chose not to contest it. Ultimately, he epitomized the Navy as compassion, a staunch advocate for peace. However, after the merciless murder of his wife and child by pirates, he fell into despair. It was only after Sengoku's persuasion that he became the chief instructor at the Navy headquarters, nurturing the seeds of justice within the ranks. The future admirals Akane Sakazuki, Kazari Borsellino, and Akiji Kazan were among his earliest students. His influence stretched far and wide, with notable students like Tina, Smoker, and Virgo, signifying his immense contribution to the Navy. Yet, during one fateful mission to eliminate pirates, he encountered the future warlord of the sea, the deranged Edward Weevil. In that battle, he lost an arm, and nearly all his crew perished, leaving him engulfed in guilt and shame. Ironically, it was this very tragedy that drew the attention of the world government to Weevil's strength, casting a dark shadow over the entire Navy. After futile protests against the world government, Weevil was formally inducted as a warlord of the sea, fueled by his hatred for pirates. Zephyr departed from the Navy to form the Neo Navy, embarking on a relentless quest to eradicate pirates. Yet, amidst his rampage, he developed a desire to annihilate the world. Unfortunately for him, he crossed paths with Prince Luffy. In the end, the world remained intact. But he found himself at the mercy of the very students he once took pride in. One command, one execution, one grave desecration, and a crowd merely watching the spectacle. Thus, he became a quintessential tragic figure. However, in Virus's eyes, if one were to follow the narrative, he appeared utterly foolish, deserving of no sympathy whatsoever. At his peak, his combat prowess rivaled that of Garp, yet he failed to slay any pirates even after the murder of his wife and child, when his entire crew met their demise. And he lost his arm. Only then did he think of avenging himself against pirates. Even as he approached death, he yearned to annihilate the world. Was his mind not utterly deranged? Furthermore, if he possessed the secret to destroying the world, why not use it to manipulate the world government? Had that knowledge been in his possession, he could have easily compelled the world government to pursue Edward Weevil with fervor. Just 2 sentences. You kill Edward Weevil. Otherwise, I will expose this secret to the world. Even Im-sama would break into a cold sweat, and the Gorosei would have no choice but to comply. Foolishness. Virus, did you hear that? If you can save Zephyr this time, I shall owe you a great favor. Noticing Virus's silence, Sengoku raised his voice, the urgency palpable in his tone. Understood, I shall set forth at once. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Virus dismissed her proposal, deeming the slow pace of the fellow named Bartholomew unsuitable for transporting two individuals. He attempted to establish contact with Admiral Kazara here. With that remark, Virus swiftly exited the room, seeking out his new steed, the rotund Bartholomew endowed with the powers of the spin fruit, and set forth towards Reverse Mountain. Meanwhile, the Don Quixote family convened a meeting. Don Quixote Doflamingo wore a sinister and grotesque smile, his lips stretching to the roots of his ears, with veins bulging ominously on his forehead. The remaining members of the Don Quixote family sat in silence, too intimidated to raise their heads. The sound of footsteps echoed, belonging to a bald elder clad in a blue hoodie and tight pants, which prompted the assembly to exhale cautiously. Young master, as the chief steward of the Don Quixote family, Lao Ji knelt before Doflamingo. Although Monet and Sugar had indeed vanished, it was inconceivable that those two young girls could have assassinated that naval scoundrel. Hehehe, I am well aware, Doflamingo replied with a chilling grin, his crimson tongue licking his lips. That rascal Virus must have been captivated by their allure, abducting Monet and Sugar while simultaneously extorting a sum. That despicable naval wretch shall meet his end at my hands. Young master, your wisdom is undeniable, Lao Ji concurred, lowering his head once more. Furthermore, I bring tidings of good news. Hehehe, pray tell. The Marrow fruit has been located and will soon be delivered to the Sairman Islands. Excellent. Doflamingo expressed his excitement, the tension in his forehead dissipating. The moment a powerful devil fruit user meets their demise, a new devil fruit swiftly emerges, igniting a frenzy among the great powers. This is why many of the most notorious pirates are incarcerated and impelled down rather than executed by the world government. The ambitions of those who traverse these seas are insatiable. Once these formidable fruits are acquired, they inevitably give rise to a new breed of terrifying monstrosities or become tools for other ambitious individuals. Doflamingo himself is one such ambition-driven figure, intent on utilizing the Marrow fruit to eliminate the naval scoundrel Caesar Virus. Sairman Islands, offshore. Do you have any guidance? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Valus discerned the reason for her call, his tone laced with both levity and mockery. You know, the North Sea is not only home to monsters but also to exquisite beauties. Don Quixote Doflamingo is a shrewd individual who understands the art of appealing to one's desires. Gion, seething with indignation, felt as though she could unleash a torrent of carbonated fury upon Valus, her chest swelling with exasperation, as if her 36E bust had transformed into a 38F. Yet, recalling the urgency of the situation, she resolutely pinched her thigh and suppressed her emotions. I am too disinterested in your trivial matters. I currently represent the Naval General Staff. However, upon hearing Gion's intent to adopt a formal stance, Valus promptly terminated the call. Naval Headquarters, General Staff. That scoundrel. Dressed in her pajamas, Gion gritted her teeth, her fists clenching with a crackling intensity, her chest rising and falling tumultuously with ire. Gion, hold your temper for now. Saving lives is paramount. We shall deal with this scoundrel later. Even Vice Admiral Crane, clad in military attire, found himself equally incensed by Valus's antics. Yet, with Yellow Ape Borsalino unresponsive, Valus was the North Sea's foremost combatant, the only one capable of reaching the scene swiftly. For the sake of rescue, they had to endure this indignity. This bastard. Gion seethed, picking up the phone once more. Valus, my mentor Zephyr has been attacked at sea, and you. Why should I care? Valus, do not forget that you are a member of the Navy. Gion, do not forget that I am a scoundrel. Scoundrel, hurry and save him. State your conditions. First, you must call me good husband twice. You. Gion's breath caught in her throat, her cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Vice Admiral Crane's expression grew peculiar, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Rumors had been circulating within the headquarters, suggesting that Gion and Valus had. Initially, she had dismissed such claims, for Gion was renowned for her pride and steadfast belief in the purity of justice within the Navy. With so many distinguished naval officers vying for her affections, how could she possibly be entangled with a naval scoundrel like Valus? Yet, hearing their exchange now, Crane found herself momentarily plagued by an unsettling notion, as if her cherished daughter was being courted by a wild boar. Her emotions were quite complex, especially as Gion, much quicker than she had anticipated, exclaimed those three words, Valus, you scoundrel, good husband, hurry and save him. If anything happens to Mentor Zephyr, good husband, I shall surely slay you with my golden sword. Vice Admiral Crane, in the Solomon Islands, offshore. All right, good husband, I shall go save him. After teasing Gion, Valus set down the phone with a smile. However, immediately after, the calls began to flood in, one after another. Carp, Kazan, Fire Mountain, Bone Picker, Weasel, Jackie, Even Smoker reached out, imploring him for assistance in rescue efforts. It seemed this old man was indeed a veritable network of connections. As Valus hung up one call after another, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, and then he retracted the soundproof barrier, stamping his foot in frustration. Damn fatso. Pick up the pace. Haven't you eaten dinner? Sir, I am already at full speed. The wind resistance with passengers is substantial, Buffalo explained, looking quite pitiful. Upon hearing this, Valus was suddenly inspired. In an instant, a pale blue barrier sprang forth. But this time it only formed a semicircle, just enough to shield both himself and Bahafalil. Wow. Incredible! The resistance of the wind dissipated, and his speed surged to an astonishing rate, startling even Bahafalil. Yet, this was only the beginning. Bahafalil's velocity continued to escalate. Before long, his speed had multiplied tenfold, reaching nearly twice the speed of sound, which was the very limit of his capacity. At such a velocity, Valus began to sense a slight pressure. However, it was not a significant concern. Moreover, a new training method suddenly dawned on him, one that was more discreet and effective. Previously, he had relied on his fruit ability to nullify the kinetic energy of others. But what if he applied it to himself? How intriguing. Virus felt it was worth a try, but not tonight. This evening, he had to rush to save lives. He was still unfamiliar with the situation on site and would not squander his energy frivolously. After all, Black Arm Zephyr, though over 60, had significantly diminished strength. Yet, he remained an elite rear admiral, bolstered by his combat experience and hockey mastery. Alongside him were 2 brigadier instructors from the training camp and a carefully selected crew of trainees. For such a formidable lineup to be annihilated, leaving only 2 students, Anin Binz, along with a one-armed Zephyr, was hard to believe. He did not trust the opposing forces, consisting solely of Edward Weevil and Miss Bakken. There might be unforeseen changes afoot. 10 minutes prior, the naval training ship pursuing the demon pirate crew arrived near the Rain Islands. Those damned human traffickers. They think they can escape after encountering us. Binz, clad in a white naval uniform, scoffed, raising a loudspeaker to shout, "Fools, dock your ship and release the hostages, or you will meet your doom." Humph. Do you take us for fools? A burly man wearing a horned skull pirate helmet and oversized shorts mocked in return, wielding a massive black axe. Let me tell you, this is Miss Bakken's territory. She was once a member of the Rocks Pirates and had ties with Whitebeard Edward. Even Doflamingo gives her face. My goods are meant for her. Those who are unafraid of death can come forward. Miss Bakken? Never heard of her. Who are you trying to scare? Binz retorted with a disdainful chuckle. However, upon hearing the names Bakken, Whitebeard, and the Rocks Pirates, Ein, standing behind Binz, furrowed her brow. She was a striking beauty, with sea blue hair and a petite face, clad in a purple tank top and black shorts, her tan skin glowing. Her long, slender legs bore an X-shaped scar on her right leg, accentuated by sharp black heels, and she donned a white colonel's cape. She was the user of the backward fruit and the top student of this naval training camp. Binz, considering the legendary pirate crew, we should exercise caution. I'll go call teacher Zephyr. Ein, you are being overly cautious. Binz dismissed her concern, and their classmates echoed his sentiment. How many pirates can be trusted? They are just waving false flags. If there were truly members of the Rocks Pirates, how could they hide in such a remote place, even if Miss Bakken were present? Her bounty is merely 18 million berries. What strength could a mere female slave possess? Ein, don't disturb the teacher. He is currently in a heated debate with Admiral Sengoku regarding the Shichibukai policy. He has been in a foul mood these days. Yes. Ein, you wouldn't want tomorrow's training to be doubled, would you? Fine. Persuaded by their words, Ein ceased her insistence. Yet, just as they were about to land on the island, Ein, possessing observation hockey, suddenly felt a terrifying sense of oppression, an unprecedented threat of death. Suddenly, a devastating slash, powerful enough to cleave mountains and oceans, surged towards them. Crack! In an instant, their training ship was severed in 2, and the sea appeared to be split asunder. Boom! Following the horrifying strike, the split naval training ship erupted in flames. How is this possible? Major Binz was thrown back by the shockwave, landing several meters away. Utterly dumbfounded, the surviving naval elites gaped in disbelief at the scene before them, filled with dread and horror. The latest and sturdiest naval vessel had been sliced in half and exploded. The ocean bore a 100-foot-long gash. Could such destruction truly be the result of human power? As they remained stunned by the spectacle, the sea blue-haired beauty, the naval colonel, dashed towards the blazing ship. Teacher, Zephyr-sensei, I'm fine. Little Ein. I was once the highest combat strength of the Navy headquarters. I'm not so easily dispatched. Amidst the raging flames, a formidable figure enveloped in hockey emerged. Following closely were 2 imposing figures, naval brigadiers, the instructors from the training camp, Ray Eyes and Bull. Upon seeing the stalwart elder and the 2 instructors, the crowd felt a surge of reassurance, eagerly surrounding them. But soon, an overwhelming and suffocating sense of dread returned. Even the renowned Black Arm Zephyr furrowed his brow, for he beheld several familiar yet terrifying figures. At the forefront was a grotesque man with a lopsided grin and a crescent mustache, his bulk reminiscent of a failed cosmetic surgery version of Whitebeard, wielding a Qinglong Yenwei Dao. On his shoulder rested a gaunt woman with short golden hair and sunglasses. Exuding an air of market-savvy lewdness, she was none other than the infamous scientist of the Rocks pirates, Miss Bacon. Flanking them were two terrifying beings. One bore a striking resemblance to a younger Kaido of the beasts, covered in black fur, with distorted horns atop his head, wielding a replicated thunderbagua. The other was a hairless man, his body riddled with stitched scars, brandishing a large knife. His features were eerily reminiscent of a certain individual, Shiki the Golden Lion, who had recently been slain by the North Sea Admiral, Caesar Virus. This madwoman. The sight of these three monstrous figures instilled an ominous premonition in Zephyr. As a former admiral of the Navy headquarters, nearly becoming the fleet admiral, he was well aware of numerous secrets. Miss Bacon had once been a scientist of the Rocks pirates, collaborating with the genius scientist Vegapunk, only to later steal a portion of their joint research and escape. Given the current scenario, it was evident that these three abhorrent beings were likely modified or cloned entities, utilizing the bloodlines of Kaido, Whitebeard, and Shiki. Judging by the recent devastating strike, the individual under Miss Bacon's control possessed at least half the strength of a younger Whitebeard. Such power was undoubtedly terrifying, and even he would not dare to confront it head-on. Moreover, there was the added threat of the cloned beings Kaido and Shiki by her side. The three individuals represent a formidable fraction of the combat strength of the Rocks pirates. It remains uncertain whether they have inherited the devil fruit abilities of the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Kaido. If they have, the consequences would be dire. Faced with such a situation, the battle-hardened Zephyr hesitated to act recklessly. However, after a brief moment of contemplation marked by a slight frown, he quickly formulated a plan. Bins, Ein. Retreat with the trainees for now and relay a message to the Navy headquarters. We have encountered former Rocks Pirates member Bacon and Edward Weevil. We shall temporarily engage these three. Understood, Commander. Yes, Sensei. The two Navy colonels unsheathed their swords, and Bins and Ein promptly sprang into action. Ahahaha. Zephyr, I never expected to see you in the North Sea. As the individuals before her stirred, Miss Bacon produced a black folding fan, a sinister smile curling on her wrinkled face. In that case, let my creations taste their demise. My beloved children, eliminate them all. With her command, she leaped down from Edward Weevil's shoulder. The monstrous trio, Kaido of the Beasts, the Golden Lion Shiki, and Edward Weevil charged forward, unleashing sheer terror that shook the very ground. And that was not the end of it. From the depths of the forest emerged even more grotesque humanoid abominations. Some bore 2 heads, others 4 legs. And some were fish-headed with human bodies, each more repulsive than the last, howling as they pursued Ein and the others. All of these were the experimental subjects of Miss Bacon, once living humans. Miss Bacon, you fiend. Upon witnessing these horrifying modifications, Zephyr's fury ignited. Yet, he found himself entangled with the dim-witted but terrifyingly strong Edward Weevil. Fortunately, his disciples were Navy elites, having trained under him rigorously. After a brief moment of chaos, under Ein's command and with Bins's flourishing fruit abilities, they managed to hold their ground. Good children. Zephyr, treating his students as his own offspring, felt immense gratification upon witnessing their performance. Focusing on Edward Weevil, he quickly discerned the boy's fighting style and realized that these creatures lacked devil fruit powers. The 2 Navy colonels, experienced in battle, successfully restrained the 2 modified clones. A triumphant smile spread across Zephyr's face as he capitalized on his extensive combat experience to break free and charge toward Miss Bacon. Humph, a truly troublesome adversary. Miss Bacon, unfazed by Zephyr's advance, smirked wickedly. Foolish Navy, do you really think you can play this game with me? Weevil, annihilate those Navy personnel by the shore. Okay. Mama. The dim-witted Edward Weevil grinned foolishly. Foolishness. Zephyr's expression darkened as he aimed a powerful kick at Miss Bacon, swiftly retreating to rescue his students. However, Miss Bacon was no weakling. She dodged his kick with ease and grimaced, issuing another command. Little Kaido, Lion, my dear children, consume the gifts Mother has bestowed upon you. What? Zephyr felt a chill run down his spine as he witnessed the grotesque clones resembling Kaido and the Golden Lion evade their opponents, each producing a red pill. This was the infamous and highly sought-after drug, yes, widely circulated in the underworld. Furthermore, the creature resembling Whitebeard, Edward Weevil, raised a massive crescent-shaped blade, unleashing a terrifying crescent of sword energy that cleaved through mountains and seas. The target. It was none other than his students, the seedlings of justice representing the Navy's future. Damn it. No. Upon seeing the horrifying sword energy unleashed, Zephyr foresaw the grim fate awaiting his students. His eyes blazed red, and with clenched teeth, he seethed with an unprecedented fury, a wave of destruction surging within him. Damn pirates. I will eradicate you all. Yet, despite his unbridled rage, the terrifying flying slash hurtled towards Ein, Bins, and the others. Moreover, the 2 Navy colonels accompanying him fell victim to the rampaging modified beings. Riser was obliterated by the thunderous impact, while Bull was shredded by a terrifying flash of sword light. Simultaneously, these 2 monstrous entities charged toward him. But at that moment, Zephyr's focus was solely on his students. With iron arms enveloped in hockey, he braced himself to endure the onslaught of the 2 terrifying beasts. Clang, bang, thud. The overwhelming force struck Zephyr, injuring him severely, yet his steps did not falter. His gaze remained locked on the trajectory of the flying slash. No, don't. Despite having mentally condemned his students to death, he desperately wished for a miracle to occur. In this sea, though fraught with destruction and bloodshed, it was precisely the presence of miracles that rendered it vibrant and captivating. And today, that miracle was named Caesar Verus, with a deafening roar reminiscent of thunder. North Sea Admiral Caesar Verus made his entrance. The moment he appeared, he unleashed a signature move of the legendary Admiral Carp, Galaxy Impact, a terrifying fist. Reed and red and black lightning surged forth with apocalyptic fury, colliding with the slash. Crack! A more dreadful explosion ensued as the clash between the slash and the fist obliterated numerous formidable humanoid monsters, reducing them to mere ashes. The ground erupted, creating a massive pit 100 meters deep, smoke billowing like a dragon in motion, while surrounding trees were uprooted. Bins. And the other Navy elites were thrown into the sea by the shockwave. No, to be precise, they were thrown onto the beach. As the once turbulent waters had been repelled, even retreating 100 feet away. Are we saved? This is wonderful. We are alive. But who is that? Is it Admiral Carp? What a terrifying fist. No, that can't be Admiral Carp. His hair is black. His rank is Colonel. Could it be? Could he be the legendary North Sea Admiral? The one who defeated the Golden Lion Shiki and bested Hawkeye Mihawk, Caesar Verus. As Aine overheard the discussions among her peers, she immediately recognized the North Sea Admiral. Truly, North Sea Admiral is a terrifying monster. Just as she finished her thought, a towering wave surged back toward them. Aine reacted swiftly, commanding, Bins, activate your abilities. Lift us all up. We shall observe from here and not disrupt the commander. Understood. Bins unleashed his power, causing dozens of saplings to sprout from the ground, growing wildly under his influence. On the coast, a raucous laughter erupted from Zephyr as he beheld the young, dashing man with an alluringly arrogant expression. However, at that moment, Miss Bakken cursed the North Sea Admiral and issued another command. Sons, kill that old man with purple hair. With that, she turned and fled. Confident that she could subdue Zephyr, a former admiral, along with a group of insignificant minions. Yet, the presence of the famed North Sea Admiral, a man capable of severing the wrist of Mihawk and defeating the formidable Shiki, instilled in her a sense of trepidation. Understood, mother. Edward Weevil, with a touch of foolishness, brandished his weapon and charged at Zephyr. At that moment, Zephyr was already ensnared by the likes of Shiki and Kaido, his strength waning. Weevil swung his blade with all his might, severing the proud iron arm of the former admiral, blood gushing forth in an instant. Crack! Teacher! Aine trembled at the sight, tears streaming down his cheeks. Yet, at that moment, the North Sea Admiral had arrived on the battlefield, a glint of cold light flashing. With a swift motion, the grotesque creature that had severed Zephyr's arm lost its head, crimson blood raining down. Despite the loss of his arm, Zephyr remained unfazed, as if pain were a foreign concept. Seizing the opportunity, he leapt away, covering several meters in a single bound. However, when he steadied himself and turned back, he was met with an even more astonishing sight. The heads of the two monsters, Kaido and Shiki, were also rolling in the air, their brain matter mingling with blood. This little fellow. What a terrifying swordsmanship. The battle-hardened Zephyr instinctively swallowed in astonishment. Observers from a distance were equally shocked by the breathtaking scene before them. It was Edward Weevil who had managed to entangle their teacher, the former Admiral Zephyr, leading to the annihilation of this elite group of Navy officers. Collectively, the three monsters possessed the strength to easily slay Zephyr, yet they were dispatched by Wirus with a single stroke each. The battle concluded in mere moments. What manner of creature was this North Sea Admiral Caesar Wirus? Such a formidable individual. No wonder he was capable of severing Mihawk's arm. Truly, he embodied the future hope of the Navy. The death of Shiki at his hands was not in vain. How impressive. Surely, this individual had already reached the rank of admiral within the Navy headquarters. As all eyes remained glued to this spectacle, the Navy elites began to chatter animatedly. Meanwhile, Benz remained entranced by that thunderous strike, his eyes wide with astonishment. Aine stared in disbelief at the recently landed North Sea Admiral, captivated by his charming yet sinister profile. Initially, she believed she was not one to be swayed by looks, but upon seeing Wirus, she realized it was merely due to the lack of handsome figures in Marineford. Characters like Akainu, Kizaru, Sengoku, and others loomed in her mind. Was this truly the so-called disgrace of the Navy spoken of by Sister Gion? He was undeniably handsome. Under their gaze, Wirus merely glanced at the former highest combat power of the Navy, Zephyr, now the chief instructor. Mr. Zephyr, pick up your arm. Once I capture Miss Bakken, I shall take you to reattach it. With that, Wirus pursued Miss Bakken, but his intention was not to bring her back to the Navy. Upon encountering the formidable trio of Kaido, Shiki, and Whitebeard, he had formulated a plan. This woman must be in his grasp. He was soon to assume a position in the deep-sea prison, where exquisite experimental materials awaited him. In the underground laboratory, he thought, this wretched woman. As Velrus pursued at an astonishing speed, he watched helplessly as the woman vanished into the depths of the sea. Subsequently, he infiltrated an underground laboratory, where he ruthlessly eliminated over 100 grotesque modified beings. After much effort, he finally located the core of the laboratory. The floor was littered with remnants of corpses, stained with splashes of blood, and the air was thick with a nauseating, pungent odor of decay. It was evident that all the equipment and documents remained untouched. The woman was solely focused on her escape, oblivious to these surroundings. Casting his gaze around the room, Velrus carelessly opened a record. It resembled a diary, chronicling the creation of the Golden Lion and Kaido the Beast, pinned by a familiar yet foreign name that instantly captured his attention. Experiment log, Rox D. Zebek. Date, September 1st. What an exhilarating day. My greatest son has finally completed his cultivation. Date, September 2nd. That wretched child. He pays no heed to his mother's words. He even killed Lingling. However, this horrifying power is utterly fascinating. Date, September 3rd. Damn it. This ungrateful wretch nearly killed both me and Little Lion. That madman. Date, September 17th. My poor child. The sedative is losing its effectiveness. Since you refuse to obey, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you. But I eagerly await your rebirth. Next time, do remember to heed your mother's words. Truly remarkable, Bakken. You even managed to obtain a sample from Rox. Rapidly finishing the reading, a smirk crept upon the lips of the Northern Sea Admiral. His gaze soon drifted toward a cultivation dish filled with a green liquid within the laboratory. Inside floated a half-alive corpse, devoid of limbs and a head. Its upper body severed and pierced with various strange tubes. Yet, astonishingly, its heart continued to beat. A few minutes later, Velrus obliterated all entrances and exits of the laboratory, culminating in a simulated explosion with a galactic impact underground. Feeling the terrifying tremors, Miss Bakken, who was fleeing in a submarine, seethed with hatred towards Velrus. Damn that Northern Sea Admiral. Just wait. I will turn you into a modified being and make you my dog. Moments later, on the shore, Teacher Zephyr, the strikingly beautiful Aine, with her ocean blue hair, reprimanded Zephyr as he lit a cigar. How many times must I say it? You cannot smoke with your injuries. Your arm is still bleeding. Faced with Aine's admonition, Zephyr, once the highest combat power of the former Navy headquarters, timidly retracted his neck. He quietly set down the cigar, unable to meet Aine's gaze. The surrounding elite Navy survivors stifled their laughter, with Ben's being the loudest, only to nearly have his head knocked off by a stray cigar. Ha! As the laughter echoed, the Northern Sea Admiral, Caesar Velrus, appeared with his hands tucked into his pockets. Lord Velrus, thank you for saving us. Aine expressed deep respect, bowing to her savior. There's no need for thanks. We are all part of the Navy. It's only natural. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Virus first placed the cigar between his lips, igniting it before speaking. The cigar contains a pain-relieving component, which also serves to calm and focus the mind. Indeed, part of our Navy's analgesics is derived from tobacco leaves. Having said this, Virus extended the lighter towards Zephyr. Ah, indeed, Zephyr replied with a somewhat foolish grin, bringing the cigar to the flame. He inhaled deeply, a look of sheer bliss crossing his face, as if he had ascended to the heavens. This is much better. My arm feels as if it has not been severed at all. As Virus and Zephyr indulged in their smoke, the chubby little fellow buffalo approached, bowing and nodding with the demeanor of a sycophant. Well, Virus remarked, glancing at the little rotund figure, Zephyr, Major, take your arm and accompany me. The sooner we attend to your injury, the better. Time is of the essence. Is it not? Upon hearing Virus's words, Zephyr's expression darkened. Aine bit down on his lower lip, and the assembled naval elite shared a similar sentiment. Even with the fastest warship, it would take at least a week to reach a nearby hospital capable of treating such an injury, unless Admiral Kazaru, Borsellino, intervened. Zephyr's arm was almost certainly doomed. Observing the dejected expressions of those around him, the North Sea Admiral's lips curled into a slight smile as he exhaled a plume of smoke, like a dragon. Since I, Virus, have spoken, you can rest assured that I possess a foolproof plan. Really? Aine felt a flicker of hope ignite within him upon hearing this proclamation. Of course, with a faint smile, Vela's gaze drifted across Aine's ample bosom. I have never deceived women, especially not a beauty like Miss Aine. Ahem. Upon hearing Vela's words, Zephyr nearly choked on a puff of smoke. The expressions of those around him also froze, and Binz's reaction was particularly remarkable. His gaze, once filled with gratitude, swiftly transformed into one of vengeful disdain. As for Aine, her sun-kissed complexion flushed with a delicate shade of crimson. Suddenly, memories of what Sister Gion had said to her resurfaced. She mused internally, this fellow is indeed a perverse, lascivious scoundrel of the Navy. However, he possesses undeniable charm. He is quite handsome, after all. Most importantly, he wields formidable strength. If he were not so unfaithful, perhaps it would not be entirely out of the question to engage with him. Well then, Velas, quickly take me to treat my wounds. My arm aches. Oh dear. Seeing Aine, who is usually so unyielding towards men, Blush, Zephyr hastily interjected. His current thoughts were that he would gladly sacrifice his arm, but he absolutely could not allow Ein to be ensnared by this little rascal, Valus. Very well. Upon hearing this, Virus nodded slightly. Women have never had any impact on his speed. With his trusty steed, the buffalo, he set off towards Reverse Mountain accompanied by Zephyr. Here lies the world's once finest doctor, the former crew member of the Pirate King, Kurokas. At Reverse Mountain, near the lighthouse, stood Kurokas with a hairstyle reminiscent of a saffron bloom, idly engaged in simple yet delightful handiwork. Just as he faced the sea, ready to contribute a morsel of nourishment to the magnificent ocean before him, he was nearly startled into impotence. Ah, greetings, Mr. Kurokas. Virus, seemingly unfazed by the spectacle before him, calmly puffed on his cigar as if he had witnessed it all before. In stark contrast, the rotund and unsightly buffalo, clad in a drab yellow coat, wore a grin that was most infuriating. The former highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, Zephyr, wore a cunning smile at the corners of his mouth, directly exposing the identity of Kukalos. Who would have thought that this once esteemed doctor of the seas, a former crewmate of the Pirate King Roger, would be engaged in menial tasks atop a lighthouse? Truly remarkable. As Virus and Zephyr's gazes fell upon him, Kukalos felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment as he hastily adjusted his trousers, only to be consumed by indignation. What brings you here? The Navy is not welcome, he exclaimed. Upon witnessing the old man's lack of decorum, Virus exhaled a plume of smoke, a smirk playing upon his lips as he waved the recording transponder in his hand. If you are unwelcome, so be it. However, the illustrious Dr. Kukalos, I trust you would not desire your dear comrades and the world to discover that you are laboring at this lofty lighthouse. Stop. No more. Kukalos's expression twisted in disgust as he reacted to the sight of the recording transponder. Though I harbor disdain for the Navy, I cannot bear to see others suffer. If Zephyr's arm is broken, allow me to mend it swiftly. Please, gentlemen, do not hesitate to enter. A half hour later, in the operating room, Virus questioned Kukalos. Are you up to something devious? Have you truly completed the procedure so swiftly? He regarded Zephyr's arm, which had been not only stitched but also neatly bandaged, with skepticism. Such a minor operation is but a trifle for the great Kukalos, he replied with a hint of indignation, interpreting Virus's words as praise. Zephyr, an honest man, acknowledged the sensation returning to his arm, commending, indeed, you were once the finest surgeon and apothecary in the world. Yet, he soon let slip a remark that would stir animosity. It is a pity that such a gifted healer chose the path of piracy, serving that scoundrel Roger, thus squandering the talents bestowed upon him by fate. Silence. You old fool. How dare you speak of Roger? Kukalos, who had been composed, erupted at the insult to Roger. Virus, considering a rebuttal, hesitated as he recalled his recently healed arm, his tone diminishing. It was then that the Northern Sea Admiral interjected, his voice dripping with scorn and finality. Just a despicable pirate. What of it? You bastard. Kukalos's face flushed with rage, his fists clenched in indignation. Roger is the beacon of free will, the pirate king who conquers the ends of the world. What right do you, a mere Navy scum, have to speak of him? Huh, a beacon? Free will? Conquering the ends of the world? What folly! Virus scoffed, his expression one of utter derision, his eyes filled with intensified mockery. What beacon does he represent? Apart from inflicting suffering, slaughter, and destruction upon these seas, what has he truly accomplished? Free will? Sailing a wretched ship across the world. Indulging in whims, killing at will, this is your notion of freedom? We are in pursuit of the truth. Kukalos weakly defended, unable to meet the Northern Sea Admiral's gaze. Truth? What truth have you uncovered? And upon discovering the truth, what will you do with it? With a disdainful and cold smile, Virus exhaled a plume of smoke akin to that of a dragon, proclaiming, the most profound and unchanging truth of this world is but one, survival of the fittest. You, a pitiful assembly of individuals who merely parrot notions of freedom and truth, are but slaves to your own desires, driven by an insatiable thirst for exploration that far exceeds that of the common man. The majority of souls in this world yearn only for a simple and secure existence. The truth you pursue is of no consequence to anyone. No one cares. It is impossible. Your words are mere folly. In response to Virus' dismissal of his lifelong beliefs, Kukalos retorted with indignation, if living without dreams is no different from being a salted fish, then what significance does existence hold? If humanity forsakes the unknown, how does such a life differ from death? What meaning remains in such an existence? In stark contrast to Kukalos' fervor, Virus maintained an unsettling calm. Kukalos, do you understand? You are a fortunate few endowed with strength. You shall never grasp that the majority of this world are wretched souls bereft of choices. For them, the very act of living embodies the utmost significance. Their struggle to survive consumes every ounce of their being. Yet, you despicable pirates have stripped them of even this slender hope. And you claim Roger conquered the ends of the world? What was the outcome? Reduced to a defeated hound, imprisoned by the world government. Unable to care for his wife and children. His greatest contribution was nothing more than a final act of defiance against the world government, igniting the era of great pirates. No, it cannot be called a contribution. Do you know what my most immediate impression was upon becoming a Navy officer and encountering you pirates? Silence? Let me enlighten you. You deserve to perish. You commit every atrocity imaginable, murder, pillage, and abduction without remorse. Have you witnessed a palace constructed from the skulls of children? Have you seen a family of 17 ground to death by a stone mill? Have you seen tens of thousands herded into a pit, only to be burned alive? Do you realize that the vile pirates who commit these heinous acts idolize Roger, the Pirate King? Kakalos, now tell me, what is Roger truly worth? What does it mean to be a pirate? Well said, Zifa exclaimed, slapping his thigh as he listened to Virus. However, Kakalos appeared to be in a daze, collapsing onto the ground. In that moment of falling, his complexion turned as pale as parchment. His gaze lost its focus, rendered vacant and hollow. Yet, the memories accumulated over 62 years surged within his mind, swirling tumultuously. After an indeterminate time, Kakalos opened his clouded old eyes, his face twisted in a strange, bitter smile. So it turns out, we, who seek the truth of this world, who pride ourselves on freedom and justice, are the greatest malignancy of all? Without question. Confronted by the elderly man, who seemed to have undergone a momentary revival, the Northern Sea Admiral wore a stern expression. Yet, he was taken aback when Kakalos uttered another statement. Virus, One Piece exists. Perhaps you are the one Roger spoke of. In response to Kakalos' unfinished thought, the Northern Sea Admiral merely shrugged, his expression indifferent. Previously, he had pursued and even slain Roger's crew alongside Carp and Kazan. These hardened individuals were tight-lipped about the so-called One Piece, this remnant of the bygone era. Thus, he had never truly understood several matters. If no one knows the One Piece, how can it be confirmed that Roger reached Laugh Tale? Is mere boasting sufficient? And why did Roger leave behind the words, "We arrived too early"? Must this legendary One Piece only be unlocked by the mythical Nika fruit user, Prince Luffy? Additionally, what did Kakalos mean by, "I am what I am"? Could he not finish his thoughts before passing? Or at least share something of value before indulging in trivialities? Riddles are most vexing. Moreover, Kakalos had initially intended to defeat him with clever words before taking him back to the deep-sea prison, utilizing his medical skills to create modified beings from the prisoners. Yet, it seemed he had overreached, inadvertently leading to Kakalos' demise through his speech. But upon reflection, this seemed entirely reasonable. In any anime realm, the power of words is paramount. It is regrettable, though, had he known, he might have opted to merely incapacitate the old man and take him away later. Indeed, the wisdom of the traversers before him rang true. When action is possible, one ought to minimize idle chatter. Is One Piece truly a tangible reality? The whispers of Virus reverberated in the air, as Biafro, having heard the dying words of Korikasu, murmured in astonishment. Zifa's expression also bore a hint of peculiarity, as memories of hidden truths from the past resurfaced. It pertained to the ominous lighthouse that the celestial dragons so feared, as well as certain remarks made by the Pirate King, Roger. Among them, one particular phrase lingered in his mind. He was merely in search of the lighthouse ferryman, not the one who tended the light. This so-called lighthouse could very well be Raftel, and the individual responsible for lighting it might indeed be Virus. Connecting the old man's final words with this thought, Zifa naturally drew parallels between the two. However, no sooner had Biafro's words fallen than Virus delivered a sharp blow to his head, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Even if it were true, what concern was it of yours? With a cold glare directed at Biafro, the Northern Sea Admiral, in a rather irritable mood, turned his gaze towards Zifa. Let us depart. Old man. Very well, Zifa nodded, gathering his scattered thoughts. Kurikasu's words were merely one possibility among many. Moreover, Virus himself was his benefactor. He harbored no fondness for the detestable celestial dragons, and such thoughts remained locked away within him. Unless a day arose when Virus renounced the Navy to become the Pirate King, these sentiments would remain buried in his heart for a lifetime. Virus returned with Black Arm Zephyr, while Ein and the others awaited on the island. Additionally, a newcomer had joined them that morning, the formidable Marine Admiral Kizaru, also known as Borsalino. However, this ordinarily disheveled figure, with his unkempt appearance and demeanor, now bore an expression devoid of any lewdness. In fact, it was a rare moment where he appeared somewhat abashed, with a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. "Teacher, it is truly a relief to see you unharmed," he exclaimed. Yet, Zephyr regarded Borsalino with a scowl, his gaze heavy with disappointment. At that moment, Virus wrinkled his nose and inhaled deeply, detecting a blend of various fragrances in the air. Upon noticing this, Borsalino's countenance shifted dramatically, panic evident as he retreated 3 steps. In an instant, Virus comprehended the situation and shared a knowing smile. However, he refrained from exposing Borsalino and instead chose to defend the Yellow Ape with a remark. "Admiral Zephyr, the reason you were unable to reach Admiral Yellow Ape is not entirely his fault. This time, Admiral Borsalino is on a well-deserved leave back home. Yet, due to my circumstances, he is currently engaged in a confrontation with the Flying Lion pirates and cannot extricate himself. Thus, he has entrusted me with a mission in the German kingdom to quell the unrest among the 5 nations of the North Sea. As you are aware, the technology in the German kingdom is formidable. They possess the means to disrupt communication signals." "Oh, I see. It appears I have misunderstood you, Borsalino." Upon hearing Virus's reasonable explanation, Zephyr harbored no further doubts. Borsalino also breathed a sigh of relief and discreetly winked at Virus. The two exchanged smiles, and once again, Borsalino found himself indebted to Virus. Just as this moment of camaraderie passed, Virus received a phone call, bidding farewell to the others as he made his way to the seaside. Trafalgar Law, Mr. Virus. I have some crucial information to share with you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Virus. Thank you. Trafalgar Law. Mr. Virus, could you share your plans with me? Virus. Row, may I place my trust in you? Trafalgar Row. Indeed, you may. Virus. Very well. Allow me to divulge the first step of the plan. Initially, you must ascend to the highest ranks of the Don Quixote family. Once you achieve that, I shall reveal to you the second step. Half an hour later, the vessels of the North Sea Fleet arrived. After Zifa and the Naval elite boarded, Virus and Kizaru exchanged a few more words. I have heard that you are collaborating with the genius scientist Vegapunk to establish a naval scientific division. Your information is quite astute. If the opportunity arises, do introduce me to this brilliant scientist. I am indeed curious to see what the most intelligent individual on this ocean looks like. Certainly, there will be an opportunity. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Kizaru Brazzolini resumed his characteristic playful demeanor, his tone and expression equally mischievous. Very well, I shall not linger. The Sabaody archipelago is the stronghold of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Having been away for too long, I fear complications may arise. Farewell. With that parting remark, Virus mounted his steed and departed. Kizaru also boarded the warship, setting sail alongside Zifa and others. Just half an hour later, another colossal vessel arrived at the island. They excavated the tunnels and removed all equipment and materials before setting sail. Shortly thereafter, a terrifying explosion engulfed the entire island, with a significant portion being swallowed by the sea. Observing this scene, a slender man on the deck retrieved his encrypted phone. Hello, sir, it has been accomplished. At the upside-down mountain, the lighthouse. Excellent. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Virus complimented him before terminating the call. At this moment, he did not return to Sabaody archipelago but instead made his way once again to Dr. Korokasu's residence. In his recollections, Korokasu was not merely a world-renowned surgeon. The old man was also an accomplished pharmacist. The legendary Rayleigh had once praised him, declaring him the only physician capable of concocting a remedy to alleviate the suffering of Roger's terminal illness. Furthermore, in the anime, he formulated a potent sedative that calmed the massive whales that incessantly collided with the Red Continent. If such colossal sea creatures could be subdued, the potency of this medication is beyond question. Miss Bakine had mentioned the sedative on more than one occasion. Thus, Kurokasu's concoctions may indeed prove beneficial. Buffalo, assist me in helping Kurokasu to be laid to rest. Yes, Lord Virus. The chubby buffalo nodded obediently before proceeding to carry Kurokasu's body from the bedroom, armed with a small shovel for the burial. Within the confines of the lighthouse, Valus embarked on a quest for knowledge, swiftly uncovering a plethora of valuable medical texts, alongside a substantial jar of what was labeled as a tranquilizer. However, to his astonishment, he stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. The eccentric old man had concealed within the storeroom a devil fruit, which appeared to belong to the Zoan category. Its size was akin to that of a pineapple, yet its shape bore a striking resemblance to that of a kiwi, adorned with peculiar patterns across its surface. Indeed, this excursion proved to be far from futile. After securing the devil fruit and the tome within his satchel, Valus sauntered out of the lighthouse. At that moment, Coloccus had already been interred in the earth. Baharo was mopping the beads of sweat from his brow when he caught sight of Valus, instantly straightening his posture in a flurry of anxiety. Lord Valus, he exclaimed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Valus. Indeed, however, there is one matter I must discuss with the old gentleman. Cap. What matter might that be? Valus. General Zephyr claims that your teaching is akin to a heap of dog excrement, urging me to place my allegiance under his tutelage. Cap. Nonsense. That damned old rascal Zephyr. Warlord. Valus, I appreciate your efforts this time. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Virus. Very well, then. Please assign me another beautiful assistant. Warring states, get lost. Old man. Kazan, junior brother, you have performed admirably this time. Your reputation within the Navy has undoubtedly become resounding. Virus, brother. You must be drenched in sweat right now, aren't you? Kazan, what do you mean by drenched in sweat? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Virus. Never mind. I have no desire to be a mere pawn at the beck and call of the celestial dragons. I would much prefer the ease and freedom of being a vice admiral. Upon hearing Virus's jest, Kazan merely responded with a light-hearted chuckle. Yet, after the call ended, he suddenly recalled the events of O'Hara, the demeanor of the celestial dragons, and Old Man Garp. In that moment, he found himself somewhat in agreement with Garp's perspective and Virus's sentiments. Perhaps, being a free and easy vice admiral truly holds more significance than the rank of an admiral. Soon, Virus had connected with several individuals over the phone, including Garp, Kazan, Sengoku, as well as others like Fire Mountain and Weasel. Even Akainu personally reached out with a call. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Varys has come to comprehend the diminishing quality of the naval training camp. Indeed, in any realm, the world of martial arts is not solely about combat. Ultimately, it revolves around the intricacies of human relationships. Half an hour later, Walrus could already see Solman Port from afar. However, a few women, lacking in understanding, had not responded to his messages. Thus, the board admiral of the North Sea decided to call one of them. In this world, the telephonic devices, albeit fascinating, possess several flaws. They require regular maintenance and care for their well-being, or else they may cease to function altogether. The most significant drawback, however, is the inability to blacklist individuals. If one continuously ignores calls without terminating the connection, the caller may persist indefinitely, until the device itself is rendered inoperable. After numerous attempts, the brilliant Brigadier General Gion of the Navy headquarters finally managed to connect with the Admiral of the North Sea. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Valus. Have you fallen asleep? Did you dream of me? Gion. I am weary. Let us speak of matters tomorrow. Virus. Then you should rest. I will go have a chat with Ein. Gion. Virus, you perverted scoundrel. If you dare to lay a finger on Ein, I will not let you off the hook. Upon hearing the woman's frantic voice, Virus smiled knowingly and promptly ended the call. He immediately dialed the number of the formidable Vice Admiral Tina of the North Sea. Marineford, the General Staff. Ah, that scoundrel is driving me mad. Seeing her call abruptly ended, Gion's cheeks flushed with anger as she pounded the table, her ample bosom bouncing in agitation. Gion, has that rascal Virus upset you again? The recently dressed Admiral Crane, hearing the commotion, couldn't help but sigh and approach her. Although she had never been in love, she had certainly observed many romantic escapades. Moreover, it was evident that the one entrenched in the situation was perplexed while the onlookers could see clearly. No. Gion, slightly evasive, took a deep breath, her ample bosom rising prominently. Sigh. Never having missed a moment of Gion's growing up, Admiral Crane understood her feelings quite well. Yet, this proud girl had her own convictions and preferred not to be admonished, so she refrained from saying too much. For otherwise, it might provoke Gion's rebellious spirit, pushing her closer to Virus. However, as the conversation progressed, she found herself unable to restrain her thoughts. Gion, dear sister, I understand you have your own thoughts. But you must also comprehend Virus' nature. To him, women are mere playthings. His hidden ambitions are surely substantial, and one day. I understand, Sister Crane. I will not be swayed by that scoundrel. Gion, with a resolute expression, hung up and strode away. However, not long after stepping outside, she promptly dialed Ein's number. Gion, Ein, are you going to sleep? Ein, no, just finished a review meeting with Professor He, who scolded us again, saying we are the worst class he has ever taught. I was just about to take a shower. Gion, haha, the old man says that every year. So, is that scoundrel Virus around you? Ein, oh, Gion, that seems rather inconsiderate of you. Gion, what do you mean? How am I inconsiderate? Ein, you're worried about disturbing your man's sleep, so you called me instead? And you call that considerate? Gion, what are you talking about? I'm not in that kind of relationship with that scoundrel. Ein, really? But I find Lord Virus rather handsome, immensely capable, and most importantly, he possesses a delightful sense of humor and a pleasing voice. He undoubtedly has a bright future ahead. Perhaps he could even become a naval admiral. If you two end up together, I could just lounge around for the rest of my life. Gion, get lost. I'm going to sleep. Ein, hey, I struck a chord. Didn't I? Don't worry. Your dear brother-in-law is just fine, having returned to the Solomon Islands. Gion, I'm not angry. I merely wanted to inquire if you were injured. I didn't expect you to think of me that way. Goodbye. We're done. Gion, that contradictory, proud little minx. As close friends, I chuckled at Gion's retort and stepped into the bathroom. However, perhaps due to the North Sea Admiral's life-saving grace, or perhaps because of the Admiral's stunning entrance today, or possibly due to Gion's call, which had mentioned Virus' name far too many times, the cerulean-haired beauty, after a long slumber devoid of dreams, found herself dreaming of the North Sea Admiral. In her dream, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Virus tenderly kissed and caressed every inch of her skin, paying particular attention to the X-shaped scar on her leg, which received his utmost care. Subsequently, the two engaged in indescribable acts. Yet, astonishingly, this was not the most humiliating moment. The most terrifying aspect was that just as they were about to reach their climax, Gion burst through the door, brandishing a golden weapon. Port, Northern Fleet. You little minx, so you choose not to answer my calls, do you? As Virus stepped onto the deck of the warship, a mischievous grin spread across his face as he muttered something under his breath. Arriving at the door of his quarters, he brought the newly acquired green-haired beauty, Monet, a user of the snow fruit, to the entrance of Tina's room. After silencing the entire ship, he pressed the voluptuous Monet, with her ample bosom, slender waist, and long legs, against the door of Tina's chamber. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by Virus's teasing voice, he called out, "Open the door, open the door, open the door. If you dare not answer my calls, then let me in." Inside the room, Tina exclaimed, "You scoundrel, Virus, pervert, beast." She knelt on the bed, her ample bosom pressing against her knees, her fair hands covering her ears. In truth, had Virus sought her out for a more intimate encounter upon his return, she might have reluctantly acquiesced. Yet, the rogue that he was, he chose to engage in such antics at her doorstep. Tina was on the verge of exploding with frustration. "Virus, if I ever acknowledge you again, I shall consider myself a dog." Soon enough, an hour had elapsed. Despite Monet being a wielder of a devil fruit, he had now transformed into a mere pile of muck, collapsing onto the ground with a thud. Thud. Phew. As the sounds from outside ceased, Tina, blushing profusely, emerged from her cocoon of blankets, finally exhaling in relief. She wiped the fragrant sweat from her forehead with her left hand and dabbed at the beads of perspiration on her bosom with her right. Yet, to her dismay, she soon heard Domino's voice. That shameless and alluring harlot calling out at her door was utterly intolerable. "Scoundrel! Scoundrel! Scoundrel! Those damned adulterers!" After enduring for half an hour, Tina finally erupted in fury and flung herself out of bed. However, she dared not confront Virus, fully aware that the moment she stepped outside, he would undoubtedly enact swift and brutal retribution upon her. This rogue, Virus, reveled in teasing her, provoking her, wishing to ensnare her, compelling her to submit willingly beneath him. This wretched scoundrel, what does he take me for? I, Tina, shall not yield so easily. With her cheeks flushed crimson, Tina resolutely cast aside the covers and dashed to the bathroom, turning on the shower to immerse herself in cold water. Splash! The icy cascade enveloped her head, instantly alleviating much of the heat that had enveloped her. "Humph! You wretched soul! Let us see what you can do now." Yet, just as Domino's moans echoed a few times, before she could complete her shower, Virus had already returned home with Monet and Domino. Tina indeed perceived Virus's insidious intentions, yet she had underestimated his patience. Virus was never truly intent on capturing Tina this evening. Tonight was merely the prologue. The following day, as dawn broke, the melodious sound of a steam whistle resonated, heralding the North Sea Fleet's gradual departure from Port. A small contingent would undertake patrol duties, while the majority were to return to their respective sectors. Only Virus's own flagship would venture deeper into the North Sea, its destination being the formidable war machine known as Germa 66, often referred to as the Malevolent Kingdom. In pursuit of peace and stability in the North Sea, and with the aim of establishing a firm grip over the region within a month's time, it was evident that the presence of Doflamingo alone would not suffice. Furthermore, it was imperative that he foster a rival for Doflamingo. Allowing him to wield unchecked power was not an option. Thus, Germa 66 emerged as the most fitting choice. Captain's quarters. As usual, Virus rose early, yet unlike his customary routine of morning exercises, he embarked on a novel training approach. He stood silently within his chamber, motionless like a statue, while delicate beads of sweat formed upon his skin, and his muscles tensed and bulged, as if on the verge of eruption. He was employing the powers of his devil fruit, persistently suppressing his own body. In turn, his body was fiercely rebelling against his abilities. The outcome of this endeavor was a comprehensive training of his physique and a gradual enhancement of his powers. Moreover, he discovered that perhaps due to his dual focus, his observation hockey had also seen a slight increase. Though minuscule, this progress was a delightful surprise for someone of his mediocre talents. As Virus stood in contemplation for an extended period, Domino, feeling bored, emerged from her cocoon of blankets. Her alabaster back leaned against the headboard, and her legs, as white as jade, were elegantly crossed. With a crack, she ignited a cigarette, inhaling deeply before casting a glance at the timidly feigned slumber of Monet. With a mischievous grin, Domino's hand ventured beneath the covers. It was not long before Monet could no longer contain herself, her cheeks aflame as she cried out, prompting Domino to retract her mischievous hand, only to bring it to her nose for a whimsical sniff. "Ah, youth indeed has its charms. The fragrance is simply delightful. Enough already. Domino-senpai, please, I beg you." Monet, mortified by Domino's teasing, tightly clasped her beautiful legs together, her small, pale hands pressed against her burning cheeks. "Ha." Observing Monet's adorably flustered demeanor, Domino exhaled a plume of smoke with a playful smile. "Do not fret. Would you care for a puff, sister? A post-event smoke is akin to divine bliss." I do not wish to." Gazing at the stunning visage of the golden-haired beauty before her, Monet now perceived Domino as a temptress of the darkest kind. Very well then. Domino took another drag from her cigarette, extending her hand once more towards Monet. It was only when the girl could no longer bear it and cried out in desperation, drawing Virus's attention, that Domino decided to relent. Just as Virus initiated his own bout of training, a weathered, golden-haired woman disembarked from the opposite shore of Solomon Island. Awaiting her arrival were Don Quixote da Flamingo, the head of the family, and the elder, Lao Ji. Fufufu. Miss Bakken, welcome to the Don Quixote family. Upon encountering the legendary scientist of the Rocks Pirates, Doflamingo's eyes shimmered with excitement. Do not misconstrue my intentions, Doflamingo. In response to Doflamingo's exuberance, Miss Bakken maintained an air of haughty indifference. Our relationship is purely one of collaboration. Once we have dealt with that scoundrel Caesar Virus, there shall be no further association between us. Miss Bakken, mind your tone. Lao Ji's voice dripped with menace as he clenched his fists, his features twitching with barely contained fury. This is the North Sea. This is the domain of the Don Quixote family. The domain of the Don Quixote family? Humph. Miss Bakken retorted sharply, her tone laced with sarcasm. Is the North Sea still under your family's dominion? I dare say that the denizens of the North Sea are now only familiar with the name of that naval disgrace. Caesar Virus. Wretched woman, you seek your own demise. Lao Ji, already simmering with rage, found his fury ignited by her words. While he had to tread carefully around Virus, he felt compelled to strike hard against this insolent woman. However, just as he was about to act, Doflamingo, veins protruding from his forehead, interjected with a hearty laugh. Fufufu, let us wish for a fruitful collaboration. In the past, anyone who dared speak to him in such a manner would have been reduced to mere pulp. Yet now, confronted with the overwhelming presence of Caesar Virus, Doflamingo chose to exercise restraint. Furthermore, he had witnessed the results of this woman's experiments. Even a naval brigadier could be effortlessly defeated. 23 monsters could easily overpower Zephyr. Though ultimately those monsters were vanquished by Virus, it was largely due to his devil fruit powers and his formidable swordsmanship. Nevertheless, even Caesar Virus, when faced with a horde of such creatures, supported by a few formidable allies, would only meet with demise. Should he gain control over thousands of such beasts, the entire ocean would be compelled to bow before him. Observing his young master's demeanor, Lao Ji felt a surge of relief. Initially, he had feared that his young master would be despondent after his encounter with Caesar Virus. Yet now, it appeared that his master had not lost heart. Rather, he seemed even more composed and astute. This was the true demeanor of a formidable ruler. That naval disgrace, the North Sea Admiral, would eventually become a stepping stone for his young master. 5 days later, at dawn, the flagship of Admiral Virus arrived near the German kingdom, known as the notorious powder keg of the North Sea. Accompanying the flagship was another warship, belonging to the renowned naval training camp, still led by the venerable Zephyr from the headquarters. As for Admiral Virus, he had taken on the role of deputy instructor at the naval training camp. The reason for this title was tied to a small incident that occurred 3 days prior, where he nearly cost Zephyr his life. 3 days ago, at the port of Solomon Island, the resilience of the people in this world, coupled with Zephyr's commendable physical condition, enabled a swift recovery from his injuries. Thus, the routine of the training camp resumed. To express his gratitude for Virus's life-saving intervention, Vice Admiral Zephyr pledged a year of professional guidance to Virus. Consequently, for the duration of a month, they decided to journey together, ultimately returning to the naval headquarters with Virus. The strength of the North Sea pirates, while inferior to that of the Grand Line, was marked by their cunning and ferocity, making it an ideal training ground for them. On the first day of resumed training, the venerable instructor prepared to formally teach the students the 6 styles of the Navy. This was the aspect of martial arts that Zephyr took the most pride in, given his expertise in physical techniques. Thus, he stood before them, bare-shouldered. After a phase of auxiliary training, they were now ready to embark on the rigorous practice of the 6 styles. You are likely familiar with the 6 styles: shave, iron body, paper drawing, moonwalk, storm leg, and finger gun. The instructors from the training camp should have informed you that the 6 styles represent a martial art that transcends human physical limits, possessing immense power. With disciplined training, mastering all of them could grant even those with devil fruit abilities a fighting chance. Moreover, there was a significant possibility of unlocking your latent physical potential. Even grasping the principles of life return, as well as the advanced hockey techniques, armament hockey, observation hockey, and even conqueror's hockey. As Virus listened intently to Zifa's exposition, he couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. However, it soon dawned on him that this might be the very reason why so many officers at the naval rank could master the powers of armament hockey and observation hockey. As for conqueror's hockey, it resembled the awakening of a devil fruit, representing a simultaneous breakthrough of both mental and physical barriers. When he himself awakened conqueror's hockey, he had already honed the 6 forms to their pinnacle, even attaining a physique akin to that of a giant. His mindset had also been transformed by a punch from the Elder Garb, allowing him to successfully awaken this formidable power. Thus, it became evident that Zifa's words held considerable truth. Just as he had finished musing to himself, Zifa began to pose a question. Who among you can explain the original purpose behind the development of the six forms? Yet, upon hearing this inquiry, the gazes of the naval elites became evasive and shifty. Witnessing the students' reluctance to respond, Zifa found himself genuinely vexed. Apart from the first 3 batches of the naval training camp, this current group truly ranked as the weakest he had ever instructed. Moreover, he had discerned a troubling trend. Each subsequent generation of naval seedlings seemed less promising than the last, while pirates continued to emerge as prodigious talents. This reality stirred a sense of apprehension within the seasoned naval officer. If this trend persisted, could the Navy maintain its supremacy over the seas? Teacher, sensing Zifa's irritation, the chief of the training camp, Ein, stepped forward. Her azure hair danced in the wind, and the waves of her ample bosom swayed gracefully. I believe the development of the six forms aimed to enhance the Navy's offensive capabilities. Indeed, that is one reason, Zifa acknowledged with a hint of solace, nodding at the girl he had rescued from a slave ship. However, he promptly turned his attention to another student. Binz, what are your thoughts? Suddenly called upon by Zifa. Binz's rugged visage reflected a flicker of anxiety. I share the same view as Ein. A hopeless case, Zifa exclaimed, his frustration boiling over at Binz's response. Scanning the assembly of naval elites, he found them even more reluctant to meet his gaze. At this moment, however, Virus took the initiative to speak up. Admiral Zifa, I have a modest idea, though I am uncertain of its validity. Oh, please, share your thoughts, Zifa replied, turning to regard the Admiral of the North Sea. Valus, naturally, did not falter. He spoke with eloquence. I believe that the development of the Navy's sixth style, rather than merely enhancing combat techniques, was primarily intended to refine the body, honing it to perfection. Haha, it is rare to encounter such insight. No wonder you have achieved so much at such a young age. Upon hearing Valus' words, old Zephyr appeared quite pleased, a glimmer of appreciation evident in his eyes. However, concurrently, a sense of frustration simmered within him. He pondered. Were the selection officers at the Navy training camp truly blind? If only a talent like Valus could have been chosen for the Navy training camp sooner. If such a promising individual had been under his guidance, rather than being overlooked and taken by Garp. He felt a surge of confidence. Virus has now become a general of the White Tiger. This group of fools. Upon my return, I must have a serious discussion with the warring states. If the future Navy elite training camp is filled with such mediocre talents as these, then there is no need to continue the program. Fuming inwardly, Zifa turned to his students, his expression darkening and his tone becoming stern. Do you fools lack common sense? I have made my hints exceedingly clear. Mastering the Navy's six styles to perfection allows one to cultivate the return of life, observation hockey, and even conqueror's hockey. Under the old man's reprimand, the crowd lowered their heads in shame. Humph. Zifa, exasperated by the stupidity of these buffoons, let out a cold snort and prepared to resume his teaching. However, before he could continue, a sudden thought struck him. He would challenge Virus on his understanding of the six styles. Virus, since you claim that the Navy's six styles were developed for physical training, you must possess a profound understanding of them. Please share your specific insights. Upon hearing Zifa's inquiry, Virus did not divert his thoughts elsewhere. As the saying goes, the more one debates, the clearer the reasoning becomes. He was eager to validate his own thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he articulated, I believe the Navy's six styles were indeed created for physical training because, while these techniques enrich combat methods, they often prove impractical, serving mainly to intimidate the weak. Oh, please elaborate, Zifa urged, his eyes sparkling with approval as Virus spoke. Meanwhile, Tina, Domino, Ein, Dasky, and the elite Navy trainees widened their eyes in astonishment. Some were even indignant. The illustrious reputation of the Navy's six styles was renowned far and wide. How could it be considered worthless in Virus's eyes? Very well, let me simplify my explanation. Continuing from the old man's thoughts, Virus nodded slightly, recalling his memories while integrating his own insights. Firstly, take shave, one of the six styles. In a fraction of a second, it generates explosive force by rapidly stomping the ground multiple times, allowing for high-speed movement. While effective for ambushes or surprise attacks, once my strength reached a certain level, such extravagant movements became unnecessary. A mere burst of power from my feet suffices to close the distance to an opponent with remarkable speed. An opponent of equal or greater strength would never grant me even half a second to prepare. As for moonwalk, it is indeed a fine technique, enabling movement through the air. However, it consumes considerable stamina. In a pursuit against an equally adept flying enemy, I would tire quickly. It would be more efficient to run on land or walk on water. Furthermore, during an actual duel against a true master, while moonwalk allows one to ascend into the sky, its speed is not particularly rapid, making it an easy target. Now, regarding storm, leg and finger gun, these two require explosive strength from the fingers and legs, compressing air to deliver attacks. These skills may be effective against the weak, but against equally matched opponents, or even slightly weaker foes, they can be easily anticipated. The damage inflicted by compressed air is limited. It is far more effective to approach and strike with a fist or a kick, or to employ a sword or spear directly. Then there is paper drawing, which necessitates flexibility and explosive strength to evade and mitigate an opponent's attacks. However, if one has the time and expends such effort. It would be faster to simply dodge. Moreover, if the opponent employs slashing techniques or wields a sharp weapon, the consequences could be dire. Lastly, Iron Body accelerates blood flow and muscle control, claiming to achieve an absolute defense. Yet, for most, this renders them immobile. Should the opponent wield a large blade or possess skills that create shockwaves, the outcome would be grim. Thus, if one cannot master these two techniques to their utmost potential, becoming fluid and adaptable, using them on the battlefield will likely lead to a swift demise. As for what I refer to as developmental training, Paper Gun clearly trains the arms and fingers, storm leg, moonwalk, and Shay focus on leg muscles and footwork agility. I believe Iron Body serves as the foundation for armed hockey. Paper drawing helps me better understand my body, enhances my control, and sharpens my reflexes, potentially aiding in the development of observation hockey. Well said, Zifa exclaimed, his praise resonating with enthusiasm, reflecting his delight at Virus's insights. He felt an urge to applaud, but instead directed his frustration at the selection officers of the training camp and his old comrade, Carp. The elite trainees in the Navy training camp wore expressions of deep contemplation. They had not anticipated that their prideful combat methods appeared so inadequate in the eyes of a true expert. I pondered aloud. No wonder I noticed that the admirals and vice-admirals only occasionally employed the Navy's 6 styles during battles. It all makes sense now. Dasky's eyes sparkled with admiration, while Domino flashed a charming smile, remarking, "Indeed, Virus is truly remarkable." Meanwhile, the formidable Tina regarded Virus with a hint of skepticism, contemplating, how does this individual, who has never attended the Navy training camp, possess such profound knowledge of the 6 styles? Could it be that Vice Admiral Carp taught him? As the diverse expressions of the crowd unfolded, Zifa inquired curiously, "Virus, your understanding of the Navy's 6 styles is quite comprehensive. Did Carp teach you all this? Or did you come to these realizations on your own? A portion was taught to me by my senior Kazan, but the majority I have explored and learned through my own battles." Virus speaks candidly, sharing insights derived from his own understanding. Old Man Carp has a peculiar method of teaching. He imparts knowledge only once, then sits aside, leisurely enjoying his snacks, or hastily retreats in a flurry. His lackluster physique lacks any innate martial talent, compelling him to rely solely on the system. However, upon hearing Virus's words, Old Man Zephyr furrows his brow in contemplation. Most of your understanding comes from your own efforts, and only a fraction from Kazan's guidance? What, then, has Carp truly taught you? Virus hesitates, pondering how to express his thoughts. Well, one might say Carp is somewhat of a mentor to me. He is a man who values gratitude. He articulates after a moment's reflection. Practical combat. Practical combat? Zephyr observes that Virus's choice of words seems peculiar, and the expressions of those around him shift to one of curiosity. What exactly do you mean by practical combat? Virus candidly confessed that, to be precise, it involved periodically receiving a thorough beating. What? Zephyr's eyes blazed with fury upon hearing this, and those around him widened their eyes in astonishment. So, your Marine 6 styles were not taught by Kazan. Could it be that you learned them merely by observation? Certainly not. Virus shook his head and proceeded to speak candidly. Attaining the qualification to practice the Navy's 6 styles requires participation in the naval training camp or the accumulation of a certain military merit to achieve the rank of colonel. These are the only 3 pathways. Thus, my mastery of the 6 styles stems from purchasing them on the black market 2 years ago for self-study. Upon hearing this, Tina, Binz, Ein, and the elite naval officers were left astounded. Tina exclaimed, 2 years? To master the Navy's 6 styles in merely 2 years? How is that possible? It took me 6 years just to perfect shave and moonwalk. Binz protested, impossible, impossible. This cannot be true. He must be boasting. Ein added, a self-taught genius, is it? So he is the true monstrous talent. Meanwhile, Zephyr's eyes burned with fury as he retrieved his transponder snail to call Carp. You damned old coot. You nearly ruined one of the Navy's vice-admirals. In East Blue's Windmill Village on the back mountain, Carp, who had just been enjoying some rice crackers, held the transponder snail in one hand, utterly bewildered. Just as he contemplated a retort, what the devil is wrong with you? The call was abruptly disconnected. Did this guy dial the wrong number? Carp mused, his coarse demeanor betraying a hint of irritation as he debated whether to retaliate with a call of his own. Just then, his beloved grandson, Monkey D. Luffy, began shouting from the forest, Die, monster! I am destined to become the Pirate King. Luffy, you little rascal. Carp's expression darkened as he momentarily forgot Zephyr's words, only to recall Virus's declaration. Damn Shanks. And that cursed Virus, my grandson, Carp's grandson, will undoubtedly become a righteous Navy officer, not some Pirate King. On the deck of the Admiral's flagship, Zephyr simmered with frustration. After years of serving as a naval instructor, he could hardly tolerate the tarnishing of excellence. Once heralded as a prodigy of the 6 styles, he had taken over 5 years to master them. And that was under the guidance of esteemed mentors. At the time, he was already over 30, his body having been honed over many years. Yet here was Virus, nearly in his early 20s, and self-taught no less. The more Zephyr contemplated, the angrier he became, ultimately cursing inwardly, that old scoundrel Carp, a wastrel of talent. If Carp weren't his old comrade, and if he weren't unable to defeat him, he would have certainly marched over to deliver a few punches. Minutes later, a group of trembling naval elites sighed in relief, for Zephyr had not called out their names. Bins. Step forward. Yes, Zephyr-sensei, the second in command of the training camp. The Pentagon warrior timidly stepped forward. The more he shrank back, the more Zephyr's ire grew. Stand tall like a man. I shall demonstrate the simplest iron block. Unleash all your strength upon me. Yes, Zephyr-sensei. Upon hearing that he could strike without being struck in return, Binz's face lit up with excitement. Teacher, here I come. You better be careful. I want to hold back. Do you think you are worthy of holding back against me? Zephyr smirked derisively, for his nickname was Black Arm Zephyr. A master of the highest level of armament hockey. When he employed the 6 styles iron block, it was unparalleled. Binz, stung by Zephyr's words, disregarded the supposed teacher-student bond entirely. He charged forward, fist raised, and unleashed a concentrated strike to Zephyr's abdomen. Bang! Binz's fist struck Zephyr's abs solidly, but in an instant, his face turned pale. Crack! The sound of breaking bone echoed as his wrist shattered from the impact. Ouch! My hand! Fool! Zephyr's stoic demeanor revealed no sympathy as he coldly chastised. How many times have I told you? Leave a margin when you strike. Adapt to your opponent's movements, especially since you have yet to master armament hockey. Utterly foolish. After scolding him, Zephyr softened at the sight of Binz writhing in agony on the floor, thinking, after all, he was the only grandson of his deceased comrade. With a sigh, he called for the ship's doctor to take Binz away and resumed his tempestuous teaching. Now, does anyone else wish to test my iron block? The crowd collectively lowered their heads, even Ein's gaze wavered. Binz's formidable punch could easily break through 2 walls, and if that had not harmed Zephyr, they would only face humiliation. Observing this, Zephyr felt a mix of pride in his own resilience and a profound melancholy at the lack of successors. These so-called naval elites were utterly useless. They wouldn't even dare to strike him. If they were ever to face real combat, would they have the courage to wield weapons in battle? As Zephyr's thoughts grew increasingly bleak, his peripheral vision caught sight of Virus, the North Sea admiral, leisurely enjoying a cigar, reveling in the sea breeze, while sharing light-hearted banter with Domino. In that moment, the aging Zephyr made the most regrettable decision of his life. Virus, come here and strike me once. Upon hearing this, Virus was somewhat taken aback. After all, such a request was something he had only ever heard women express in the bedroom. General Zephyr, are you certain? Coughing slightly, Virus's inquiry suddenly instilled a sense of regret in Zephyr. Having vanquished Bondewald, intimidated Don Quixote da Flamingo, matched swords with Mihawk, and even bested the formidable Shiki, he had also been a disciple of the notorious Garp. Now, Virus's strength was likely on par with that of Garp. However, having spoken up in front of so many students, if he were to display any fear of this punch, where would his dignity go? Thus, Zephyr feigned a demeanor of nonchalance, yet still made a specific request. To provide our students with a better demonstration of the 6 styles, let us refrain from using hockey. We shall rely solely on the pure strength of our bodies. Agreed. Virus, without further contemplation, yearned to experience the legendary Black Arm Zephyr. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of Zephyr's advanced age and his esteemed status as a distinguished figure within the Navy. Consequently, he resolved to exert only 50% of his strength, mindful of the potential repercussions should he inadvertently cause any harm to the venerable elder. He feared that a moment of displeasure might prompt Zephyr to establish a new faction, the Inio Navy, with intentions of annihilating the world. However, as he approached the elder, preparing to roll up his sleeves and warm up his wrists, the resolute Zephyr suddenly adopted a solemn demeanor and interjected, Virus, I implore you not to show leniency simply because of my age. I was once a Grand Admiral, a paragon of the Navy's might. Should you refrain from unleashing your full power, that would be the true affront. Very well. Virus wore an unusual expression, unable to decipher the intentions of the old man before him. After all, his observation hockey was not yet as formidable as that of Admiral Zifa. Old man, I have arrived. Come, strike with all your might against this iron block of mine. Zifa proclaimed with great bravado, his face radiating confidence. His elite naval students, witnessing their mentor's audacity, could not help but express their admiration. Truly, Zifa-sensei is remarkable. His vigor only seems to increase with age. To dare to withstand a punch from Lord Virus, who has bested even the world's greatest swordsman and the Golden Lion. This blow, only a powerhouse like Zifa-sensei could endure it. They speculated, Zifa-sensei's iron block is likely indistinguishable from armament hockey at this point. Is there even a chance that Virus's arm might fracture? Impossible. Virus hails from Iron Fist Garb, whose fists are rumored to be even more potent than his swordsmanship. Zifa-sensei's hockey once ruled the seas. This is going to be quite a spectacle. As their discussions unfolded, Virus approached Admiral Zifa with deliberate steps. After a final glance at Zifa's resolute gaze, he slightly increased his strength. Boom. With a forceful punch that generated a terrifying gust of wind, his fist collided with Zifa's abdomen. Yet, Zifa remained unperturbed, only letting out a subdued grunt, as his belly merely caved slightly. However, Virus's expression shifted abruptly, for he had heard a distinct crack. Crack. Zifa's ribs had been fractured, at least 3 of them. Impressive. Truly worthy of the former highest combat strength of the Navy headquarters. I delivered this punch with 12% of my strength. Even my hawk, employing armament hockey, would have bled from it. I never expected Zifa-sensei to withstand it with mere iron. Remarkable. Upon hearing that crisp sound, Virus immediately withdrew his fist, his demeanor turning serious as he offered sincere praise. Ha, cough, cough. The ever-proud Zifa forced a hearty laugh, almost choking on blood in the process. Regrettably, even as he swallowed the bitter taste of blood, he bore the excruciating pain and commended. My iron block has been cultivated to the point of being indistinguishable from armament hockey. To withstand a blow from me without utilizing hockey is no small feat, Virus. You are indeed one of the rare naval prodigies of the century. Your potential surpasses that of Sakasaki and Borisolino. Excellent, keep it up. The surrounding individuals, upon hearing their words, were all visibly astonished, their admiration evident in their expressions. However, Ein and Tina found the situation somewhat peculiar, especially as Zephyr, after uttering these words, slowly turned away. Virus, I have a very important call to take. I shall leave the ensuing training in your capable hands. With this remark, the old man Zephyr took his leave, cautiously making his way towards the ship's cabin. Each step he took was deliberate, reminiscent of someone suffering from constipation nearing a restroom. Yet, after barely 3 steps, an odd sound escaped him. Cough, cough, cough. The crowd, Tina, Ein, Domino, Velas stood on the deck of the flagship in the German Sea, a playful smile gracing his lips as he reminisced about the events of a few days prior. Meanwhile, in the cabin, Tina, having spent yet another sleepless night, furiously kicked aside the pink roses at the door. Velas, you scoundrel. Today, I shall surely slay you. In the preceding days, Tina had resumed her rigorous training, fueled by the relentless guidance of the old sage Zephyr. Her singular aim was to vanquish Velas, the scoundrel, who had been frolicking nightly with Monet and Domino right outside her door. Monet, the green-haired beauty, had transformed into a brazen hussy, her once innocent charm utterly lost, now sullying herself with the lascivious Domino. Their nights were filled with indecent banter and raucous cries that kept Tina awake, igniting her fury to new heights. With determination, Tina unsheathed her prized blade and lunged at Velas, who nonchalantly puffed a cigar, hands tucked into his pockets, gazing out at the horizon. Today, I will end you. You rogue. Hearing Tina's spirited shout, Velas calmly exhaled a plume of smoke without even turning his head, just as the menacing rush of air signaled her strike. He gracefully evaded the blade, appearing to dance rather than fight, effortlessly sidestepping her attack. But Tina was relentless, invoking the powers of the Kankank devil fruit. She conjured a black barrier that surged towards Velas' back. Yet, with a nimble leap, he balanced on the railing and spun midair, landing gracefully as if engaged in a ballet rather than a battle. Just as he dodged Tina's onslaught, Domino, now shrouded in mist, charged at him with a blade. Alongside her was another enchanting beauty, Dashki, her captivating tail swaying with excitement as she fixed her intense gaze on Velas. Their attacks were not fueled by the same wrath as Tina's, but rather by Velas' own design, as he had pushed their abilities to new heights through daily training. Soon, reinforcements from another ship emerged, led by the top contender, Ein, a striking girl with sea blue hair and the power of the rewind fruit. This ability not only weakened her enemies, but also had the potential to reverse their age. However, its limitations meant it could only inflict negative effects, and Ein struggled to harness its full potential, especially against those with incomplete bodies. Despite its seemingly formidable nature, the practical application of Ein's ability proved limited in high-stakes combat, where observation and armament hockey were essential. Additionally, the unremarkable figure of Benz, the second-in-command with a disheveled appearance and the power of the flourish fruit, garnered minimal attention, as he viewed the remaining participants as mere fodder. Yet, even the tiniest morsel held its worth. Virus permitted their deck to engage in battle at any moment, even allowing for covert strikes. He assured them that he would refrain from utilizing the 3-color supremacy or the Navy's 6 styles. As long as an attack could reach his person, a reward of 1 million berries awaited the assailant. Within 3 days, Virus had already dispensed 10 million berries, inciting unparalleled enthusiasm among the participants. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that this money was deliberately given by Virus, designed to spur them into exerting their utmost effort in attacking him, thereby adding a modicum of pressure. Clang, bang, pop. 3 hours elapsed, filled with the sounds of swords slicing through the air, fists colliding, bullets whizzing, and even the soft gasps of women resonating across the deck. The Northern Sea Admiral had discarded his shirt, the Navy cloak cast aside. At that moment, his body bore no wounds, rather, glistening with sweat. His bronze skin and bulging muscles created a striking visual impact under the sun. Many onlookers, particularly female soldiers, were left mesmerized, their eyes wide with admiration. Among them were Dasky and Monet's little sister, the petite yet spirited Sugar. Sir Virus, he is so handsome, much more so than that Doflamingo fellow. Indeed, Monet, who had transformed into a shape reminiscent of Virus, savored the joys of womanhood. Upon beholding Virus's alluring form, she could not help but swallow hard. Seizing a moment when her sister was distracted, she extended her moist, delicate tongue to lick her parched, sensual lips. Slurp. Yet, immediately following this small action, both vessels simultaneously triggered alarms. Beep, beep. Beep. The infamous war beasts of the evil kingdom, the German kingdom, had arrived. Moreover, they presented a grandiose welcome gift, a torrential downpour of artillery fire. What a splendid greeting indeed. Vince mock. Judge. Observing the incoming barrage. The Northern Sea Admiral smiled as he gazed into the distance. There lay a unique maritime nation, devoid of fixed territory. Comprised of numerous ships that operated separately yet united formed a kingdom. Each of these steel warships was several times broader than ordinary sea kings. The flagship, shaped like a snail, dwarfed the other vessels, resembling a small island kingdom. It was armed with an array of advanced technological weaponry that outmatched the combined might of the remaining 10 ships, truly outfitted to the teeth. It was said that the firepower of Germa could obliterate a small kingdom in one fell swoop. Previously, Virus had been skeptical. However, today he found himself enlightened. Moreover, as he beheld the sight, memories of Germa 66 began to resurface. Centuries ago, Germa 66 was a notorious assassin clan within the underworld. 300 years prior, they established a nation, exerting control over the Northern Sea through military might, their formidable scientific combat units shaking the very foundations of the world. Long ago, the oldest media outlet in the Pirate King world, the World Economic News, even published a comic series titled Warriors of the Sea, the Sky, chronicling the valiant Navy's battles against the nefarious Germa 66. As such, the name Germa 66 had long become synonymous with evil. However, over a century ago, the once mighty Germa 66 suffered a devastating attack, leading to a decline in talent and stature. Some claimed they had provoked the celestial dragons, while others suggested an epic natural disaster. Yet, no definitive evidence existed. Virus had always believed it was likely that Germa 66 had stumbled upon some hidden secret, inciting the wrath of the celestial dragons, or Imsama, resulting in their erasure from existence, much like O'Hara had been. Thus, Virus held a deep appreciation for Vince Mock, Judge's capabilities. Approximately in the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, he returned to the Northern Sea with himself and some of Vegapunk's findings. In just 10 years, he had resurrected the notorious Germa 66. Today, it stood not only as the most powerful military organization in the Northern Sea, but also as the world's largest arms supplier and mercenary provider, exporting warfare globally to reap profits. Moreover, they maintained stable relations with the world government and the Navy, allowing the royal family to partake in world conferences and enabling the Navy headquarters to amend bounties. Had it not been for his interference, Germa 66 might have decisively eliminated the kings of the 4 nations of the Northern Sea, solidifying their reign as the overlords of the region. Contemplating this, a wicked smile curved Virus's lips, his gaze drifting towards the flagship of the evil kingdom. Vince Mock. Judge must be loathing me right now, I imagine. On board the flagship of the Germa kingdom, under the command of Vince Mock. Judge, the entire family was present, save for Vince Mock. Sanji. Witnessing the sky filled with artillery fire, it completely enveloped the Northern Sea Admiral's warship and training vessel. A man with curly red hair, Vince Mock, E.G., stood at the bow, his face brimming with perverse excitement. How dare you come to the Germa kingdom with just 2 shabby ships to flaunt your might? Die, filthy navy. As the eldest son of the Vince Mock family and a prince of the Germa kingdom, he was known as the Crimson Thunder. Through genetic enhancements derived from the Vince Mock Judge's bloodline, he had acquired superhuman abilities, wielding the power of flame. However, this power came at the cost of his ability to experience normal human emotions, leaving him with only the impulses to obey commands and to fight and destroy. His 2 younger brothers shared a similar fate. The second son, Vince Mock Niji, known as the Deep Blue Electric, possessed the power of lightning. The youngest, Vince Mock Yanji, dubbed the Green Wrench, had a mechanical physique, capable of altering his limbs and possessing immense strength. Upon his elder brother's declaration, the 2 younger siblings erupted into ecstatic howls, their voices shrill and inhuman. Yet, the surrounding clone soldiers displayed no reaction whatsoever. Clad in a metallic helmet, with long golden hair and a towering stature, Vince Mock Judge remained unfazed by the scene, his expression one of stoic indifference as he surveyed the 2 vessels, his eyes betraying a disregard for life itself. However, the princess of the Germa kingdom, Vince Mock Reiju, a stunning beauty with flowing pink hair, furrowed her brows with concern. Father, those 2 ships contain not only the Navy training camp, but also the esteemed former Admiral Zephyr. That's Caesar. Virus is also the Northern Sea Admiral. If we openly attack, will it not provoke complications with the world government and the Navy? Complications? Vince Mock Judge's lips curled into a sinister smirk as he flicked the dagger-like black beard upwards. A mere North Sea Admiral and an inconspicuous retired general, accompanied by a motley crew of insignificant fish, are hardly worth the effort to eliminate. If they cannot withstand the artillery of the Vince Mock family, it only serves to prove their unworthiness to exist in this world. Reiju, remember this, in this realm, the most steadfast relationships are forged through self-interest. Power is the sole truth. Father, you are absolutely right. Vince Mock Reiju nodded in agreement, choosing silence. Though unease gnawed at her heart, a man capable of commanding Admiral Kizuru, a figure who defeated the Golden Lion Shiki and severed the arm of the world's greatest swordsman, is far from the simple adversary her father suggests. Given Given his temperament, he is unlikely to appreciate this token of goodwill. On the Admiral's ship, on the deck, the legendary dreadnought loomed large. Is this truly the infamous battleship of unparalleled evil? How terrifying. It is as massive as an island. What a monstrous steel behemoth. No wonder it dominates the North Sea. Damn Germa 66. How dare they fire upon us? Have they gone mad? It's over. We're doomed. With this relentless barrage, we are finished. As the relentless cannonade rained down, the naval elites on deck were thrown into utter disarray. Gulp. The already haggard Bins, now pale, swallowed hard. Yet, at that moment, Ein felt a strange sense of foreboding. It was not that his classmates lacked experience. Rather, the ferocity of the onslaught was overwhelmingly lethal. This was Germa 66, equipped with the most advanced artillery and munitions in the world, delivering such a concentrated assault. The entire North Sea fleet would suffer catastrophic losses. Yet strangely, the Marines aboard the Virus exhibited not a trace of panic. Even the petite girl, seemingly unassuming, remained composed as she leisurely indulged in grapes, her expression betraying a hint of mockery at her classmates' faces. What was the meaning of this? Just as she pondered this perplexity, Zephyr, wrapped in bandages and clad in a bathrobe, burst from the ship's cabin, urgency etched across his features as he ascended into the air. Now, he was prepared to safeguard this valiant new generation of Navy recruits with his own flesh and blood. This scene would undoubtedly evoke intense emotions if depicted in an anime. However, as he soared into the sky, an awkward pause overtook him. Not far ahead, a pale blue barrier materialized before him. The advanced projectiles of Germa 66 collided with the translucent shield, plummeting straight down like raindrops. Splash! They fell into the ocean like dumplings. Yet, this was not the source of his greatest astonishment. A peculiar whistle resonated from behind him, reminiscent of street urchins teasing young girls. Beep. Then, a gust of wind swept by, and he felt an unexpected chill below. The voice of the North Sea Admiral wafted over his shoulder, commenting on the impressive sturdiness of Zephyr's thighs, proclaiming him to be remarkably resilient. The abilities of this Virus were indeed terrifying. With the threat averted, Ein finally grasped the reason behind the North Sea Navy's calm demeanor. It appeared that Virus possessed formidable powers, capable of conjuring such an expansive barrier to perfectly shield two warships while nullifying the kinetic energy of the barrage. This ability was nothing short of divine. It was evident that it was not the fruit that was lacking, but rather the fruit user. No wonder the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, who possessed the float fruit, met his demise at the hands of Virus. Reflecting on this, Ein couldn't help but steal a glance at the so-called disgrace of the Navy. As described by Sister Gion. At this moment, unbeknownst to him, a cigar had appeared in his mouth, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. A faint white smoke curled around his handsome visage, his expression one of leisure, his gaze. Wait, what was he looking at? The expression on Virus's face was so mocking. Was he ridiculing the incompetence of Germa 66? Ein, lost in thought, turned her gaze to the sky. Suddenly, she heard a lewd whistle, and Virus's teasing voice floated through the air. Oh, what sturdy thighs. Admiral Zephyr is as robust as ever. Ah, in an instant, Ein, along with the female soldiers on the ship, was flushed with embarrassment. Although they could not see the issue with Zephyr, Virus's words, coupled with the old man's attire, ignited a flurry of shrieks from the girls. With a swish, Zephyr vanished. It was unclear who instigated it, but laughter erupted on the deck, leading to a terrifying chain reaction of mirth. Haha, Lord Virus is amazing. Germa 66 is but a bunch of clowns. Haha, truly. A man who has triumphed over the likes of Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Mihawk. You are my idol. Haha. Admiral Zephyr indeed is showing his age. Cough. Long live Lord Virus. Haha. Brother Virus, so mighty. My stomach aches from laughter. On the naval training ship, the group of rascals. And that little brat Virus. Admiral Zephyr returned to his quarters, wearing a gloomy expression as he hastily donned his attire. He clenched his teeth, gazing at the sky filled with cannon fire. Then glanced at Germa 66, silently making a decision. Germa 66, the dreadnought. Observing the artillery malfunctioning around their vessels, cannonballs falling into the sea like dumplings. The previously boisterous Vinsmoke Ichiji squinted his eyes, his demeanor darkening. Was this the power of the North Sea Admiral? Such an annoying ability. Vinsmoke Niji, visibly agitated, spoke up, as if Virus and his crew had committed a grievous sin by not being obliterated. Hearing his elder brother's words, Niji turned coldly to their father, Vinsmoke Judge. Father, let me eliminate them. You know, I excel at destroying ships. Without needing your help. Vinsmoke Judge coldly chuckled, raising his gloved hand. Now's the perfect opportunity. Let's test Germa 66's new weapon. I want to see how long he can endure. Father, Vinsmoke Reiju attempted to interject, but Judge ignored her, loading the half-human high-tipped projectiles painted white. With a wave of his hand, the thunderous sound of cannon fire erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Vinsmoke Reiju's expression turned grim. Yet she restrained her words. On the Admiral's ship, the deck, as the artillery fell silent again, the naval elite rejoiced. Ein finally calmed her emotions. However, her brow furrowed once more as she glanced at Virus's face. The white smoke swirling around him dissipated, revealing a countenance devoid of levity, replaced by an air of cold indifference and lethal intent. This aura, She had only seen it on one other individual, the Marine Headquarters Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, affectionately dubbed the Marine's living Yama by pirates. After a brief moment of doubt, she comprehended the unfolding situation. Germa 60 SIX's second round of cannon fire was commencing. This time, the ammunition was distinctly different. It was remote detonated explosives. Only the most elite special operations units of the Marine Headquarters were equipped with such terrifying bombs. These explosives could be triggered upon impact or remotely controlled by the user. Their power exceeded that of ordinary bombs by several folds, and their casings were filled with iron shrapnel. The sole purpose of this munition was to inflict maximum casualties. Bastards! How dare Germa 66 act with such impunity? A slow-burning fury filled Ein's heart, yet she swiftly suppressed it. Lord Virus, these shells are. Do not worry, I am here, Virus replied, cigar in mouth. Before launching himself into the air, he was well acquainted with these munitions. The East Blue Navy had once procured 100 of them for 500 million berries on discount. The results were quite satisfactory, and Virus was quite fond of them. Lord Virus, seeing the North Sea Admiral soar into the sky, Ein couldn't help but shout in concern. However, Domino's sultry voice drifted over. Little sister, do not fret. Lord Virus never deceives women in bed. Huh? Ein felt a flush of embarrassment at Domino's words. You shameless woman. Be quiet. Tina, with her pink hair and curvaceous figure, swung her sheathed sword at Domino. Bang! Domino instantly transformed into a cloud of white mist. Reappearing on the railing, her long black legs crossed elegantly as she leaned back, gazing at the grinning North Sea Admiral. He charged into the center. Amidst the 100 remote detonated explosives, on the Dreadnought's deck, did they intend to sacrifice themselves along with the entire crew? What a foolish notion. Vinsmoke Judge smirked ominously, caressing the button on his golden cane. Let me show you my latest masterpiece. After my modifications, these explosive shells have increased in power by at least tenfold. One shell can obliterate a warship. Farewell, foolish North Sea Admiral. With that, Judge pressed the ignition button. Click. At that moment, except for Vinsmoke Reiju, the expressions of the Vinsmoke family froze in a chilling smile. To them, the North Sea Admiral Caesar Virus was already a dead man. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. The smile on Vinsmoke Judge's face stiffened, and the family's expressions became rigid. Damn it. Judge thought the remote control had malfunctioned and pulled out a backup. Click, click, click. He pressed it 3 times in quick succession, yet the airborne missiles remained unresponsive. Instantly, the North Sea Overlord, the head of the Vinsmoke family, the great genius scientist, was beside himself with rage. But just then, his only daughter, the Princess of Germa 66, suddenly trembled in shock. Father, not good. What is happening? Vinsmoke Judge's expression darkened instantly, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. He looked up at the North Sea Admiral hovering in midair, who was wielding the broad blade of his sword to unleash a flying slash. Yet, the explosive projectiles suspended in the air remained intact. However, they abruptly changed direction. The North Sea Admiral, the very specter of death in their eyes, one man against an entire nation, he was stepping onto one of the explosive shells, hurtling towards Germa 66 along with hundreds of cannonballs. Damn it. Damn it all. Vinsmoke Judge's face contorted with palpable rage as he witnessed his proud creation malfunction. Upon seeing Virus's countermeasure, Judge's eyes turned bloodshot, brimming with fury. How could this bastard accomplish such a feat? Did he possess equipment that jammed signals? Father, allow me to eliminate him. With his wild crimson hair billowing, Vinsmoke Ichiji gazed at the approaching North Sea Admiral Virus, his eyes ablaze with a fervor for violence and destruction. Ichiji, do not act impulsively, urged the stunning Vinsmoke Reiju, her pink hair framing her face as she sensed her brother's reckless enthusiasm. The paramount issue at hand was to thwart those returning bombs. As she spoke, the expressions of the Vinsmoke family turned grim. The explosive shells were already 45 times more potent than ordinary ammunition. This latest batch of remote-controlled explosives boasted over tenfold the destructive power. Should these high-explosive bombs detonate aboard the Germa 66 flagship, it would spell doom for Germa 66 and its royal family. On the flagship's deck, this bastard, truly out of control, Tina's gaze was fixed on Virus, her heart in her throat, fearful he might be obliterated. As she observed the North Sea Admiral's actions, Ein couldn't help but admire his ingenuity. Utilizing his devil fruit ability to create a temporary hover, then employing his flying slash to redirect the projectiles was nothing short of genius. Yet, a question nagged at her. Why hadn't the remote operators on Germa 66 detonated those terrifying bombs? As she pondered, the naive and exuberant naval elite on deck began to cheer for Virus. Virus, our mighty brother, what incredible abilities! Such a brilliant battle strategy. Virus is truly a genius. The fools from Germa 66 are no match for Lord Virus. Wow, flying atop the shells, Virus looks so dashing and graceful. Such an exceptional man. I wonder if he would mind having another girlfriend. This motley crew's foolish exuberance darkened Ein's expression. She found it incomprehensible how such dimwits had managed to pass the selection process for the naval training camp. On the deck of the Dreadnought, this bastard, how can he possess such capabilities? How is he so strong? As Virus drew nearer, Vinsmoke Judge clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding. Yet, he remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, his pride blinding him. Children, follow me. For the glory of Germa. For the glory of Germa. Vinsmoke Ichiji, Vinsmoke Yanji, and Vinsmoke Niji shouted in fervent excitement. For the glory of Germa. Seeing this atmosphere, Vinsmoke Reiju had no choice but to join in. Though part of her felt conflicted. After her physical modifications, she could not defy the orders of her patriarch. With a thunderous roar, Vinsmoke Judge, wielding a golden scepter, activated his high-tech combat boots, transforming into a streak of golden light soaring into the sky. Vinsmoke Reiju, accompanied by her three brothers, activated their own high-tech boots, trailing 4 streams of red, blue, pink, and green light behind them. Are we all here? Then it shall be easy. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. It seemed as though Virus had caught wind of some jest, his feet instantaneously vanishing from the projectile-S trajectory. Was he truly escaping with the moonwalk and shave? Vinsmoker, Kaji, scoffed derisively, observing Virus retreat 100 meters, suspended in midair. He was undoubtedly aware of the technique Virus employed. In fact, even the high-tech jet boots upon which he stood were inspired by certain principles of the 6 styles. A troubling realization dawned upon him. Father, as Vinsmoker, Reiju, perceived the arrogance in Kaji's laughter, she sensed that something was amiss. The pale blue shield of Virus vanished, and hundreds of high-explosive bombs hurtled towards the main ship of Germa 66. Virus, you despicable scoundrel. Vinsmoke Judge exclaimed in anger, quickly instructing his children. You must deal with those bombs. That wretch Virus is mine to slay. Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Vinsmoke Reiju sprang into action, soaring towards the flagship. Their main battleship served as the heart of the entire fleet, housing their father's invaluable research, alongside equipment and weaponry worth billions. It was imperative that nothing went awry. Meanwhile, Vinsmoke Reiju's 3 brothers cast regretful glances at Virus before they set off to intercept the high-explosive bombs. They employed flames, electric shocks, and various projectiles to detonate these deadly explosives. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the skies over the wicked kingdom of Germa 66 erupted into brilliant fireballs, reminiscent of a grand feast illuminated by resplendent fireworks. The North Sea Navy and its elites celebrated the spectacle with jubilant cheers. However, on the Germa 66 side, despite their efforts to intercept the bombs, they found themselves in utter chaos. The barrage not only amplified the explosive force, but also contained incendiary agents akin to thermite, transforming the aftermath into raging infernos. Consequently, the kingdom was engulfed in flames, claiming countless clone soldiers. Moreover, many munitions exploded in secondary detonations, inflicting even more catastrophic damage. This assault could undoubtedly be described as a devastating bloodbath. Boom, boom, boom. Hearing the relentless explosions behind him, Vinsmoke Judge let out a cold snort, lifting his golden staff once more to aim at Virus. Virus, what is your true purpose in coming to Germa 66? The purpose? The North Sea Admiral replied, a smirk gracing his lips as a plume of smoke billowed forth. Initially, I intended to strike a deal with you, but now, I seek only one thing. The obliteration of your nation. Haha, you, a mere North Sea Admiral, wish to annihilate my Germa 66? That is the most ignorant, ludicrous, and amusing jest I have ever heard. Vinsmoke Judge erupted into boisterous laughter, his entire body shaking, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. Yet, Virus remained unfazed, calmly puffing on his cigar, awaiting the end of Judge's mirth before he spoke again. Caesar Virus, I acknowledge your capabilities. But do not forget that you are part of the Navy. Germa 66 is a member state of the world government. I am the king of a member state. In fact, half of the Navy's armaments are supplied by us. Even if you possess the strength to obliterate a nation, would you dare to do so? Do you wish to remain in the Navy? Would the world government allow you to escape? Moreover, there are countless kingdoms and arms dealers around the world eagerly awaiting Germa 60 SIXS munitions. Do you believe that I could simply speak a word and ensure you do not see the light of the next day? Such eloquence, truly befitting a genius scientist. Vinsmoke Judge mused. Hearing the old man prattle on, Virus stifled his murderous intent and slowly inhaled from his cigar. After all, this old man still held value. Whether it was the scientific prowess of the Vinsmoke family or their military technology and influence in the North Sea, it was all a tempting prize. Otherwise, Virus would have severed his head the moment he opened his mouth. Taking a satisfying draw from his cigar, Virus noticed the old man as frustration. Yet he dared not retaliate, which only deepened the smile on Virus's face. Since you have shared so much, allow me to add a few words in return. In truth, for me, the annihilation of a nation is not as daunting as it may seem. I have accomplished such feats in the East Blue more than once. Would you like to know how I did it, Mr. Vinsmoke? Humph. Vinsmoke Judge replied coldly, his expression betraying his disdain. It appears you remain blissfully ignorant. Virus nodded slightly, a smirk playing on his lips as he licked them. It is quite simple, really. I merely silenced the royal family and appointed a prominent figure from the kingdom to take their place. Do you have any idea how long it took me to restore order to a transformed kingdom? A mere 3 days. Yes, 3 days, Mr. Vinsmoke Judge. Do you grasp the magnificence of that number? I wonder, does Germa 66 possess such influential figures? And what do you think of this method? With a sardonic chuckle, Vinsmoke Judge maintained a facade of composure, yet a glimmer of apprehension flickered in his eyes. Observing Judge's struggle to keep his demeanor, Virus couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. He then took a leisurely drag from his cigar, the orange flame flaring brightly before quickly dimming, leaving the brown cigar considerably shorter. With a deep exhale, he released a plume of smoke that curled like a dragon, his gaze playfully fixed on Vinsmoke Judge. Mr. Judge, did you not just assert that should I eliminate a king, neither the Navy nor the world government would let it pass unnoticed? Yet, in reality, the kings I have slain in the East Blue extend beyond the visible realm of the Cardon Kingdom. Many are aware of my actions. I have even publicly acknowledged them. Yet here I stand before you, unscathed. Do you comprehend what this signifies? It implies that the death of a few monarchs is utterly inconsequential to the Navy and the world government. The Navy is primarily concerned with its own reputation and whether local peace is threatened. As for the world government, their sole concern revolves around the celestial gold of the allied kingdoms. Mr. Vinsmoke Judge, consider this. If I were to eliminate you in exchange for peace in the Balkan region and subsequently install a compliant successor, raising German kingdom's celestial gold by 10 or 20%, while also encouraging the nearby kingdoms of Soman, Cohen, and Rainer to do the same. Do you believe the world government and those illustrious celestial dragons would seek to confront me, or rather, would they greet me, Caesar Virus, with applause and flowers? Enough, Virus, Judge retorted, his countenance darkening as if it could rain, his fury simmering like a volcano on the verge of eruption. The Vinsmoke family's dominance over the North Sea is not merely a product of words. To extinguish my family, one must possess the requisite capability. Indeed, Virus replied. Virus took another draw from his cigar, exhaling a thick plume of smoke before casting the cigar into the sea. However, there was no need for me to eliminate the entire Vinsmoke family. Taking you down alone would suffice. As his words hung in the air, Virus's gaze drifted towards Vinsmoke Katakuri's rear. He was aware that Katakuri was merely stalling for time, waiting for his comrades to return. Only by decisively defeating them all could he truly demonstrate his formidable strength. With everyone gathered, let the battle commence. Virus, you audacious fool, prepare to meet your end. Upon realizing his scheme had been uncovered, Vinsmoke Katakuri furiously brandished his golden staff. In an instant, the staff elongated, transforming into a resplendent golden trident that shimmered magnificently under the sun. Boom. At that moment, the high-tech combat boots beneath him unleashed a terrifying shockwave, propelling him at high speed towards Virus. We shall join in. Plan B. Although Vinsmoke Rage harbored trepidation towards Virus, she showed no hesitation when it came to battle. She commanded her 3 brothers to attack from different angles. Thus, above the kingdom of Germa 66, 5 brilliant streaks of light suddenly appeared. Dazzling golden meteors, toxic pink clouds, searing red flames, flickering blue lightning, and clawing green talons all surged forth towards the North Sea Admiral. Yet, in the face of the Vinsmoke family's multifaceted attack, ranged, close combat, lasers, and even toxic rain, the North Sea Admiral merely smiled with a sinister charm. The light blue barrier erupted forth, enveloping 100 meters in an instant, nullifying all the terrifying assaults. As the blue barrier approached, the Vinsmoke family retreated 100 meters in apprehension. However, just when they believed they had distanced themselves to safety, the North Sea Admiral flashed a grin and unleashed a new skill, developed only after mastering observation hockey, silence. Demon Tails. The pale blue light screen instantly split into 5 blue tails, hurtling towards the Vinsmoke family with blinding speed, akin to that of light itself. Damn it! This infernal ability! Before they could react, the blue tail struck Vinsmoke Katakuri, who roared in rage. At that moment, his high-tech combat boots spiraled out of control, and his battle suit provided no assistance. But that was not the end, for the man was toying with him, mocking him, the proud king of Germa 66, the greatest scientist in the world. The blue tail struck him but then retracted instantly, leaving his combat boots and suit in disarray, causing him to flail about like a madman in midair. Just as he regained his composure, that accursed blue tail precisely struck him again, rendering him helpless once more. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Isn't this guy merely a user of the trashy silence fruit? How can he possess such power? As his rage surged, his 3 sons encountered the same fate, their expressions twisted in agony. Though they lacked normal human emotions, they exhibited typical human reactions. They were shocked and bewildered. Why? Why was their once invincible battle gear and proud lineage rendered utterly ineffective against this individual? His abilities were terrifying. Vinsmoke Reiju felt a shiver run down her spine. Her worst fears had come to fruition. Their family's greatest strength lay in technology. If the combat suits and boots failed, her father's prowess would amount to little more than that of a naval colonel, his entire strength reliant on the most formidable battle suit of Germa 66. In contrast, her siblings had been genetically modified since birth, coupled with brutal training and upbringing, granting them physical capabilities comparable to a naval brigadier. Yet even so, Before this North Sea admiral, this monstrous figure, they felt as fragile as infants, utterly defenseless. Weak. Incredibly weak. The admiral sat aloft, a terrifying sight. He had effortlessly dispatched the Vinsmoke family's elite warriors in an instant. Witnessing the renowned Germa 66 royalty fall from grace in a single exchange, Tina, who had initially intended to assist, halted in shock. No wonder he could subdue Sister Gion. Observing the astonishing scene before her, Anne also paused. Despite the Vinsmoke family's strength, its terrifying speed, flying capabilities, and formidable offensive power, yet they faced Virus. This battle was a complete rout. Just as she began to grasp this sentiment, the elite Navy members and soldiers erupted in cheers once more. Meanwhile, the curious Sugar asked Darsky, Sister Darsky, just how powerful is Lord Virus? How powerful? He is undoubtedly the strongest man in the world, Darsky proclaimed proudly, her white chin and nostrils held high. Indeed, he was the world's strongest man. Monet, trained into a little temptress, blushed alluringly, her spring-like eyes softly echoing, and he has the most delightful essence. As the entire ship rejoiced in Virus's glory, Zifa, the highest combatant from the former Navy headquarters, who bore a burden on his back, gazed at Virus's magnificent form in midair and finally relaxed, setting down his pen. Though the little rascal was quite irritating, his prowess was likely on par with an admiral. Entrusting matters to him would bring peace of mind. He never anticipated that old Carp could acquire such a remarkable apprentice, truly a stroke of luck. Cursing the old man inwardly, Zifa pressed the farewell letter beneath his cup, having for the first time in his life become a coward. While everyone remained focused on the battlefield, he stealthily made his way towards the nearby Cohen kingdom. There was no choice. It was simply too embarrassing. Above the dreadnought, the notorious evil Kingdom Germa 66 appeared to be of such caliber. Observing the Vinsmoke family ensnared in terror, the North Sea admiral, the source of their fear, completely retracted his abilities. If that were the case, he would allow them some leeway to play. You scoundrel. Kill him. Sensing the terrifying control dissipate, Vinsmoke Katakuri disregarded his pride, adjusting his flight posture and charging once more. Boom. The high-tech combat boots beneath him erupted with a deafening shockwave. Crack. The golden trident's tip gathered a menacing surge of golden electricity aimed directly at the naval admiral. Taste my electric thrust. Truly, one must admire such audacity. Before Vinsmoke Gaji made his move, he shouted out the name of his technique, causing 3 black lines to appear on Velutha's forehead. In that moment, he truly suffered a slight mental blow. Yet, he was about to inflict upon Vinsmoke Gaji a far greater dual assault, both mentally and physically. As the terrifying electric attack approached, he unleashed a seemingly ordinary punch. Boom. The horrific electric shock from Vinsmoke Gaji dissipated in an instant. However, at that very moment, Vinsmoke Iji let out a sinister laugh and stuck out his tongue, much like a depraved uncle who had just captured a little girl. The super flamethrower hidden in his sleeve erupted, releasing 2 blazing dragons of fire. Heh, gotcha. Haha. Vinsmoke Niji, with his blue hair, also cackled, unleashing a venomous blue lightning bolt. Crackle. The dreadful electric current was about to pierce through Velutha's back. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Veluth had sensed it all along. He even noticed Vinsmoke Reiju above him, secretly releasing toxic powder. Below him, Vinsmoke Yongji, the strongest and fastest of the brothers, was preparing to launch a sneak attack. But, faced with such an onslaught, Veluth showed no intention of evasion. In an instant, the blue streaks of light and the roaring fire dragon struck the Northern Sea Admiral simultaneously. Boom. They exploded into dazzling red and blue fireworks, instantly engulfing the Northern Sea Admiral's figure, with black dust swirling amidst the scorching heat waves. Haha. Turn to ashes, you fool. The so-called Navy New Star is nothing but this. Seeing his attack succeed, Vinsmoke Iji laughed wildly, his red cloak billowing in the wind. Hey. Under my 3,000 volts of attack, no one has ever survived. Vinsmoke Niji smirked wickedly, his thumb tracing across his nose as if he were handsome. Humph. Vinsmoke Gaji also squinted in excitement, his face twisted into a deranged grin. At this moment, Vinsmoke Yongji, the 4th son of the Vinsmoke family, howled, stirring up a gust of wind. What a pity, it's not my turn yet. Compared to the optimism of his father and brothers, Vinsmoke Reiju wore a frown. She knew, the Northern Sea Admiral, this monster, would not be so easily disposed of. But such a terrifying attack should have wounded him, right? Vinsmoke Reiju thought to herself, her gaze fixed tightly on the swirling winds. Whoosh. After the howling winds passed, all the smoke and flames were swept away. Yet, the scene she dreaded most unfolded, even more horrifying than she had anticipated. That monstrous Northern Sea Admiral still floated gracefully in the sky. He was smiling, his face radiating confidence, composure, and mockery, as if to say, I've given you a chance, yet you're nothing but useless trash. And their proudly launched terrifying attacks had not inflicted a single scratch upon him. Not even a thread of his attire was damaged. His countenance remained handsome and pristine, his white military uniform still neat and proper. His grand cloak billowed in the wind, and the 2 words justice fluttered above this evil kingdom, appearing exceptionally striking. On the Admiral's ship, on the deck, Lord Veluth. Long live Lord Veluth. Is he even human? Such a terrifying attack left him completely unscathed. What a monstrous being. Valuth's power must be comparable to that of an admiral, right? Lord Valuth, I want to bear your children. I wish to dedicate everything to you. It seems that the future highest combat power of the Navy headquarters will certainly include Brother Valuth. Gazing at Valuth's graceful and carefree figure, Ein's eyes shimmered with admiration and longing. That bastard. Can he not show off for once? But Tina, upon seeing Valuth unscathed, muttered irritably, her grip on the hilt of her sword just relaxing. As soon as her words fell, Domino appeared beside her with a seductive smile. Hey, Lord Valuth often says that this is called being unharmed while having smoke. Were you worried just now? Go away. I would be crazy to worry about this Navy scum. With a flushed face, Tina haughtily lifted her chin, flicking her sword sheath to push Domino away, looking all flustered as she fled. Haha. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. The atmosphere exceedingly jovial. Yet, where there was joy, there was also sorrow. Above the extreme evil worship. What? How is this possible? Witnessing the elegant and carefree Northern Sea Admiral, Vinsmoke Gaji felt as though struck by lightning. His pride was shattered in that moment. His German technology appeared as nothing but a pile of dog feces before the Northern Sea Admiral. The three sons of the Vinsmoke family were equally dumbfounded. As if confronted with the incomprehensible. Humans, merely beings composed of bones and proteins. How could a human endure a temperature of 500 degrees? How could a human withstand a voltage of 3,000 volts? How could a human withstand the impact explosion of hundreds of thousands of newtons? Impossible. Humans absolutely cannot achieve this. Even if they undergo genetic modifications. Thus, the bastard before them, the Northern Sea Admiral Caesar Valuth. He cannot possibly be human. He is a monster. Yes. He is not human. He is a monster. A being that neither humanity nor technology can defeat. Only this explanation makes sense. Gulp. Observing her father and three brothers state. Reiju, gazing at the Northern Sea Admiral, suddenly swallowed hard, her cheeks flushed with intoxicating crimson. The shock of Valuth being unharmed was no less for her than for her family. However, as the only female of the Vinsmoke family, and the one with the richest emotions, at this moment, she felt an overwhelming primal urge towards the Northern Sea Admiral's immense power, exuding a lethal masculine charm. A wave of greedy desire ignited within her. She wished to conquer the man before her. She wanted to trample this powerful, handsome, arrogant, and carefree man beneath her feet. To wantonly ravage and toy with his body. However, just as twisted and frenzied images erupted in her mind, the nearly mad Vinsmoke Gaji shouted hysterically, "Charge! Kill him!" Yet this time, the scions of the Vinsmoke family did not act. They were not disobeying Vinsmoke Gaji's orders, nor did they harbor any fear. They simply had never encountered such a situation. They were at a loss regarding how to launch an attack and how to confront the formidable Caesar Virus. As their hesitation lingered, the magnetic and melodious voice of the North Sea Admiral resonated through the air. Yet, his words seemed like the whispers of a demon, issuing a deathly summons to the Vinsmoke family. Since the Vinsmoke family possessed such limited capabilities, this admiral would gladly send them to the depths of hell. Upon hearing the admiral's words, Vinsmoke Judge felt as if he had plunged into a freezing abyss, a chilling sensation enveloping his entire being. He had traversed the North Sea for a decade and roamed the world for 30 years, yet for the first time, he experienced such profound helplessness. Sensing that death was perilously close, especially as he beheld the North Sea Admiral gliding through the air, approaching him with deliberate steps. Each footfall felt like a crushing weight upon his heart, each stride seemingly affirming his impending demise. Gulp. Judge swallowed nervously, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead and back. Virus, perhaps we can negotiate. Tell me what you desire. We can discuss this. I represent the world government. Virus, is that what you call him? The North Sea Admiral abruptly interrupted Vinsmoke Judge, his figure vanishing from midair. When he reappeared, a fist struck Judge with a resounding impact. Bang. What appeared to be an ordinary punch unleashed a terrifying sonic boom. Upon connecting with Judge's abdomen, it produced a sound akin to artillery fire. Boom. The high-tech battle suit that Judge prided himself on was obliterated by Virus's singular blow. The once mighty king of Germa 66, head of the Vinsmoke family and the world's foremost arms dealer, was now a pitiful sight, his bloodshot eyes rolling back, spewing forth copious amounts of crimson liquid. At that moment, he was utterly incredulous and in a state of disarray, like a meteor crashing heavily onto a nefarious warship. He was treated as mere refuse discarded by the North Sea Admiral. Damn it. I will fight back. Witnessing his father being struck down, Vinsmoke Ichiji let out a hoarse roar, flames of intense red igniting around him. Go. Vinsmoke Niji, with his blue hair, erupted in crackling electrical sparks, transforming into a streak of blue lightning. Vinsmoke Yonji morphed into a terrifying tornado, surging forth with a tempest towards the North Sea Admiral. However, what awaited them was the Admiral's merciless sneer and his unyielding fist. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 strikes, the Vinsmoke brothers pursued their father. At that moment, Judge crashed into the highest tower of the nefarious warship like a cannonball. Boom. The entire tower trembled, and then it collapsed in half. Countless fragments cascaded down, and a billowing cloud of dust swirled like a dragon in tumult. Shortly thereafter, the 3 sons of the Vinsmoke family descended upon it like a comet striking the earth. Boom, boom, boom. Following 3 terrifying explosions, the last remnants of the tower's base crumbled entirely. Furthermore, it caused collateral damage to the towering flag that represented Germa 66. A banner that had instilled fear in countless kingdoms of the North Sea, a symbol of Germa 66's unblemished pride for a decade. It was struck down by the debris of the tower, the white flag crashing heavily to the ground, just as Vinsmoke Judge's pride was crushed beneath the Admiral's foot. Greetings, Miss Vinsmoke Reju. After brutally dispatching Judge and his sons, the North Sea Admiral sauntered towards Vinsmoke Reju. His gaze unabashedly admired the exquisite beauty of the Princess of Germa, particularly the impressive stature of her bosom, and the alluringly long and athletic legs adorned with the number 66 beneath her pink skirt. Hello, Admiral Virus of the North Sea. With her pink hair cascading over one eye, a counterclockwise swirl on her left brow, and her purple eyes accentuated with light pink lipstick. Vinsmoke Reju met the Admiral's aggressive gaze with a teasing smile. It seems I've already sent your father and brothers flying, yet you appear unfazed by my presence? Upon witnessing Reju's demeanor, Virus took another step closer, nearly colliding with her. Of course, this proximity did not fluster Reju. Instead, she wrapped her delicate arms around the North Sea Admiral. I have heard that you, Admiral Virus, are a man of great greed and lust, and it just so happens that I can satisfy both your desires. Thus, it was revealed that the renowned princess of the Vinsmoke family, Reju, was indeed astute, intelligent, gracious, graceful, socially adept, considerate of others, and eager to assist, living up to her esteemed reputation. As Virus uttered a lengthy monologue, his left arm embraced the waist of Vinsmoke Reju, while his right hand slipped into her pink combat attire, revealing her chest and navel. Moments later, the two vanished into thin air. On the deck of the flagship, a bewildered voice broke the silence. Am I seeing things? Lord Virus is embracing the eldest princess of the Vinsmoke family? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Lord Virus is truly my idol. He has successfully captivated the venomous Reju. What? He has fought her father and brothers, yet he can still win her heart. A wave of envy washed over the crowd, particularly directed at the Vinsmoke heiress for her swift victory. I haven't even tasted the charm of Lord Virus yet as the elite Navy and North Sea sailors debated the bizarre scene unfolding in the sky. I muttered under his breath, his expression peculiar. No wonder Sister Gion scolded him as a lecherous pervert. He truly seems to fall for every woman he encounters. Eager to echo Ein's sentiment, Bins, who had been feeling increasingly overshadowed by Virus's multifaceted allure, seized the opportunity. His once lofty self-image had crumbled under the weight of Virus's superiority in height, looks, talent, charisma, and intellect, leaving him feeling utterly inadequate. Please, Ein, don't be deceived. Such a pretty boy is the most adept at tricking women. Once he has his fun, he discards them like the ruffians of Mariewa. Unbeknownst to him, Ein's perception of Bins diminished further upon hearing his disparaging remarks. Meanwhile, Domino, Virus's affectionate confidant, quietly approached the duo, wrapping her arms around Ein's neck in an intimate gesture. Men are all the same. Once they acquire power and wealth, they inevitably turn corrupt. If that is the case, why not choose one who is pleasing to the eye and strong? It's far more enjoyable, wouldn't you agree, Sister Ein? How can you say such a thing? Bins trembled with indignation, having never encountered such brazen audacity. I, Bins, am not that kind of person. If I fall in love, I will remain devoted. Oh? Domino's eyes gleamed with mischief, ready to unleash a comment that nearly drove him to fury. Lord Virus has said that any man who does not aspire to have a harem is not worth considering. They are either powerless, penniless, or physically inadequate. Ein. Struck by the humor in Domino's words, couldn't he suppress a laugh, casting a teasing glance at Bins. Hilarity ensued as Domino mischievously winked at Bins. So, dear boy, have you been hit by that observation? Me? Bins' face flushed crimson with embarrassment as he stuttered in protest. I am not inadequate. However, his outburst drew the collective gaze of those around him. In a lavishly adorned suite at the Germa Royal Hotel, Vinsmoke Reju's attire, black earmuffs emblazoned with a 6, a blue scarf, a revealing miniskirt, and a butterfly-winged cape, was strewn haphazardly across the room. Some pieces lay on the floor, others on the sofa, in the bathroom, and on the carpet, with not a single item remaining on the bed. For at this moment, the expansive, plush bed was occupied solely by Virus and Reju, two individuals intent on conquering one another, relentlessly pushing each other's boundaries. 2 hours later, Virus, cradling the Vinsmoke princess, exhaled a plume of smoke that enveloped Reju's delicate features. Give me a taste, he murmured, as the enticing scent of tobacco wafted through the air, igniting a desire within Reju to indulge further. Hadn't he just taken a larger inhale? As Valus chuckled and playfully teased, he casually placed the small orange cigar between her lips. However, Legio, unfazed by his jest, inhaled deeply, and as the ember of the cigar flickered, her expression brightened, illuminating her features. She took several more puffs, seemingly entranced by the sensation. With a satisfied exhale, she traced her fingers along the Admiral of the Northern Sea's chiseled abdomen, releasing a swirling plume of smoke just as Valus' phone began to ring. The caller was none other than Valus' old friend, the illustrious naval commander, the war god of Buddha. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted, Wayless, my esteemed general of the warring states. It is truly disheartening to hear you speak to a meritorious subject in such a manner. Warring states, Wayless, what outrageous words are you uttering? Virus: in the era of warring states, I have endured both bloodshed and toil, sacrificing billions in manpower to forge an alliance between the Navy and Germa 66. In the days to come, the Germa Kingdom will not only assist the Northern Sea Navy in eradicating pirates, but the latest equipment from Germa 66 will be offered for trial use to the Northern Sea Navy free of charge. Moreover, the weaponry and equipment supplied to the Navy by Germa 66 will be available at a further 10% discount. Pray tell, how can I, as a member of the Navy, be of any significance? At Marineford, within the Marshal's office. Ahem. I did not rest well last night, and I may have spoken a tad too loudly just now. Haha. Virus, I hope you do not take offense. Warlord, I must say, I have not misjudged you. Indeed, you are a pillar of the Navy. Once you arrive at Marineford, I shall personally present you with a banner of honor. Upon hearing Warlord's response, the adaptable Marshal Sengoku's demeanor shifted dramatically. He promptly terminated the call and hastily dialed the general staff. Hello, Sengoku, what did that rascal Warlord say? Vice Admiral Tsuru inquired. I have already given him a thorough reprimand. He has acknowledged his mistakes, so please do not pursue the matter any further, Sengoku replied. Sengoku, are you truly going to shield him? Have you forgotten the tragedy of the Cardon Kingdom? That was the royal family of Germa 66, and within mere days of his arrival in the North Sea, he has already caused havoc. Tsuru exclaimed. You are well aware of the financial situation of our Navy headquarters. That favorable pricing was hard won. If Germa 66 delays their supply or raises prices, do not worry, Tsuru, Germa 66 will not act against us. Additionally, I want all military orders from Germa 66 to be thoroughly reviewed immediately, Sengoku insisted. What? Sengoku, have you lost your mind? We painstakingly negotiated that price. Do you comprehend what this entails? Do you realize how busy we are? Tsuru protested. I am aware, but I have already sent someone to negotiate an even lower price. From now on, all military orders from Germa Kingdom will receive a 5 discount. Furthermore, Germa will not only cooperate with the North Sea Fleet in joint law enforcement, but will also provide some equipment to us free of charge. The savings of 1 billion will be allocated for wounded soldiers' compensation, repairs of the Marineford Naval Base, and the procurement of the latest artillery shells. Sengoku declared. Tell me the truth, Sengoku. Are these conditions a result of Warlord's coercion upon Germa Kingdom? Tsuru asked sharply. While he certainly played a part, I orchestrated the majority of it. Sengoku's explanation trailed off, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as Tsuru discerned the truth. However, before he could finish, Tsuru hung up the phone. Tsuru found herself in a quandary, her feelings towards Warlord Caesar complex. He was undeniably a corrupt, avaricious, power-hungry rogue of the Navy. Yet he managed to accomplish feats that these righteous naval officers could not. For instance, he was the first to establish peace and stability in the East Sea, to the extent that even the Eastern Navy now scorns the budget allocated by headquarters. Moreover, the collaboration agreements he brokered with Germa 66 could greatly alleviate tensions in the North Sea, even in his absence. Coupled with the free equipment from Germa and the 5 discount on arms orders, the headquarters could save billions annually. Why do the various divisions heed the orders of headquarters? Simply because they are the ones disbursing salaries. Why does the Navy comply with the world government? Because the purse strings are firmly in their hands. Those who do not manage the household cannot fathom the cost of living, although the Navy headquarters boasts an exaggerated annual budget of hundreds of billions. The reality is far more grim. With over 1 million sailors worldwide, at a modest estimate of 5,000 berries per soldier monthly, that totals 600 billion annually. The combined salaries of all Admiralty officers amount to at least 50 billion per year, coupled with expenditures for arms, injured soldiers' compensation, ship repairs, and facility maintenance. The budget of 1 trillion is utterly insufficient, forcing many naval branches and bases to seek funds independently. This explains the increasingly tenuous grip of the Navy headquarters over the seas and the declining quality of its personnel. After all, if sailors do not receive their wages, who will risk their lives for justice? Furthermore, we are in an age rife with piracy, and the situation at sea grows ever more dire. With the purchasing power of berries diminishing year by year, the Navy headquarters must petition the world government for an additional 300 to 500 billion annually. Yet this year, 3 celestial dragons have perished, directly or indirectly linked to the Navy, causing dissatisfaction among the celestial dragons and the world government, resulting in multiple funding cuts. Were it not for the implementation of the 7 Warlords of the Sea program, which has alleviated some pressure, and Sengoku's use of special measures, including loans and personal contributions this month, the Navy might have been unable to pay its soldiers in full. Sighing deeply, Vice Admiral Tsuru, a steadfast believer in justice, felt increasingly helpless. Must the Navy truly compromise its integrity and succumb to the corruption of this world to achieve genuine peace? As if on cue, Sengoku's call came through. Don't hang up. Hello, Sengoku, Tsuru answered. Are you upset with me? Sengoku asked. Not at all. I am merely feeling somewhat lost, realizing that perhaps I, an old relic, can no longer keep pace with the times, Tsuru admitted. Tsuru, do not belittle yourself. Individuals like you are the true backbone of the Navy. The continuity of our justice is due to the presence of people like you, Sengoku reassured her. Stop flattering me. I am not your capable subordinate who first subdued the East Sea and then the North Sea, all while saving you a considerable sum of military funds, Tsuru retorted. Haha. Tsuru, it seems you understand me well. Rest assured, I will exercise caution with this young man and keep a watchful eye on him. I have a clear sense of balance. His contribution to the Navy significantly outweighs any potential detriment. Should he ever cross a true red line? My righteous fist will ensure he finds himself lost, Sengoku stated. Please, spare me the sweet talk. I fear that unless this young rascal betrays the Navy or slays a celestial dragon, you will hesitate to act against him, Tsuru warned. Ha ha, Sengoku laughed. Your laughter is misplaced. Sengoku, do not blame me for not solemnly warning you in advance. This young scoundrel harbors considerable ambition. Do not let this slip through your fingers. Remember, he is barely in his 20s and has already bested the Golden Lion Shiki. In another 10 years, even you and that old rascal Garp together might not stand a chance against him. Upon hearing her formidable friend's words, Sengoku, the so-called wise strategist, suddenly fell silent. He realized that he had indeed overlooked this crucial point, and his brow furrowed deeply in contemplation. Virus is exceedingly youthful, yet his prowess is terrifyingly formidable. However, even more alarming is his intellect, coupled with an ambition that remains shrouded in mystery. At such a tender age, he has ascended to the position of Admiral of the East Sea, nearly transforming the East Sea Navy into his personal militia. Having spent less than half a month in the North Sea, he has effortlessly subdued the two most formidable adversaries in the region. In this moment, a realization dawns upon him. Why is Virus, the favored one in the eyes of the five elders, suddenly dispatched to the deep-sea prison? It appears these old-timers have long anticipated this development. In the North Sea, within the German kingdom, Virus boldly boasts to the Navy Admiral, Smoke. Without having engaged in any prior discussions, with an amused smile, Rage toys with the young Virus, questioning his audacity. Why would he not dare? With a wicked smile, Velis forcefully pinned Smoke's Rage beneath him, his hands grasping her delicate waist. If Smoke Kaji consents, I shall spare his life. Should he prove obstinate, I will eliminate him, allowing you, my dear Princess Reiju of Smoke, to ascend as the Queen of Germa 66. At 3 p.m., Domino received a call from Velis, announcing the arrival of the Northern Sea Admiral's flagship and a naval training vessel into the port of the Germa Kingdom. As the naval elite mingled with ordinary sailors for the first time in such a locale, they exchanged whispers and gazed around in wonder. Much like a lost soul in a grand garden. Wow, the soldiers of Germa 66 truly appear to be cut from the same cloth. I had heard rumors of them being clones, but I thought it mere jest. How astonishing that it is indeed true. Moreover, it is said that their rationality and emotions have been erased. Just look at their expressions, so cold and unfeeling. Alas, they seem no longer human. Reduced to mere consumables and tools. How cruel Germa 66 is. Listening to the gossip, Tina's already sour mood darkened further, her expression akin to that of a betrayed spouse confronted with infidelity. Domino, noticing her distress, approached with a provocative sway, laughing mockingly. Oh, Miss Tina, is it jealousy that plagues you, courtesy of Lord Velis? Get away from me. Do not provoke me. Tina's beautiful eyes narrowed, exuding an aura of deadly intent as she gripped her knife with one hand and reached for the hilt with the other. How frightening. Domino chuckled, sensing the gravity of Tina's ire, and turned her attention to Ein. Ein, my dear, you are quite lovely. Do you have a boyfriend? None, Ein replied, her short sea blue hair framing her figure, which rivaled that of Domino and Tina, her cheeks flushing slightly. Surely there must be many suitors at headquarters vying for your attention? Domino continued, her tone teasing. Perhaps, Ein modestly responded. How humble of you. A beauty as exceptional as you must have admirers lined up from Marineford to the mountains beyond. Not as exaggerated as you claim. The most beautiful in Marineford is undoubtedly Sister Gion. True, yet you are no less remarkable. I understand your plight. What woman does not yearn for a capable Prince Charming? Would one settle for a less than ideal suitor? As Domino spoke, her gaze flitted toward Ein's infatuated admirer, Binz. Binz. Astute in his perception, sensed the insidious glances directed his way and turned to face Domino and Ein. However, Domino had already averted her gaze, and he found himself caught in Ein's stare. Ah, so Ein has been secretly watching me all along. Could this be love? She likes me. The starfish-like Binz felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Yet, upon observing Ein's discomfort with his peculiar physique and grotesque visage, adorned with a lewd grin, nausea washed over her. Quickly, she recalled the face of Lord Velis, the Northern Sea Admiral, and forcefully suppressed her revulsion. Unbidden, Domino's words echoed in her mind, as did the memory of the ludicrous dream she had the night before, where she found herself entangled with Velis on the eve of his wedding to Gion. Virus arrived seeking a memento of their parting, adorned in a pristine white suit, and presented her with an immaculate bridal gown. What ensued was a tempestuous and unrestrained clash. a blurring of boundaries. Ultimately, she and Virus were apprehended once more by Gion, who brandished her famed blade, Conpira, in their direction. This time, wiser to the situation. She swiftly enveloped herself in the bedsheets, feigning distress. Gion, dear sister, it's not my fault. Your husband seduced me. Yet, alas, her long-standing confidant, Gion, remained unconvinced. And with a flurry of strikes, ended their lives. The dream ended with regret. Welcome, esteemed naval elites. Please, follow me, your excellencies. Lord Virus and His Majesty have been awaiting your arrival. The naval officers were soon met by a sycophantic little man named Panzer Staller, a diplomatic envoy from Germa 66. Contrary to popular belief, Germa 66 was not solely comprised of clone soldiers bent on combat. As a vast kingdom with a global arms trade, it possessed a diverse array of talents. Panzer was one such example, a nobleman from the kingdom of Coin who, after falling out of favor with the royal family, sought refuge and quickly rose through the ranks within Germa 66. He even played a part in Germa 60 SIX's actions against the kingdom of Coin. Vinsmoke Judge, while a brilliant scientist, lacked political acumen, leaving many policies to be influenced by individuals like Panzer. We are in your debt, Lord Panzer, Domino said with a smile, stepping forward to guide them with a seductive gait. Moments later, the naval officers entered the opulent royal banquet hall, its gilded splendor almost blinding. Pure gold ornaments and decorations adorned with various gems were scattered throughout, and the tablecloths were made of the most exquisite west blue silk, rumored to be used for the garments of the celestial dragons. It was evident that the Vinsmoke family, as merchants of war, had amassed a considerable fortune. However, the naval officers, being worldly individuals, were not easily impressed by mere wealth. What truly astonished them was the sight of Vinsmoke Judge, the king of the Germa kingdom. In a different light, in the words that came from his mouth, the sovereign of a nation, the overlord of the North Blue, was obsequiously smiling, holding a wine glass. Lord Virus, the North Blue is honored to welcome your rule. It is a great privilege for the entire region. Their formidable North Blue admiral, a smile like that of an elegant fox playing on his lips, spoke words that left them utterly dumbfounded. Lord Vinsmoke, you are too kind. You are the linchpin of the North Blue. Everyone knows the irreplaceable contributions you have made to the peace and stability of the Balkans. Indeed, you have set an outstanding example for the world's development and progress. You are a paragon for the world's nobles, and I have always held you in high esteem. Cough, cough. Vinsmoke Judge, somewhat embarrassed by Virus's compliments, forced a smile and clinked glasses with him. Haha, Lord Virus, you flatter me. In the future, whether in the North Blue or the New World, your enemies will be the sworn enemies of Germa, and Germa 66 will follow your lead. Half an hour prior, Germa Royal Palace, Council Chamber. Reiju, have you lost your mind? Why are you standing with him? Vinsmoke Ichiji, covered in nutrient fluid tubes, felt a surge of anger upon seeing his elder sister, Reiju, holding Virus's hand. His two younger, hot-headed brothers, Niji and Yanji, shared the sentiment. However, Vinsmoke Judge, the king of the Germa kingdom, eyed Virus warily and spoke. Silence. Virus had already awakened him with his fists during their recent encounter. He knew how formidable the monster before him was. Father, Virus and I have something to discuss with you. Vinsmoke Reiju smiled radiantly upon seeing her father's expression and released Virus's hand. You three, leave. Vinsmoke Judge, after a moment of contemplation, issued the order for them to leave. Firstly, he had faith in his technology. Reiju would not harm him. Secondly, if Virus had intended to kill him, he would already be dead. Lord Vinsmoke Judge, you are indeed a wise man. Seeing his pragmatism, Virus seated himself on the throne that had belonged to Vinsmoke Ichiji and gave Reiju a pat on her rear. Smack. After the crisp sound, Vinsmoke Reiju glanced askance at Virus, her cheeks flushed. Cough, cough. Vinsmoke Judge couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, a surge of anger welling up within him. This anger was akin to that of most fathers. His original, precious daughter had not only been unwrapped and ravaged by the North Blue Admiral but had also been molded into Virus's shape. He could only resent that the situation was beyond his control. Vinsmoke Judge knew he couldn't afford to provoke Virus. All he could do now was to strive for the best possible outcome and bring this conversation to a swift conclusion. State your intentions, Virus. Then I shall be frank. Virus had long contemplated his terms and began by articulating the favorable policies extended to the Navy to Vinsmoke Gage. To this, Vinsmoke Gage readily acquiesced without a hint of hesitation. He understood that this was essentially the lifeblood of his family, and the conditions were not unreasonable. They were, in fact, infinitely better than he had anticipated. A discount of 5% would still yield substantial profits, and it would also contribute to a modest increase in sales through lower pricing. Furthermore, the provision of certain equipment to the Northern Navy was still under his control. As the world's largest arms dealer, even a slight concession from him would be met with profound gratitude from the Northern Fleet. Mr. Gage, you truly are quite agreeable, Virus remarked, clearly satisfied with Vinsmoke Gage's demeanor. However, he soon broached a topic that caused Vinsmoke Gage's expression to darken considerably. Mr. Smock, I have always been curious. The Germa 66 once dominated the North Sea, so how did it suddenly decline over a century ago? Vinsmoke Gage clenched his jaw, his eyes flashing with evident anger. Clearly, he was not a master of concealment, wearing his emotions openly, observing his reaction and drawing from his memories and intelligence. Virus believed he could now exploit this opportunity. Do you genuinely wish to restore the glory of Germa 66? Vince Smockgage found the question somewhat sardonic, his irritation flaring anew. Who in the North Sea was unaware of his ambitions? Yet, glancing at the ambiguous smile on the Northern Admiral's face, and recalling the previous encounter involving physical force, he suppressed his rage, nodding in agreement. Of course. Ah, I see, Virus replied, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he produced a cigar, tauntingly remarking, but from my perspective, you seem less inclined to revive Germa 66 and more intent on leading it to ruin. Upon hearing Virus's words, Vince Smockgage clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles cracking audibly, his gaze burning with intensity as he glared at Virus. He had been raised with the singular purpose of restoring Germa 66. His grandfather, his parents, and his entire existence had been dedicated to this cause. It was his lifelong obsession, an inviolable taboo. What do you mean, Virus? If you cannot comprehend this, then the ambition to restore Germa 66's dominance in the North Sea is entirely unfit for you. You are unworthy of being this king, I declare. In the face of this furious inquiry, the Northern Admiral casually retrieved a cigar. What exactly do you mean? Spare me the riddles. Seeing Virus's nonchalant demeanor only fueled Vince Smockgage's ire further. It's quite simple. Virus uttered these 3 words, then deliberately paused to produce a lighter. With a snap, he ignited a cigarette, savoring a satisfying drag before continuing. In my view, one devoid of political insight and keen perception, like yourself, is better suited to bask in the glow of a laboratory. Preposterous. Virus, how dare you insult me? Vince Smockgage's golden hair flared up, resembling an enraged lion. Insult? Witnessing his furious expression, Virus remained unfazed, exhaling a plume of smoke akin to a dragon's breath. Vince Smockgage, I ask you, just 3 days ago, when I had Borsalino deliver a message to you, did I thwart your ambitions, or did I aid you in evading a calamity? You aided me in evading a calamity? Vince Smockgage, though not lacking in intelligence, was merely less adept in the realm of politics compared to his scientific prowess. Otherwise, he would not have amassed such a fortune over the past decade. Indeed, as Virus noticed his understanding, he chuckled and nodded, reminiscing about the past. Vince Smockgage, why did the once illustrious Germa 66 suddenly fall from grace over a century ago? The world government. Upon hearing these words again, Vince Smockgage finally comprehended Virus's earlier statement. He was well aware of the reasons behind their family's abrupt decline. The mention of the world government caused a tremor in the eyes of Reju, who had been standing aside. Could it be that our family failed to pay sufficient heavenly tribute? Not quite. Vince Smockgage shook his head, his expression complex, and proceeded to reveal the truth to the 2. According to your grandfather's account, the downfall of Germa Kingdom at the hands of the world government was due to an ancestral transgression. They had clandestinely acquired the blueprints of the Pluton and sought to resurrect this terrifying weapon of war. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Vince Smockgage divulge such secrets, Virus erupted in mocking laughter once more. Vince Smockgage, are you truly so naive? Do you actually believe the world government's fabrications? What are you trying to say, Virus? Although Vince Smockgage felt anger rising within him, his tone had softened considerably. Yet at that moment, the astute Germa princess, Vince Smockgage, began to piece things together. Are you implying that the blueprints of Pluton are merely a ruse, a plot by the world government, fearing the resurgence of Germa 66? Truly. You are a woman of remarkable intellect, he replied. As the saying goes in my homeland, if one wishes to accuse, one need not lack a pretext. Seeing Reju's realization, Vince Smockgage's eyes burned with fury, while Virus knew his plan had succeeded. After the father and daughter exchanged glances, Virus squinted his eyes with a smile and asked enticingly, Judge, do you desire revenge? Upon hearing this, and seeing the smile on Virus's face, Vince Smockgage's pupils constricted suddenly. What did you say? I said, I can help you dominate the North Sea. I said, I can assist you in restoring the glory of Germa 66. I said, I can aid you in avenging yourself against the world government. In Valurus's eyes, an unprecedented fervor, ambition, and madness burst forth, reminiscent of a devil tempting one to plunge into the abyss. He even urged your Vince Smoke clan to ascend to a status akin to that of the celestial dragons. 30 minutes later, within the banquet hall, the previously warring figures of the North Sea Admiral and King Germa now appeared as brothers, prompting the naval elites to engage in animated discussions. Ah, the artistry of Lord Valurus's rhetoric is indeed a paragon for our generation. One remarked, how is it that just moments ago they were at each other's throats, yet now they jest and laugh? Another chimed in, truly, if one were unaware, they might assume the 2 were blood siblings. How simple it is. The Vince Smoke family has been subdued by Lord Valurus. A voice interjected, perhaps they have even arranged a marriage alliance. Did you not notice? Suddenly, a grim-faced Tina, with her hand poised over her dagger, interrupted the chatter. Coughing, the onlookers realized the tension between Tina and Valurus, and they promptly fell silent. However, amidst this, a small, deaf individual named Benz continued to chatter incessantly beside Ein. That naval disgrace, Valurus, must have coerced Vinsmoke Gaji's daughter, forcing the entire Vinsmoke family to capitulate. Before he could finish, a small, snowy figure appeared before him, accompanied by a delightful fragrance. Bang! A tiny white fist struck his abdomen with a sonic boom. Ah! Binz's eyes bulged as he screamed, clutching his stomach and kneeling on the ground. But that was not the end. Dasky, the petite fox girl, unsheathed her gleaming white blade. Chilling winds. The icy edge of my sword rests against your throat, fool. Should I hear another disparaging word about Lord Valurus, I shall sever your windpipe. In that moment, the other naval elites recoiled in fear, astonished that a mere child beside Valurus wielded such terrifying power. Binz, a naval lieutenant and the second best of this training camp, was utterly overpowered by this little girl. What then, they pondered, could be the prowess of the other women surrounding Valurus, or the naval guards accompanying him? Dasky. Sheathe your blade, said Domino with a charming smile, fully aware that Valurus had declared that the Navy's weapons must not be turned upon their own. Humph. Dasky huffed, retracting her sword, but casting a haughty glance at Binz. Remember, there shall be no next time. Humiliated before his beloved Ein by a mere girl, Binz seethed with rage, drawing his own weapon. Yet, Ein stepped forward, her expression icy as she addressed him sternly. Binz, understand this. To prove oneself does not lie in slandering others, but rather in earning respect through one's own strength. I wish to hear no further idle gossip regarding Lord Valurus from your lips. Ein. The reprimand from his crush shattered Binz's composure, and he fled the banquet hall, covering his face in shame. Do you think this love-struck little fellow might act rashly? Domino inquired with keen interest as she observed the retreating figure. Fear not, his heart is resilient, Ein replied without a trace of concern. Noting that the North Sea Admiral had already bid farewell to Vinsmoke Gaji, she took out a letter from Zifa, stepping forward to present it to Valurus. Lord Valurus. This is a letter from Master Zifa, given to you before his departure. Before his departure? Has Vice Admiral Zifa already left? With a hint of suspicion, Virus took the letter, an expression of unexpected surprise crossing his face. He had indeed made an arrangement with Zephyr, whereby the latter would provide him with specialized training for the next year as a means of repaying the life-saving favor he had received. Over the past 3 days, Zephyr had offered him numerous suggestions, leaving him feeling immensely enriched. Moreover, he had come to a realization. His innate talent was not as lacking as he had previously thought. Rather, it was evident that Garp and Kazan were ill-suited as instructors. Not only did Zephyr surpass them, but even the amiable kawaii duo would be more fitting. Indeed, it seemed that Zephyr had pressing matters to attend to. Ian nodded, yet suddenly his complexion flushed, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Upon witnessing the scene, Virus instantly grasped the situation, a mocking smile curling upon his lips. He understood that the old man had departed due to a loss of face after the previous incident. Thus, he casually unfolded the letter, glanced at it, and tossed it to Domino. Admiral Zephyr had instructed in the letter that for the next month, they were to serve under him in training, ultimately returning together to the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Any objections? None. Upon hearing this, the naval elites erupted with excitement. This group of second and third generation military offspring and well-connected individuals remained oblivious to the value of having Admiral Zephyr as their mentor. They only recognized him as a formidable tyrant, constantly scolding them with a grim demeanor and subjecting them to relentless training. It was nothing short of a nightmare. Now that the imposing figure of Admiral Zephyr was no longer looming over them, they felt as if they had navigated through countless mountains. However, their elation was premature. Virus held these promising young cadets, representing the future of the righteous Navy, in high regard, preparing to embrace them into his fold. Despite their lack of strength, their lineage and background guaranteed that they would at least rise to the rank of officers, wielding significant political influence. This would serve to fortify his still fragile foundations within the Navy. His aim was to directly reap the benefits of the Navy's endeavors. And these young individuals were indispensable pieces in his grand strategy. He intended to make them acutely aware of the unforgiving and bloody nature of the sea, imparting the crucial lesson that there was but one individual capable of bringing peace and hope to the world, Caesar Virus. At Germa 66. After bestowing a kiss upon Princess Vinsmoke, Virus gently pushed her away. I trust we shall meet again soon. Indeed, replied Vinsmoke Reiju with a radiant smile, deftly removing the scarf from her face and tucking it into Virus's coat pocket. As the primary liaison between Germa and Virus, she would undoubtedly engage in deeper discussions with him in the future. After all, Germa and Virus had privately forged several intriguing agreements. For instance, the safety of the major shipping routes in the North Sea would be jointly overseen by the Vinsmoke family and the North Sea Navy, effectively controlling the economic lifeblood of the North Sea. Additionally, the Vinsmoke family would discreetly collaborate with the Don Quixote family to manage pirates and the underworld on Virus's behalf, ensuring mutual surveillance. Within a year, the entire North Sea would find itself bowing before Caesar Virus. Furthermore, upon his arrival at the deep sea prison, he would provide the Vinsmoke family with blood samples or body parts from formidable criminals for their research. In turn, the Vinsmoke family would regularly establish and deliver equipment to the deep sea, allowing Virus to construct his own monstrous laboratory on level 5 of the prison. Should he succeed in replicating the likes of Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Red Earl, Tyrant King, Whitebeard, Barrett, and Rox, the day of his dominion over this world would be within reach. As the ship's horn sounded once more, Virus planted a gentle kiss on Vinsmoke Rager's face. Take care, my dear. With that, the Admiral of the North Sea turned briskly, hands in pockets, strolling towards the warship. Thus, his journey with the Vinsmoke family reached a gratifying conclusion. The ship's horn echoed again as the flagship of the North Sea slowly departed from Germa 66. Concurrently, a large gray bird took flight from the harbor, heading towards the Don Quixote family in the Solomon Islands. Hours later, a furious Don Quixote Doflamingo, veins bulging on his forehead, received news of Virus's latest itinerary, revealing a sinister grin showcasing his pristine white teeth. Before him lay the formidable Mare fruit, once belonging to the World Destroyer. Bondi Walt. Virus, your day of reckoning draws near. Lao. Gee, summon Mahabais to me. In the North Sea, on Shelley Island, Lord Virus. We shall soon reach the Kingdom of Cohen, the largest island in the North Sea, after sailing another 200 nautical miles. The navigator quickly informed as they approached the desolate isle. Excellent. Standing on the deck, Virus exuded a relaxed demeanor, savoring a cigar while his justice cloak billowed in the sea breeze. Yet, the naval elites behind him appeared increasingly tense. Even Tina, Ein, Dasky, and Domino shared their anxious expressions. This was due to the presence of a green sailboat resembling a warship anchored on the barren isle, from which emerged a man clad in black attire. He donned a polite demeanor, with a dozen short blades adorning his chest and a menacingly large sword at his back. Black Blade, Knight. He was none other than the world's former greatest swordsman, Mihawk Dracule, who had lost his left arm to Virus. Virus, I promised I would come to kill you. I am aware. As Varus bids farewell to the formidable Mihawk, he appears remarkably composed. Having undergone a new round of enhancements, he now faces the one-armed Mihawk with at least a 60% chance of victory, even without resorting to any cunning tactics. This time, Mihawk has fully absorbed the lessons from their previous encounter. As soon as Varus finishes speaking, he charges forward with his blade. The once serene sea is abruptly engulfed in darkness, as ominous clouds gather under the weight of the fearsome energy radiating from the two warriors, creating a vast and terrifying chasm in the sky. In that very instant, Mihawk raises his hand and unleashes a strike, a crescent-shaped sword aura, 100 feet long and 30 feet wide, crackling with terrifying red-black lightning, hurtles towards Varus's ship. To Varus's surprise, the broad-shouldered warrior has also mastered the art of strategy. With a cold smirk, Varus ascends into the air. Thunder rumbles as his arm becomes enveloped in the formidable Haki. The red-black lightning crackling excitedly as he retaliates with a galaxy impact. The terrifying force collides with the immense sword energy, resulting in a deafening explosion that shatters the stillness of the island and nearly capsizes the ship. Yet, this was merely an appetizer. The true battle had only just commenced. As Mihawk unleashed his sword energy, he executed the very strike that had almost claimed Varus's life previously. Black Blade, Eternal Night. Under the overwhelming pressure of Mihawk's observation Haki, Varus's senses are once again stripped away, plunging him into darkness once more. This time, however, Mihawk's great sword does not strike head-on but instead aims for Varus's back. Die. You scoundrel, he exclaims. Despite Varus's apparent lack of reaction, Mihawk, the North Sea Admiral, presumes he has sentenced him to death. Yet, as the blade connects with Varus's back, Mihawk utters a rare curse. Damn it. Simultaneously, the chilling sound of metal colliding reverberates through the air. The invincible Supreme Blade, Knight, strikes Varus's Haki-clad ebony back, failing to cause any harm, merely producing orange sparks. At this moment, Varus has developed a modicum of observation Haki, and as the black blade grazes him, he seizes the opportunity while Mihawk is momentarily staggered by the recoil. With a swift, reverse stroke, he unleashes a thunder flash, the silver blade gleaming like lightning. In a decisive strike, the Supreme Blade, Ace, arcs toward Mihawk's chest, severing the cross-shaped dagger that hung there and leaving a gash less than 3 inches long and 1 centimeter deep, marked by crimson blood. With this singular blow, the proud Mihawk finds his fighting spirit extinguished. Having lost an arm, his cutting power has diminished by at least 30%. Unable to breach Varus's defenses, he realizes that any further combat would be futile. Now, he feels an unprecedented sense of frustration. Just as he prepares to plunge into the sea, Varus interjects, Mihawk, I have something to discuss with you. However, Varus ceased his actions, a single utterance halting him. He also activated the soundproof barrier, ensuring that their conversation remained unheard by others. Do you wish to humiliate me? Questioned the one-armed hawk on Mihawk, gripping his sword with a menacing gaze fixed upon Varus. Certainly not. I possess no such malicious inclination. On the contrary, I seek your assistance with a favor. Varus shook his head, then smiled as he clapped his hands. Could you assist me? Mihawk, the eagle eye, narrowed his eyes, furrowing his brow, which rendered his gaze even sharper and more profound, casting doubt on Varus's words. Nonetheless, he was not apprehensive about any trickery from Varus, knowing that the latter was a wielder of a devil fruit ability. Should Varus wish to flee, he could plunge into the sea at any moment. Thus, Mihawk found himself somewhat intrigued as to why Virus sought the aid of a defeated adversary. What assistance do you require? I have a son of an old friend who has possessed a profound passion for swordsmanship since his youth, and I hope you could take him under your wing as a mentor. I have no interest. Upon hearing such a proposition, Mihawk frowned and resolutely declined. Just then, however, Domino tossed a box toward him, which landed squarely before the eagle eye. What is this? Mihawk inquired, puzzled, but as the words left his lips, understanding dawned on him. Are you attempting to bribe me? No, this is merely a transaction. I shall grant you 3 days to contemplate. The box contains my terms and conditions. Should you choose to decline, come find me in the kingdom of Cohen after 3 days. A mysterious smile played upon Velrus's lips as he elegantly soared back to the warship. What trickery is this from that cunning naval rogue? As Velrus departed, despite his curiosity, Mihawk Hawkeye refrained from pursuing him immediately. It was only after the warship had sailed a considerable distance that he deftly opened the chest containing the Flying Battle Chronicles. Subsequently, Hawkeye squinted, sinking into a profound silence. Inside the chest lay a severed arm, a devil fruit, and a note left by Velrus. The essence of the note conveyed that to reattach the arm, one must seek the young scion of the Don Quixote family, Trafalgar Law. To conquer him, one must consume the ancient Zoan-type devil fruit known as the Grey Hawk. Finally, Velrus mentioned having a godson named Sabo, the prince of the Goa kingdom in the East Sea. If Sabo had no desire to consume the fruit, he should ensure its delivery to him in the East Sea. This fellow. Upon reading the letter, Hawkeye's expression gradually morphed into one of peculiar intrigue, his brows furrowing as he gazed into the distance where Velrus had vanished. A mixture of wariness and curiosity evident in his eyes. What schemes occupy the mind of this naval miscreant? At that moment, he remained blissfully unaware, and it was impossible for him to comprehend that regardless of his actions, he would owe Velrus a debt of gratitude. His thoughts were consumed with how to defeat Velrus, while Velrus, in contrast, pondered how to harness his potential for future endeavors. On the Admiral's flagship, on the deck, cheers erupted. Long live Lord Velrus. The world's greatest swordsman pales in comparison. Brother Velrus is truly formidable. Not even Hawkeye Mihawk strikes could breach his defense. Invincible. Brother Velrus, could you teach me the art of hockey? I wish to possess such power. Lord Velrus, may I have your contact information? As soon as the Northern Sea Admiral returned to the ship and lifted the barrier, the elite naval officers swiftly gathered around him. Displaying an extraordinary amiability towards these future officers, Velrus was unexpectedly genial. Even the typically composed Ein could not resist closing the distance to exchange contact information. As their snail antennas touched, Ein's eyes shimmered with admiration as they rested upon Velrus's handsome visage. Indeed, seeing is believing. Witnessing Velrus effortlessly subdue the world's premier swordsman was a revelation far more potent than mere hearsay. The sight left Benz, who had just observed the event, feeling diminished as he squatted on the deck, his fingers tracing circles on the surface. Meanwhile, those who had previously accompanied Velrus wore amused expressions. All, save for Tina, the vinegar queen of the Northern Sea, who, at that moment, had quelled her jealousy, rendered astonished by Velrus's prowess. She could hardly fathom how. Mere days after Velrus's previous duel with Hawkeye Mihawk, where he had relied on cunning and the opponent's underestimation to secure a draw, he had now defeated Mihawk in a single exchange. Even Mihawk's fearsome slashes failed to penetrate Velrus's haki. Could this be what Zifa-sensei once spoke of, that those who survive great peril are destined for fortune? In the face of life and death lies both immense terror and significant opportunity. With a furrowed brow and gritted teeth, Tina resolved to employ the Navy's 6 styles. In an instant, she vanished only to reappear before Mihawk, her renowned blade glinting ominously. Taste my blade. Yet, Mihawk made no move to draw his sword. He simply unleashed a fist. Boom. The ferocious force of his punch sent Tina hurtling away, blade and all, back along her trajectory. Damn it. Do I not even possess the right to compel Mihawk to unsheath his blade? In that fleeting moment of being cast aside, Tina's mind raced with this thought. But it was swiftly eclipsed, for she found herself colliding into the embrace of a man, the infamous naval renegade, Northern Sea Admiral Caesar Velrus. As soon as Velus embraced her, he unabashedly opened his mouth wide. Following that was the standard procedure for urgent resuscitation, his large hand pressed against her chest, performing vigorous cardiopulmonary resuscitation, and then, before the eyes of the crowd, administering mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. 10 minutes later, cough, cough, cough. Gasping for breath, Tina, her face flushed crimson, pushed Velus away. You scoundrel, pervert, depraved man, she exclaimed in a fit of embarrassment and anger, before delivering a sharp kick to Velus and fleeing in disgrace, as she hurried into the ship's cabin. A chorus of applause, cheers, and wolf whistles erupted from the gangplank. Bravo! Lord Velus is truly a role model. Lord Velus, how dashing he is. If only I were as beautiful as Sister Tina. Lord Velus, truly fearless in love and hate. Indeed, only Lord Velus could tame a fierce woman like Sister Tina. Long live Lord Velus. Yet, amidst their revelry, a sudden barrage of cannon fire seized their attention. In the southeastern seas of the Cohen Kingdom, the azure ocean was graced by the flight of white seagulls, symbols of peace. Ironically, It was the thunderous roar of cannon fire and cries of battle that startled them. Boom, whoosh, clang. 7 merchant vessels, bearing the flag of the Koan Kingdom, were engaged in a fierce battle against 3 unknown pirate ships. Despite having guards and cannons aboard, and a numerical advantage, the merchant ships found themselves utterly outmatched by this band of true desperados, the most formidable pirate crew in the Koan waters, the Hyena Pirates. Their leader, known as Hyena, was Bellamy, a user of the spring fruit ability. The 3 ships flew black skull flags, with a grinning skull encircled by a white ring. An absurd yet peculiar sight. However, the absurdity of their flag belied their formidable combat prowess. Their eyes glinted with ferocity, drenched in blood, exuding an aura of bloodthirsty savagery. They reveled in the thrill of slaughter. They relished the euphoria of plunder. Haha, Bellamy, clad in a blue coat and sporting golden hair with a long scar across his left eye, stood atop the pirate ship, laughing uproariously, exposing the Don Quixote family crest tattoo on his chest. Damn old Jack, I finally caught you. Now let me wipe you all out. Yet, just as he released his maniacal laughter, several bullets whizzed towards him. Hey, Bellamy smirked at the sound of gunfire, his legs transforming into springs. Boom. A loud, crisp sound echoed as Bellamy vanished from his spot, causing the ground beneath him to collapse. As the thunderous noise of the collapse echoed, he found himself atop the largest merchant vessel. The bullets had originated from here, and old Jack was right here. This man, tall and formidable, clad in splendid samurai attire with a sword at his waist, brandished 2 brown flintlock pistols. Bellamy, you bastard. Duke Farallon will not let you escape. The fleet of the Koan Kingdom is on its way. Haha. Bellamy, upon hearing the blusterous old Jack, threw back his head in wild laughter. As if he had just heard some absurd joke. Tears streamed down his face, and he clutched his stomach to speak. Foolish old Jack. I am Bellamy, a member of the Don Quixote family. Do not speak of the Koan Kingdom's fleet. I would dare to challenge even the North Sea fleet. I will seize their warships, slaughter those foolish Navy men, and then take all those beautiful female soldiers. However, before he could finish his words, a chilling male voice interrupted him. Sir, what do you intend to do with those beautiful female soldiers? Damn it, why can't I move? What is this power? A devil fruit ability? Upon hearing that emotionless, eerie voice, Bellamy instinctively sought to distance himself. But as he attempted to move, he found himself completely immobilized, unable to budge even with all his might, despite biting down on his steel teeth and straining with all his effort. Moreover, at that moment, he witnessed an even more shocking scene. Not just him. Hundreds of people aboard the 10 ships were also frozen in place. It felt as if God had pressed the pause button, and the world had come to a standstill. Could it be? Was this man the master of that voice? If so, what a terrifying individual he must be. Bellamy's heart raced. A wave of terror coursing through his body. His pupils trembled, his spine chilled, and cold sweat streamed down his forehead and back. Damn it. Who is this guy? When did such a terrifying figure emerge in the North Sea? Could it be that wretched Duke Farallon summoned this master? How could that miserly vampire afford to hire such a formidable expert? As unprecedented fear engulfed him, Bellamy's mind spiraled into chaos. However, just as he was lost in thought, a handsome man in a white military uniform swept past him. He did not glance at Bellamy or old Jack. He simply moved beyond them, gazing into the ship's cabin. The Navy. He was the legendary Admiral of the North Sea. Upon seeing the military uniform and the Justice Cape billowing behind him, Bellamy's heart raced. He could not fathom that the man who had defeated his idol, Don Quixote da Flamingo, the one who had bested the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, the one who had slain the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, would appear before him. And here, on the battlefield where he had been plundering and slaughtering, he had heard his words. It was over. Against this man, even 100 lives would not suffice. Yet, just as despair gripped his heart, he suddenly found he could move. Everyone regained their ability to act. What? Was his power reaching its limit? Bellamy's heart soared with joy as his legs transformed into springs, propelling him forward. Boom. But just as he took off, a gleaming blade blocked his path. Damn. There is someone else. Bellamy's heart raced with fear, and he activated his ability again, transforming his arms into springs. Boom. His arms unleashed a burst of air, propelling him half a meter away in midair, narrowly avoiding the slicing strike. He discerned the identity of his assailant, a strikingly endowed naval officer with azure hair. Simultaneously, he recognized the 2 warships speeding towards him and the naval forces already engaged in battle. Behind him, the chilling voice of the Northern Sea Admiral echoed ominously. Defeat this voluptuous naval officer, and you may earn your life. A sardonic smile curled at Bellamy's lips, his gaze reflecting unwavering resolve. In that instant, he comprehended the truth. It was not that the Northern Sea Admiral had reached his limits, but rather that he sought to utilize Bellamy as mere practice for his troops. The notion of surviving by vanquishing this woman was utterly implausible to him. Yet, realizing escape was futile, he resolved to take this woman down with him. Hailing from the notoriously brutal Northern Sea, Bellamy was fueled by a fierce determination as he unleashed his full power. He transformed his calves into springs, compressing them against the ground to store immense kinetic energy. As the woman, known as Ein, charged towards him once more, he released all that energy in an explosive assault. Spring sniper. With a thunderous roar, he propelled himself like a cannonball, hurtling towards Ein's chest. Humph. Ein, who had nearly attained the realm of iron-cutting prowess, scoffed disdainfully at Bellamy's reckless charge. Knowing she was a swordswoman, he dared to approach her as if he were a mere target, an act of sheer folly. As Bellamy closed in, Ein unleashed her most potent strike, wielding her blade with both hands. Purple Moon. A dazzling purple sword aura enveloped her silver blade, cleaving through the air toward Bellamy's head, intent on claiming his life. However, just as her sword aura was about to connect, she nearly lost her grip on her weapon. Clang. The sharp sound of metal colliding resonated as Bellamy's dark hair met her blade, sending sparks flying. Armed hockey. Ein realized her moment of underestimation had rendered her momentarily dazed, forcing her to tightly grasp her sword to regain her footing. She had not anticipated that this mere pirate from the Northern Sea, lacking any notable reputation, would not only possess a devil fruit ability but also wield armed hockey. Seizing the opportunity presented by Ein's lapse, Bellamy countered with a spring death punch. Compressing his right arm like a spring toward his elbow, he stored massive amounts of energy before delivering a thunderous blow that shattered the air. Boom. The resounding impact echoed as Ein recognized the imminent danger, yet it was too late to evade. In that instant, Ein furrowed her brow and waved her delicate hand. If she could just make contact with Bellamy, even if she were injured, he would not emerge unscathed. However, Bellamy, seasoned in battle, grinned maliciously at her peculiar maneuver. With a swift flick of his spring-like arm, he altered its trajectory, narrowly avoiding Ein's arm and aiming directly for her pristine, alabaster chin. Despicable. Caught off guard by the sudden shift, Ein's beautiful eyes widened in alarm as she instinctively swung her sword at Bellamy. Yet, her strike came far too late compared to the force of Bellamy's punch. Bang. In an instant, his fist collided with her chin, delivering a jarring impact. It was over. Would she meet her demise? Despair welled within Ein. Even Virus could not reach her in time to save her. The force of his blow could shatter her jaw. Or worse, lead to her instantaneous death. As Bellamy's fist struck AI, Virus chuckled as he gently released his hand, exhibiting no superfluous gestures. Everything unfolded with an air of gentlemanly grace. However, the liberated Ein's gaze betrayed a hint of disappointment. For, just before her descent, two vivid images flickered through her mind. The esteemed Admiral Caesar Virus of the North Sea, effortlessly lifting Vinsmoke Reiju in midair, as well as the recent moment when he audaciously kissed her mentor, Tina, in front of an assembly. Yet, scarcely had her expression begun to shift when Virus perceptively took note, a mischievous smile gracing his handsome features. Ein, he addressed her. Instantly. Ein composed herself and sincerely apologized. I am sorry, Lord Virus, for disappointing you. It is of no consequence, he reassured her. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The formidable presence of Valus, his captivating charm, and his graceful demeanor. Each aspect leaves her utterly entranced. Yet, as a warrior, her performance in the recent battle was nothing short of disgraceful. Had it not been for Valus' timely rescue, she would have met her demise. Should she repeat the same mistakes, she would deserve to be treated in a manner akin to a mere plaything. It appears that you, my lady, are not only beautiful but also quite intriguing. Observing Ein's expression, Valus offered a compliment with a smile. Thank you, Lord Valus, for your kind words. Ein replied without a hint of modesty, her gaze once again drifting towards the battlefield. Lord Valus, may I join the fray? Certainly. Valus smiled and nodded, casually producing a cigar. But be cautious. Do not let me catch you off guard. I shall remain vigilant. With a radiant smile, Ein gracefully ascended, soaring alone towards the fleeing pirate ship. Yet, as she took flight, she nearly plummeted into the sea, for behind her came the commendations of Admiral Caesar from the North Sea regarding Lord Valus. TSK, TSK. A commendable figure, she has the makings of a fine progenitor. The cacophony of battle ensued, gunfire and the sounds of conflict echoed around them. Half an hour later, the naval elites, having endured their first bloody encounter, exchanged glances of disarray. Despite their superior skills and equipment compared to the pirates before them, the grim reality of combat shattered their confidence. Confronted with the ferocious visages of the pirates, the primal roars akin to wild beasts, and the splattering of viscous blood, they found themselves overwhelmed. The pirates, driven by the instinct to survive, fought with reckless abandon, employing every conceivable tactic. Their once proud prowess seemed nearly impotent, with even the young lass, Dasky, outshining them by single-handedly vanquishing 10 pirates. Had it not been for the presence of the North Sea Navy and the support of Deputy Admirals Domino and Tina, the toll of this battle would have been severe, with at least 7 fatalities and half the crew wounded. Just as the morale of the group began to dwindle, Old Jack, responsible for the merchant ship's security, approached Valus with a sycophantic grin. Esteemed Lord Valus, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving intervention. Welcome to the Kingdom of Cohen in the North Sea. On behalf of the Fillerin family, I offer you my highest regards. At the mention of the Fillerin family, a sardonic smile crept across the lips of the North Sea Admiral, who recalled a notorious slave trader. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, is this the family of Duke Augustus from the Kingdom of Cohen? Indeed, it is the Duke Fillerin. Do you happen to know Lord Augustus? As Valus maintained a smile, Old Jack's eyes glimmered with shrewdness. eager to ingratiate himself further. Virus did not rush to respond. Instead, he took a draw from his cigar, exhaling a wisp of swirling smoke before speaking. I do not recognize him, but soon enough, we shall be acquainted. Haha, old Jack. Failing to grasp the words of the Northern Sea Admiral, paused momentarily in confusion before chuckling in agreement. Lord Augustus is always known for his hospitality, especially towards formidable individuals like Lord Virus. He will surely extend a warm welcome to you. Then I shall take your words as a good omen. With that ambiguous statement, Virus stepped forward, ascending to the second level of the sailing vessel. Once atop the roof, he turned and raised his hands, striking them together 3 times. Clap, clap, clap. The naval elites received the signal and began to converge towards the Northern Sea Admiral from various ships. The 2 strikingly beautiful vice admirals, Tina and Domino, stood with solemn expressions behind the Northern Sea Admiral. The trio, comprising the enchanting little vixen Dasky, Ein, and Binz, positioned themselves at the forefront of the deck, while the remaining naval elites formed a line behind them. As everyone took their places, Ein stepped forward from the ranks, saluted, and proclaimed, reporting to Lord Virus. All personnel from the naval training camp are assembled and await your orders. Attention! The Northern Sea Admiral's voice, resounding from a position of authority, commanded immediate attention, causing all to tense and stand erect. Though Virus held a cigar between his lips and had his hands in his pockets, not a single individual dared to cast a questioning glance, nor did anyone challenge his commands. His handsome visage bore an air of grimness. His sharp eyes and arched brows resembled those of a hawk, embodying the iron resolve and severity characteristic of a military leader, the authority and charisma of one in power. However, the subsequent pronouncement from Virus transformed the expressions of these proud individuals, shifting from admiration to indignation. All personnel on the decks of these 7 ships, eliminate them. Upon the issuance of Virus's command, old Jack, the captain of the merchant ship, turned pale, his pupils trembling. The elite naval officers, hailing from distinguished naval families, also displayed a shift in demeanor. They adhered to a doctrine of supposed purity and justice, influenced by their instructor, Black Arm Zephyr, who had instilled in them a reluctance towards bloodshed. Even in the face of pirates rendered defenseless, their instinct was not to execute them on the spot, but rather to follow military protocols or the theoretical knowledge acquired from their studies, opting instead to detain and treat the pirates before eventually sending them to prison or court. They could scarcely fathom that such actions would lead to a considerable squandering of manpower and resources, particularly the precious medical supplies. At times, the strain on these resources could result in their comrades being deprived of necessary treatment. Consequently, when confronted with Virus's order to eliminate the personnel of the merchant convoy, the naval elite refrained from taking action, their eyes betraying a sense of resistance and confusion. Thoughts raced in their minds. What jest is this? To slay the members of the merchant convoy and innocent civilians? Is this not a breach of military discipline? Surely, he must be testing us, evaluating the steadfastness of our justice. What? To annihilate all aboard the merchant vessel? This is unfathomable. If we were to do so, how would we differ from children? No. Such an order contradicts my sense of justice. I refuse to comply. Naively, some believe this to be a trial set forth by Admiral Caesar Virus of the North Sea. Even Ein, the chief instructor of the Naval Academy, did not execute the command, peering at Virus with a look of bewilderment. Yet, Virus remained unmoved. Hands thrust into his pockets, exuding a cold detachment, his gaze betraying no hint of emotion. At that moment, Binz, the second-in-command of the naval training camp, stepped forward to openly challenge Virus's directive. Admiral Virus, the very purpose of our Navy's establishment is to safeguard maritime routes and protect the interests of civilians from harm. Yet you command us to proactively assault the guards and innocents aboard the merchant ship. Such an order is unacceptable. Despite the defiance, Virus's demeanor remained unyielding, his expression grim as he towered above them like an imposing iceberg. It was Domino, the enchanting female aide at his side, who broke the tension with a teasing remark directed at the North Sea Admiral. Such innocent and endearing little ones. It appears you are quite frightened by this skirmish, to the point of failing to perform even the most basic reconnaissance. As her words hung in the air, Tina, with a serious countenance, interjected coldly, disperse in 1 minute. Open your eyes wide and thoroughly inspect the cargo within these merchant vessels. Understood. Upon hearing Tina's command, the naval elite shifted nervously. A foreboding realization washed over them as they hurried to disperse and board the other merchant ships. However, the very members of the convoy they were meant to protect rose in defiance, brandishing weapons to obstruct them. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the naval officers drew their own blades, engaging in conflict with the convoy members. In that moment, old Jack, the captain of the convoy, knelt before the North Sea Admiral. Lord Virus, we are indeed transporting slaves. Yet, these slaves are residents of the Duke of Faloran's territory, reduced to this fate for their inability to pay taxes. In our kingdom of Cohen, the impoverished are deemed slaves. We operate within the bounds of legality. But scarcely had he uttered these words when a flash of silver sliced toward his neck. The assailant was Ein, the chief instructor of the Naval Academy. Simultaneously, the sounds of clashing steel and gunfire erupted fiercely upon the sea. For these justice-bound naval elites bore witness to a mere glimpse of the dark and brutal reality of the world. Beautiful young female slaves, stripped of their garments, were tethered like dogs at the entrance. Several children, no older than a few years, were confined within a cage scarcely a square meter in size. Tattered and treated as beasts, young men and middle-aged individuals knelt, vacant expressions on their faces, their bodies marred with wounds and blood, resembling soulless shells. A small girl, delicate and radiant, hung from the rafters, her legs stained with blood, swaying like a pendulum. Though she appeared lifeless, her face bore a radiant smile of liberation. With a swift motion, ein silver blade severed old Jack's neck, crimson blood gushing forth. His round head rolled toward the ship's hold, his fearful, sycophantic visage now aimed at the swaying little girl. He paid the price for his transgressions, his life. Yet Ein, gripping her bloodied sword, felt it insufficient. With anger, she cast her gaze toward Virus, who remained impassive, smoking his cigar, his expression cold and detached, eyes fixed upon the distant horizon. These wretched beasts, she spat, grinding her teeth as she lunged toward the remaining crew members of the slave ship. This scene unfolded similarly across the other vessels. Only when the deck was devoid of life did the naval elites return, wearied and with complex expressions reflecting their confusion. At that moment, Virus, who had maintained his silence, finally withdrew his gaze from the sea, casting a cold, scrutinizing glance over each naval officer. Every elite met his gaze, a hint of shame evident in their eyes. Surprisingly, after surveying them, Virus offered no words of reprimand. He took a deep puff of his cigar, the orange glow illuminating the dim atmosphere. Exhaling a thick plume of smoke that coiled around his stern visage, he slowly spoke. This is the first and the last time you shall defy my command. With those words, the figure of the North Sea Admiral vanished, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the naval elites. Yet, they understood the weight of Virus's statement. Should they defy him again, they might not meet their end at the hands of pirates, but rather fall to the blade of the North Sea Admiral himself. In the kingdom of Cohen, at Sanchez Port, during dusk, Ein posed a question she had long pondered. Lady Domino, how shall we handle these slaves? No, these civilians? As two warships docked at the port, Domino responded with a playful inquiry. What do you think should be done? Ein? Well, Ein paused, contemplating her words. I have inquired of these individuals. Most are residents of the Duke of Florin's territory. Perhaps we should return them to their homeland? Oh. Upon hearing this response, Domino's charming face, adorned with a smile, clearly exhibited a hint of disappointment. Since you have inquired about their hometown, have you also sought to understand the reasons behind their enslavement? It was due to Duke Augustus of Pharaohland temporarily raising the taxes on their small town by tenfold, which led to their subjugation. If you were to return these individuals, as soon as our vessel departs the port, they would once again become wretched slaves by the following day. Ain's expression darkened, as this was indeed an insurmountable dilemma for her at present. Yet, as she revealed her confusion and distress, Domino flashed a seductive smile anew. Ain, would you like to know how Lord Valus dealt with such matters? I want to know. Eager to assist these enslaved souls, Ain gazed at Domino with urgency. Then let me share with you the tale of Lord Valus in the East Sea. Observing that this lovely young lady was intrigued, Domino alluringly perched herself on the railing, swinging her beautiful black-clad legs as she began her narrative. Lord Valus was born in the small fishing village of Daika in the kingdom of Goya, and he lost his parents at a young age. With the villagers' support, he eventually became a naval officer. The first thing he did after receiving his salary was to mark the coins. This was Valus' determination to repay every individual who had once assisted him. However, the celestial dragon Charlemagne not only devastated his hometown, but local officials seized Daika's assets, even turning the surviving villagers into slaves, branding them with the mark of servitude. After a lengthy exposition, Domino paused to gaze at Ain. Usually adorned with a carefree smile, she asked a rare question with a hint of melancholy. Ain, do you truly believe there are so many people in this world who would prefer to live as pirates rather than lead a stable life? There should not be many. Although she had never contemplated this question before, Ain articulated the answer that resided in her heart. Indeed. Domino's smile returned as she casually produced a lighter and a pack of cigarettes, taking one and biting it with her lustrous crimson lips. Click. The flickering red light of the lighter ignited the cigarette, illuminating Domino's enchanting face and the small tattoo on her sleeve. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Domino appeared at ease. But Ain's attention was drawn to her tattoo. Do you think it looks cool? Noticing Ain's gaze, Domino playfully rolled up her sleeve, revealing a portion of her pristine white arm and an intriguing tattoo. A black scythe, a dark robe, and a peculiar burn mark on her chest, representing the Grim Reaper of Death. A bit. Although Ain found it strange, she refrained from probing further and simply nodded in agreement. However, Domino grinned with pride, exhaling a snake-like stream of smoke. This was personally designed for me by Lord Valus. Do you know what his previous nickname was? The Navy's defeat. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Ain quickly retracted the last word. The White Reaper? Precisely. Ain's smile blossomed. He is the White Reaper. And I am the Black Reaper. The pairing of black and white is rather cool, isn't it? Indeed. Ain nodded and even complimented. It suits you well. Do you know why Lord Valus designed this tattoo for me? Domino's face lit up with a radiant smile as she gazed up at the exceptionally bright moon tonight. I do not know. Ain shook her head, sensing the wistfulness in Domino's tone. Intrigued by such a secret, she was eager to learn more, yet at that moment, her primary concern was how to address the plight of the enslaved aboard the ship. Before she could press further, Domino revealed a shocking truth. Ain, in fact, I was once a slave, vulnerable to the whims of others just 2 years ago. Upon hearing Domino's secret, Ain furrowed her brow tightly, biting her lip. In that instant, she comprehended why the center of the tattoo bore that eerie burn scar. In this era, becoming a naval officer comes with certain prerequisites, such as possessing complete identification, particularly ensuring that no family member is a pirate. However, with the onset of the Great Pirate Era, recruitment across various branches has become increasingly difficult, leading to a relaxation of such regulations. Yet one rule remains unchanged. The Navy cannot enlist slaves. For in this world, slaves are not regarded as true individuals. They are treated as private property, akin to the chickens, ducks, and pigs of ordinary households. Naturally, not just anyone can be enslaved in this world. In a legitimate world government member nation, typically only the state's criminals or impoverished individuals unable to pay taxes are recognized as slaves. They are branded with the state's unique slave mark and registered at the Slave Bureau. Conversely, in nations not affiliated with the world government, anyone can be enslaved, even the king of that nation. Therefore, unless a nation is exceptionally powerful, like the giant kingdom of Elbath, it will soon become a haven for the mafia, pirates, and slave traders. Moreover, the celestial dragons often engage in intriguing games in non-affiliated nations, holding deadly competitions for prizes such as devil fruits. This explains why so many nations toil to amass heavenly gold to pay tribute to the world government. Thus, in a certain sense, pirates also serve the celestial dragons, acting as instruments of their dominion and intimidation over the world. Moreover, as long as they do not threaten the celestial dragon's rule, they are content to let the pirates create chaos, provided it does not hinder the world government's collection of heavenly gold. Contemplating this, Ain involuntarily glanced at her thigh. On the right side of her smooth, fair thigh lay a horrific scar in the shape of a cross. It throbbed faintly with pain. This scar did not originate from pirates but was inflicted by her own hand. At the age of 7, she was still a child of the West Sea, blessed with both parents. However, the emergence of a band of pirates irrevocably altered her fate. They murdered her parents and branded her with a mark of disgrace. Had it not been for Master Zephyr defeating the pirates, given her beauty, she would have either been serving drinks in a brothel or become a plaything for some repugnant noble. Sister Domino, could I trouble you for a cigarette? After a moment of silent reflection, Ain, empathizing with her plight, spoke up. Yet Domino merely smiled alluringly, retracting her gaze and giving Ain a gentle pat on the shoulder. It's all right. Lord Valus once said that smoking is not a good habit. Moreover, do not mourn for your sister. I am, in fact, the luckiest woman in the world. The luckiest woman, perhaps? Upon hearing Domino's sudden twist, Ain, who felt a sense of shared plight, wore a bewildered expression. Domino, as if she had anticipated Ain's reaction, flashed a radiant smile reminiscent of a blooming golden peony. Ain, in your lifetime, has there ever been a man who fought valiantly for you? Ain, caught off guard by the question and blushing slightly, shook her head, having never been in a romantic relationship. However, her astute mind quickly grasped the reason behind Domino's inquiry. Was it not Lord Virus who risked his life to save you, dear sister Domino? Indeed, Domino replied, tossing her cigarette into the sea, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. And it was not just once. The first time was on that cursed slave ship. The second time involved the annihilation of an entire family from the Cardon kingdom. And the third, coughing lightly, she continued, leaving Ain in a state of astonished disbelief, her eyes wide with shock at such revelations. The tale of Virus eliminating the royal family of Cardon had certainly reached her ears long ago. Initially, she believed that Virus sought to better control the East Sea or had some hidden agenda that compelled him to eliminate the Cardon dynasty. However, it has now come to light that he has slain the ruler of a sovereign nation, a legitimate member of the world government. Astonishingly, it was merely a fit of rage driven by a desire for a fair maiden. Domino, witnessing Ain's reaction, beamed with delight. Her smile radiant and laced with a hint of cunning. The stories she shared were indeed true. Yet the purpose behind revealing them was to pave the way for the ensuing conversation. Isn't Lord Virus incredibly handsome? Just like the protagonist from a novel? I nodded, inhaling deeply, before finally inquiring, what about the third instance? Domino replied, her smile brimming with mischief. The third instance is even more remarkable, but I can't disclose that just yet. Suddenly, I was reminded of someone, a mischievous yellow-skinned monkey who always wore a grin that made one want to strike him. However, her resentment was only just beginning. Domino skillfully redirected the conversation back to the matter of the slaves, which concerned her the most. In truth, Virus had long provided a solution for these unfortunate souls. They could either join the Navy or become Virus's personal slaves. What? Ain could accept the notion of joining the Navy, but the idea of becoming Virus's slave made her frown once more. Yet, One of Domino's remarks immediately dispelled her doubts and transformed her expression into one of growing shame, altering her impression of Virus entirely. "Ein, do you truly believe that someone of Lord Virus's stature would mistreat these weak, suffering individuals? No. If you, who were once merely a slave, could now live without fear, only needing to work from dawn till dusk, enjoying a day off each week and receiving a fair wage, would you embrace such a life? Moreover, if you dared to fight and struggle, you could erase your slave mark and officially join the Navy to achieve greatness. Would you accept this life?" "I would." Aine immersed herself in the scene that Domino had painted, rapidly assimilating all information about Virus. He was perceived as a naval disgrace by the noble pirates of the underworld. Yet there were scarcely any rumors of him oppressing the common folk. Greedy, lustful, murderous, and manipulative, these traits were true. Yet, he was indeed avaricious. Yet, the defenses of the East Sea had now become the strongest across the four seas, rivaling even the headquarters. He was lustful, but he had never forced anyone, not her. Not Tina, nor Gion. Despite Gion's harsh words, had she truly wished otherwise, she would have long since taken her own life. She could even envision the noble women of the East Sea, who, upon merely gazing at Virus's visage and form, would yearn to strip him bare. This was evident from the actions of the Germa 66 princess, Vinsmoke Reju. As for murder, did not these filthy, cruel, despicable pirates deserve their fate? Those who shamelessly reveled in the spoils of piracy, and those who stabbed others in the back during naval confrontations, did they not deserve their demise? And what of manipulation? So what? The East Sea, under his rule, was once renowned as the weakest sea, yet the most peaceful and stable. Should such a man not be an admiral, rather than relegated to a mere drunkard? A myriad of thoughts swirled in Aine's mind, colliding and merging until she arrived at a conclusion. This greedy, lustful, murderous, and manipulative naval disgrace was, in truth, a genuine model of the Navy. If all naval officers were like Virus, perhaps this era could indeed usher in a time of peace. Yet, in the fleeting moment she reached this conclusion, Aine was suddenly taken aback. Since the age of 7, she had been nurtured under the tutelage of Crane and Zephyr, immersed in the cultivation of pure justice. Greed, lust, murder, manipulation. These words, devoid of any association with righteousness, now coalesced around a single individual. Yet the ultimate outcome was, astonishingly, Aine's emotions were beyond description, her forehead creased with a frown. At that moment, a woman's wails echoed from the dock. Annie, my lord, please, I offer all my possessions. Just return my daughter." Aine's expression shifted dramatically, her gaze sharp, suspecting it to be a case of the North Sea Navy robbing a young girl. Just then, Domino leaped down from the railing and delivered a shocking revelation. "Do you recall the little girl who hung lifeless in the cabin, bleeding from her lower body?" Aine felt as though struck by lightning, her breath quickening, her body trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, Domino cruelly confirmed her suspicions. At that moment, the North Sea Admiral, Virus, emerged from the ship's cabin. He stood with his back to the moonlight, his handsome features concealed in shadow. Clad in a crisp naval uniform, he walked with steady steps, his large white cloak billowing behind him. The word justice was starkly illuminated beneath the moonlight. Meanwhile, not far away, one of the 4 dukes of the Cohen kingdom, Faloran Augustus, made his entrance, riding in a lavishly adorned redwood carriage, accompanied by a throng of guards and followed by 10 carts filled with gifts. The sight struck fear into the hearts of the local residents and dock workers, who knelt trembling along the roadside. As they bowed their heads, Virus passed by the wailing woman. His steps did not falter, yet he spoke the chilling truth. "Your daughter was fortunate. She died with a smile on her face." Upon hearing this, the light in the woman's eyes vanished. She was lost in despair. Upon learning of her daughter's abduction and her husband's death at the hands of tax officials, she had hastily sold her family's possessions to rush to the port. Yet, all she received was the news of her daughter's demise. At a certain moment, the dazed woman suddenly erupted into manic laughter. She had lost her sanity. The 2 burly sailors supporting her paid her no mind as she raced toward the sea, a smile on her face, reminiscent of her daughter Annie. Yet, at that moment, Domino appeared before her, her mist fruit effortlessly ensnaring the woman. "Don't be in such a hurry. It's not yet time for your family reunion. You must witness the grand finale first." Domino's voice seemed to possess an enchanting power, and the deranged woman turned around, captivated by her words. And at that moment, draped in a magnificent noble robe, the esteemed Grand Duke Faloran Augustus descended from the carriage. With his strikingly handsome visage framed by golden locks, he bore a friendly smile illuminated by the silvery moonlight, exuding the grandeur befitting a top-tier aristocrat. Yet, at that moment, the North Sea Admiral stepped into the shadow of a cloud, rendering his features obscured to all. It was only when the Admiral produced a cigar, leisurely placing it between his lips to ignite, that a flicker of flame revealed his chiseled countenance, marred by bloodshot eyes. In that instant, the expression of Grand Duke Faloran Augustus froze, the carefully prepared words lodged in his throat. No, it was not merely stuck. He found himself utterly incapable of utterance. His mind remained active, his heart continued to beat. Indeed, it throbbed with greater intensity due to his desperate struggle, each pulse resounding audibly in his ears. Thump, thump, thump. Yet, Paradoxically, his body felt as though it were lifeless, like a coffin imprisoning his very soul. At that precise moment, Augustus beheld the North Sea Admiral smile, comfortably puffing out clouds of smoke from his cigar. In that instant of clarity, the astute Duke recognized that the man before him was wielding some form of manipulation. However, he could not comprehend why. As a dignified Duke of the Kingdom of Cohen, he was being targeted despite his sincere intentions and gifts. Could it be that old Jack? That scoundrel had provoked this naval rogue aboard the ship? Damn it, that cursed old Jack. It had to be him. Grand Duke Philip Augustus seethed with silent curses directed at the deceased. His gaze shifted from fury to one of pleading and terror, for he sensed the blood seeping from his nostrils, followed by trickles from the corners of his eyes. His body turned icy. His heart felt as though it had ceased to beat, and his lungs struggled to draw in air. At that moment, the moonlight lost its luster, and the world appeared drenched in crimson. In his heart, a desperate plea arose. He yearned for Verus to grant him the chance to speak. Please, do not kill me. I beg you. Lord Valus, I am willing to offer you everything. All my lands, all my female slaves, all my possessions. Yet, he ultimately had no opportunity to voice his plea, nor would he ever comprehend the cause of his demise. Gradually, the tyrant dominating the southeastern waters of the Cohen Kingdom, the Damocles sword hanging ominously over the coastal residents, bled profusely and lost consciousness entirely. A repugnant stream of yellow liquid sullied his precious white robe. Suddenly, a chilling sea breeze swept through, dispersing the ominous clouds that cast shadows. The handsome visage of the Northern Sea Admiral was illuminated by the displaced moonlight. A cigar resting at the corner of his mouth, slightly raised in satisfaction with his new stratagem, successfully halting the flow of air. This tactic, whether employed for torment or for murder, was nothing short of a masterstroke. The Duke. That scoundrel Duke is dead. Damn it. There are assassins. Quick. Summon aid to protect Duke Augustus. Doctor, fetch a physician immediately. Hurry, we must save Lord Augustus. As Duke Augustus met his end, the accompanying guards fell into a state of panic. However, the onlooking populace, the kneeling coastal residents, could hardly contain their glee. That scoundrel Augustus is dead. That beast is finally gone. Heaven has eyes. Meanwhile, Domino dispersed her own mist. The madwoman, who had only just calmed, erupted once more into a chilling laughter. Ha ha. Augustus. Dead. That beast is dead. Ha ha. That damned creature has finally perished. Splendid. Splendid. She leapt joyfully into the sea, greeted by the moonlight. Splash. Ah. Upon hearing the crisp sound of her plunge and witnessing the frothy white waves, the Northern Sea Admiral grinned, exhaling a plume of smoke like a dragon, and clapped his hands at the carriage behind Augustus. The naval guards advanced swiftly, overtaking the Northern Sea Admiral and rushing down the long street. They seized control of Augustus's convoy, transporting all the valuables onto the warships, and brought back Augustus's carriage. The sailors opened the carriage door for the Northern Sea Admiral, while Valus made no backward glance as he boarded. Domino, casting a seductive smile at Valus' retreating figure, hurried to catch up, followed closely by Monet, Dasky, and Sugar. As for the voluptuous beauty with sea-blue hair, Aine, she gazed longingly at the woman disappearing into the sea, unable to find her peace. Likewise, the elite naval trainees shared her sentiment. Their expressions were laden with repression. They had never encountered such a vivid and brutal lesson in their training or education. Yet, they soon suppressed their sorrow as Tina, the Vice Admiral of the Northern Sea, roused them. A quarter of an hour later, the Northern Sea Admiral arrived at Augustus's estate, seated in the grand and opulent drawing room, cigar in hand, flanked by companions. The surrounding sailors were proficiently looting, evidently intent on seizing every valuable item, including the beautiful female slaves. Observing this scene, the naval elites, who had only just begun to harbor admiration for Valus, felt their sentiments wane. Initially, they believed Valus was avenging the common folk and a girl named Annie. However, it now appeared he acted solely for his own desires. Nevertheless, despite Valus' actions, they did not defy the admiral's orders. One reason was their belief that Augustus of Fellerin deserved his fate. Another was the deepening recognition of Valus' terrifying capabilities following Augustus's demise. Noticing the exchanged glances among the onlookers, Valus realized the time was ripe. His methods were merely a few well-chosen words, a blend of benevolence and severity, with clear rewards and punishments, complemented by occasional warmth and grand promises. He had established his authority. The next step was to impart another lesson, followed by a touch of sweetness. Thus, Valus summoned Aine to gather the naval elites and instructed Domino to prepare an extraordinary banquet. A quarter of an hour later, Verus arrived at the splendid banquet hall, where an opulent long table adorned with purple tablecloths was flanked by naval elites who sat upright. Strangely, most of them wore flushed faces, breathing heavily and appearing quite anxious. Apart from Tina, Aine, Dasky, Domino, Monet, and Sugar, each of these naval officers was accompanied by two voluptuous and exquisitely beautiful female slaves. Verus, what the devil are you doing? Tina exclaimed, her fury igniting upon witnessing Verus's arrangement. Her delicate white hand rested firmly on the hilt of her sword. She had yet to fully quell her anger from the earlier debacle involving Verus and Vinsmoke Reju, having recently observed him in the company of multiple women. Her ire surged once more. Now, seeing Virus attempt to corrupt the budding sense of justice among these naval officers with women, how could she possibly remain calm? What's wrong? Noticing Tina's expression, Virus feigned indifference, a sly smile curling at the corner of his lips. My brothers and I have fought side by side. Can we not enjoy ourselves? You scoundrel. I see you seek to debase them, to lead them astray like the scoundrel you are. Tina's anger intensified. Her renowned blade drawn halfway from its sheath. Yet Virus did not relent. A mocking grin graced his face as he retorted, Tina, do you even comprehend your actions? Do you truly understand what you are doing? I certainly am here to save them. You're delusional. Let me ask you. What do you intend to do with these female slaves, once tormented by forlorn Augustus? Will you hand them over to other slave masters? Or abandon them to the streets to fend for themselves? Perhaps you will surrender them to other loathsome nobles, to be used as mere toys for their depraved pleasures? Valrus spoke with righteous indignation, his expression turning serious. Tina found herself momentarily speechless, unable to muster a rebuttal, although she sensed something amiss about the situation. There was an undeniable hint of truth in his words. Meanwhile, the elite Navy officers present exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with barely concealed delight. They were all men. After all, the presence of two voluptuous and beautiful ladies was irresistible. Even Ein's devoted follower, Benz, found it difficult to contain himself. Let us begin, Valrus declared, waving his hand with a devilish smile, marking the commencement of a lavish banquet. The beautiful women began to employ their charms, and Valrus was indeed correct. Compared to the repugnant noblemen who treated them like livestock, the promising naval officers were certainly the dream destination for these women. Yet, Tina, fuming with indignation, turned to leave. Followed closely by Ein, who bit her lip in frustration. Benz felt a stirring desire to chase after them, but was interrupted by the sweet call of a pair of lovely female slaves. Brother, please save us, or we'll have to entertain guests on Flower Street. Please, dear brother. We don't want to end up with those perverse nobles. We've always admired the gallant naval officers. Benz, overwhelmed by their pleas, flushed crimson, his heart softening at their words. He couldn't help but recall Valrus's earlier remarks. We risk our lives as Navy officers. What harm is there in enjoying ourselves? Yes, we are saving them. As righteous naval officers, we cannot allow them to be sullied by those loathsome nobles. The other naval elites shared similar sentiments, with none possessing an ounce of purity. Observing this scene, the notorious admiral of the North Sea was quite pleased with himself, taking away the four most beautiful, untouched young female slaves. At the seaside, in the bustling streets of Manchester, Tina and Ein strolled after leaving the manor. The street was vibrant with European flair, bustling with tourists and an array of delectable treats. However, Tina was too consumed with anger to appreciate the scenery, muttering incessantly, that scoundrel Valrus. One day, I shall bring him to justice. Seeing the thriving establishments and the joy on the faces of male patrons only fueled her anger. Damn it. Are there no good men among them? Sister, that's not entirely fair. There are indeed good men, Ein patiently reassured her. Despite having fully accepted the righteousness of Valrus's actions, she acknowledged that greed, lust, and a thirst for power could coexist within a commendable Navy officer, especially since Valrus had ruthlessly eliminated Duke Philolin Augustus. Yet, Ein was wise enough not to engage in an argument with her stubborn sister. Moreover, Ein had discerned that Tina's fury likely stemmed not from Valrus arranging female slaves for his classmates, but rather from the fact that he had personally chosen the four most stunning young women. Amidst the curvaceous beauty, one petite girl, standing under one, for meters, possessed an alluring figure that captivated Ein's attention. With a playful grin, Ein linked her arm with her sister's, resting it against her ample bosom, and quipped, what about figures like Admiral Karp, Captain Zepha, and the formidable Mouse? Perhaps we can set aside Zepha, she added with a frown, only to realize that her gaze had inadvertently fallen upon the very individual she had just dismissed. To her astonishment, they discovered that Zepha, their former mentor, was seated in one of the establishments, reveling in the company of two alluring women, in the establishment known as the Red Devil's Shadow. Zepha was surrounded by two enchanting ladies, eagerly complimenting him on his physique while drinking copious amounts of wine, just as he relished the moment. Two even more stunning and youthful women approached, catching the attention of all the patrons with their striking beauty. However, their navy uniforms and intimidating blades indicated that this was not mere cosplay. As Zepha sensed an ominous aura, he glanced up to find his most cherished apprentices standing before him, prompting an embarrassing reaction as he spluttered wine in surprise. Despite the embarrassment, Zepha remained dignified, placing money on the table before making a hasty retreat. Yet, as he vaulted through the window, a chilling voice echoed behind him, mimicking Valrus. Zepha, you wouldn't want your escapades in this establishment to become public knowledge at Marineford, would you? Zepha felt a wave of icy dread wash over him, paralyzing him momentarily. Meanwhile, Tina and Ein, both strikingly beautiful, halted their steps, their arms crossed as they coldly regarded him. Time seemed to stretch on as Zepha, ever the proud man, finally turned to face them with a forced laugh. Ah, Tina, Ein, what a coincidence to run into you while I merely sought to enjoy a drink. Just a drink. Is it Zepha? Ein struggled to suppress her laughter at the sight of her typically imposing mentor now appearing so timid. Is that so? Zifa scratched his head awkwardly, his discomfort palpable. Tina, the fierce and commanding sister, narrowed her eyes and retorted coldly, is it necessary to visit such places for a drink? And to call for two voluptuous companions? Zephyr, the venerable elder, was rendered speechless, his shame evident as he clenched his teeth and lowered his gaze. In that moment, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a chastised student, a stark contrast that elicited an uncontrollable laugh from Ein. Ha ha ha. Half an hour later, aboard the naval training ship. What an outrageous situation. Virus, that scoundrel. How dare he commit such an act? Shortly after returning to the vessel, Zephyr was informed by Tina and Ein of Virus's misdeeds, prompting him to slam his palm onto the table in fury. Tina, Ein, just you wait. I shall not let him escape unscathed. With that declaration, Zephyr strode purposefully off the training ship, heading straight for the Augustan Manor. Thereafter, he vanished without a trace. Spending the night away at the Augustan Manor. Lord Virus, you are truly remarkable. I thought I was on the brink of death just moments ago. Lord Virus, I adore you, moi. Lord Virus, are you only concerned with the elder sisters? I feel a twinge of jealousy. My lord, I have something for you. I am certain you will cherish it. Knock, knock, knock. Virus had just rescued a group of innocent, kind-hearted, and charmingly naive beautiful maidens. Untouched by the harshness of the world, when a violent knock echoed at the door, accompanied by the gruff and furious voice of the elder Zephyr. Virus, you scoundrel. Come out this instant. Responding without a hint of panic, the Admiral of the North Sea emerged leisurely from the pile of women, parting delicate hands and revealing smooth, fair legs and exquisite, dainty feet. He then lit a cigar and strolled to the door to greet his visitor. Long time no see, General Zephyr. What brings you here? How dare you speak to me? My students have all. Upon witnessing Virus's nonchalant demeanor and catching sight of the four enchanting women sprawled upon the grand bed, a spark of fury ignited in Zephyr's eyes. So this is the reason. Let us converse next door. Virus remained indifferent as he strode outside, leading someone next door. Settling onto a lavish, plush sofa, he casually offered a cigar. Would you care to try, Admiral Zephyr? This is a premier delicacy hailing from the kingdom of floral seas, with an annual yield of merely 100 boxes. Zephyr, being an aficionado himself, was well aware of the rarity of cigars from this realm. Each cigar was valued at 10,000 berries, and a single box contained only 20. The kingdom often utilized these cigars as a form of currency in trade, making them exceptionally difficult to procure, even for the affluent. Thus, despite his grumbling demeanor, he accepted the cigar and, after savoring a delightful puff, his expression transformed into one of heavenly contentment. Exhaling a plume of white smoke reminiscent of a dragon, he shot a frosty glance at Virus. You impudent brat. Do not think you can win me over with a mere cigar. How dare you assign 2 courtesans to the members of your naval training camp? If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation, do not blame me. Yet before he could finish his admonition, Virus produced a box from beneath the table and slid it across to the elder. What is this? Zephyr queried, irritation evident in his gaze as he glanced at the box and then back at Virus. Cigars, 20 in a box. If you desire more, I can procure another couple of boxes for you. With a nonchalant demeanor, Valus casually lit a cigar for himself. You little rascal, do you dare to bribe me? Zephyr, infuriated, puffed his cheeks, glared, and slammed his thigh. It's merely a box of cigars. It's not as if it's billions upon billions. What kind of bribe is that? With an air of indifference, Valus nonchalantly propped his leg, releasing a swirl of white smoke as he spoke. Admiral Zephyr, there exists a grave error in your recent statement that I must rectify. What error? Zephyr's expression instantly hardened, his eyes fixated on Valus. The young women you referred to are not mere prostitutes. They are unfortunate souls who have been abducted by vile pirates, sold by despicable merchants, and manipulated by repugnant nobles. Virus slowly elucidated, his tone gradually intensifying. They too were once cherished daughters in their parents' eyes, dreaming of living an ordinary life. Alas, they were born in an unfortunate era, lacking the fortune that others possessed. I apologize for my previous words. Upon hearing Virus's remarks, Zephyr's anger dissipated, replaced by a tinge of shame. Yet, his brow furrowed tightly, his gaze deepening and his breaths becoming profound. He fixated on Virus's eyes, attempting to glean some insight from the gaze of this naval miscreant. However, he failed. Virus merely exhaled smoke languidly, the swirling tendrils rendering his youthful and handsome visage even more enigmatic. As they lingered in silence for an indeterminate time, Virus suddenly sighed, Mr. Zephyr, have you ever harbored a dream? The mere utterance of that word from the lips of a greedy, lustful, murderous naval misfit left Zephyr momentarily stunned. Then, a sharp pang pierced his heart, akin to a gunshot wound. He recalled that fateful year, 54 years ago, when he was merely 8 years old. His dream then was to become a hero. Thus, he donned a red helmet he had found, draped a curtain from his home as a cape, and wrapped a yellow wooden post around his arm. Brave Zephyr vanquished the local ruffians and rescued a little girl clutching a teddy bear. That girl would later become his wife and bear him a son. In that fleeting moment, he had tasted the essence of heroism and vowed to become a mightier guardian of the innocent. Yet, all of that transformed, his dreams betrayed him. His wife and child perished. victims of those accursed pirates, slain on the path to his naval glory. Since that day at 8 years old, when he saved the girl, he became utterly enamored with the notion of heroism. At 10, he bore witness to an indelible scene, the ruthless navy pillaging and slaughtering with impunity at the harbor. That young boy, yearning to be a hero, could do nothing but remain suppressed beneath his parents until the Navy's ships docked. At 14, he finally gained his parents' support to pursue his dream. He left home to join the Navy, becoming contemporaneous with Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru. At 18, he engaged in his first combat. By 24, he attained the rank of lieutenant commander at the naval headquarters. At 28, he was promoted to colonel, mastering the 6 forms of the Navy. By 32, he ascended to the rank of rear admiral. At 33, he harmonized the 6 forms, and at 34, his armament hockey surpassed that of his mentor, earning him the moniker Black Arm Zephyr. At 38, he became the 5th youngest admiral in naval history, even earning the moniker Admiral Who Doesn't Kill, as he refrained from taking lives unless absolutely necessary. He even showed leniency towards misguided pirates, allowing them the chance to reform. By the end of that year, he entered the sanctity of marriage with the very girl he had once saved. At that time, his aspiration remained to be a hero. Now, as an admiral, he believed he possessed both the capacity and responsibility to rescue even more souls. Thus, facing his wife in labor, he resolved once more to set sail, battling pirates and saving innocents. He rescued numerous civilians, who gratefully hailed him as their naval hero. Yet, at the age of 42, tragedy struck. His family was slaughtered by pirates. In that moment, his dreams shattered. What kind of naval hero was he if he could not even protect his own family? He began to loathe pirates, but more so, he despised himself. His conqueror's hockey waned, and he submitted his resignation, his spirit extinguished. Until one day, he saved another little girl, whose visage mirrored that of the snot-nosed child he had rescued at 8. Later, he returned to Marineford, initially intent on ensuring Aine's healthy upbringing. Yet, he soon yearned to see her possess the strength to protect herself. As time passed, peculiar thoughts and worries blossomed within him. For he had heard Aine's dream. She wished to become a naval hero, just like him. That night, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. 3 days later, he became an instructor at the naval headquarters. Thus, the likes of Akina Sakazuki, Kazara Borsalino, Akiji Kazan, along with others such as Tina and Smoker, came into being. Yet, there was one truth he never revealed to anyone. His nurturing of these righteous naval seedlings was not solely born of noble intentions. He simply wished for that little girl to grow up surrounded by formidable allies who could protect her. Dreams? Reflecting wistfully on his life, Zephyr whispered that word, yet found it impossible to articulate. Little did he know, those very words would escape Virus's lips. Once, my dream was to become a hero. However, as he spoke, the corner of the North Sea Admiral's mouth curled into a self-deprecating smirk. But everything changed after I died twice. Died twice? Upon hearing Virus's words, Zephyr suddenly felt a kinship, a shared sorrow. Indeed, twice. With a smile, Virus uttered these 2 words and then turned his gaze toward the window. Outside, the moonlight was obscured by thick clouds, and a light rain had begun to fall. Taking a deep drag from his cigar, the commander of Beihai slowly spoke. For the first time, I rescued a girl from the hands of a second-generation nobleman, only to see her brutally killed. For the second time, as an orphan raised by villagers, I watched them perish amidst the bombardment. Upon hearing these 2 tales, Zephyr did not notice the flawed syntax. He merely gazed at Virus's profile, holding back words that almost escaped his lips. His life had been relatively smooth, save for the year he turned 42. Yet Virus had endured a solitary existence, growing up in the face of scorn, and despite the hardships, he had persevered to this day. As a failure, how could he possibly counsel a man who had endured far greater suffering yet surpassed him in merit? In that moment, the labels attached to Virus, greed, lust, murder, and manipulation were all stripped away in Zephyr's heart. He saw only a young man once filled with dreams, treading cautiously while bearing unimaginable burdens. However, just as he silently mocked his own self-pity, Virus's words struck him like a heavy drumbeat against his heart. Mr. Zephyr, do you know who bombarded my hometown? Who was it? Pirates? No. Nobles or the Mafia? No, it was Charles Saint, a world noble, the great celestial dragon, descendant of the Creator, a person our Navy must protect, the one who commanded his subordinates in the Navy to strike. What? Zephyr's pupils constricted, immense fury surged within him, yet simultaneously, a chill ran down his spine. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, but before he could voice his thoughts, Virus turned toward him, smiling, a smile that sent chills down his spine, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust and madness as he spoke in an ominously cold tone. Indeed, it was I who killed Charles Saint, not some revolutionary army. I blinded him with my cigar, severed his head and ears with a knife. Oh, and I stuffed a grenade in his mouth, then set fire to his corpse. At that moment, a flash of blinding lightning illuminated the world outside, coinciding with Virus's words, causing the lights within to flicker. Virus's expression grew even more ghastly. Why are you telling me this, Virus? Faced with Virus's gaze and tone, Zephyr felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his previous impressions flipping entirely. All at once, he was reminded of a singular figure, a terrifying, ambitious individual. A demon that made the world tremble. His name was Rox D. Jibek. Instantly, he broke out in a cold sweat. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. He perceived an unprecedented ambition in Virus's eyes. Virus, what exactly do you intend to do? I, Caesar Virus. Aim to create a world devoid of celestial dragons. I, Caesar Virus. Seek to forge a realm where everyone is equal and can fill their bellies. I, Caesar Virus. Will construct a world where the good do not weep and heroes are not disheartened. Observing Zephyr's tense demeanor, Virus, cigar in mouth, grinned mischievously and boldly declared his ambitions, leaving one crucial sentiment hidden within. I, Caesar Virus, do not aspire to be a savior. I wish to become the sole god of this world. Gulp. Hearing the young man's unmasked ambitions and witnessing the fervor in his eyes, Zephyr struggled to swallow. Was this young lad serious? He understood that creating such a world would be a challenge far more daunting than destroying it, tenfold, perhaps 100-fold more difficult. A world free of celestial dragons. A realm where all are equal and well-fed. A place where the virtuous do not shed tears and heroes do not suffer despair. Could such a world truly exist? As doubts began to form in his mind, Zephyr gazed into Virus's fervent eyes. In an instant, he was struck by an unparalleled brilliance that made him feel small and unworthy, averting his gaze in embarrassment. The rain outside intensified, each droplet rhythmically pounding against the windows. The eaves, and Zephyr's heart. He dared not lift his eyes, focusing instead on the flickering candlelight, aware that Virus was watching him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The flame danced once, twice, thrice. The rain continued to pour outside, and time seemed to stretch indefinitely. At last, Zephyr lowered his head and spoke. You want me to follow you, don't you? Yes. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The smile on Virus's face deepened as he exhaled a plume of smoke reminiscent of a dragon before speaking again. Mr. Zephyr, have you perhaps forgotten that I am but a greedy, lustful, murderous scoundrel of the Navy? Would they truly believe that I could slay a celestial dragon? Would they have faith in a covetous little man possessing such terrifying ambitions to overturn the entire world? You insolent brat. Zephyr, incensed, muttered an unkind remark. Yet he soon found himself laughing heartily. Ha ha. No wonder. This little rascal has awakened the conqueror's hockey. It seems that old man Garp really knows how to choose his people. I shall take this as a compliment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Virus's smile took on a somewhat sinister quality as he fixed his intense gaze upon Zephyr. Mr. Zephyr, you are precisely the most crucial link in this chain. How so? I require numerous allies and support, particularly from the unrestrained Justice Marines. Unrestrained? Justice Marines? Indeed. Those who can valiantly vanquish thieves by day and rescue enslaved women by night. Zephyr, with a look of resignation, contemplated this proposition. In the early hours of dawn, as the clouds parted and the moonlight illuminated the room, Zephyr returned to his quarters, weary from his extensive conversation with Virus, clutching a specialty from the land of flowers. However, upon switching on the light, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Two delicate young maidens, twins no less, sat timidly on his bed, clad only in tank tops and shorts. Instantly, Zephyr was consumed by a surge of anger, feeling an overwhelming urge to confront Virus. You scoundrel! Couldn't you have found me a couple of older women? At least I could call them big sisters. How can I possibly lay a hand on these young girls, who appear even younger than I? Curse it! That little rascal has influenced me. Virus is nothing short of a devil. Sir, we can assist you with your dressing. The girls pleaded, their voices trembling with fear. Recognizing the desperation in their eyes, Zephyr understood the truth in Virus's words. If he did not rescue these two girls, a grim fate awaited them. With a deep sigh, he organized his thoughts. What are your names, young ladies? Responding to the master, I am the elder sister, Ram. And this is my younger sister, Rem. Very well, you shall accompany me from now on, but rest assured, I shall not lay a finger upon you. You will assist with my daily needs, and, in turn, I shall teach you some self-defense skills. If you prove to be capable, I might even help you shed your status as slaves, and perhaps grant you positions within the Navy. Do you accept? Yes. Thank you, master. Ram and Rem knelt upon the bed, bowing their heads in gratitude. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Virus wore a satisfied smile. After spending several days together, he had confirmed that Zephyr was indeed a good man. The twins were carefully chosen by him, possessing exceptional temperament, intelligence, and talent. Under Zephyr's guidance, they would undoubtedly become invaluable allies. At the docks, the admiral sat aboard his ship. Sister Tina, are you unable to sleep? Ein inquired, casting an odd glance at Tina, who was restlessly tossing about in her alluring red nightgown. The earlier thunder had unsettled her sleep. Tina took a deep breath, her ample bosom rising and falling in rhythm. Ein, noticing her distress, teasingly remarked, Sister Tina, are you worried that teacher Zifa might end up in a scuffle with Lord Virus? Of course not. Tina, flustered at being called out by her equally alluring junior, turned her face away in a huff, and chuckled at her guilty reaction, wrapping her arms around Tina and playfully letting her hands wander. "Ah, you little imp. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Tina blushed instantly from Ain's sudden assault. And in retaliation, she began to fight back, leading to a flurry of playful chaos until they both collapsed, breathless. "You little rascal. Just wait until I get my hands on you." Indeed, Sister Tina is formidable. I, as the junior, am in awe. Naturally, Tina replied. "But I have something I wish to inquire of you." "Speak. What are your thoughts on Lord Virus?" "About what?" Tina furrowed her brow, confused, but her expression suddenly shifted. "Oh no. That scoundrel has been flirting with you behind my back, has he?" "Of course not," I laughed, turning the tables on Tina. "Do you not know who I am? I wouldn't dare act recklessly with my sister's fiancé." "Fiancé? Speak such nonsense again, and I shall strike you." Tina's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she raised a delicate, powdery fist. Yet Ain's next words nearly sent Tina into a fit. "Ah, Sister Tina, I was merely referring to Sister Gion. You wouldn't have been ensnared by Lord Virus, would you? How dare you? You little imp. Do not toy with me." Tina's anger had serious consequences. She activated her powers and ensnared Ain. Ain, however, merely smirked mischievously, using her abilities to tease Tina, making her face flush crimson. Before long, Tina's form visibly shrank, transforming her into a petite girl, appearing even younger than Dashki. "You little imp. Change me back this instant," Tina exclaimed, staring at her small hands and feet, her cheeks puffed in indignation as she kicked Ain. "Release me first, and I shall return you to your original form," Ain retorted, unfazed by the kick. It wasn't until Tina fetched her knife that Ain found herself in a precarious situation. Smack, smack, smack. Tina delivered several playful slaps to Ain's backside, leaving her feeling embarrassed, ashamed, and tickled. Ultimately, Ain surrendered, yet Tina continued her playful torment. In a bid to distract Tina, Ain revealed a little secret, the tale of how Virus had rescued Domino not once, but twice, with a third incident only half remembered. "Sister Tina, considering the second rescue involved the royal family, what do you think the third might entail?" Upon hearing this, Tina suddenly shivered. I noticed her expression shift as if she had just recalled something significant. The two sisters exchanged knowing gazes before nearly simultaneously exclaiming, "Celestial dragons!" From that moment, the sisters spent the remainder of the night in wide-eyed silence, contemplating the implications of their discovery. The following day dawned clear and bright. Virus has once again accomplished a significant feat at the estate of Philolin Augustus. He met with the king of the Cohen kingdom and planted 3 proverbial nails in the ground, transforming 3 of his subordinates into nobles of the Northern Sea Cohen kingdom. Among them was the newly appointed Grand Duke of Philolin. In the ensuing weeks, Virus continued his relentless campaign, either eliminating pirates or dispatching nobles. The Northern Sea was rife with trepidation, yet no one dared to voice their grievances. They understood that Virus had truly slain a king, a demonstration of his formidable power. Simultaneously, Germa 66 and the Don Quixote family issued a stern warning. To oppose Virus was to declare enmity against them. Those who dared defy would find themselves facing a fate sealed by 4 ominous words: family ruin and national destruction. Thus, the Northern Sea had effectively become Virus' private garden, with his dominion there surpassing even that of the Eastern Sea. During this period, as Virus' influence in the Northern Sea solidified, he also vanquished numerous pirates, enhancing his observation hockey nearly twofold through diligent investment. Coupled with the unwavering guidance of old Zephyr, he made significant strides in various intricacies of combat. Now, he stood ready to face even the greatest of admirals without fear. In the year 1510 of the Sea Circle at the onset of October, the Northern Sea Admiral returned to the 517th branch of the Northern Navy aboard a naval training ship. It was here that Virus once again encountered Dracul Mihawk. At this moment, Mihawk's arm had healed, yet he had refrained from consuming the fruit. Upon meeting Virus, there was no palpable tension. "I have entrusted that fruit to Sabo, considering it a reward for returning your hand. Virus, I shall return within a year." "Very well," Virus readily agreed, but then added a stipulation: "Should you lose to me again, you must assist me with a certain task." "Agreed." Hawkeye Mihawk responded affirmatively before vanishing from the naval base. Shortly after his departure, Virus arrived at the plaza of the base. Today, he was to preside over a transfer ceremony, formally relinquishing his position as Admiral of the North Sea, a role that would be assumed by Vice Admiral Tina. She would become the sole female admiral among the 4 seas. Domino would also remain temporarily to aid Tina in stabilizing the situation and to continue reaping the benefits of the North Sea. At 1 p.m., the handover ceremony for the North Sea Admiral commenced. Under the fluttering white seagull flag, witnessed by 100 officers of various ranks from the North Sea, Virus, clad in the uniform of a vice admiral, personally presented the appointment document to the formidable and strikingly beautiful Tina. "Congratulations, Tina, on becoming the Admiral of the North Sea, and for your promotion to Navy Colonel. The peace and stability of the North Sea are now entrusted to you." "Thank you, Lord Virus, for your trust. I shall do my utmost to uphold the peace and stability of the North Sea, all for the sake of justice. Tina, her gaze laden with complex emotions, reached out to accept the appointment document, acutely aware that today marked Virus' departure from the North Sea. He was bound for Reverse Mountain, the Grand Line, and ultimately to Marine headquarters at Marineford, embarking on the next chapter of his journey. A tinge of regret washed over her for not having opened the door to him last night. Perhaps this would be one of their rare opportunities to meet again. All for the sake of justice. Glory to the Navy, Virus remarked with a smile, noting the complexity of Tina's expression, before embracing her with an overly enthusiastic hug. Thus, the handover ceremony commenced with vigor and concluded succinctly. Applause erupted from the soldiers in the plaza, who fervently bid farewell to Virus as he boarded his vessel. What a pity. If only Lord Virus could stay for another year, we would have had the chance to ally ourselves with him. Indeed, he leaves too swiftly, after all. Lord Virus is the pinnacle of power within the Navy headquarters, a future high-ranking officer, perhaps even an admiral. There might still be a chance to align ourselves with him. He is famously known for his avarice and charm. Perhaps you should temper your aspirations. His tastes are notoriously discerning. Have you not noticed the company he keeps? Yes, let us disperse and refrain from foolishness. We wouldn't want to incur the wrath of Governor Tina. Her temper is quite fearsome, with the melodious sound of the ship's horn resonating. Virus's grand and sturdy new flagship gracefully departed from the port of Division 517. However, amidst the North Sea Navy's farewells and discussions, Virus retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket, dialing the number of the new admiral of the North Sea. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, with a smile. Virus ended the call and stepped off the warship, under the watchful eyes of the elite naval trainees and the scrutiny of the North Sea Navy. He confidently made his return. His handsome visage was adorned with a radiant smile as he stood before Admiral Tina of the North Sea. In her astonished and bewildered gaze, he forcefully pressed her against the wall, with his left arm firmly encircling her waist and his right hand gliding towards her smooth abdomen. His lips were poised to claim her crystalline red ones. Yet, at that very moment, two thunderous cannon blasts disrupted Virus's moment. Boom, boom, two black cannonballs, each measuring a staggering 10 meters in diameter, rapidly enlarged as they hurtled through the air. One was aimed at base 517, while the other was directed towards Virus's flagship. Curse be the heavens! What a terrifying sound! What could that be? How could there be such enormous cannonballs? If they struck, even the Sea Kings wouldn't withstand such force. This is bad. Those fearsome projectiles are heading our way. Who is the fool daring to attack the North Sea Navy headquarters? As Virus halted his advances towards Tina, the officers of the North Sea Navy began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, their expressions turning pale with terror at the unprecedented threat of the cannonballs. Returning to deal with you later, seeing the projectiles nearing, Virus leapt into the air. However, before he could envelop the cannonball with his barrier, the terrifying projectile detonated before him. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, and a massive fireball blossomed in midair. The flames expanded over a diameter of nearly 100 meters, interspersed with countless terrifying fragments, as if 1,000 bullets had erupted in an instant. Any ordinary sailor caught within that radius would undoubtedly be reduced to mere pulp. However, such a fate was non-existent in Virus's presence, as his blue domain effortlessly shielded him from all kinetic energy. He gracefully glided past the explosion site, heading directly for the colossal cannon that had unleashed the fearsome ammunition. As for the other cannonball, Virus entrusted its fate to Zephyr. Having rekindled his ambition, Zephyr exhibited a significant change in spirit and had regained considerable strength. The old man soared from the vessel, shrouded in a dark, domineering aura, and launched a tempestuous kick towards the cannonball. Boom. The terrifying projectile exploded once more, but it detonated far from the warship, sparing the crew from harm. The warships of the naval training camp, along with Virus's flagship, swiftly responded, setting a course for the land. Meanwhile, Virus rapidly approached the two heavy artillery warships that had fired the cannonballs. A force capable of forging such artillery and launching such formidable projectiles could only belong to one faction, the nefarious Germa 66. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was not the doing of Germa 66, but rather the machinations of the despicable Don Quixote Doflamingo. Virus had long anticipated Doflamingo's relentless pursuit. Especially after discovering that he had acquired the Momo fruit, he surmised that revenge would not be far off. Moreover, he had waited a long time for this day. Only by offering hope could one induce despair. He intended to show this bloodthirsty wolf what absolute dominance meant, compelling it to obediently serve him. Waiting for the day he would reap the rewards of his labor before delivering a final blow. Of course, he had somewhat underestimated Doflamingo's capabilities. For as he neared the two warships, those invaluable vessels unleashed yet another pair of fearsome cannonballs. Virus paid little heed, knowing that the recoil from firing such enormous cannons would inevitably displace the ships, rendering them unable to strike the warships or the base. However, in the blink of an eye, his keen observation revealed an impending sense of crisis. In that critical moment, Virus observed the two colossal warships, their hulls subtly expanding. This was immediately followed by a series of deafening explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Catastrophic. Successive detonations ripped through the warships, obliterating them. Two ominous mushroom clouds billowed into the sky above the sea, the inferno engulfing Virus in an instant. A chasm, hundreds of meters deep and a kilometer wide, was blasted into the ocean's surface. A terrifying, circular tidal wave radiated outward from the epicenter of the blast. On Solomon Island, within the opulent halls of the Don Quixote family stronghold, Don Quixote da Flamingo, the erstwhile overlord of the North Sea underworld, former celestial dragon, and one of the 7 warlords of the sea, sat regally upon a massive golden throne, legs crossed, a glass of red wine in hand. Before him, a din-din mushy broadcasted the scene of the cataclysm. Fuff fuff fuff, da Flamingo chuckled malevolently, swirling the ruby liquid in his glass as he watched. Virus, surely you haven't perished so easily? The real spectacle is yet to come. Fuff fuff fuff. At Naval Base 517 in the North Sea, pandemonium reigned. It's over. Lord Virus has been ambushed. Damn it, that explosion was monstrous. Lord Virus is surely dead. Impossible. It was just an explosion. Don't forget. Lord Virus is a devil fruit user. If he was thrown into the sea. As the terrifying explosion subsided, the North Sea Marines were already in disarray. At that moment, dozens of massive ships appeared overhead, unleashing a dense barrage of high explosive shells that rained down like a storm. Boom, boom, boom. The naval base's defenses were rendered useless, helplessly enduring the relentless bombardment. Fortunately, the naval warships and training vessels, being high speed, were spared the brunt of the assault. Likewise, Tyne's prowess and reflexes ensured she remained unscathed by the barrage. However, the ships overhead carried more than just ordnance. They also transported hordes of grotesque beasts. These creatures were the creation of Indigo, the flying pirate's physician, combatant, and the unwavering confidant of Shiki the Golden Lion. These fiends hailed from Deep Sea Island, enhanced by Indigo's secret IQ concoctions. These drugs augmented their ferocity, heightened their intelligence, and rendered them insensible to pain. Indigo had brought his entire menagerie, his sole purpose being to eliminate Virus and avenge his captain, Shiki the Golden Lion. The fact that these ships were airborne was a testament to Doflamingo's resourcefulness, having acquired both the Machi Machi fruit and the Float Float fruit. The flying pirates were not the only ones seeking to destroy Caesar and Virus. Above Base 517, Indigo, a balding, blue-haired man with a comical appearance and a polka dot scarf, cackled maniacally as he surveyed the flattened naval base, his gaze shifting toward the rear mountain of Base 517. Karakaraka, that woman has finally arrived. After consuming so much of my IQ, she better not disappoint. Karakaraka, a dozen grotesque, stitched-together monstrosities stood behind a diminutive woman, with heavily rouged lips, sunglasses, a wrinkled face, and a leopard print coat. It was none other than Miss Buckingham Stussy, the scientist who had escaped Virus's clutches. She cackled, leaning on a cane. Children, it's your turn. Slaughter everyone you encounter. Rumble. Following the devastating artillery barrage, hundreds of frenzied beasts descended upon the ground. Each stood over 10 meters tall, with the largest reaching 30 meters, possessing the strength of a fully grown giant. They pulverized the ground, creating massive craters, crushing any living thing in their path, and devouring flesh and blood. Yet, the horror was far from over. A score of even more terrifying humanoid monsters charged toward the naval base, shattering the last vestiges of hope for the surviving North Sea Marines. It's over. I'm going to die here today. Who is responsible for this? Someone. Save me. My leg is broken. Just kill me. I don't want to be eaten by these monsters. Help me. I don't want to die. My child was just born. My child can't grow up without a father. Amidst their agonizing cries, the domineering Vice Admiral Tina stepped forward. She had used her cage fruit abilities to rescue most of the survivors in the base. However, this act had nearly depleted her stamina, preventing her from escaping. Seeing the monstrous horde, she stood before the survivors once more. She was Tina, the North Sea Vice Admiral, a champion of justice. A Marine who would fight to the end. Come on, you damn monsters. Tina's heart burned with righteous fury as she brandished her katana, Sakura 10. Her pink hair and justice cloak billowing in the wind. Clang, clang, clang. After a flurry of strikes that felled several monsters, Tina's stamina finally gave out. Huff, huff, huff. Weakened, Tina knelt on one knee, using the scabbard of her sword for support, her right hand dropping the blade to the ground. She was utterly exhausted. Even her usually prominent breasts seemed to sag slightly. Before her stood the most formidable of the beasts, a minotaur-like creature, over 70 meters tall, whose single punch could obliterate a warship. Its fetid maw opened, roaring in fury at Tina. Roar. Damn it. Move, Tina. Move. Gazing at the monstrous presence, smelling the acrid stench of blood, and hearing the deafening roar, Tina desperately willed her trembling body to move. But it was in vain. Tina, along with a chunk of the ground, was swallowed whole by the monster. The surviving North Sea Marines, witnessing this, were consumed by rage and despair, their teeth grinding in impotent fury. Yet, at that moment, a bizarre event occurred. The monster, which had been roaring ferociously, suddenly developed a clean, smooth cut across its thick neck. A torrent of blood erupted from the wound, and the massive head slid off like a landslide. The towering body, which had blotted out the sky, swayed and collapsed. Boom. It fell. It was dead. At that moment, they finally discerned a figure standing atop the still bleeding corpse of the monster, a man clad in flowing white, a cigar elegantly perched between his lips. His attire was immaculate. And behind him, a snowy white cape billowed in the wind, the words justice gleaming brightly. Upon seeing this man, their hearts swelled with joy, they ignited with fighting spirit. They were filled with hope. Long live General Virus. We are saved. I knew that a mere explosion could not defeat Lord Virus. Damn the monster. Die. I shall avenge my brothers. Lord Virus, I implore you. Slay them. Annihilate these cursed beasts. Avenge us. Avenge our fallen brethren. Then, as you wish. Hearing the Marines' roars, witnessing their indignation, and sensing their fury, Vice Admiral Virus exhaled a plume of smoke reminiscent of a dragon and cleaved the head of the rampaging bull with one swift stroke. In a flash, he appeared before the drenched beauty, roughly shoving the thick cigar into Tina's mouth. Let me give you a taste of sweetness. When I return, I shall offer you a larger, thicker one. With that, Virus brandished his enormous blade, the supreme great knife, and plunged into the fray of the savage beasts. Tina, drenched and struggling to breathe, nearly choked on the cigar, erupting into a fit of coughs. Yet, it was precisely this predicament that accentuated her alluring form. The wetness of her skin, and the flush of her face from asphyxiation. Lying on the ground, gasping for air, her chest heaving with an enticing rhythm. She appeared as if she had just been ravished, a sight both breathtaking and tragic. Alas, such a magnificent tableau was lost on Virus, who was consumed by the chaos of slaughter. With a series of swift, lethal strikes, Virus danced gracefully amidst the frenzied beasts, transforming each roaring creature into pools of blood and mangled flesh. Remarkably, he remained untouched, the blood that erupted around him resembling a dazzling display of fireworks, beautiful yet brutal, silent yet resplendent. In less than a minute, hundreds of ferocious beasts lay slain, and Virus surged toward a new battlefield where several humanoid monsters awaited, each possessing at least the strength of a vice admiral. Were it not for their lack of intellect, the likes of Zifa and the elite from the Navy training camp would have faced total annihilation in mere moments. That fellow has finally arrived. We can breathe easy now. Seeing Virus soar through the air, Binns felt a wave of relief wash over him. Aang gazed at him with admiration, exclaiming, truly, Lord Virus, the White Tiger, is a fearsome humanoid beast. Long live Lord Virus. Prepare to die, you filthy monsters. Dasky bit her glistening lower lip, her eyes burning with fervor as she watched Virus. Even the fiercely competitive Zifa couldn't help but acknowledge, this young man possesses 80% of the vigor I had in my youth. Yet, in a moment of distraction, he was struck by a creature resembling a blend of Whitebeard Edward, Rox, and Shiki the Golden Lion, leaving him reeling. And at that moment, the fifth wave of assault arrived, following the barrage of cannon fire, rain of bullets, and the onslaught of beasts. Indigo, aboard the flying warship, witnessing the slaughter of his prized possessions, furiously ordered the abandonment of all ammunition. Furthermore, Mahabais, a newly appointed high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, appeared on the deck of the flying pirate cruise warship, accompanied by a colossal explosive shell measuring 100 meters in diameter. This shell was the largest of its kind, unmatched by any cannon capable of firing it. However, despite the absence of heavy artillery, they possessed the power of a float fruit user. Mahabais had not consumed the Tun fruit, but had instead become the new wielder of the Momo fruit, capable of amplifying his strength 100-fold. Though this power would leave him nearly incapacitated afterward, the force of this single shot would suffice to obliterate 10,517 bases and potentially even the entirety of Marineford. Even the so-called strongest defense in the seas, the world government's marine headquarters, would be utterly devastated. This was the true trump card. At the Don Quixote family's base on Saruman Island, the real spectacle was about to unfold. Observing Virus unscathed and the beasts vanquished, Doflamingo felt no surprise. Instead, he was exhilarated. No, he was euphoric. Tun. Downing a glass of blood-red wine, he extended his thin, grotesque tongue to lick his cracked lips, unleashing a sinister, maniacal laughter. Virus, I want you dead. I want all of you to die alongside him. Leave no trace behind. Ha! Above base 517, while Doflamingo chuckled wickedly, the newly empowered Indigo raised the colossal shell to its peak before abruptly ceasing the float ability. Finally, it is my turn to shine. Mahabais, towering over 5 meters in height, donned a red military cap, his muscular frame clad in a tight outfit that made him appear both grotesque and formidable. As the terrifying shell plummeted at breakneck speed, he stretched forth his massive hands and unleashed the full might of his fruit's power. Momo, 100-fold amplification. The black shell was struck by a dazzling purple beam, its velocity increasing 100-fold. Yet, the exertion took its toll on Mahabais, leaving him pale and breathless, collapsing to the ground. Still, his ghastly, one visage bore a cruel and ecstatic grin. Ha! Virus, let's see how you meet your end this time. Let us see how you accursed Marines survive. However, as he reveled in his triumph, he failed to notice, just as everyone else did, the absence of a particular woman. She was Virus's most trusted confidant, his closest companion, who had dubbed herself the Black Death, though she was more widely known as the Black Widow. Cunning, treacherous, and devastatingly beautiful, she was a woman of lethal charm. As the shell descended, this mist fruit user transformed herself into a cloud, executing a clever maneuver. The terrifying shell, empowered by the Momo fruit, continued its rapid descent under the force of gravity, hurtling toward the ocean's surface in mere moments. Yet, at that very moment, all fell into a daze. The apocalyptic shell, imbued with world-destroying might, did not descend upon base 517 as anticipated. Instead, it hurtled directly towards the mountainside just 100 meters away, where a woman with a sinister laugh stood. Virus, I shall witness your demise for daring to destroy my laboratory and slay my beloved son. I will annihilate everyone you hold dear. As she uttered these words, a sudden darkness enveloped her, and a terrifying pressure swept over her from above. Her heart raced as she looked up, only to behold a monstrous black iron sphere. No, it was the world-ending black shell, meticulously crafted by Don Quixote da Flamingo at the cost of 100 million berries. It was now mere moments away, leaving her no time to react, and before the shell could explode, she was crushed beneath its weight. Upon striking the ground, a cataclysmic roar erupted. Boom! A terrifying mushroom cloud ascended, shaking the very foundations of the world, as the massive island housing the North Sea Navy's Base 517 was obliterated in an instant, with the remaining land fracturing into a myriad of gaping chasms, resembling the gaping maw of a demonic hell. The surrounding waters surged violently, initially pushed away by the explosive shockwave, only to rush back towards the epicenter of the explosion in a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. On Solomon Island, at the residence of the Don Quixote family, Da Flamingo erupted in a fit of rage. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He howled as he witnessed the shell veering off course, resulting in the death of only Miss Backen. He knelt and pounded the ground in a frenzy, veins bulging on his forehead like writhing worms, a clear manifestation of his seething anger. Yet, amidst this fury, he could not suppress his bizarre laughter, uncontrollably weeping with laughter, even coughing up blood. Haha, Virus, I will surely kill you. I will make you pay. As he seethed in impotent rage, the North Sea Navy personnel and the elite from the training camp bore expressions of exhilaration, for they stood beside that man, Vice Admiral Caesar Virus. They were enveloped in a translucent blue shield. As they witnessed the horrifying shockwave approaching, it left them unscathed. They observed with their own eyes the grotesque and formidable creatures being swept away by the blast and submerged by the encroaching sea. They rejoiced because that man had survived. They cheered wildly for him. Long live Lord Virus! Long live Lord Virus! They cried. Haha, these fools have shot themselves in the foot. Long live Lord Virus! May the heavens bless our navy. Justice will prevail. Haha, I survived this. Who else could withstand it? Long live Lord Virus! However, amidst their jubilation, Virus wore a somber expression. The power of that shell exceeded his expectations, even though it had not struck him directly. The resultant chaos of nature posed a considerable challenge for him to endure. Had the shell hit him head-on, even his formidable abilities would not guarantee his survival. Thus, he found himself reflecting on his past underestimations of the world's might. If a cadre of top-tier experts were to converge upon him now, or if one of the 4 emperors or their subordinates appeared, he would be in grave peril. Yet, upon further contemplation, he dismissed the absurdity of such a notion. Firstly, recruiting a 4 emperor or their lieutenant was no simple task. Moreover, should these individuals uncover Doflamingo's secrets, they might very well engage in a black market power struggle. Furthermore, he would not be foolish enough to allow such a shell to strike him directly. Were it not for his current surplus of strength, he would not concern himself with the fate of those around him. Just then, an unexpected stroke of fortune graced him as he spotted 3 colossal warships in the distance, adorned with the emblem of the Big Mom pirates. On Solomon Island, at the Don Quixote family stronghold, Doflamingo's maniacal laughter echoed. Big Mom pirates. What fortuitous timing. Virus, I shall relish watching your demise. He observed this scene through a live feed and soon dialed a number, his smile fading once more. Hello. Who is this? Where is Mahabais? You mean baby Mahabais? He should be submerged right now, came the sultry voice of Domino. Her lower half transformed into a billowing white mist while her upper half remained human. Is it you? Doflamingo, recognizing the voice and visage of Domino, shattered the phone in a fit of rage. There was little left to say. If Virus were to be captured or eliminated by the Big Mom pirates, he would be free of worry. But if Virus triumphed today, he would have to flee immediately. TSK, such decisiveness, Domino mused, observing the now silent phone. As for Mahabais and the other core member of the Flying Sky Pirates, Indigo, they had both succumbed to her poison, frothing at the mouth. Yet Mahabais had desperately leapt from the ship. Given the height and his poisoned state, along with being a devil fruit user, Domino doubted his chances of survival. Meanwhile, the scientist Indigo, who had consumed the float fruit, was bound by her smoke chains. This was the mission Virus had assigned her after obliterating those 2 warships. Upon completing her task, Domino had naturally laid eyes on the Big Mom pirates. However, being the astute individual she was, she had no intention of joining the fray. If Virus could not withstand the onslaught, her involvement would be futile. Should Virus be captured, she would devise a plan to rescue him. But if he were to fall, She would dedicate her existence to one singular purpose, to eradicate the Big Mom pirates. Meanwhile, in the North Sea at base 517, as the terrifying tidal waves receded, Zephyr noticed the distant pirate fleet. What? How did they appear in the North Sea? Upon glimpsing the renowned Four Emperors pirate fleet, Vince felt a surge of trepidation. Were the recent maneuvers truly the work of Big Mom's crew? Ian's expression mirrored his unease, yet he remained undeterred by the looming battle, casting a furtive glance at the pale-faced Caesar Verus, who appeared aged beyond his years. Clearly, the immense barrier he had just erected to shield against the terrifying tsunami had taken a considerable toll. Nevertheless, his demeanor remained resolute, devoid of panic, and even bore a hint of disdain. Was this fellow truly unscathed? Ian's concern deepened, prompting him to bite his lip. This moment did not escape the keen eye of Zephyr, whose heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this girl was? Before he could ponder further, Verus, unusually, forwent his cigar, opting instead for several chocolate-like morsels, which he devoured with fervor. Zephyr soon noticed a marked improvement in Verus's complexion, stirring further astonishment within him. Life restoration. This audacious youth had even mastered the art of life restoration. In his early 20s, proficient in the Marine 6 styles, adept in swordsmanship, and nearing perfection in martial arts, he commanded the mastery of hockey, armament, and observation, and boasted the highest caliber of Conqueror S hockey. It appeared that the awakening of his devil fruit powers was imminent. Moreover, he clandestinely governed the underworld of the East and North Seas, held the rank of Rear Admiral in the Marines, was a candidate for the position of Admiral, and served as the Warden of Impel Down. Coupled with his ambition to reshape the world, this young man embodied the legendary son of destiny, the one destined to ignite the beacon and illuminate the realm. As Zephyr contemplated Verus's formidable aspirations, his gaze underwent a transformation. Just then, Verus finished the last of his concentrated milk candy and produced a cigar, which he placed between his lips. Exhaling calmly, he surveyed the 3 ships with an air of unflappability. For none aboard harbored that infamous behemoth on a quest for stallions, Charlotte Limlin. Regardless of who from the Charlotte family arrived, they would merely serve as fodder. Moments later, the 3 warships of the Big Mom pirates anchored before the desolate remnants of base 517. As the vessels came to a halt, from the prow of each ship emerged Big Mom's 3 sons and 3 daughters, notably 2 sets of triplets. On the left stood Charlotte Comte, Charlotte Cadance, and Charlotte Cavalet, 3 brothers who, despite their differing attire, appeared as if cast from the same mold. They were tall, robust, with small eyes, broad noses, and full lips, adorned with thin mustaches and beards reaching their chests, crowned with 3 towering hairstyles. They exuded an aura of brute strength, albeit lacking in intellect. The other ship showcased a more refined presence, led by one of the sweet commanders, Charlotte Smoothie, an exceptional user of the squeeze fruit, renowned for her swordsmanship and inherited long-leg tribe genes. Among the Big Mom pirates, aside from Big Mom herself, she was the second most formidable, her beauty and popularity rivaling that of her brother, Charlotte Katakuri, with long, shapely legs adorned with a rose tattoo and clad in pink patterned thigh-high boots. She was a striking figure. Her impeccable fashion sense, featuring a white hooded cloak, a yellow scarf, and a pink striped bodysuit, complemented by gloves and a large sword, presented her as a powerful woman who could easily command respect. As for her 2 sisters, Charlotte Strawn was best left unmentioned due to her unfortunate appearance, while Charlotte Snamon was a stunning beauty, though her brilliance was overshadowed by Smoothie's presence. Following their emergence, the mission leader, Charlotte Daifuku, a user of the soot fruit, finally made his entrance. Tall and robust, with long limbs, yellow hair, and a distinctive mustache, he donned a blue cotton jacket resembling a pair of machi on his shoulders, draped in a comical yellow cape. Moreover, a belt adorned with a lamp insignia encircled his waist. Upon stepping forth, Daifuku began to rub this belt, unleashing a terrifying blue tempest, from which a blue lamp demon materialized, brandishing a long-handled sword with an imposing demeanor. Witnessing this formidable apparition sent shivers through the elite members of the Navy training camp, who had heard of the lamp demon's terrifying prowess, capable of annihilating an entire fleet. With a smug grin, Daifuku reveled in their astonished expressions. However, just as his laughter echoed, a chilling voice rang out from behind him. "Fool! Retreat!" What? Daifuku was momentarily taken aback, but the next instant, he heard a thunderous explosion. Boom! His prized lamp demon was obliterated in a single blow. Gulp! Upon witnessing the destruction of his lamp demon and the encroaching fist of the Vice Admiral, enveloped in armament hockey and crackling with red-black lightning, Daifuku instinctively swallowed hard, feeling an icy dread seep into his core. At that moment, he comprehended why his elder brother, one of the sweet commanders, Charlotte Katakuri, had urged him to fall back. Yet, it was too late. The terrifying fist, imbued with Conqueror's hockey, bore down upon him with cataclysmic intent. This was it. This was the end. As the fist loomed closer, accompanied by the sound of crackling electricity and the fierce gust of wind brushing against his face, Daifuku's complexion drained of color. His body betrayed him, and he had already begun to contemplate his last words. If only heaven granted him another chance, he vowed never to challenge his brother's authority again. No, rather, if given another opportunity, he, Charlotte Daifuku, would never act the fool again. Just as he resigned himself to his fate, another voice erupted from behind him. Fool! His usually stoic brother, the Big Mom Pirate's premier combatant, Charlotte Katakuri, had intervened. Grabbing Daifuku by the collar, he yanked him back, simultaneously directing his hockey-infused fist toward Virus's own. Boom! The colliding fists unleashed a cataclysmic reverberation, causing the pirate ship of the Charlotte family to erupt in a fiery explosion. A terrifying crimson and black lightning surged into the sky, the dreadful mark of heaven reappearing. For a brief moment, the two adversaries seemed evenly matched. The elite members of the naval training camp fell unconscious in droves, while the pirates of the Charlotte family fared no better, with only a handful of their finest still managing to hold their ground. At this juncture, only a select few remained unaffected. Among the Navy, there were Zephyr, Dasky, Tina, Ein, and Binz, along with the twin sisters Rem and Ram. The elder Zephyr, witnessing this scene, was somewhat astonished by the talents of the two young girls. As for Domino, she had already flown far away, having secretly imprisoned Indigo, completely oblivious to the chaos. On the pirate side, Charlotte Leanlean's children were largely unscathed, particularly Charlotte Smoothie, who drew her great sword and charged at Virus. Brother, I am here to assist you. You must first pass through me. Upon hearing her voice, the elder Zephyr rushed forth, his wrists enveloped in dark hockey. However, the remaining three foolish sons of the Charlotte family, along with Charlotte Strong and Charlotte Snakeman, also joined the fray, targeting Tina, Ein, and Binz. The disparity in strength was absolute. In fact, they needed not all five of them. Even two would suffice. Furthermore, there was the surviving Charlotte Daifuku, who still possessed the strength to summon the lamp demon once more. Just as they believed victory was assured, the formidable Charlotte Katakuri, the eldest brother and the most powerful combatant of the Charlotte family aside from their mother, was sent flying by a punch from a naval vice-admiral. Without a trace of hesitation, he unsheathed the supreme blade, Ace. The ethereal and ghostly white figure, along with the supreme blade, vanished in a flash. When he reappeared, he had already bypassed the twin brothers of Charlotte. In an instant, a thunderous flash, a swift, fierce, an enigmatic Z-shaped blue sword light sliced through their necks like a cinematic flash. Thud, thud, thud. The three brothers, Charlotte Kant, Charlotte Cadance, and Charlotte Cavallette, met their demise in identical fashion. Even as they perished, their stout necks were still wrapped in pitch-black hockey. Yet, their necks were severed cleanly, the cut smooth as a mirror. They died in perfect unison. Kant, Cadance, Cavallette, damn you, Virus. Upon witnessing the instantaneous death of three brothers, the family-oriented Charlotte Katakuri's eyes ignited with furious blood, reaching a boiling point. He tore off his mask, revealing a visage akin to a malevolent spirit, particularly his fearsome fangs, instilling dread in all who beheld him. How can he be so powerful? Charlotte Smoothie was equally astounded, although she had heard tales of Virus's exploits. Witnessing them firsthand was an entirely different shock. While she cared little for the three fools, her two biological sisters, Charlotte Strong and Charlotte Snakeman, were irreplaceable. Strong and Snakeman, come back. Realizing the imminent danger, Charlotte Smoothie urgently cried out, "Hey, it's futile. Virus is a monster I personally trained." Observing this spectacle, the proud Zephyr could not suppress a satisfied smile. Yet he was not merely boasting. Virus's strike had indeed employed the techniques he had taught. Demon Slayer. This technique, originally named Demon Saw, was renamed by Virus after he mastered it. Before unleashing the supreme blade, he rapidly compressed the sword energy, causing it to vibrate and transform into serrated edges. In an instant, he enveloped the sword energy with haki, forming the hardest and sharpest saw blade. Thus, the haki shattered armor, the sword energy sliced, and the blade reaped. Swift and merciless in its execution. This guy, always showing off. He has to appear at the critical moment, doesn't he? Just as Zephyr finished speaking, observing the execution of the three rogues, Tina finally exhaled in relief, muttering under her breath. Yet, despite her words, a rosy hue adorned her cheeks, and her eyes sparkled with affection. As for Dasky, her delight was even more pronounced, her sweet smile brimming with admiration. Long live Lord Virus. Lord Virus is invincible. Invincible? This man? Ein, upon hearing this, bit her lip lightly, her eyes sparkling like blooming peach blossoms, and she secretly swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Vince behind her wore a complex expression, his feelings equally intricate. Ever since he had been tended to by the two beautiful maidens, his affection for Ein had diminished, and his errant thoughts had lessened. Even the acne on his face had reduced. His feelings toward Virus had morphed from a mix of hatred, fear, and envy to a blend of love, hatred, jealousy, and admiration. Just as he indulged in his tumultuous thoughts, Virus raised his blade once more, targeting Charlotte Strong and Charlotte Snakeman. If he could capture them today, nearly 3 billion in bounty would be within reach. Without needing to eliminate the adorable teacher, he was confident he could match up against the formidable Big Mom. However, just as he prepared to strike again, the wily Charlotte Daifuku played a cunning trick. Virus, don't move. Otherwise, we shall kill the hostages. As Virus lifted his gaze, he was met with a familiar assembly. The newly appointed Vice Admiral of Beihai, Colonel Smog of the Navy Headquarters, the recently promoted Rear Admiral Fire Mountain, and his aide, the notorious ship slayer, Pen. Despicable. The moment Zephyr laid eyes on these three, he was overwhelmed with fury. Although he claimed to have trained Virus, he fundamentally regarded him as merely the apprentice of that old curmudgeon, Garp. Yet now, he witnessed Virus wreaking havoc, while his own disciples were either staggering unsteadily or getting bound and battered. Upon hearing the commotion, Virus did not pause. He swiftly placed his foot upon Charlotte's Stroll, while the Supreme Blade Ace was poised against Charlotte Snaman's throat. Virus, release my sister. Charlotte Smug cried out in indignation upon seeing her two younger sisters captured. Virus, we have hostages. Charlotte Dafu's expression darkened, fear gnawing at his insides. As the commander, losing 3 brothers already jeopardized their mission. If Charlotte Stroll and Charlotte Snaman were to perish, not only would their mother potentially crush him in fury, but Charlotte Smug would not spare him either. Virus. Observing Virus seize the hostages, Charlotte Katakuri, enduring excruciating pain in his cheek, fixed a steely gaze upon him. We harbor no ill intent. Release our people. We shall depart immediately. But how could they claim to have no malice when they summoned the lamp demon? How could they assert innocence when they struck first? How could they allege good intentions while resorting to kidnapping the Navy? Upon hearing this, Virus let out a chilling laugh and forcefully drove Charlotte Stroll's head into the ground. Virus, do you truly think we are afraid to kill? In an instant, Charlotte Dafu's rage ignited, his eyes reddened as the blade sliced through Smoker's neck. Yet Smoker, undeterred by the threat of death, shouted at Virus, Virus, don't worry about me. Eliminate these pirates. Avenge my brothers. Pen and Fire Mountain echoed this sentiment. Though somewhat inexperienced, neither were cowards. Virus, do not concern yourself with my humble self. Slay these pirates. Fire Mountain declared, Virus, let these pirates accompany us to the grave. A soldier ought to die in battle. Damn it. Silence. Charlotte Dafu, flustered yet even angrier, felt the blade cut deeply into Smoker's flesh, mere millimeters from the artery. Let go of Brother Fire Mountain. In response, Benz erupted in a furious roar, his grotesque visage contorted with rage. Fool, be quiet. However, I knitted his brows and delivered a sharp kick to Benz. Do you not realize that Virus is engaged in a strategic game with him? Benz merely replied. Tina and Dasky cast him scornful glances, while Zephyr was exasperated. How did this imbecile manage to get in here? Upon hearing Benz's outburst, Charlotte Katakuri also smirked coldly. Virus, do not forget, we are pirates. The number of lives lost is inconsequential, but you are a naval officer, and you surely do not wish to bear the infamy of having slain your comrades, do you? Infamy? Upon hearing this, Virus responded with a sardonic smile, and with a single flick of his blade, he rent open Charlotte Sharman's garment. Instantly, Charlotte felt a chill against her skin. She clutched at her bosom, her gaze fixed on Virus, a mixture of shame and indignation in her eyes. You fiend, she exclaimed. Indeed, Virus retorted, your assessment is quite accurate. Valrus, with unrestrained audacity, stamped his foot once more, driving the head of the enchanting beauty's sister, Charlotte Strawn, deeper into the ground. I am a greedy, lustful, murderous scoundrel of the Navy. Do you think I care for the lives of a few wretched sailors? You scoundrel. Witnessing one sister being taunted while the other was nearly crushed, Charlotte Smuggy's eyes blazed with fury. She longed to drain Valrus dry, and then reduce him to mere ashes. Valrus, cease. Let us converse properly. Charlotte Katakuri seethed, gritting his teeth, yet dared not gamble against the man before him. He had perused the dossier on this individual and knew him to be utterly ruthless in his pursuits. Once, when his subordinates were kidnapped, he ordered a bombardment that annihilated all involved. When the wives and children of his men were taken, he employed the same merciless tactics. In the end, he not only eliminated the masterminds but also slaughtered their innocent kin. There were even those who fled to distant seas. He issued naval bounties and proclaimed a tenfold reward in the black market, a testament to his cruelty and decisiveness. Converse? What could we possibly discuss? Upon sensing the capitulation of his adversary, Valrus disregarded Charlotte Kakuri and instead focused his gaze on Charlotte Snaman, his expression replete with lascivious intent, as if he yearned to strip her bare and ravish her repeatedly. Yet, in response to this scene, Charlotte Dafu suddenly struck his thigh in exasperation. How foolish I have been, he exclaimed, filled with frustration. Valrus is notoriously avaricious and lecherous. Why would he indulge in such schemes? Mother's decree is to arrange a union between Charlotte Smuggy and Valrus, with the aim of securing a powerful grandson in return. Good heavens! Virus, that lascivious glutton! With the beauty of his two sisters so readily at hand, how could he possibly resist indulging? Second brother, allow me. He eagerly interjected before Katakuri could utter a word. Virus, here is the deal. I will offer you the Charlotte Smugly triplets in exchange for our freedom. Once we reach Reverse Mountain, you shall release Smoker, Fire Fist, and this wretched creature. And you must let my sister go. You are the wretched creature. Upon hearing this, Pen was visibly incensed. Charlotte Smugly was momentarily rendered speechless, her sharp intellect grasping her brother's intentions. She recalled their mother's task and Virus's notorious lechery. If you wish to survive, silence is golden. Charlotte Katakuri, equally astute, quickly deciphered Charlotte Daifuku's implication. Given what he knew, Virus was not merely a common lecher. Thus, it seemed a masterstroke, with three of his sisters being extraordinarily beautiful. Virus would undoubtedly succumb to his primal urges. Should Virus refuse, they could simply retreat. If he dared to pursue, Katakuri could engage him momentarily. The other Navy forces posed little threat, save for that old man who could potentially give chase. Moreover, while mutual threats were one thing, should Virus's pursuit result in the death of the triplets, he would surely face repercussions. Additionally, with their mother backing them, the Navy headquarters would think twice before acting recklessly. As allies of the Beast's pirates, should their mother lose her temper and attack other naval branches, capturing hostages would yield disastrous consequences for the Navy. Even if Charlotte Snamin were to fall into Virus's clutches, it would not spell disaster. Although he was indeed a lecherous fiend, he treated his women with a modicum of respect. He would likely refrain from harming his sister. For their mother, whether Snamin or smugly united with Virus mattered little. Her sole desire was to produce a lineage of formidable bloodlines. Thus, the task would be accomplished, and the three brothers would not have perished in vain. Resolute in his decision, Charlotte Katakuri felt bolstered. Virus, what say you? Nothing of consequence. Inherently suspicious, Virus was perplexed by the unexpected offer of Charlotte smugly. Despite their apparent parity, why would they present him with such an enticing gift? There must be a trap. Then there is nothing more to discuss. We depart. Charlotte Katakuri declared with unwavering resolve, signaling an immediate retreat as the recently awakened crew sprang into action. Charlotte Daifuku, eager to expedite their escape, summoned the lamp demon to propel the ship forward. Virus was momentarily at a loss for words, utterly bewildered by the chaotic antics of the Charlotte family. How could they be so inept in business negotiations? Could they not even make a counteroffer? Were it not for his desire to win over the hearts of the Zephyr faction, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate them all on the spot. Wait, he bellowed as he observed the pirate ship belonging to the Charlotte family preparing to depart. Release the hostages and leave behind all the treasures aboard. And I shall return Charlotte Snakeman and Charlotte Snakeman to you. Absolutely not. Charlotte Dafu was the first to voice his rejection. Following closely, Charlotte Katakuri added, what if you lose the hostages? How will you pursue us then? I swear upon the honor of the Navy, as long as you release the captives, I will not make any move against you before your return to the Grand Line. Virus spoke with unwavering conviction, yet the reactions of those who heard him varied greatly. The Charlotte family, Charlotte Katakuri, Charlotte Daifuku, and Charlotte Smoothie, exchanged exasperated glances. Even Zephyr, Tina, Ein, and Binz could not suppress their stiffened expressions, while Dasky nearly erupted in laughter. Virus, do you take us for fools? What concern do you, a disgrace to the Navy, have for oaths or the honor of the Navy? Charlotte Daifuku's face flushed with anger, his eyes widening in disbelief. To his astonishment, Virus shamelessly admitted, it seems you are not as foolish as I thought. Indeed, I intend to eliminate you all immediately after exchanging the hostages. Charlotte Katakuri, Charlotte Smoothie, Charlotte Daifuku, Old Zephyr, Tina and Ein, Dasky, upon hearing such blatant words from that scoundrel, Charlotte Katakuri, struggling to contain his fury, declared once more, as a Katakuri, I lead my life with integrity and never retract my words. Once we return to the Grand Line, regardless of whether you release the hostages, I will set them free without fail. Very well then, we shall see your sincerity in action. Virus squinted, a playful expression on his face as he took a puff of his cigar. Indeed, Charlotte Katakuri was a man of his word, especially since he held a hostage, someone whom the young man valued above all, his family. However, Virus did not anticipate that negotiating with these wretched pirates would be so effortless. He even managed to extort a sum from them, leaving him devoid of any sense of achievement. Just as Virus had agreed to the terms, Charlotte Smoothie leaped ashore. Virus, I come to exchange my sister, Charlotte Snack. She requires treatment. Very well. Upon witnessing Charlotte Smoothie willingly throw herself into the fray, Virus had no qualms. Yet, his trust in this woman was tenuous. He sensed she was up to something. He fixed his gaze upon her and commanded Dasky behind him, throw her the sea stone handcuffs. While, however, at this, Dasky hesitated. Lord Virus, it's entirely my fault. The sea stone handcuffs were lost during the skirmish. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Volus furrowed his brow, increasingly sensing an air of peculiarity. Zephyr, Tina, Ain, and Binzi, even Dasky, tilted their heads in confusion. Most notably, Charlotte Smuggy sat on the ground with an astonishingly composed demeanor, her long, athletic legs elegantly forming in shape. Her posture was strikingly enchanting as she obediently adorned herself with the handcuffs made of Hyloo stone. What was the situation with Charlotte's family? Why did it seem they were so hurried to send off their sister? What kind of performance were they orchestrating? Were the handcuffs even genuine? In an instant, Virus's thoughts whirled chaotically, yet he swiftly grasped the situation, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. The Sea Tower stone is undeniably authentic, and Charlotte Smuggy did not intentionally offer herself as a sacrifice. The scheming is truly remarkable. Firstly, the three sisters are indeed triplets, and their bond is undoubtedly strong. Secondly, they are apprehensive that when they release their captives, Charlotte Snar may sustain severe injuries and be unable to escape. Furthermore, Charlotte Smuggy is the most cherished daughter of Charlotte Lingling, should one resort to deceit and refuse to release her. Coupled with the fact that 3 of her sons have been slain, who knows what Charlotte Lingling might do. Currently, the Navy and the 4 royal families share an unspoken understanding. Unless absolutely necessary, they choose to overlook even the slightest conflicts. Their primary strategy is to avoid confrontation whenever possible. After all, a quarrel would lead to mutual destruction, benefiting no one. Should they engage in reciprocal retaliation and exchange hostages, it would merely drain their resources, ultimately benefiting other factions. Card 2, indeed. You are truly remarkable. Your intelligence is unmatched. A testament to your position as the backbone of the illustrious pirate crew. Virus finally grasped the crux of the matter and ruthlessly stomped upon Charlotte Snammon, the corpulent swine. I have another condition, he bellowed. Witnessing his sister being trampled once more, Charlotte Smuggy, ensnared by the sea stone, let out a feeble yet furious roar. Charlotte Daifuku could no longer contain himself and shouted at Virus, "You scoundrel! Do not overstep your bounds. Are you a pirate, or are we the pirates? If you continue this nonsense, I shall be forced to strike down this hideous creature. I am not a hideous creature. I am T. Pin, renowned for my handsome visage far and wide." Once again labeled as a hideous creature, T. Pin, the lowest-ranking officer, grew increasingly displeased and began to struggle angrily. Silence. Charlotte Katakuri interjected, a vein of annoyance visible on his forehead, as he seized T. Pin by the throat. The other 2 also threw in 2 sticky rice balls, effectively silencing him. Virus, what is it that you wish to convey? I agree to the exchange, but you must also show some goodwill. Release one of us first. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lord Virus is indeed fearless in provoking his adversaries. Truly remarkable. To engage in negotiations with pirates so ruthlessly is impressive. Both Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Daifuku exchanged glances, clearly astonished as they had never encountered such a brazen naval officer. However, after a brief exchange, it was Charlotte Daifuku who addressed Virus, stating, "Very well. But first, you must return Charlotte Snakeman to us. Once our ship is 1,000 meters away, you may cast this grotesque creature into the sea." With the agreement in place, Virus showed no inclination to prolong the conversation and promptly kicked the hefty Charlotte Strollen back. Charlotte Smuggy, Charlotte Daifuku, Tina, Dasky, Zifa, Virus, you scoundrel. Upon witnessing his sister being treated like a ball, Charlotte Katakuri gritted his teeth and soared into the air. Catching her and beholding her unfortunate state ignited an uncontrollable fury within him, yet he felt utterly powerless. Suddenly, a most malevolent thought crossed his mind. Valus, await your reckoning. Once my sister bears your child, you shall witness how I shall confront him. No more indulgence. As Virus delivered a powerful kick, sending an adversary flying, he suddenly received a call from Admiral Sengoku. With one hand gripping his sword and the other holding the phone, he answered, "Hello, Admiral Sengoku. Damn it, that wretched purple sweet potato, Zifa." Sengoku's voice was filled with fury, instantly revealing the source of his ire. Hearing Sengoku's outrage, Zifa, the instigator, couldn't help but smirk. Isn't joy often derived from the suffering of others? This principle holds true universally. Admiral Sengoku, back in the days when you were a candidate for the general position, that was your title. But due to the incessant mockery, particularly from that old fool Carp and Zifa, you eventually abandoned it. However, as battles unfolded, your remarkable wisdom and strategic prowess emerged, earning you the titles of Buddha of the battlefield and strategist over time. Hey, Admiral Sengoku, don't be angry. It's quite late for you to call. Surely there is something important to discuss? Virus interjected cheerfully, sensing the elder's temper. A little teasing can strengthen bonds, and if he truly provoked this formidable figure, it would surely lead to repercussions. Humph. Sengoku took a deep breath, calming his rage. I have received intelligence. The recently missing Smoker and Fire Mountain were captured by the Big Mom Pirate Suite commanders, Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Daifuku. Before Sengoku could finish, Virus eagerly interjected. Have you seen them? Understanding that the Admiral had ventured to the North Sea, Virus quickly grasped the unfolding situation. Admiral Sengoku, your insight is truly commendable. Virus mockingly offered a compliment, followed by a sinister chuckle. Shall I eliminate them all? It is truly disgraceful for the Navy to be captured by pirates. How dare you speak such audacious words? In an instant, the expression of the Din Mushi mirrored the furious and thunderous tone of the battle language. If anything were to happen to Smoker, you can expect Admiral Akainu to personally come after you. Upon hearing this, Virus instantly sensed a resemblance to the young master. Monkey D. Luffy. Smoker is the illegitimate son of the Air Marshal? You insolent brat. Do not speak so carelessly. Sengoku nearly burst into laughter at Virus's words. Yet he feared that Virus might recklessly provoke a confrontation. Thus, he reluctantly revealed Smoker's true identity. He is the grandson of the Commander-in-Chief. So, he is indeed the imperial grandson of our Navy. In an instant, Virus rolled his eyes, feeling a wave of irritation wash over him. Good heavens. Is the tale of the Pirate King truly a prince's adventure? No wonder that unfortunate Smoker, despite his lackluster abilities, behaved so audaciously within the Navy. As an admiral of the East Blue, he had the audacity to neglect his duties, abandoning everything to pursue Monkey D. Luffy into the Grand Line. Along the way, he must have committed countless blunders. Yet, rather than facing repercussions, he reaped accolades to his heart's content. In less than 2 years, he ascended from Admiral of the East Blue to Rear Admiral at Navy headquarters. Truly a poetic tale. The young prince has his own wild ways. With allies in the court, there is no cause for alarm. Should he ever aspire to greatness, what harm would it be to aim for the marshal? Virus, do not speak recklessly. Sengoku, upon hearing Virus's tone, nearly suffered a heart attack. Quickly, inform me of Smoker's whereabouts so I can organize a rescue negotiation. With your words, do you think I would allow them to escape while I am present? Virus replied nonchalantly, his tone laced with sarcasm. Don't act recklessly. Gion felt a twinge of unease, for Virus, the naval miscreant, had a notorious history. He was well aware of Virus's ruthless methods in dealing with such matters, showing little regard for hostages. This scoundrel had publicly declared on more than one occasion, if captured in battle, I shall avenge you and take care of your family. Should you surrender or betray us, I will first eliminate you, and then your entire family. And it was not mere words, he had acted upon them more than once. The consequence was that few dared to harbor ill intentions towards his subordinates, and his men seldom ventured to betray him. However, such tactics were only safe for someone like him. In other circumstances, chaos would have ensued long ago. Moreover, today was markedly different. After all, those involved were the grandchildren of high-ranking officials, and the Fire Mountain was also a vice-admiral in the main headquarters. Furthermore, given Virus's relentless nature, should he eliminate Charlotte Katakuri and the others, the madwoman Charlotte Linlin would unleash her wrath. If the situation were to involve the alliance of the four emperors, the fragile peace would be thrown into disarray once more. Thus, the esteemed fleet admiral found himself compelled to swallow his pride and beseech Virus. Smoker and Fire Mountain must be saved. Do not act impulsively and jeopardize their safety. How could that possibly happen? With a playful smile, Velrus prepared to strike another blow with Smog and Fire Mountain. However, just as he was about to speak, Charlotte Snamon, with her strikingly beautiful eyes and long, alluring legs, suddenly sprang into action. There was a flaw. With a furrowed brow, Velus wore an expression of peculiar intrigue. He pondered, from where did you perceive that? Clash. Effortlessly, he parried the strike from Charlotte Snamon, deftly flicking his wrist to create a dazzling display of swordplay. With a sharp sound, the young beauty's blade was sent flying. In an unceremonious manner, Velus delivered a swift kick to her abdomen. In an instant, the lovely Charlotte Snamon's face turned ashen, and she knelt before Velus, clutching her stomach. Yet, this was not the end. Virus once again stepped upon her head, showing no mercy as it sank into the sands. The ruffian, witnessing his other sister being reprimanded, let out a feeble roar of anger. Yet Virus paid her no mind, continuing with an air of indifference. Marshal Sengoku, I have heard that Rain Shiryu has been executing prisoners and guards indiscriminately and has since been dismissed from his post. If I were to rescue the Crown Prince, would you grant me a position for one of my subordinates as a warden? If you can return Fire Fist, Smoker, and T-Bone unscathed, I might consider it, Sengoku replied. Marshal Sengoku, perhaps you should first hear my nomination? Who? Zeph's esteemed pupil, Colonel Ein. She has only recently attained the rank of colonel. Such a position warrants at least the rank of brigadier general, and besides, her abilities are rather inadequate. But what if she were to eliminate 3 notorious pirates worth over 30 million berries and capture the stellar Charlotte Smudge of the Charlotte family, while also rescuing Smoker, Fire Fist, and T-Bone? How could that be possible? Sengoku's brow furrowed in consternation. Virus chuckled derisively, remarking, how could this possibly be impossible? The general of the warring states, upon hearing Virus's retort, suddenly realized something. You little rascal, you must have encountered members of the Big Mom Pirates, haven't you? Perhaps, came the ambiguous reply. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Virus readily acquiesced, trusting that Charlotte Katakuri would not deceive him. He understood Katakuri all too well. The young man held his family in the highest regard. However, he did not anticipate that as he was about to end the call, the old warring states would once again tarnish his reputation as a distinguished vice-admiral of the Navy with baseless accusations. Virus, Ein, Tina, and Gion are all good girls. If I ever learn that you cause harm to other upright female Navy officers, I shall personally ensure that you little scoundrel, face dire consequences. Upon uttering these words, warring states elicited a remarkable array of expressions from those around. Yet, what Virus stated next left them utterly astounded, their expressions shifting dramatically in shock. Rest assured, my focus will now shift to the beautiful female pirates, subjecting them to the Navy's rightful justice. Zifa, Tina, Ein, Binks, in a moment of jest, Virus kicked Charlotte Smoothie's pert backside, causing the petite beauty to cry out in surprise. You scoundrel! Charlotte Smudge instantly harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Virus. But bound by sea stone handcuffs, she found herself powerless to retaliate, her voice betraying a breathy allure instead. Fortunately, she had a mouthpiece. Warring States. In a fit of rage, shouted, "Virus! You rascal! Do not act recklessly." Yet, his voice echoed in vain. For Virus hung up the call and promptly dialed another number. On the Surlman Islands, at the Don Quixote family's residence, dark clouds loomed ominously and heavy rain fell. Don Quixote Doflamingo, with veins throbbing on his forehead, unusually refrained from displaying his characteristic lewd grin. With closed eyes, he revisited countless painful memories. Long ago, his foolish father, Don Quixote homing, yearned for friendship with commoners, dreaming of a mundane existence. Thus, he unilaterally decided to abandon their privileged status as celestial dragons. At that time, he was unaware that this would unfold into a nightmare. As the once submissive commoners learned they were no longer celestial dragons, they cast looks of hatred and derision upon him. In that moment, he began to comprehend the folly of his father's decision. A fallen deity could never forge bonds with commoners. They would only be regarded as worthless trash, mocked for their misfortunes. Subsequently, their family faced abject poverty, and Don Quixote homing, the ineffectual father, could do nothing but weep an apology. At that time, he and his brother resorted to begging and thievery, often returning home battered and bruised, with some even branding them as vile bastards. He persevered, believing that if he grew strong enough, he could provide for his family and protect his mother and brother. But soon after, his mother fell ill. He and his brother resorted to theft and robbery, enduring beatings daily. Yet, that foolish father could only kneel and weep in remorse. Eventually, their mother perished, starved, sick, and due to the negligence of Don Quixote Muserl. In that moment, he began to detest everything before him. He wished for his father's demise. He longed to return to Mary Gios. He yearned for the life that was rightfully his. However, those wretched commoners bound them to the city walls, desiring to burn the former celestial dragons alive. Witnessing their twisted smiles and hearing the cries of his brother and father, he could no longer suppress his rage and resentment. He unleashed a furious roar. Awakening his conqueror's haki, he yearned to annihilate all before him. It was then that Lao Ji and Diamante intervened, declaring his potential to become a king, and from that moment on, they pledged their loyalty to him. At that instant, he comprehended the truth. The root of all his suffering was his damned father, a mistake that he alone must rectify. He grasped his pistol, and, for the last time, tears flowed due to his emotions. Bang! He shot his father dead. Crack! He severed his father's head, donning a manic and exhilarated smile. He returned to Mary Gios, proclaiming his desire to reclaim his status as a celestial dragon. But those cursed elders gazed at him with mockery, commanding him to vacate Mary Gios with the repugnant trophy in hand. Fufufu! Fufufu! At the thought of this, Doflamingo could not restrain his maniacal laughter. An uncontrollable fit of mirth. He reminisced about numerous fond memories, reliving them in a loop. He discarded his father's head into a refuse heap. He journeyed to the North Sea, slaying commoners, mafia, navy officers, and nobles alike. He plundered their wealth, reveled in their blood, listened to their wails, and savored their deaths. It was sublime, utterly magnificent. He even killed his only remaining kin, the foolish Don Quixote Rosinante. Fufufu! You fool! Why do you stand against me? Damn you, imbecile! Fufufu! Why will you not acknowledge your faults? Why will you not kneel and beg for my mercy? Fufufu! Rosinante! It is this world that is at fault, not me. Fufufu! Cough, cough, cough! Fufufufaha! He laughed until tears streamed down his face. He laughed until he was sick, yet he continued to laugh, even as he answered the call from the North Sea Admiral. Fufufu! Virus! Fufufu! Come, let us strike a deal. Virus, are you not begging for mercy? Doflamingo! Virus! I possess secrets that could threaten the celestial dragons. Do you truly believe I could obliterate all your prospects? Virus! Then I shall eliminate you first, before embarking on my piratical journey. Doflamingo! Virus! Do you not wish to uncover the nature of this secret? Doflamingo! At this moment, my sole desire is to shatter your skull. Virus, though undeniably curious about the secret, surmised that the information held little value. Had this individual possessed knowledge potent enough to upheave the world and dismantle the celestial dragon's reign, the five elders would have long since whisked him back to Mariawa, or, more directly, eliminated him. When the Don Quixote family fell from grace, Doflamingo was still quite young. His foolishly benevolent father, lacking in intellect, would certainly not entrust Doflamingo with secrets meant to threaten others. Virus anticipated that what Doflamingo wished to divulge was merely that the celestial dragons had betrayed the promises made during the formation of the world government. This represented a hollow throne that symbolized fairness and justice, devoid of tyranny, now occupied by the elusive Imsama. While such news might indeed stir some tumult, how many would truly believe it? Would they place their faith in the world government or in a despised pirate cast out from Panga City? Upon hearing Virus's brutal tone, Doflamingo fell into silence once more. After a lengthy pause, he hoarsely spoke. Virus, killing me would yield you no benefit. Spare my life, and I shall grant you all the interests of the North Sea. Virus, is this what you call a condition? If you had a more obedient spokesperson, do you think I would be incapable? Doflamingo, you can achieve it, but not swiftly. They cannot intimidate Germa 66. All those shells and heavy artillery were procured from Vince Judge. Inciting discord is indeed a rather inept ploy. Knowing that Doflamingo had few cards left to play, Virus continued to apply pressure. It seems you truly fear death. I do fear death. So if I wish to flee, you shall never capture me. Doflamingo's expression twisted in rage, the words barely escaping through clenched teeth. Yet Virus smiled, a cruel smirk gracing his lips, uttering another phrase that ignited Doflamingo's fury. The heir of the Don Quixote family, the ruler of the North Sea underworld, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. A celestial dragon, Doflamingo has once again become a stray dog, much like your family was expelled from Mariawa in days gone by. Is that not amusing? Virus, what exactly do you intend to do? Upon hearing the word stray dog, Doflamingo could no longer contain his rage. His scars had been laid bare. Emotion spiraling out of control, his voice a cacophony of hysteria. Witnessing this outburst, and the expression of his phone bug, Virus knew he had achieved his aim. He sought to continuously provoke this beast, ruthlessly exposing his wounds, and then trample his head into the mire. This cycle would transform the ferocious wolf into a compliant dog. I shall grant you a day to turn the mountain to meet me. Otherwise, I will cast you back into hell. With these final words, Virus concluded the call and retracted the soundproof barrier. He turned, his smile radiant as he returned to the company of others. His gaze drifting toward Admiral Tina of the North Sea. Miss Tina, it appears you have sustained quite a serious injury. I have not. Under Virus's peculiar gaze, Tina's face flushed crimson, the domineering lady transformed into a bashful girl. No, you have. Virus took a bold step forward and lifted Princess Tina into his arms. However, this time, her white cloak was tattered, her pink uniform in shambles, nearly exposing her ample bosom, resembling a fierce and commanding lady who had just endured a rough encounter. With her flowing pink hair, she vividly embodied the essence of a woman who, despite her harsh words, remained true to her feelings. When Virus embraced her, she not only refrained from resisting but also wrapped her arms around his neck. Even more astonishing, she opened her mouth wide, leaving onlookers in a state of shock. As the two departed, the group of survivors, having narrowly escaped danger, erupted into chaos. Ha ha ha. Lord Virus. Long live. Indeed, Lord Virus. Truly bold in love and hate. Go, Sister Tina. Don't let Lord Virus overshadow you. Oh my. Lord Virus is so wicked. I adore him. Silence. You shameless children. Zephyr exclaimed, rolling his eyes in both amusement and irritation at the raucous cheers. Ein. Bins. You are responsible for keeping an eye on Charlotte Smuggy and her sister. Those lightly injured will tend to the severely wounded, while the rest follow me for the rescue mission. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. Understood. The group responded almost in unison, yet smiles adorned their faces. Just then, a series of piercing screams echoed from a distance. Ah, Virus. You beast. It hurts. Virus. Virus. I was wrong. Ah, help me. Soul. Virus. You pervert. You fiend. Scoundrel. Ah, I was wrong. Virus. I beg you, spare me. You. Ah. The following day, in the afternoon, at Upside Down Mountain, upon witnessing the enormous gray cliffs beside the turbulent sea, which had been released by Charlotte Katakuri, Virus couldn't help but furrow his brow. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a peculiar sense of unease regarding the unusual behavior of Charlotte Katakuri and his entourage. However, he had yet to decipher the precise cause of his apprehension. Therefore, after summoning the excited Fire Mountain, who was squatting like a cowardly smoker in the bashful T-Pin, he promptly prepared to interrogate Charlotte Smuggy and Charlotte Snammo. After all, he had never stated when he would release them. Should these two insolent girls dare to be defiant, he would ensure they understood the true meaning of Navy cruelty. On the deck of the Admiral's flagship, welcome back safely, Admiral Fire Mountain, Colonel Smoker, and T-Pin. Upon seeing the trio's return, Virus greeted them courteously. Thank you so much, Virus. I will cherish this gratitude for a lifetime, exclaimed Fire Mountain. A man with a square face and a hearty demeanor visibly moved as he clasped Virus's hands with fervor. Not at all, Admiral Fire Mountain. It is merely our duty as members of the Navy. With a smile, Virus withdrew his hand and cast a glance at his soiled attire. I have arranged a sumptuous breakfast and pristine guest rooms for you. You have all worked hard during this time. First, indulge in a hearty meal and take a well-deserved rest. Heartfelt gratitude was expressed once more by the earnest and simple-minded Hiwashishin, while T-Pun also wore a grateful smile in return. At that moment, only Smoker wore a grim expression, as if Virus were not his savior, but rather someone to whom he owed a considerable debt. Observing Smoker's sour face, Virus decided it was time to teach him a lesson. Smoker, it has been a while, shall we engage in a spar? Yet, to his surprise, the usually arrogant Smoker admitted defeat. I cannot defeat you. No matter, you merely need to endure the blows. I shall use but one hand. With that, Virus, before the eyes of all present, delivered a resounding slap to Smoker. The force and speed were meticulously calibrated to ensure that Smoker would be momentarily stunned, without being sent crashing into the sea, the sound resonating enough for all to hear. What gives you the right to strike me? Smoker, indignant, was left somewhat dazed by the blow, glaring at Virus in fury. Yet, he merely clenched his fists tightly, lacking any intention of retaliating. You, who fail to show gratitude, have yet to utter a word of thanks. You, whom I saved, have not afforded me the respect a superior deserves. And you, whose strength is inferior to mine, whose fists are smaller, does that not suffice? As Virus narrowed his eyes at Smoker, he resolved to retaliate fiercely should the latter make any move. To his surprise, Smoker merely took a deep breath, lowered his head solemnly, and squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Admiral Virus, I appreciate your rescue. Witnessing this scene not only startled Virus, but also left the surrounding elite Navy officers, Ein, Binz, and Zifa, dumbfounded. Is this really happening? The infamous little tyrant of Marineford is bowing his head? This is the same Smoker who nearly blew up an arsenal with his smoking habit. And now he knows to yield? Incredible. Truly worthy of Admiral Virus. Even the formidable Sengoku could not tame such a rebellious spirit. Yet here he is, subdued. They murmured in disbelief, astonished that this once feared rogue could now be brought to heel. Listening to the discussions around him, Zifa felt a sense of satisfaction. That rascal Virus indeed possesses some charisma, he remarked. Ein regarded Virus with a peculiar glint in her eyes, while Binz was devoid of jealousy, replaced instead by admiration and envy. Having endured the events at Reina Island, the ordeal with Germa 66, and the recent battle at Base 517, he found himself reflecting on Smoker's lineage, appearance, strength, and rank, all far superior to his own. Even the grandson of Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong was bowing to Virus. And Binz's petty grievances evaporated in an instant. He even felt a twinge of relief at having maintained his composure. Otherwise, he might have faced a far worse fate than a mere slap, perhaps a blow that could shatter his skull. In the midst of his thoughts, a figure suddenly appeared in the air. The next moment, a shocking scene unfolded before him. Don Quixote da Flamingo, the notorious heir of the Don Quixote family from the North Sea, ruler of the underworld and former celestial dragon, had arrived. He landed on the deck and knelt before Virus. With a thud, da Flamingo, draped in a pink cloak, blue shirt, white trousers, brown shoes, and black sunglasses, knelt on one knee, his head bowed low, his voice dripping with humility. Da Flamingo, I have the honor of meeting you, Admiral Virus. Very well, follow me, Virus replied with a smile, hands in his pockets, as he turned to leave. Yes, Admiral Virus, da Flamingo responded, his expression frozen as he rose, maintaining his humble posture. The onlookers were astounded to see the once mighty ruler of the North Sea, a former celestial dragon and now one of the 7 warlords, trailing behind Virus like a submissive servant. In disbelief, they began to murmur amongst themselves. Am I seeing things? Da Flamingo is not just a warlord. He was once a celestial dragon. What on earth is happening? Has Admiral Virus truly subdued da Flamingo? Impossible. How could da Flamingo be so easily subdued? He is a master of conqueror's hockey,